At the end of the previous part, Chen Jing gasped in absolute shock over the radio at a jaw-dropping scene. Doll, a humanoid nuclear weapon capable of vaporizing the sanity of an entire city, was obediently clutching a teddy bear, actively asking to go strolling and shopping with our protagonist. Looking back at this crazy journey, going from a weak salaryman whose only concern was paying the utility bills, Lu Xin and his SSS-Rank psycho family have relentlessly slapped the faces of everyone who looked down on him. They've crushed the most twisted pollution sources and even saved Qinggong City from an S-class apocalyptic disaster. He has proven one ultimate truth. In this Red Moon world you can mess with anyone but never mess with his family, or his paycheck. For any newcomers here, the Part 1 video, clocking in at nearly 12 massive hours, is already live on the channel. I've put the link to the full playlist right in the description and pinned it in the comments below. Make sure to check it out first so you don't miss a single mind-bending detail. Picking up right where we left off after cleaning up the absolute mess in the city, Lu Xin decides to take some time off to head out into the wilderness, to visit a relative. But with a protagonist who makes monsters scream in terror wherever he goes, how could this trip possibly be peaceful? Leaving the safety of the city walls, he will have to face deadly wastelands, creepy ghost towns, and a mysterious, fanatical organization conducting twisted research to create a god. Ultimately, which poor bastards will have to taste the pure, unadulterated violence of the Tyrant? And what terrifying secrets hidden deep within Lu Xin's past are waiting to be uncovered? Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps. The bloody hunt in the wilderness officially begins right now. Let's get started. No one dared to take that risk. Moreover, Doll had always been exceptionally quiet in the past, never showing any desire to go out and play, as if she were perfectly content just occasionally leaving the safe room to execute missions. Looking at her, he thought to himself, this lifestyle indeed isn't very normal. Since I just got back and have to leave right away, I feel somewhat guilty. Besides, she really seems to want to go out and play with me. She put on her mask, seemingly giving Lu Xin a hint. Lu Xin conveyed to Chen Jing, what if we have her wear a mask? Chen Jing objected. I'm afraid that won't work. We tried this solution before, but Doll's skin is too delicate and it triggers her claustrophobia. Wearing a mask is extremely painful for her. Using an umbrella to block the sun is already her limit. Lu Xin turned to Doll with a helpless expression. If that was the case, it was indeed tricky. A melancholic look immediately washed over Doll's face and she turned away in dejection. Lu Xin sighed in his heart, although I really want to take her out. Safety comes first right now. She walked out barefoot, surprisingly wrapping a towel entirely around her head to obscure her face. Watching this, Lu Xin hesitated. Chen Jing asked over the phone, what's wrong? Lu Xin explained that she had wrapped a towel around her head. It seemed Doll had come up with a perfect solution at this point and looked highly excited. Seeing this, Lu Xin finally made up his mind. I think I'll take her out for a spin after all. Chen Jing, seeing this, could only say, all right then, I'll make the arrangements. He stood up, adjusting the towel on her head with his hands. Wrapping your head like this won't do. People who don't know any better might think something bad happened at home. He gently tied it into a styled shape. Isn't this much better? Combined with the contact lenses, you should be fine. It's much better than wrapping up your entire head. Just then, late-night snacks were delivered to the room. Late-night snacks are ready. Seeing the bath towel wrapped on her head, the Special Clearance Department staff members were temporarily speechless. This wrapping looked simply too unsightly. They quickly pulled out a veil, restyled and tied Doll's hair, and couldn't help but complain. How could you let Doll go out with a bath towel on her head? They looked proudly at their masterpiece. This is our Qinggang's doll after all. By this time, she had been meticulously styled and looked stunningly beautiful. Lu Xin thought to himself with some embarrassment, it indeed looks much better than before, but you can't blame me. She was the one who insisted on wrapping it herself just now. The Special Clearance Department staff handed him an umbrella. We will escort you two to the most bustling district in Qinggong now. You don't need to worry about anything. Under the crimson moonlight, the two enjoyed their outing to their heart's content, secretly escorted by the Special Clearance Department personnel. Walking down the street, the surroundings were somewhat desolate, with traces of riot scattered everywhere. Lu Xin sighed, it's so quiet. This place must have been attacked by aberrants earlier too, right? Still, taking a casual stroll down the street isn't bad. He felt a tiny pang of regret. If I had known, I should have eaten the snack before coming out. Just then, he suddenly spotted a lit food stall. Oh look, that place is actually still open. He and Doll walked over and placed an order. Boss, 1 portion of fried noodles, add an egg, extra meat and bean sprouts. The owner took the order. You got it, no problem. Lu Xin asked in confusion, Boss, the city is in such a chaotic state right now. How do you still dare to come out and set up a stall? The owner answered proudly. What is there to fear? It's just a few madmen. Back when I followed the 3rd Regiment to build the city, the monsters I saw were way more than this. Let me tell you, the crazier the times, the better the business. Do you think if I set up a stall here normally, the city inspectors wouldn't come and chase me away?" Through her communication device, Chen Jing heard this. It was truly a case of seeking fortune amidst danger. She figured the older generation had better psychological resilience, though it was also because business today was indeed booming. Once tonight's testing concluded, tomorrow would be much easier, and everyone could reopen for business. In less than a week, the streets would return to their former bustling state. Perhaps in a few months this chaos would be entirely forgotten by the public. She once again mentioned Lu Xin and Dahl's combat achievements, noting that Qinggong would return to the order it had when he first entered the city. Knowing that these ordinary people were protected by him and Dahl, Lu Xin remained humble, choosing instead to praise Chen Jing's hard work. "It wasn't just us though. I appreciate your understanding. I know you had a really tough time too, even more exhausting than us." She found herself at a loss for words for a moment. The stall owner warmly teased, "Hey young man, you really dote on your girlfriend. Eat up, eat it while it's hot, it's ready." Lu Xin turned to Dahl and said, "I have to head back tomorrow. I'll come find you again when I have the chance, okay?" Dahl nodded reluctantly. Lu Xin felt that this kid wasn't foolish at all. On the contrary, she was quite sensible. Then Lu Xin invited Dahl to go shopping. "Let's go, now that we're full, let's take a stroll." The two wandered around buying things as they went. Lu Xin was a bit torn. He wanted to buy some gifts for his family, but for the moment he had no idea what to get. Hearing him say this, she excitedly volunteered to help him choose. You mean you want to help me pick a gift?" Confident in his own taste, Lu Xin started picking out gifts himself, leaving Dahl watching him in a daze. Let's buy a leather handbag for Mother. This one is the best looking." Next, it was Dahl's turn to choose. She excitedly picked out a plush toy chicken, and Lu Xin happily agreed, "My sister will definitely love this, she's always wanted one." Afterward, Lu Xin excitedly selected a piece of clothing. "This one feels like it matches Father's style. He should like it too." The scene shifted. The next day, Lu Xin bid farewell to Dahl with his suitcase. "I'm heading back first. I'll come see you when I'm free." Lu Xin felt a bit puzzled. Why had she suddenly stopped being clingy? She lacked her usual lively demeanor, making him mutter to himself, "We've spent several days together. Do we really have no bond at all?" The scene cut to the train station, where the conductor's voice crackled over the PA. "The train doors are about to close. Please board as soon as possible." He sighed. This trip to the main city indeed left many regrets. He hadn't managed to gather with Gecko, Han Bing, Tai Kui, and his other close colleagues, nor did he get to stroll through the main city's most bustling commercial district. What Lu Xin regretted most was that he had made plans with Han Bing. She had even wanted to make wontons for him by hand, but now he had to head back early. After all, Han Bing was a girl. She had been so nice to him. Was it truly of her own volition, or was there another reason? Just then, a train attendant stepped forward and asked softly, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Solo?" Lu Xin looked up, curious. The attendant handed him an insulated container and explained, "A young lady asked me to bring these wontons to you." Surprised, Lu Xin opened the container. Then he leaned against the carriage window and looked down. On the platform, Han Bing was waving happily, shouting to Lu Xin, "Mr. Solo, the train is leaving. Next time you definitely have to treat me to dinner." He waved back happily in response. "Deal." At this moment the monitor's voice sounded. "Report, Dahl stayed up all night and her mood seems rather poor." She used Lego to build Lu Xin's face again, occasionally looking around happily as if searching for him. But only silence responded to her, and a trace of unspeakable loneliness lingered in her eyes. The scene shifted to Lu Xin's home. He pushed open the door and shouted, "I'm back." Little Shiki immediately chirped with a grin. "Brother is back." Just then a dark shadow suddenly pounced toward him. Startled, Lu Xin asked, "What is this thing?" Looking closely, it turned out to be a puppy, wagging its tail furiously at him. Shiki asked curiously, "Brother, didn't you bring this puppy back from the main city?" Lu Xin finally realized, so it's this little guy." Shiki beckoned to the puppy. "Puppy, come over here." Lu Xin's father grumbled irritably. "HMPH, we can barely feed ourselves and you want to keep a dog." Then he added coldly, "Might as well stew it for dinner." Terrified, the puppy instantly shrank its neck. Lu Xin toyed with the new glasses Professor Bai had given him, which housed the parasitic spiritual power known as the gaze. When he had decided to accept it, he had wondered if his life would change. For instance, would a new member join the family? Now it seemed this puppy counted as one. His mother, having just hung up the phone, smiled and joined the conversation. "Actually, keeping a dog is quite nice. Seeing this little guy run around the living room makes the house feel much livelier. I was feeling a bit stifled, but seeing it cheered me right up." Lu Xin happily agreed. "Exactly. Oh, by the way, I brought back some gifts from the main city for everyone." Hearing this, they were all pleasantly surprised. "Oh, look at you. You actually know how to buy gifts for your family now? Shiki clamored from the side. Me, I want mine, however. After the gifts were handed out, everyone's expressions turned somewhat subtle, as if the gifts fell short of their expectations. Yet Lu Xin proudly boasted, "Do you like them? I spent a long time picking them out." Then Lu Xin walked into the kitchen and handed over the gift for his father. "Father, this is for you. I notice the apron you usually wear is getting a bit worn out. Since you love cooking so much, this is perfect for you." His father reached out to take it, letting out a heavy snort through his nose. Lu Xin smiled and said, "I also bought a lot of delicious food. Let's have an early dinner today. My stomach is growling." Under the dim light, father put on the apron, wrapping himself up tightly. Mother and Shiki watched from the side, forcing somewhat awkward smiles. Lu Xin confidently praised him. "It really suits you, father." His father responded with a few cold sneers. Mother turned her head, looking at him with a trace of heartache and concern. "Look at you, always in such a rush. It's fine, we all understand. You were bound to investigate this sooner or later. It wasn't easy for you to hold back until today." Lu Xin pulled out the golden key, speaking softly with a solemn expression. "All right." He inserted the key into the lock, turned it gently, and pulled a manila folder out from the drawer. In an instant, the eyes of the entire family locked onto the file. Taking a deep breath, he was eager to uncover the truth. Lu Xin pulled the documents out from the envelope. The contents were shockingly an S-class bounty mission from the Eclipse Research Institute. Search for the missing laboratory and related clues. Because of an accident years ago, an entire train carriage carrying the Institute's core secrets and experimental subjects had vanished into thin air. Therefore, the primary goal was to find any traces related to this escaped laboratory. Anyone who could provide valuable clues would receive a massive reward, with no time limits or regional restrictions on the mission. He read through the details carefully. The scene shifted to the conference room of the Special Clearance Department, where everyone was waiting tensely as another sealed confidential file was about to be opened. On the main stage, Professor Bai looked at the crowd, speaking with a solemn expression. "Before I present this report, I must warn you all that what you are about to hear may far exceed our original scope of duty and authority. Knowing these things might not do you any good, so I hope you are all mentally prepared," Professor Bai said with a grave expression. "From the first time I saw Solo's personal file, especially the records of his past with the Red Moon Orphanage, I had some speculations about his identity. Later, through a covert investigation of that orphanage, I discovered a crucial piece of evidence. That seemingly ordinary, unremarkable orphanage is highly likely to be closely linked to the missing escaped laboratory of the Alliance Research Institute." Minister Shen's brow furrowed as he pressed in a deep voice, "You had better explain in more detail. I want to hear exactly what you discovered." Professor Bai turned the file in his hand over to the back, pointing at a signature on it. "The handwriting of this signature is extremely similar to someone I once met," Minister Shen asked skeptically. "You can be sure based on just a signature," Professor Bai explained calmly. "Related research has long shown that everyone's handwriting possesses distinct personal traits. Besides, that guy's handwriting is indeed incredibly hideous." Su Xin curiously pressed, "Then who is this person you recognized?" At the mention of that name, Professor Bai's face turned somewhat gloomy. "The director of that escaped laboratory, Wang Jingyun. He was also one of the 4 most knowledgeable and prestigious chief researchers in the early days of the Eclipse Research Institute. When I was interning at the institute, I attended several public classes taught by him. So his handwriting left an incredibly deep impression on me." Su Shen was even more bewildered. "If that's the case, why didn't you warn us earlier?" Professor Bai explained. "First, because I signed an extremely strict non-disclosure agreement when I left the institute back then. I could only reveal these matters once you yourselves discovered Solo's anomalies. Only then would it not constitute a breach of contract. Second, I needed to personally verify some of my hypotheses." He paused, then continued. "The Eclipse Research Institute focuses so heavily on that escaped laboratory, not merely because an entire train carriage vanished mysteriously back then, which is indeed mind-boggling, nor just because 19 extremely unique experimental subjects were held there. Actually, there is an even more critical reason. At the same time, back in his own home, Lu Xin was staring dead at the contents of the file. The unique spiritual entity code named Tyrant was also nurtured in that very laboratory back then." This section recorded some supplementary background and investigation reports on the mission to find the escaped laboratory. And the director of this laboratory was clearly named Wang Jingyun. However, none of this actually mattered to Lu Xin. What truly shocked him was a small slip of paper that suddenly fell out from between the pages. Upon seeing the handwriting on the note, a flash of panic crossed Lu Xin's eyes. He still clearly remembered this name, Wang Jingyun. The memories buried deep in his mind were triggered in an instant. Didn't that name correspond to the old director of the orphanage? So the old man was actually the director of the research institute back then. No wonder he knew so much and could paint so many pictures of the future for them. What a pity that this director, who deserved everyone's respect, had already passed away in that disaster years ago. And when Lu Xun flipped to the very last page, he was once again completely dumbfounded. At the end of the entire file, he saw a temporarily appended piece of supplementary intelligence regarding the escaped laboratory mission. The intelligence revealed some clues about Wang Jingyun's assistant. As the trusted assistant of the laboratory director, he was currently at the center of the investigation, and various signs indicated that the experiment back then had never truly ended. Looking at the photo on the page, that face instantly overlapped with the face Lu Xun had seen in countless nightmares. That was the lead surgeon responsible for conducting dissection experiments on him back then. He was actually the old director's assistant. A storm raged in Lu Xun's heart, anger and suspicion intertwining. 2 months ago, this guy had clearly appeared in the main city. He wasn't dead. How could he still be alive? If the lead surgeon was him, then what kind of person was the old director? Lu Xun's face turned incredibly pale. If, as they said, the person who had sent him the letter was truly Wang Jingyun, then in an instant, the entire room felt as if it were undergoing a violent earthquake. The surrounding lights flickered wildly, and an incredibly cold, brutal, and terrifying black energy erupted from his body like a tidal wave. The director was actually still alive too. Suddenly, the puppy at his feet bit his pant leg. In that split second, Lu Xun snapped back to his senses, and the terrifying energy that was about to run rampant in his body gradually receded. Taking a deep breath in his mind, he finally forced his emotions to calm down. Seeing this, his mother asked with concern, "What's wrong? What shocked you so much?" Lu Xun sat in his chair with his head deeply lowered, replying in a low voice, "It turns out there are still people from our orphanage alive in this world. He suddenly raised his head, a bone-chilling glint in his eyes as a terrifying, blood-curdling sneer spread across his face. "I should feel happy, shouldn't I?" The scene returned to the conference room of the Special Clearance Department. Professor Bai looked at everyone with a slight frown, slowly speaking, "The reason I kept this from you was that I didn't want to alert that laboratory. Furthermore, at the time, I indeed needed to utilize Qinggang's strength to help Solo stabilize his mental state. If I had laid out my speculations about Solo's identity from the very beginning, first, we couldn't guarantee 100% that this secret wouldn't leak. Second, if we within Qinggang became overly cautious and defensive, it would easily backfire and trigger unpredictable consequences. This would have done nothing to help stabilize Solo's mind," he continued. "As for the worst-case scenario now, it is either Solo losing control completely or the research institute sending people to capture him. But regardless of which one it is, we in Qinggang can absolutely not accept it." Hearing this, Su Xin spoke up in deep thought. "I believe your judgment, but my only curiosity is that the Eclipse Research Institute is, after all, the world's most authoritative and advanced institution researching mental anomalies. Furthermore, you yourself came from the Eclipse Research Institute." He frowned slightly, staring at Professor Bai with a skeptical gaze. "If so, why do you still maintain such high vigilance against them?" Professor Bai lowered his head slightly, recalling those bizarre past events. "Because there are too many baffling doubts there. Back when I was among the first batch of interns at the Institute, I discovered a very intriguing phenomenon. Although the Eclipse Research Institute only officially appeared before the world after the Red Moon incident, many of its core researchers had actually been recruited and had already begun their work long before the Red Moon event even erupted." Su Xin pressed in disbelief. "In other words, long before the Red Moon incident even occurred, the Institute was already conducting research on mental mutations?" Professor Bai nodded, continuing, "Not only that, after the Red Moon event erupted, the Institute officially changed its name to Eclipse. The intention was obvious. They wanted to show the world their determination to eliminate the source of all chaos, the Red Moon. But before that, the Institute's original name was actually Red Moon. So everyone, please think about this. Before the moon in the sky had even turned red, what was the true motive behind a research institute named Red Moon?" Su Xin narrowed his eyes, asking in a deep voice, "Do you have any speculations about today's Eclipse Research Institute?" Professor Bai shook his head. "I can't figure out their true core research direction either. Of course, it can't be ruled out that after renaming to the Eclipse Research Institute, they have indeed changed their attitude and direction. But as people who want to survive in this world, I believe we must still remain vigilant and skeptical at all times." At this point, the deputy director of the Qinggang Main City Administrative Hall also voiced his stance. "Professor Bai is right. But what exactly is the relationship between Solo and the Eclipse Research Institute? If we have to choose between Solo and the Institute, we in Qinggong cannot easily give up the Institute's support, Professor Bai interrupted. We don't need to make any choice at present, nor do we need to waste our energy figuring out which side to stand on in a struggle that we don't even know actually exists, he continued. As for Solo, the Eclipse Research Institute once had a highly core research topic, which was attempting to tame these 13 types of extremely unique spiritual entities. And Solo is highly likely a survivor left behind from that experiment back then. The absolute power of the Tyrant he displayed earlier thoroughly confirmed this hypothesis. However, I have no intention of forcibly digging up these hidden secrets. Professor Bai stood up, speaking with a fervent expression. Qinggang's goal has always been to rebuild the order of human civilization. The lessons of history have warned us countless times that without a grand, noble goal, everyone will eventually slowly sink into the ruins. We are currently living together under the gaze of the Red Moon, so no one can stand aloof. Have you all never thought about it? Why did the power of the Tyrant and the power that can perfectly restrain the Tyrant's rampage appear in our Qinggong at the same time? Is this truly just a coincidence, or is there another power behind the scenes quietly driving things? The deputy director of the Qinggong Main City Administrative Hall looked deeply worried. Regardless of whether there is a shocking conspiracy or a simple coincidence behind this, I only care about one thing now. Is Solo today a trump card for us to protect Qinggong, or a time bomb that could detonate and destroy Qinggong at any moment? How on earth can we ensure our absolute safety? Professor Bai replied with a calm expression. At the end of the day, Solo is just an ability user recruited by our Qinggong Special Clearance Department, and he has already signed an employment contract with us. Therefore, we don't need to worry unnecessarily. We just need to perform our respective duties and do what needs to be done. As for how to ensure our safety, I believe as long as we don't actively provoke him and seek death, there won't be any danger. Then his voice rose slightly. Of course, if we want to ensure absolute safety, there is indeed another way, and that is the Kingdom of Heaven plan I mentioned before. Hearing this term, the entire conference room instantly plunged into a suffocating dead silence. Everyone exchanged looks. For a time no one spoke. Finally, Sushin broke the silence. I personally agree with this plan, but there is still a crucial question. Will that so-called God truly descend upon the world one day? Professor Bai slowly took off the glasses on his nose, holding them in his hand as he replied calmly. Regarding this question, I cannot give a definitive answer right now. However, if a deity truly descends one day in the future, I think I will try to have a conversation with him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Xun stood in front of the window, staring blankly at the sky as he thought to himself. There are indeed too many baffling doubts in Archive 003. Like the deceased old director or that person named Chen Xuan. Are they actually still alive? What on earth happened back then? It seems only teacher Xiao Lu might know the truth. As Lu Xun walked up the somewhat worn-out stairs, a white-haired old man, holding a small hand fork for loosening soil, was tending to the potted plants. He called out with a laugh, "Yo, you're back from your business trip pretty quickly this time." As he spoke, he casually set the fork aside. Lu Xun smiled sheepishly and replied, "Yeah, the work went quite smoothly this time, so I came back early." Lu Xun turned his head back with some confusion. This old man was actually the gatekeeper back in the day. Then he began to recall his childhood. Those distant memories had always been somewhat fragmented, like an old movie cut to pieces with many missing frames, making it very hard to piece together a coherent timeline. But he remembered that when he was small in the orphanage, there was father, mother, and sister, living under the care of the old director, and occasionally getting into fights with others alongside Xiao Lu. Yet his memory of how he later left the orphanage was a complete blank. His only recollection was a hazy scene of himself walking alone down a road in a daze. Only later did his family members suddenly appear and start living with him. And after his family appeared, his memories from then on finally became coherent and complete. He remembered finishing his free high school education in Satellite City No. 2 and successfully starting a job after graduation. Lu Xun's mind drifted back into the memory fragments of his high school days, yet no matter how he calculated it, there was still nearly a whole year of missing memories in between. Even when he tried his hardest to dig up those recollections, he could only recall scattered, illogical fragments. The scene returned once again to this old residential building of the orphanage. For this place, he only remembered that after living with his family for a long time, he had returned to this ruin that had almost turned to rubble, where he met the only familiar face left, teacher Xiao Lu, the girl who had grown up alongside him in the orphanage. Back then, she was still very young, yet she had already started working hard to raise these orphans in the city. He recalled the appearance of the old security guard in his memories. At that time, this old security guard was already working here, but during the most difficult period, the orphanage didn't even have enough money to buy food, so where would they get the money to pay him? Suddenly, a loud shout snapped Lu Xun out of his thoughts. "Hey, move aside a bit." Lu Xun was slightly taken aback as the security guard uncle kept shouting, "What? Ah? You're standing right by the window and your shadow is blocking my flower pot." Lu Xun glanced at the tiny plant blooming with a single rose in the nearby flower pot and smiled, musing, "Oh, such a tiny flower, yet it really yearns for the sunshine." Then he continued walking up the stairs, not forgetting to look back and wave to the old security guard. "I'm heading up first." The man waved back and replied, "Go on." Walking into the corridor, 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls, ran quickly toward Lu Xun. They cheered happily. "Mister, did you pick up our glass marbles last time?" Lu Xun replied, "No, I didn't." "Then why did you pick up my glass marbles, mister?" A young boy dressed in blue asked innocently. "Oh, then when are you going to marry teacher Xiao Lu, mister?" Lu Xun was also caught off guard by this sudden question. "How are kids' minds really this jumpy nowadays?" The little boy continued, "I heard that people hand out wedding candies when they get married. If you don't marry teacher Xiao Lu, mister, how are we supposed to get candies?" Lu Xun smiled. "Ah, I'll buy some for you next time." Seeing this, teacher Xiao Lu couldn't help but laugh. She cleared her throat softly and said, "Ahem, you're back?" Xiao Lu reached out to tuck her hair behind her ear and added, "It's good to have you back. Have lunch here today." At noon, a simple spread of 4 dishes and a soup was laid out on the table. Lu Xun said, "On this trip to the main city, I recalled some things from the past," he continued as he picked up some food, "and I found them a bit strange. Do you still remember Director Wong from when we were at the orphanage? In my memory, he was a very good man. Back then, there was famine and war everywhere, but he protected us very well. We even had meat in every meal." Xiao Lu replied, "I still remember him teaching us to read, and he said the most terrifying thing wasn't how many people became madmen, but that the survivors abandoned culture and education, turning into something far more terrifying than madmen." Lu Xun laughed, recalling how Director Wong used to chase him with a cane in his right hand while supporting his back with his left. He had trembled as he ran back then. "I also remember every time I found a hidden folder on his computer and just opened it, he would rush in carrying a broom, chasing us all over the corridor." Xiao Lu also seemed highly excited. "Right, and every time we asked why he was hitting us, the director's face would turn bright red, but he absolutely refused to explain." After reminiscing for a while, Xiao Lu laughed so hard that tears came to her eyes. Then Lu Xun asked, "So the director was a good man, right?" Xiao Lu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and replied, "Of course the director was a good man. He was the best person in the world." But as she said this, she lowered her head again, 2 lines of hot tears rolling down her cheeks, her shoulders slumped deeply, her face turning incredibly somber as her hands tightly gripped her rice bowl. In her heart, he was also the most terrifying person in the world. Xiao Lu's gaze dimmed as she said, "Actually, I knew you would remember sooner or later. I used to envy how you could forget those things, but sometimes I was also terrified that you would remember them again. I know your memory only holds the good side of the director, which is actually pretty good. He did have a kind side." At the thought of Director Wang's image, a flash of fear flickered deep in her eyes. After all, if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, no matter who told her, she would never have believed what their director was like once he put on that white lab coat. Lu Xun gently touched Xiao Lu's slightly trembling hand on the table, comforting her. "Actually, you don't need to fear him." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Lu abruptly yanked her hand back. The look of fear on her face grew even more intense, and her body trembled even harder. Xiao Lu's face remained grim as she turned her head away, stammering, I'm sorry, don't misunderstand, I really don't, please don't." Witnessing this, Lu Xun suddenly realized that the person she was truly terrified of wasn't Director Wong at all, it was him. As Lu Xun fell into thought, Xiao Lu raised her head to look at him and said, "I know what happened back then wasn't your fault, but I still can't help feeling afraid. I'm sorry, I can't control myself." Lu Xun stared at Xiao Lu's terrified expression, almost as if he could see her frantic electrocardiogram, and thought to himself, "She is currently in an extremely tense state. Perhaps just a tiny bit more pressure would cause her to completely break down over this." How could he continue to press her? With this in mind, he spoke up, "I know I look pretty fierce, and I'm very scary when I'm angry. Look, I've frightened you half to death." Then Lu Xun turned and walked toward the door, raising his hand to wave goodbye. "I have to go to work this afternoon, so I'll head out first. Help me wash the dishes, okay?" From beginning to end, Xiao Lu watched his departing figure in silence. Seeing Lu Xun step out of the room, one of the children asked, "Big brother Da Zhuang, what's wrong?" Another child answered, "They had a fight." Another child gasped in surprise. "Ah," and then asked with a smirk, "Doesn't that mean I have a chance now?" The kid who had just said he wouldn't let anyone marry teacher Xiao Lu without candies hadn't even managed to get any candy yet. When Lu Xin passed by the old security guard, the old man was also having his meal. Seeing Lu Xin walk past, the old security guard hastily explained, "Don't misunderstand." Lu Xin stopped, casting a backward glance but without turning around. The old security guard said, "The one she's afraid of isn't actually you." Lu Xin let out a soft grunt of assent, nodding to show he understood. The scene shifted to the city. Today's weather was cloudy and somewhat gloomy. Lu Xin was sitting on a bench in front of a high building watching a boy standing in front of a girl across from him. He held a large bouquet of flowers hidden behind his back. Watching them, Lu Xin thought, "Oh, he prepared flowers. Is he about to confess?" Over there, the boy was solemnly expressing his readiness, while the girl opposite him also appeared quite nervous, holding her hands over her chest in an attempt to calm herself down. Suddenly, little Shiki popped up out of nowhere, appearing right beside the bouquet. Flashing a mischievous smirk, she began to tear the bouquet to shreds, giggling hee-hee as she ripped them apart. When the boy finally held out the flowers, he realized that not a single bloom in the entire bouquet remained intact. The confession words died in his throat. "Honey, what is the meaning of this?" the girl next to him whined with a trace of anger. "Are you playing a prank on me?" They had absolutely no idea that the culprit who ruined the bouquet was the little girl snickering right behind them. Lu Xin witnessed this scene with a helpless look in his eyes, but he still reached out and gave a thumbs up. "Well done, I feel much better now." Little Shiki ran quickly toward Lu Xin where he sat. Lu Xin quickly answered what his sister wanted to know. "Sister, I still didn't get the answer I wanted. Actually, I asked teacher Xiao Lu. The answer I wanted to hear most was her telling me that the director was indeed a very good person, and those memories were just my absurd illusions. But instead, I got the worst possible answer. I never expected her to be so terrified of me." Little Shiki hugged Lu Xin's arm with a grin, comforting him. "Brother, I'm not afraid of you." Seeing this, Lu Xin only thought to himself, "Whatever, I won't expose you." Then he reached out to rub little Shiki's head and asked, "Do you want to go out and play again?" The little girl looked up, slightly surprised. "Ah," Lu Xin looked in another direction and explained, "Isn't it a good thing that there are still survivors from the orphanage? Even the old director might still be alive. I want to know what exactly happened back then, and whether those bastards are completely dead. Of course, if they aren't fully dead yet, I wouldn't mind letting them experience what they deserve." Little Shiki tugged at his arm, and Lu Xin's demeanor softened. "Anyway, I'm actually quite happy right now. It would have been fine if I didn't know before, but now that I know there are still survivors from our big orphanage family, how could I not go pay them a visit? As for the doubts in my heart, they should be more than happy to answer them when I visit, right?" By now, little Shiki had leapt up, wrapping her arms tightly around Lu Xin's shoulders and neck. Brother, do you know?" Before she could even finish her sentence, Lu Xin's face darkened because he saw his mother standing by the window, watching his every move just now. His mother offered a serene smile and said, "We have been waiting for you to make this decision," his father added. "We have waited for far, far too long, he. Lu Xin pulled out his phone and muttered, "This time there is no need for a family meeting to completely finalize this decision. So the next thing to do is..." Just then his phone rang. As soon as Chen Jing picked up, Lu Xin spoke. "Good afternoon, Section Chief. I'd like to apply for some leave." Chen Jing put a hand on her hip and asked back, "Leave? Haven't you just finished your mission and are currently on vacation?" Lu Xin scratched his head and said, "Yes, but I feel like these few days of leave aren't enough. I need to ask for a few more days. I'm not completely sure yet." The voice on the other end asked, "What is the reason for your leave?" Lu Xin replied softly, "Personal matters." As he answered, a trace of coldness leaked into both his tone and the expression on his face. Chen Jing said, "You made a massive contribution in helping Qinggong defend against the maritime nation's attack this time. Based on your contribution points, you can be directly promoted to a Tier 4 special talent of Qinggong. Tier 4 talents enjoy top-level care in Qinggong. So even if it is a personal matter, you can make requests. The Special Clearance Department will do everything in our power to help you." Lu Xin replied, "I'm afraid that won't do," he added, "because this personal matter requires me to go out of the city." Chen Jing asked, "Where to?" Lu Xin replied, "I want to go to the central city." Chen Jing gasped in shock. "The central city?" This gasp caused all the other staff members in the control room to turn their heads and peer over inquisitively. She asked, "Can you tell me your reason for going to the central city?" Lu Xin frowned, thinking, I didn't expect so many people to be on her end. Then he replied, "It's not very convenient. After all, this is a personal matter. Is it not allowed to remain unsaid?" Chen Jing softened her tone. "Of course you can, I shouldn't have pried. In theory, your leave application can be approved. However, since you are now a Tier 4 special talent, Regulations dictate that you must submit an application regardless of where you go. The Special Clearance Department will provide you with information support and ensure your safety." Hearing this, Lu Xun also felt he had spoken a bit too sharply just now, and indeed this call was somewhat abrupt, so he changed his tone and asked, "Then I'll head back to write the mission report first, and then I'll submit an out-of-city application to make up for it." The voice on the other end responded. "That works," Chen Jing advised further. "In the out-of-city application materials, you'll need to roughly outline the distance, the duration of your trip, and the essential supplies you need to request. Since many areas outside the high walls remain highly chaotic and you only have one previous experience traveling outside, it can be very dangerous. It would be best to have our experts give you some training." A playful, mischievous smile suddenly flashed across Chen Jing's face. "By the way, do we need to arrange a driver for you in advance? After all, the person we temporarily assigned last time had a lot of complaints upon returning, so we can notify him in advance this time." Beside her, Gecko hastily took a step back, looking highly vigilant. "Stay away from me." Lu Xun quickly declined over the phone. No need for a driver. The images of those 2 drivers and 2 cars flashed in Lu Xun's mind, and he thought to himself, "Gecko is unreliable, and so is Doll. I can't very well bring a child along with me to the central city, can I?" The same went for that steel monster. His own motorcycle was still more reliable. At least if it broke down he could repair it himself. An hour later, Lu Xun sat on a bench, staring thoughtfully at a ridiculously long list of items in his hand. The plan Han Bing had drafted for him was simply too detailed. The supply list alone ran for several pages. "But this is indeed quite hard to choose from. I can't add any more, or even my motorcycle won't be able to carry it all. As for the reason for leaving the city, I'll just write visiting relatives." Just then, a voice rang in Lu Xun's ear. "Good afternoon, Mr. Solo." It was Han Bing. She continued, "Mr. Solo, there are 2 things. First, the results of this mission have been finalized. It has been confirmed as an S-Class mission, with an S-Class completion rate. The payout for this mission is 3 million Alliance coins, but because your performance was exceptionally outstanding, the Administrative Hall has specially added another 1 million as a bonus." Lu Xun was somewhat surprised, thinking to himself, "Oh, just 4 million. Lu Xun pondered silently. "Last time, when I went out of the city to hunt down Qin Ran's gang, I only got 30,000, and that took me several days. This time it took less than an hour, so the cost-performance ratio is indeed incredibly high." He asked Han Bing, "How long will it take to hit my account? Also, could you do me a favor?" The other end of the line replied, "The process through the banking system will take at least a week. You are being too polite, Mr. Solo. As long as you need my help, I will be more than happy to do so," Lu Xun shared excitedly. "In the Qingyan Mountain area of Satellite City No. 2, there is a very beautiful residential villa. I've always wanted to buy a property there. I've inquired about the price, and my deposit plus the money from this mission should be enough, right? So could I transfer the money to you first? Once this payout arrives, could you help me buy one?" Han Bing was quite surprised. "Ah, such a major matter," she then shyly suggested. "If you're in a hurry to visit your relatives, Mr. Solo, how about we go take a look together after you return?" However, Lu Xun replied very calmly, "No need. Once it's bought, please help me hand it over to the Red Moon Orphanage next to the guard station. Leave the remaining money there too to pay for utilities and buy food." Han Bing was utterly shocked, calculating it. This was nearly 2 million, and he was actually leaving it all to cover utility bills and buy food. Lu Xun scratched his head and explained, "We can buy more with this. Pork is quite expensive nowadays. Could I trouble you with this favor?" Han Bing gladly agreed. "No problem. Since you trust me so much, Mr. Solo, I will definitely handle it well." Lu Xun thought with emotion. "Han Bing is truly so lovely, and she treats me so well. The small wontons she made were so delicious too." At this point, Lu Xun suddenly remembered and asked Han Bing, "Right, what was the second thing you mentioned just now?" Han Bing was also startled, finally remembering her actual business. "I almost forgot the second thing. It was ordered by Section Chief Chen. She said Qinggong happens to need someone to deliver a document to the central city. If you are going there anyway, Mr. Solo, why not bring this box along? That way it counts as executing a mission. You won't even need to apply for leave, and you'll get a stipend and subsidy." Lu Xun looked highly pleased, confirming, "What a coincidence." Han Bing continued, "Also, there are still some things you need to pay attention to on your trip to visit relatives in the central city, Mr. Solo." She then advised, "Please try your best to abide by their laws and regulations, Mr. Solo. However, if you run into any trouble, please remember to contact our staff at the Qinggong Liaison Office in the central city. He is someone we can trust." Lu Xun readily replied, "Sure." The scene shifted to the director's office, and Lu Xun's voice rang out, "Hello, Director." The director greeted Lu Xin happily. "Ah, Xiao Lu is here, come on over, when did you arrive?" Lu Xin replied politely. "Director, I'm really sorry, but I have some personal business again, so I came to see you." Before he could finish, the director interrupted him. "Are you here to ask for leave or to resign again?" Lu Xin replied, "No, I'm here to resign." The director immediately breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "I thought," but his voice ground to a sudden halt, replaced by an incredulous gasp. "What? Resign?" Lu Xin explained. "I've enjoyed my work at the company over the past few years, but I need to leave the city for a while, and I don't know when I'll be back." So, at this moment the director's mind was full of questions. Why is this guy suddenly resigning? What exactly did he do on this trip to the main city with Vice President Xiao? He hasn't been able to contact Vice President Xiao or the elder President Xiao for the past 2 days. What happened to those two? Now that he wants to resign, did he finally feel that the city was no longer suitable for his development, or that it could no longer contain him? Before he left, what if he suddenly went wild and attacked us? At this thought, the director broke into a cold sweat. He quickly grabbed Lu Xin's hand and pleaded desperately, "You can't leave, Xiao Lu. What exactly happened this time? Did something go wrong with your sister's health again?" Lu Xin replied, completely bewildered. "Ah no, not at all. My sister is doing great." Only then did the director release his grip and press further. "So how is young Mr. Xiao doing now?" Lu Xin stroked his chin and replied, "I'm afraid he's not doing very well. Vice President Xiao's stepmother seemed to have some issues with him. Some rather unpleasant things happened afterward, and she has been taken away by the relevant departments. Young Mr. Xiao and the elder Mr. Xiao will probably be significantly affected as well." The director gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, 2 women associated with Vice President Xiao, one hospitalized, and the other taken away by the authorities. What kind of convoluted, melodramatic, wealthy family drama is this? Then the director simply pressed his hands together in a pleading gesture and begged, "Lu, my boy, please don't put yourself under any mental pressure. The bond between our company and our employees runs deep. Didn't you manage to take leave successfully before? It's fine. Take care of your business first and come back when you're done. I was young once too. Affairs of the heart are indeed hard to explain." Lu Xin replied, "All right then." Lu Xin turned to leave, and the director waved from behind, calling out, "Take care, Lu." The security guard nearby was also completely bewildered. Lu Xin, however, was thinking that he hadn't expected the director to try so sincerely to make him stay. For a while, he had actually doubted if the director truly had his best interests at heart. How wrong of him! After Lu Xin left, the director hurriedly ordered his secretary, "Quick, contact Vice President Xiao immediately. The guy who brings a gun to work is trying to resign." The secretary asked in surprise, "Is there actually such good news?" The director cursed in both anger and fear. "Good news, my foot. Who knows why he suddenly wants to resign? What if he did something guilty and wants to run, or had a fight with Vice President Xiao? If I let him go and something goes wrong, won't the responsibility fall squarely on my shoulders?" The scene shifted to the orphanage. Lu Xin rode up on his yellow motorcycle and stopped at the entrance, staring at the gate and murmuring to himself, "One last thing." He slowly walked up the steps and noticed a protective wire mesh had been placed around the flower pot kept by the old security guard. The orphanage was exceptionally quiet. Today seemed to be an outdoor activity day, so there was no one around. Lu Xin pulled a stack of bills from his pocket and gently placed them beside the flower pot. He muttered to himself, "I'll leave this here for now." As he left, he looked back with some reluctance, wondering when he would be able to return after departing this time. Then, Lu Xin revved the throttle, the motorcycle engine roaring as he sped down the wilderness highway. He commanded his tactical glasses to display the map, and in an instant, a city map appeared clearly in his field of vision. Lu Xin headed straight in the direction of the red moon hanging in the sky. The surrounding scenery grew increasingly desolate and ruined, with heavily guarded soldiers visible everywhere along the way. On the other side, Professor Bai was answering a phone call. Su Xin frowned on the other end of the line and said, "I both want to know and don't want to know what exactly he's going there to do." At this moment, the deputy director of the Qinggong Administrative Hall was standing on a warship, with a few soldiers standing behind him. He let out a cold snort, listening to the complaints coming through the phone. Why did old Shen hang up? Is he in such a hurry to board a warship? He didn't even leave a word. The deputy director of the Qinggong Administrative Hall replied, "Because the vanguard of the maritime nation sent back news. Have you guessed the outcome?" Professor Bai replied, Is it somewhat different from what you expected?" Su Xin replied, "It's more than just different. We thought there would be a fierce battle, but when the vanguard arrived at the maritime nation, they found that the other side had no intention of resisting at all. The situation cleared up instantly. They directly presented the orders to arrest Yi Lao and Shen Ming, drawing a complete line between them, and strongly expressed their desire to join our Qinggong. Professor Bai said as he wiped his glasses, "So, if this attack had succeeded, the maritime nation would have naturally taken over Qinggong. If it failed, they would immediately surrender unconditionally. That old captain was actually using his own life to secure a final chance of survival for the maritime nation. Moreover, they had leaked the word early on that if Qinggong retaliated against the ordinary citizens of the maritime nation, the reputational damage Qinggong would suffer might even exceed the impact of the attack itself." Su Xin continued. "Besides, facing a crowd of women, children, and the elderly who don't even have guns, we indeed couldn't bring ourselves to harm them. The old fellow obviously saw right through this, which is why he dared to act so boldly, right?" Professor Bai put on his glasses and asked in some surprise, "Only women, children, and the elderly are left?" Su Xin continued, "Yes. As for the rest, I suspect they can't even be called human anymore." Which is exactly what that old fellow referred to as the curse. However, that old fellow was quite generous, handing over a massive amount of research data to us in one go. Meanwhile, Lu Xin was riding his motorcycle under the red moon, humming a song, "Don't just look at me as a sheep. My brutality is beyond your imagination." He mused to himself that it was still over 1,400 kilometers to the central city, and he would probably have to ride for about 4 days. They had originally agreed that the whole family would go visit relatives together, but in the end, he was the only one on the road. After all, as the core of the High Wall City Alliance, the people in the central city would surely be highly reasonable, and there would likely be many willing to help him find Chen Xuan. Putting those thoughts aside, the most urgent task at hand was to find the nearest gathering point to rest, recuperate, and replenish his water supply. Before long, Lu Xin stopped his motorcycle in front of a village. He couldn't help but marvel, "The greenery here is really well done. This is indeed a great place to rest." Then, as he walked inside, he called out loudly, "Is anyone here? I'm looking for a place to stay." Suddenly, a shrill, agonizing scream echoed from out of nowhere. Lu Xin instinctively turned toward that direction and asked, "Where did that scream come from?" Just then, little Shiki was sitting on the roof with her legs crossed, calling out to Lu Xin, "Brother, over here." Lu Xin waved happily. "Ah, it's my sister. You're so sensible, even knowing to come and tip me off at the critical moment." A moment later, Lu Xin stood before a house and called out loudly, "Excuse me, is anyone home? Don't be afraid, fellow villagers. I'm from Qinggong, and I just want to stay for one night and leave tomorrow morning." Suddenly, he heard a movement behind him, and quickly turned around vigilantly. He saw a group of men with twisted, inhuman bodies standing behind him. One of the old men stared at him suspiciously and asked, "You're actually a living person? Are you alone?" Lu Xin replied, "Yes, don't worry, everyone. I just want to stay the night. It would be even better if you could help prepare a dinner for me." "I'll pay." The old man rolled his eyes and said, "Then come with me." Lu Xin murmured softly. He agreed just like that, the old man instructed. "You'll stay at old Mrs. Meng's house tonight. She has a spare room. The villagers go to bed early, so if you don't have other business, you'd better rest early too. Don't go wandering around the village." Lu Xin obediently replied, "Sure thing." Upon arriving, Lu Xin looked at the group, swallowed his saliva and asked, "About dinner? I think I smelled the aroma of meat just now." Before he could even finish his sentence, the group turned around coldly. The leading old man waved goodbye, dispersing the others. Only then did Lu Xin begin to carefully observe the village. The villagers all looked bizarrely inhuman, their eyes holding a savage glint as if they wanted to devour everything alive. Some couldn't even walk straight. He sighed to himself, thinking these people were so pitiful, especially the one crawling on the ground, likely injured. Yet the village didn't even have basic medical facilities. He pushed open the door and stepped inside, only to be forced to cover his nose by the stench that hit him. The room had a heavy, musty odor, seemingly mixed with old furniture, old clothes, and some kind of rotting decay, and it was pitch black inside. Guided by the faint light filtering through the window, he could dimly see a figure sitting on the bed. So he called out, "Hello, elder, is there a light in the room?" As he walked closer, he finally saw the person clearly. It was a withered, lifeless old lady with a face full of wrinkles. Lu Xin thought, not planning to pay attention to me. So he turned on his flashlight. No matter, luckily he had brought his own flashlight. But under the beam, another lifeless face was revealed on one side of the bed. The face had sunken eye sockets, blood-red pupils, and was so pale there wasn't a trace of color. The person was currently lying in the old lady's embrace. The two of them were sharing a purple quilt. Lu Xin shone the flashlight directly on them and said, "Now I can see clearly." He summoned his courage to step forward and asked, "Excuse me, is there anything to eat in the house?" The person in the old lady's arms scrambled up, their face full of hostility, making no response. Lu Xin pulled some dry rations from his bag and said, "It's fine, luckily I brought my own." Seeing the food, the person's eyes instantly lit up and they lunged forward with frightening speed, snatching the can out of Lu Xin's hand, his tongue extended so long that it literally hung down to his neck. Lu Xin only had time to gasp, "Whoa!" right then. Little Shiki suddenly jumped down from Lu Xin's back and lunged angrily at the person, shouting, "How dare you snatch my brother's things?" But Lu Xin was too quick, catching her in an instant. "Wait, sister," the person began to wolf down the snatched can, and only then was his figure fully revealed, bone-thin, with a row of sharp scales growing down his spine. Lu Xin comforted Shiki, "It's fine, sister." The fellow scooped a piece of meat from the can and handed it to old Mrs. Meng. She shakily reached out to take it. Seeing this, Lu Xin reached into his bag and smiled, saying, "It's fine, I still have more. Besides, this canned meat is a bit salty, so it goes best with instant noodles. I have biscuits too. Ma'am, do you have any water here?" Old Mrs. Meng pointed a trembling finger toward a small water ladle on the opposite side. Lu Xin looked over and said happily, "That's great." Afterward, Lu Xin set up a simple portable stove in the room to cook noodles. Fortunately, he had listened to Han Bing's advice and brought Qinggang's water purifier. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare use the water here directly. Before long, the aroma of cooking noodles filled the air, making mouths water. The smell was simply heavenly. Old Mrs. Meng's grandson jumped up in excitement and lunged forward, looking as if he wanted to bury his entire face in the pot. Lu Xin was quick, grabbing his wrist to freeze him in place. The man stared at him angrily, letting out low growls from his throat. Lu Xin frowned and said in annoyance, "Bring a bowl over." Little Shiki poked her head out and giggled, "Brother, he's so annoying, not refined like us at all." Only when a look of sheer terror washed over the other party's face did Lu Xin slowly release his grip. The man scrambled back on the ground in fear. Lu Xin noted that this young man's legs, like the other villagers, were somewhat deformed, which was clearly abnormal. The man reached around in a long neglected corner for a long time and pulled out a broken bowl with a heavily chipped rim. Lu Xin frowned and squinted at him, barking sternly, "Look at how many of us there are, go get two." The fellow stared blankly, taking a long while to understand Lu Xin's meaning before fishing out another bowl and dragging his deformed body to hand it over. Lu Xin nodded in satisfaction, "That's more like it." Lu Xin carefully divided the hot instant noodles into the bowls, saying, "They taste best when cooked like this. The noodles are still boiling hot, so you can't snatch them like you did before. You two use the bowls, I'll eat straight from the pot." He placed 2 pairs of chopsticks on the bowls and instructed, "Don't use your hands, you must use chopsticks to eat noodles. Here is a pair." With a clink, the old lady steadily caught the noodle bowl with one hand, while her other hand pointed anxiously outside, mumbling continuously, "You leave the noodles, leave quickly." Lu Xin was extremely puzzled. "Why, I even treated you to noodles, why are you chasing me away?" The old lady stared at him with a solemn expression. "Leave quickly. If you don't leave now, you will never have the chance to leave this place again." Lu Xin replied with a somewhat awkward expression, "Since you put it that way, I really should go." He stood up to leave, and seeing little Shiki hanging upside down from the roof beam, he casually tossed her a piece of candy. "Why don't you have this to tide you over first?" Then Lu Xin turned his head and gave the old lady a low-voiced wink. "I'll leave this pot of noodles for you." Seeing this, old Mrs. Meng trembled violently, not understanding what he meant. However, Lu Xin sat back down quite calmly. "The noodles are going to get soggy anyway. Besides, I think it's pretty safe here, so I decided to stay the night. I saw you planted so much land outside. The harvest should theoretically be enough to eat, so why does everyone look like starving ghosts?" Lu Xin even kindly advised the two to go live in Qinggang. The old lady sighed with a face full of sorrow, "Only we don't have enough to eat. They stuff themselves every single meal, and they're even grilling meat in the back right now. You just refused to leave when I told you to. Once those guys are full, just wait and see how they deal with you." Lu Xin finally sorted out the clues. So she wanted him to escape early. But even if he left now, it was useless. The outside had already been completely blockaded by them. So how could he leave? Old Mrs. Meng fell silent and asked in a low voice, "You already knew it would be like this?" Lu Xin smiled confidently, "Of course, but it's fine. I came out this time on official business and also to visit relatives. My family said that as long as you're alive, you should travel more to relax, because that's how your mood gets better." Old Mrs. Meng felt a bit suspicious, sensing that this young man's background was far from simple. So she anxiously snatched the noodle bowl from her grandson's hand. "Give me the bowl, stop eating." Seeing this, the grandson instantly became furious, anger surging within him, as hideous veins bulged on his forehead. With almost no hesitation, he violently lowered his head and bit hard into old Mrs. Meng's arm. The sudden turn of events caught Lu Xin off guard, and he exclaimed, "Ma'am, are you all right?" Old Mrs. Meng painfully covered her bleeding arm while Lu Xin frowned, keenly sensing that this young man seemed somewhat off. Was it because something was wrong with him that the villagers didn't eat him? Old Mrs. Meng shouted frantically, "Who dares touch him? My 4 sons are all dead. How am I supposed to live alone? Even our food was stolen. Just you wait. Once his illness is cured, none of those bastards will have a good time. Lu Xun immediately pointed out the root of the issue. Trust me, his mental power has suffered a heavy blow, which is a classic severe consequence of mental pollution. If you want to cure him completely, the only way is to go to Qinggong. These words made old Mrs. Meng freeze in place, her face full of anxiety. She asked in disbelief, "Mental pollution? Is what you're saying true? Please tell me more." Actually, before the red moon descended, he was a proper college student. Lu Xun thought to himself, a college student. Those who could get into college should be young, promising talents like Vice President Shao. But the grandson in front of him looked like a monster, his body withered and ugly, and his behavior was extremely bizarre. Suddenly a crack opened on the top of his head. Lu Xun immediately pressed, "Can you tell me in detail exactly when he started turning into this? The more details, the better." Through that cracked opening, a bloodshot crimson eyeball actually snapped open inside. Recalling the past, old Mrs. Meng sighed and said, "About 2 months ago, many people in the village caught a strange illness, but none were as severe as him. My poor grandson had a weak constitution, so his condition turned out the worst." Lu Xun pressed further. "Did anything special happen 2 months ago?" "In my opinion, this kind of illness usually has a specific cause. For instance, an outsider coming to the village or some unusual occurrence." Hearing the word outsider, the old lady gritted her teeth and growled, "It's that woman, that bitch. Everything is because of her. It's all her fault." Old Mrs. Meng hated her so much she nearly shattered her teeth. "My eldest son rescued that woman from outside. Our family poured our hearts out to her, never letting her go hungry and saving the best things in the house for her to eat. Who knew she was a jinx? Not long after she arrived, my eldest son was beaten to death while clearing wasteland. Then my second son wanted her too. But within a few days he also caught the strange illness and died. I told them to bury that woman alive back then. But they refused to listen. My third and fourth sons were blood brothers, yet they actually drew knives against each other over that woman. In the end, one had his head smashed to pieces, and the other was run through the gut. The root cause of all this is that woman. Since she arrived, the whole village has caught the illness. I went to the village chief, screaming that we must kill that woman. We must kill her." Lu Xun listened with furrowed brows, his expression turning solemn. "Is she still alive now?" he asked. Old Mrs. Meng wailed hysterically. "Still alive? That damn bitch is actually still living perfectly well. She killed my 4 sons and now she is hooked up with the village chief's son. Truly shameless. She deserves to die." Lu Xun patted her shoulder to comfort her. "I understand your anger. Take your time. The more detailed the specifics, the easier it is to find a solution," the old lady said with pure venom. "You have no idea how malicious that woman is. All the men in the village are completely infatuated with her." Her tone was filled with resentment. "The reason we are starving is that the good things we managed to save at home were all stolen and given to her. They even took the village's grain outside to trade for all kinds of exquisite things for her, demanding nothing but the best. So use your brain and think, now that the village's grain has long been eaten dry, what on earth are they feeding her?" Little Shiki, hanging upside down above, swayed her body and giggled. "Brother, there's movement outside the door." Lu Xun turned to look toward the entrance. No wonder he had smelled such a savory meat aroma earlier. "Have they finally found their way here?" Dragging heavy footsteps came from outside, approaching from a distance. Old Mrs. Meng obviously heard them too. She seemed long accustomed to this situation, saying as she trembled all over, "Listen, that woman must be hungry again, and they're here to ask for food." Lu Xun crossed her arms, thinking to himself that he would have to report the situation here to Han Bing later. It seemed this place was no longer safe either, but fortunately he was the one who had come this time. Little Shiki tugged his shirt and asked, "Brother, can I eat those things outside however I want?" Lu Xun tapped her head in annoyance. "You're always like this, I have to scold you. You've been getting greedier lately, little girl, and you must be properly disciplined, otherwise you'll go astray sooner or later." Old Mrs. Meng asked in a terrified whisper. "What on earth do you want to do?" Lu Xun answered with a calm face. "Nothing much, I just plan to go out and reason with them." She shouted loudly, "Zhang Dequan, you can't hurt him. He can help cure us. He just said it's all her fault. You should go and kill that woman." A soft knock came on the door from outside and she immediately shut her mouth. A voice came from outside the door. "Guest, please come out for a moment. We have something to say to you." Lu Xun pushed the door open and walked out, facing them without a hint of fear. He explained, "Hello everyone. I'm just lodging here for the night and will leave first thing tomorrow morning. I will pay for whatever I eat and drink. I mean no harm, so please do not hurt me. I'm from Qinggong, and I have a clean background." The man opposite him spoke up. "The middle of nowhere is no lawless land. Even if you're the infamous Zhang San, it won't fly." Lu Xun frowned. "Besides, I was planning to help you solve your problem. You've all been polluted, so," hearing this, they immediately flew into a rage, cursing, "Damn it, who are you saying has a problem?" A group of them rushed forward, looking fierce and murderous, wanting to kill him. Gunshots rang out and bullets instantly tore through the bodies of the first few men rushing at the front. Lu Xun slowly lowered his gun barrel. Listen to me, everyone. If you make a move, I will have to fight back. I have a gun, and you're the ones who will suffer. Zhang Dequan hid behind his son, pointing at Lu Xun and shouting, "Kill him quickly, kill him," his son. Zhang Quan, holding a gun, lightly cocked the bolt. "Damn it, I'll shoot you dead." Lu Xun walked up to him without a trace of fear, snatched the raised gun barrel down, and fired a shot into the sky. Seeing this, Zhang Dequan's eyes widened in sheer terror, cold sweat breaking out all over his body. He stammered, "You actually," Lu Xun asked back in a deep voice, "did you really want to shoot me dead? Are you prepared for it? Do you have the guts?" Before Zhang Dequan could even finish his sentence, Lu Xun had already turned the gun toward Zhang Quan, pulling the trigger to send him to meet his maker. Lu Xun gently blew the smoke away from the gun muzzle. "I really bear no ill will towards you all." Seeing his son killed, Zhang Dequan collapsed to the ground, however. "But if you try to harm me, I must defend myself. We should calm down and solve the pollution problem together. It's not like I'm asking you for a reward." Zhang Dequan cradled his son's corpse, his eyes filled with tears. "My son, what's wrong with you? Speak to me." Meanwhile, the other men's faces flared with wild ecstasy. "Zhang Quan is dead. It's my turn for that woman. Mine. She's mine. It's my turn." The crowd scrambled and roared, "Get lost, all of you. That woman is mine. She's mine. She's mine." Lu Xun was slightly puzzled. "Is that woman the source of pollution?" Little Shiki leapt onto his shoulder and pointed forward. "Brother, look." He also curiously followed her gaze. What was that? In the crimson moonlight, a woman came swaying and stumbling over. The men of the village immediately rushed forward to surround her. "Look, they're fighting over her. That woman is mine. She is mine. She's mine." Their obsessed gazes looked incredibly bizarre, each person's eyes sunken like black holes. This was simply too eerie. Her legs took halting, limping steps, with massive purple bruises clearly visible all over them. Lu Xun could hardly believe his eyes. Those villagers had actually begun to mimic the woman's movements in perfect sync. It gradually dawned on him. No wonder their postures were so peculiar. Such complex, contorted positions were absolutely impossible for ordinary people to make. They were being forced to directly destroy their own bodies. He looked up and asked Shiki, "What type of pollution does this belong to?" The little girl pouted and turned her face away. "I dance way better than she does." Lu Xun thought to himself, "You should learn how to walk properly first." He stared intently. She looked like a monster, but no extra eyes or heads had grown on her body to bite people. Nor had any mental monsters manifested. Since that was the case, she couldn't be eliminated directly. He had to figure out the logic of this pollution first. Just then, old Mrs. Meng's grandson suddenly rushed out of the house, his body looking bizarre and terrifying. Lu Xun was a bit puzzled, unable to fathom what the kid was trying to do. Right after that, an unbelievable scene unfolded. He actually joined the wildly dancing crowd, even mimicking her the most accurately, their movements reaching a startling level of synchronization. Lu Xun narrowed his eyes, sensing that something was wrong. The kid's withered body and sharp teeth seemed to share a bizarre connection with the female dancer. He couldn't even tell which of the two looked more like a mental monster. Furthermore, the woman and the surrounding crowd had already merged into one. No matter what to stop them, this logical chain had to be destroyed. But what exactly was this logical chain? Old Mrs. Meng kicked and shattered the window glass, poking her head out and screaming hysterically, "You damn bitch, give me back my grandson." After clearly seeing old Mrs. Meng's real body, Lu Xun finally came to a sudden realization. It turned out that as she rushed out, she was actually dragging a long section of skeletal joints behind her. "Give him back to me." He froze on the spot. She was a mental monster too. Every segment of old Mrs. Meng's spine was like a sharp barb, covered in disgusting, hair-raising, sticky, rotting flesh. Enraged, old Mrs. Meng used her spinal column to tightly bind a man behind her, her mouth screaming continuously, "Give him back!" The man struggled desperately, his eyeballs nearly bulging out of his head. "I can't control myself," Lu Xun gradually understood. It turned out that what was influencing the villagers wasn't just the woman's dance. Cursing all the while, old Mrs. Meng lunged toward the female dancer. "You bitch." She began to worry that they were being pulled and torn by two different forces, which was also why the situation was growing increasingly severe. Old Mrs. Meng tightly cradled her little grandson in her arms. "Give him back to me." It was clear that all she wanted was this little boy. So that's how it is. No wonder this kid's body is the most severely mutated in the village. Under the red moon, one was dancing self-indulgently, while the other was desperately snatching. They seemed to be fighting over something, and the center of this struggle was precisely that deformed and bizarre child. Lu Xun was somewhat puzzled. This woman was conveying some sort of message through her own body. Little Shiki beside him pursed her lips and smiled, seemingly having understood it. What had happened here? Lu Xun closed his eyes, and images of the female dancer's past began to surface in his mind. It turned out she was born in the post-catastrophe world, yet she remained a passionate girl. She loved dancing and dreamed of one day becoming a star in a high-wall city. So once the situation stabilized slightly, she traveled between various cities to perform alongside a group of nomadic artists. Life in the wilderness was incredibly harsh, and the income was meager, yet they lived very happily. However, on a night when they were attacked by a band of knights, her dream was completely shattered. It was said that there were originally no knights around the camp, but they could actually be anyone, painfully. Everyone was brutally murdered while she was taken away by the gang because of her beauty. This place could be called their den, where she became a trophy subjected to day and night humiliation. She had tried desperately to escape multiple times, only to be dragged back every single time. Out of fear that she might run away, they twisted her joints and brutally broke both of her legs. She fell into near total despair, her body and face left with numerous scars from branding irons and knives, because some were worried she would be targeted and snatched away by others. Since then, the desire for revenge grew frantically in her heart. In her moments of deepest agony, she learned this dance. Even with her body broken and incomplete, the only thing she still possessed was her dance. Because of this, everyone in the village was completely captivated by her. With this dance, she became the superstar of the village. Furthermore, in order to please her, some went to plunder more supplies, thereby angering stronger strongholds, and even biological brothers began to slaughter each other. The men in the village died one after another because of her, yet she always maintained a smile, coldly watching the hideousness of these people, letting them fight and slaughter each other, committing those insane acts. Lu Xun raised his hand to press against his ear, muttering to himself, "This is the only thing she can do." The two quietly watched all of this. The female dancer continued to pour her heart out, her emotions appearing exceptionally intense under the red moon in the sky. The old lady still begged her little grandson to stop, every single face written with pain. Old Mrs. Meng screamed shrilly, "My little grandson, stop quickly." She detested that woman, even though her sons had been extremely good to her, and the woman's plight was no different from her own past experiences. Lu Xun covered one of his eyes, thinking to himself, "But not a single person influenced by this woman is innocent." In this eerie and terrifying scene, the child's dance moves seemed to mimic the female dancer, yet they also betrayed a different, strange emotion. Put simply, it turned out that even this young grandson was infatuated with her flesh, having stepped into her wooden cabin countless times. He seemed to be the one she hated most, the person who often stood at the top of the hill, coldly spying on everything. Back then, it was he who first discovered the nomadic artists camping nearby. And when he dragged his disabled body to the performance troupe, the girl, out of the goodness of her heart, had even given him some food, watching him shrink away. That figure was deeply etched into his mind, but little did anyone expect that those greedy eyes had already locked onto her. Since the old lady's sons had passed away one after another, he had become her only hope. Whenever the red moon rose, the girl would continue to dance, and the old lady would step in to stop her once more. Little Shiki looked at him with concern. "Brother, what should we do now?" Lu Xun only shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to interfere. He looked up and said softly that interrupting someone's performance was highly impolite. Web-like cracks began to appear on old Mrs. Meng's body. Those skeletal joints began to fall away, the bone spurs behind her completely shattered, yet her hands still stubbornly and tightly held onto her little grandson. "What?" Old Mrs. Meng let out a painful and hopeless scream. Why do I fail every time, unable to escape?" Her body was tightly caught in the swirling forces around her. In this long struggle, the old lady had ultimately lost, and each loss was worse than the last. She was driven into a corner, simply refusing to admit defeat. Perhaps on this very night the entanglement between them had finally drawn a complete close. The woman's dance had reached a certain peak, exuding a bizarre perfection. Her eyes stared unblinkingly at the two people before her. Tears welled up and swirled in her eyes. Lu Xun gently clapped his hands, speaking softly, "As an audience member, one should maintain politeness." 2 lines of clear tears silently slid down her cheeks. This was currently the only person capable of destroying her who had no desire to possess her, and the only one who purely appreciated her performance and clapped for her. A beam of crimson moonlight poured down. She slightly tilted her body, her hands gracefully lifting slightly to both sides as if she were holding up an invisible skirt. The movement was incredibly elegant, like a final curtain call thanking her sole audience member. Lu Xun took notes while pondering, his feelings somewhat complex, that bizarre dance lingering in his mind. What kind of ability did that dancer actually possess? Qinggang had once recorded a dancer system ability, but he wondered if they belonged to the same category. And that old lady was clearly a monster too, though it seemed he wasn't the only one who could tell which category she belonged to. He closed his eyes and rubbed his chin in thought. The wilderness was indeed completely different. Ability users harmed people in the villages, while monsters protected them. The situation was complex, and the boundary between black and white was blurred. Chen Jing and the others were right. How could they get by without order? But this was indeed a bit dizzying. Placing his feet on the ground, he stepped off the motorcycle and looked at the surrounding landscape, muttering to himself, "Have I gotten lost?" Besides, once they left the village, his little sister had vanished to who knows where again. He had his tactical glasses project the map, only to find with some disappointment that the main road was extremely far from his current location. How did it turn out like this? It felt like he was getting further and further away. Traveling at night was indeed difficult. He looked up at the moon. Fortunately, the moonlight tonight was excellent. He could turn into a side path and ride onto the main highway. But 20 minutes passed and he still hadn't arrived. "Don't just look at me as a sheep," he was a bit puzzled. This wasn't right. Why hadn't he seen the main road yet? Had he gotten the direction wrong? He pulled a compass out of his pocket, only to find that the compass had also malfunctioned, the needle spinning wildly. He comforted himself. The way to the main road just requires going straight, then turning right up ahead. If that's the case, as long as I keep going forward, I'll definitely be able to make it back to the main highway no matter what. Anyway, there was still enough gasoline in the tank, so he would just treat it as going out for a joyride. Still, he felt somewhat like crying, mostly because he was pinching pennies over the gasoline money. For the next half hour he continued to ride in a daze. It wasn't until he stopped that he noticed something. What on earth? He had clearly been riding for a long time, yet the map showed he had been spinning in circles in the exact same spot. Only then did he suddenly realize, could I have run into the legendary ghost wall? He suddenly recalled the methods to break free from a ghost wall. He remembered hearing ghost stories when he was a child, which mentioned several ways to solve it. First, put your underwear on your head and keep walking straight to get out. Second, spit 3 times behind your back. Third, curse loudly while walking forward without looking back. In the end, he decided to choose the safest method. Spitting. After all, putting underwear on his head was simply too ridiculous, and cursing out loud seemed rather uncivilized. Having done all of this, he felt highly confident that he would definitely get out this time. All set. Let's go. Absolutely no problem this time. Ha ha ha. However, he had no idea how many more circles he had spun in the same place. Half an hour later, he looked at the familiar surroundings with a sense of despair and exhaustion. He had already passed by this place several times. Wasn't this the exact same rock he had spat on half an hour ago? As expected, those ghost stories couldn't be trusted. They weren't scientific at all and had wasted so much of his gasoline. He began to seriously contemplate his current situation. The so-called ghost wall was simply spinning in circles in the exact same place without realizing it. The crux of the issue lay in some force interfering with his thinking and perception. From this, one could deduce a scientific method to solve the ghost wall, which was to find that ghost. Meanwhile, on another road in the woods, a pickup truck was also driving. There were 2 people in the truck, one of whom, a young man, complained, "Second uncle, aren't you an old veteran driver who has driven for years? How could you get lost too?" These 2 were Zhou Dechang and Zhou Xiaomao. Zhou Dechang cursed in annoyance, saying this piece of trash map showed absolutely nothing clearly. Zhou Xiaomao complained that it had to be because his uncle wasn't careful when marking the map. Otherwise, how could they fail to find the road back to camp when they were clearly returning along the same route they came? He kept pounding the steering wheel, while Zhou Xiaomao beside him continued to ramble on. "If anyone is to blame, it's you for insisting on searching a few more villages before dark. What good stuff could there be in these rundown villages?" He looked thoroughly depressed. "Great, now we can't get out, and there's no way we'll make it back to camp on time." Zhou Dechang continued to curse. "This is so bizarre. Did we really run into a ghost wall?" It turned out these 2 had also tried all kinds of folk remedies, even going so far as to put underwear on their heads. Zhou Xiaomao couldn't help but complain. "Second uncle, we've had these underpants on our heads for ages. Not only is it not working, but the smell is getting worse and worse," Zhou Dechang retorted. "Could the experience passed down by our ancestors be wrong? Are you telling me that the ghosts after the Red Moon outbreak don't even know the rules of our ancestors?" Zhou Xiaomao suggested. "Second uncle, why don't we wait until dawn before leaving?" Zhou Dechang vehemently objected. "No, absolutely not. It's fine as long as we keep driving in this godforsaken place. But the moment the car stops, my hair stands on end. Keep driving. I refuse to believe we can't drive our way out." Zhou Xiaomao looked out the window. "We've passed that crooked tree again. Second uncle, if we keep driving like this, the gas in the tank is going to run completely dry," he urged Zhou Dechang with immense anxiety. "We're completely finished now, second uncle. I think you might get chopped into pieces by the boss. Her mood has already been a bit abnormal lately, and she hates it most when someone delays the schedule. Tell me, if we haven't rushed back by tomorrow morning and delay the convoy's departure. With her current temper, would she directly castrate you physically to make an example of you?" Zhou Xiaomao's words made Zhou Dechang feel even more terrified. "Just shut up, that's too terrifying." He tried hard to search through his memories, finding the situation rather tricky. Logically speaking, as long as they drove back along this route, they should be able to return to their previous camp, yet they were stuck in the middle of nowhere, even though they had followed the map. He also vaguely sensed the crux of the issue. We're finished. We've driven down all of these roads once, and logically speaking, every single one of them should lead out, yet we keep winding up right back at this ancient tree. This is simply too bizarre. He trembled with fear. If we run into some dirty thing at a time like this, then, just as his words fell, a beam of red light suddenly shot over from the distance. Both of them shuddered violently. "Second uncle, is someone coming over?" Zhou Dechang glared at him. How could there be anyone in the wilderness in the dead of night? He lowered his voice and barked loudly. "Shut up! Turn off the engine, draw your guns, and be on guard." Zhou Xiaomao clutched his head, trembling. Could it really be a ghost? Zhou Dechang comforted him. The most terrifying thing might not necessarily be a ghost. We'll check it out in a bit, but absolutely do not speak carelessly. They saw Lu Xin ride his motorcycle past them. Zhou Xiaomao was bewildered. "Second uncle, a ghost under the red moon surely can't ride a motorcycle, can they?" Lu Xin waved and greeted them. "Good evening." Watching Lu Xin whistle past them like the wind, Zhou Dechang couldn't help but shout in surprise. "Over here," sitting next to him, Zhou Xiaomao asked, "Is that guy a human or a ghost? Are ghosts nowadays really this polite? Why didn't you ask for directions just now?" he replied. I didn't even have time to speak before he was already gone." Zhou Xiaomao seemed to realize something and said excitedly, "Second uncle, we didn't see him when we were driving in circles earlier. Doesn't that mean we can get out now?" He pointed at the map, calculating. "He came from over here just now, so..." Just then, Zhou Xiaomao made a terrifying discovery. "Second uncle, the place he just came from, there doesn't seem to be any road at all." Zhou Dechang was equally frightened, his voice trembling as he said, "Coming from a place with no road, what kind of thing could that be?" Suddenly a strange cry rang out. The two of them turned off the lights and froze in place, whispering, "What was that sound?" They cautiously looked at each other. Zhou Xiaomao stammered, "No way, right?" Zhou Dechang said hesitantly, "Surely not." Lu Xin sped past their car on his motorcycle, waving a hand to greet them. "Hello," however, in Zhou Dechang's eyes this scene transformed into a dark shadow with an indistinct face reaching out to grab them, letting out a hair-raising sound. "Hello," he poked his head out of the window, breaking into a cold sweat as he trembled in confusion. "What on earth is that thing?" Suddenly, Lu Xin stopped his motorcycle in the distance and turned around, riding back toward them. This made Zhou Dechang shudder involuntarily, his heart gripped by terror. He arrived outside their car window and asked, "Wait, didn't we just pass each other?" Only then did Zhou Dechang realize that this guy was actually a human. The two got out of the car, though they didn't forget to keep their hands on the guns behind their backs, just in case. Zhou Dechang asked, "What are you doing here?" Lu Xin replied calmly, "Hello, I'm on my way to the central city to visit some relatives." He asked somewhat hesitantly, "Where did you just come from?" Lu Xin scratched his head and replied, "I got lost. I felt like I ran into a ghost wall, so I'm trying to see if I can find the ghost." Seeing Lu Xin smiling with such self-satisfaction, the two were momentarily speechless. They thought to themselves, "Does this make any sense? Running into a ghost wall in the middle of the night, and you actually go looking for the ghost of your own accord?" Zhou Dechang advised at this point, "You'd better forget about that. Kid, you should head out first, we're in no rush." He let out two dry laughs. "To tell you the truth, we're lost too. We're planning to wait here for the convoy to catch up. Besides, we have guns." Lu Xin calmly showed his own handgun and said, "It's fine, I have one too. I don't know if anyone will really come looking for you, but if they do wander in, they'll probably get lost here just like us." They were shocked. "What? You're saying you don't know what a ghost wall is? There are no ghosts in this world." In other words, the current situation is different from what we think. In the ghost stories our director used to tell, ghosts seem to disappear at dawn. But now it probably won't be that easy to solve. Zhou Xiaomao spoke up. "I know about this. Ghosts after the red moon are different." Lu Xin immediately responded, "You can understand it that way too. In that case, let's go find it together," he said with great enthusiasm. "We must have been polluted to some degree, which is why we got lost. To find its source, we need to map out the logical chain. Just think of the pollution source as the ghost making us spin in circles. So I'd like to ask you for a favor." They thought to themselves, "This guy is way too creepy." Zhou Dechang prepared to leave and said, "We'd better pass on that. We need to hurry so we won't chat with you any longer. We're all trying to make a living out here. A new friend means a new path, so let's make friends next time." He quickly got into the car and slammed on the gas. Lu Xin watched the two of them drive away at high speed, muttering to himself, "Are they in that much of a hurry?" Inside the car, Zhou Xiaomao wondered, "Is that guy crazy? He actually enthusiastically invited us to go look for a ghost wall." Zhou Dechang only said, "Ignore him, let's go quickly." Suddenly, he seemed to notice something, his eyes widening in shock. "What?" Lu Xin had somehow caught up and was riding right behind their car. Zhou Dechang stammered, Seeing him look back, Lu Xun raised a hand to wave. Zhou Dechang paled with fright. Why is this guy constantly following us? Seeing this, Zhou Xiaomao chambered around and said, Second uncle, let me go kill him. Zhou Dechang cursed anxiously. Don't be foolish, that's a human life after all. Ignore him for now, but keep a close eye. If he dares to get close, we'll deal with him then. By this time, they had driven out of the forest and arrived at a desolate clearing. Zhou Xiaomao suddenly asked, Hey second uncle, what is that thing? Zhou Dechang was initially quite relieved, but both of their faces suddenly turned grim. Zhou Xiaomao called out to Zhou Dechang, who barked in a low voice, Don't speak. What appeared before them was a colossal bizarre tree with faint sounds echoing from it. The branches of the massive tree were actually hung with human skeletons, some of which even had unrotted flesh and skin clinging to them. The man exclaimed in shock, What on earth is this horror? Suddenly, bizarre smiles appeared on the faces of Zhou Xiaomao and Zhou Dechang. Without a word, their expressions turned serene as they unbuckled the belts around their waists. Holding their belts, they walked step by step toward the massive tree. The entire woods were bathed in an eerie, peculiar red light, and many people were hanging from the tree. Lu Xun murmured softly, How terrifying. This tree must be the source of pollution. Looking at the skeletons hanging from the tree, he continued, Perhaps the issue isn't the tree itself, but something parasitic inside it. He analyzed that its pollution logic was to subject anyone who entered its specific range to a mysterious force, causing them to drive in circles around this area endlessly. When they are exhausted and mentally dazed, they will be drawn here. Then they enter the second stage, which is the most critical pollution phase. Lu Xun rode his motorcycle out of the forest. After all, he was young, strong, and in peak mental condition. So even though he had spun around inside for quite some time, he hadn't met its pollution threshold, which was why he couldn't find the source of pollution. He thought about it. That was why he had decided to follow the uncle and nephew. Looking at them, they had clearly been spinning around inside for a long time, even wearing underpants on their heads, so their mental states were probably very close to the pollution threshold. Thus, by following them, he could locate the source. He just didn't expect to find it so quickly. His glasses lit up. Everything was exactly as he had anticipated. Sure enough, using a scientific analytical approach is the most effective way to solve problems. With a radiation value of 120, the lenses of his glasses instantly locked onto the massive tree that served as the source of pollution. He analyzed that when mental radiation intensity is not intentionally controlled, it is typically a fraction 1/nth of its own magnitude. As images of the hanging victims with bizarre smiles on their faces surfaced, he continued, Being this close to it, if the radiation value is 120, then we can infer its true mental magnitude should be around 1000. He drew his gun and said in a deep voice, Once the physical source of pollution is located, the problem is easily solved. Without hesitation, he opened fire at the massive tree. Hit by the bullets, the skeletons hanging from the tree began to clatter onto the ground. The souls trapped inside were released, and the two men who had been delirious collapsed onto the ground unconscious. The monstrous tree was completely enraged. Eyes actually snapped open on its trunk, and it frantically whipped its branches outward. The tips of the branches split open into disgusting, gaping mouths lined with sharp fangs. Lu Xun exclaimed, Not good. Finding himself surrounded, he was slightly stunned. Is this guy targeting my cognitive model? Countless branches transformed into terrifying, fanged mouths and lunged. He muttered that he should have parked further away. Then he turned to little Shiki and said, Sister always comes in handy at the most critical moments. I love you the most, sister. Go get them. At this moment, little Shiki was petting the puppy, and she pointed her finger. Go, puppy. Hearing the command, the puppy's eyes turned blood red, and it barked ferociously. Lu Xun was caught somewhat off guard. Sending the dog, the puppy charged straight ahead, biting and tearing frantically. Lu Xun marveled. Who would have thought this cute little fellow had such a brutal side? The puppy seemed to transform into an incredibly vicious beast. It clamped its jaws tightly onto a branch, causing the massive tree to thrash in agony. But the tree did not back down, instead wrapping a branch tightly around the puppy's neck, squeezing tighter and tighter. Looking at the expression on the puppy's face, Lu Xun retreated a few steps. Why does it look like it's enjoying it? Is this dog's head okay? Little Shiki frowned. The puppy is being disobedient. The puppy instantly shivered back to its senses, and immediately bit hard into the branch wrapped around its neck. Its abdomen was also bitten by the monstrous tree. Its blood seeped from the wound, instantly draining the tree of its vitality. Lu Xun remarked that the puppy was using its own blood to pollute the tree. Afterward, the puppy ran back to them, and Lu Xun sighed. Looks like it's over. The source of pollution in the massive tree has been eliminated as well. He stepped forward excitedly and patted its head. Good boy, you're definitely not an ordinary dog. The puppy wagged its tail at him to curry favor. He casually threw a wooden stick to play with it. Good boy, go fetch. The puppy immediately dashed after it. He flipped open his notebook to record large ancient tree pollution source in the wilderness. Method of pollution, causing people to lose their way and enticing them to hang themselves under the tree. He paused to think. A tree couldn't possibly be polluted for no reason. Could it be that the first person who hanged himself on the tree affected it, turning it into a host for the pollution source, which then began to affect other passers-by? He wrote rapidly, thinking he had to record all of this to send to the special clearance department later. This was all cold, hard cash. The two travelers had woken up by now. Zhou Xiaomao scratched his head, calling out in a daze. "Second uncle," Zhou Dechang was also bewildered. "Where is this? What happened?" The two stood up and pulled up their pants. Zhou Dechang asked haltingly. "Little brother, were we possessed by a ghost just now? Did you save us?" Lu Xin replied, "I've already told you, there are no ghosts in this world. That is just a form of mental pollution." He pointed at the massive tree. "This tree is the source of pollution. Just now I was affected by its pollution just like you, which is why we kept spinning in circles. Once our panic reached a certain level, we would lose consciousness and be dragged here by it. Then they would hang themselves." Lu Xin continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm from Qinggang. Do you know Qinggang? In Qinggang, I'm responsible for handling this kind of business. At first I was just a bit suspicious and wanted to discuss it with you in detail, but I didn't explain it very clearly at the time. But I also have to thank you. If it weren't for your help I wouldn't have resolved it so quickly." He warmly shook Zhou Dechang's hand. He asked politely, What did we do to help?" Lu Xin smiled and replied, "Thanks to you proactively acting as bait, helping me locate the source of pollution by getting infected." Zhou Dechang scratched his head awkwardly, thinking that bait sounded a bit off. Lu Xin said with a smile, "All right, it's fine now." However, he emphasized, "Could you do me another favor?" They asked tremblingly. "What is it?" Lu Xin said. "Help me dispose of them so they don't continue to affect the surrounding area," they responded. "Oh, that's all." Dechang and Xiaomao listened to him and started a fire to burn those skeletons. As they burned them, they mumbled, "Don't blame us, rest in peace, rest in peace." The fire blazed fiercely. Lu Xin said, "Now it's completely fine." Zhou Dechang asked, "Brother, do you specialize in this kind of work?" Zhou Xiaomao asked, "What exactly is this so-called pollution?" Lu Xin explained, "Actually, this is a new kind of illness that appeared after the Red Moon event. Although it is contagious, it is only a mental illness. Ordinary people can't spot anything abnormal from the infected person's appearance, but they can clearly feel that their mental state is off. Like a mental patient who is suffering." Zhou Dechang hurriedly asked, "A mental illness, isn't that just like the madness we used to see?" Lu Xin replied, "You can understand it that way too," he thought to himself. "Although I usually act as gentle as a little sheep, I haven't actually seen many madmen in the past." He did see one the last time he went out of the city, but before he could look closely, the guy had been run over by Gecko. With this in mind, Lu Xin said, "All right, we should be able to get out now. I should get going." Zhou Dechang hastily stopped him. "Brother, wait, since you are an expert in handling this kind of thing, can we," Zhou Dechang proposed, "can we ask you to help take a look at a patient?" Lu Xin asked, "A patient? What kind of patient?" Zhou Dechang began to explain, wondering if he had heard of it, placing special emphasis on the term head swap. While riding his motorcycle, Lu Xin recalled what Zhou Dechang had said. Could there really be such a thing as a head swap in this world? That convoy was specifically responsible for transporting goods between various high-walled cities across the wilderness. This uncle and nephew were veteran drivers in the convoy. The middle-aged man was Zhou Dechang, and the young man was Zhou Xiaomao. However, they didn't explain the specific details of the pollution, leaving it for him to judge. He pondered. They only said that this head swap was related to the person in charge of the convoy, namely their boss. He continued to think. It seemed that if he wanted to know what was going on, he would have to meet their boss in person. Having figured it out, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally out of this damn ghost wall. They were finally back at the camp. A person inside the truck shouted outside, "The pagoda suppresses the river demon." This was the secret signal old Zhou used to calm the chaotic crowd outside. "The Heaven King tames the Earth Tiger." Lu Xin looked helpless. What on earth was this? The vehicle drove past slowly. A man rushed out from the bushes asking vigilantly, "Who goes there?" Zhou Dechang said, "Don't be nervous, he's a friend from Qinggang." He explained, "Damn, you guys have no idea what we ran into just now. We almost got possessed by a ghost. If it weren't for this young brother's help, we'd probably be hanging from a tree right now. He's also heading to the central city. We're all travelers on the same path, so we can look out for each other. You don't need to worry about this. I'll go explain it to the boss in a bit." The man heard this and remarked, "The boss, old Zhou, you're in deep trouble this time. She is absolutely furious right now. Since you two delayed the schedule, see if she doesn't skin your old bones." Zhou Dechang replied, "Got it. I'll go see the boss right now." The truck slowly came to a halt. Lu Xin looked around, marveling to himself at the sheer scale of this convoy. In the distance, a woman was walking toward them. Seeing her, Zhou Dechang quickly rushed to welcome her, trying to curry favor. "Boss, look at what good things I brought back for you." The woman immediately cursed him. "You bastard, you actually knew to come back?" Her name was Gao Ting. As the boss, she arrogantly barked. "All you do is obsess over these pieces of trash every single day. If something really goes wrong, is everyone supposed to go looking for you?" She stepped forward, making a gesture to strike him. "If you delay the delivery time, can you shoulder that responsibility?" Zhou Dechang dodged while explaining, "There was a bit of an accident just now, otherwise we would have been back long ago. Boss, this is something I got specifically to please you. I checked it carefully, it's not broken." Lu Xin watched helplessly from the side, wondering what kind of drama this was. Zhou Dechang stopped and said, "By the way, boss, there's one more thing I need to tell you." He pointed at Lu Xin next to him, introducing, "This brother here is heading to the central city for some business. Traveling alone isn't very safe, so we brought him back along the way. Can we let him travel with us? We got lost just now, and it was all thanks to this brother from Qinggang who helped us. Otherwise, we really would have been possessed by ghosts." Lu Xin spoke up to greet her. "Hello, my name is Lu Xin. I'm heading to the central city to visit relatives." Gao Ting asked, "You're traveling from Qinggang to the central city all by yourself?" Lu Xin replied, "AC actually, not quite by myself. Besides me, there's also my father, mother, sister, and a puppy. We are planning to visit a relative in the central city together and deliver a document along the way, but they are temporarily absent right now." Zhou Dechang and Zhou Xiaomao were completely bewildered, thinking, "What on earth is this guy rambling about?" Gao Ting said, "Since you got separated from your family and we're all trying to make a living in the wilderness, it's only natural to help each other out, but I hope you understand that we are just a group of people working hard for our hard-earned money. We don't want to court trouble, but we aren't afraid of it either. If you want to follow us, just don't cause any trouble." Lu Xin answered, "Understood." Afterward, she turned around to leave. "All right, old Zhou, tell him about our convoy's rules." Zhou Dechang quickly agreed. Sure. Then he asked Lu Xin in a low voice, "Little brother, did you spot any issues?" Lu Xin asked, "Who? The boss. What's wrong with her?" Zhou Dechang replied, "I suspect, actually not just me, many of us suspect, that our boss had her head swapped. In other words, her body was swapped. Put it this way, our boss's brain is still her own, but her body isn't hers at all." He stood up, asking in confusion, "Her brain is her own, but her body isn't. What does that mean? Why don't I go over and take a look?" Zhou Dechang quickly stopped him. "Don't go, absolutely don't go, you'll get beaten up by her. Just wait a little while, you'll naturally find out soon." Zhou Dechang blew out the oil lamp, and the surroundings instantly plunged into pitch darkness. Lu Xin asked softly, "What on earth is going on?" Zhou Dechang gestured. "Shush, come over and look quickly. She's having another episode." Lu Xin was taken aback. "An episode? What kind of episode?" he whispered. "She wants to find a man to sleep with every single night," Zhou Dechang explained. "Mr. Lu, I'm telling you this because I sincerely want to ask you to help her. Our boss is actually a very good person. Her man was the one who rebuilt the convoy, but after he died, she took up this heavy burden. She's young and beautiful. In the past, many who lusted after her beauty came looking for trouble, but they were all dealt with. We all know she still holds a candle for her late husband and has absolutely no interest in finding anyone else," he added. "But for someone like her, after returning from our last delivery, she changed completely. During the day, she's still the same as before, hardworking and fair-minded, but once night falls, she chooses someone from the convoy to sleep with her. By now, almost everyone in the convoy has been slept with by her." Lu Xin was greatly shocked. "What on earth?" Xiaomao whispered. "It's true, Brother Lu. I think you'd better be careful. The way the boss looked at you just now was definitely off," he continued. "It's a real headache. We just can't wrap our heads around it. How did someone like her suddenly turn into a ravenous wolf? You have no idea. The crazy way she was when she called us in. I've seen some things in my life, but she was truly terrifying." Lu Xin thought to himself, "Even so, such a sudden and massive change in someone is indeed cause for vigilance. But what does this have to do with the rumors of head swapping or body swapping?" Just then, light footsteps echoed from outside the door. Everyone immediately gestured for silence. From outside, Gao Ting called out, "Are you asleep?" The voice made cold sweat break out all over them. The two men trembled in fear, not daring to utter a single word. Gao Ting urged from outside, "Stop playing dead. Hurry up and send out that pretty boy who came back with you. If I'm not satisfied today, then the two of you can tag along with him." Dechang spoke up hurriedly. "Boss, he is our savior after all. This isn't really appropriate, is it?" Hiding in the back, Lu Xin thought to himself, sensing that the atmosphere was growing rather bizarre. Gao Ting spat outside. "What did you say?" Dechang gritted his teeth, making a move to dash out. "Forget it, let me go make the sacrifice." Xiaomao quickly held him back. "Uncle, no, let me go instead. I'm young anyway." The two of them looked incredibly tragic and heroic. "No, precisely because you are young, you have even less of an idea of how to protect yourself. Uncle, you must take care." Auntie and my 2 cousins are still waiting for you to return. Don't worry about me at this point." Watching this from the side, Lu Xun was utterly speechless. "All right, I'll go," De Chang stammered, at a complete loss for words. Xiao Mao advised, "Brother Lu, don't think this is some sweet gig. You'll regret it." Lu Xun replied, "It's not like that. I just think she is indeed acting somewhat abnormal." With that, he stepped forward, pulled open the door and asked, "Where to?" Gao Ting giggled. "Just you." She turned around with absolute allure. "What's the rush? Isn't this working out in your favor anyway?" She pointed a finger. "Follow me." Lu Xun followed behind her. As he walked, he pondered, "She is indeed like a completely different person compared to when we first met. However, I haven't detected any traces of mental monsters on her. In that case, either this woman's source of pollution is hidden inside her body, just like when Xu Chaochao came into contact with that oil painting, or she herself is an ability user with malicious intentions." He pondered that either way, it was highly dangerous. This kind of danger wasn't directed at himself, but rather at these innocent ordinary people in the convoy. Once he came to blows with an ability user, it would inevitably spill over to bystanders, and letting them suffer for it wouldn't be good. Fortunately, his family members had all arrived. His sister and the puppy had already made their appearance outside. He thought to himself, if this woman really has been polluted by something similar to that oil painting, perhaps the glasses I'm wearing can help. After all, they also originated from that very oil painting. He further realized that since the glasses were right here, his family members should also be able to sense his tension. He made up his mind that if they needed help, he would step in to give them a hand at any moment. Gao Ting pushed open the tent door and began to unbutton her clothes right in front of him. Lu Xun looked at her back, confirming that there were indeed no mental monsters on her. Although he couldn't accurately judge whether her head had truly been swapped, judging from the scars on her, her head and body did appear extremely uncoordinated, as if they didn't belong to the same person. Gao Ting lay down on the bed, calling out coyly, "Come over here." Lu Xun asked back, "To do what?" Gao Ting rolled her eyes at him. "It's already come to this and you're still playing dumb with me." Lu Xun said in a deep voice, "You can state your true purpose now." Her clothes lay scattered messily on the ground. She sat up, saying somewhat provocatively, "Is my purpose not obvious enough?" Lu Xun scrutinized her closely, only to find that in the detection data displayed on his glasses the pollution level was almost 0. He recalled that just now when his mother tested her, she had only seen a wisp of red light rise, which fell within the normal range. Lu Xun knit his brows and retracted his power, feeling that something was amiss. But regardless of his suspicion, Gao Ting still enthusiastically invited him from the side. "Hurry up and come over." Lu Xun's mother was still teasing him from the side. "Son, you really have grown up." Shiki, on the other hand, covered her eyes in embarrassment, complaining about him. "Brother, you have no shame at all." With that, she and the puppy both pretended to have seen nothing and walked away. "Puppy, let's go." Under these circumstances, Lu Xun was also somewhat at a loss. He scratched his head awkwardly, wishing there were a crack in the ground he could crawl into. Gao Ting urged softly, "What are you still waiting for? Come over here." Embarrassed to the extreme, Lu Xun stammered, "So did you really call me over just for that?" His hesitant, bashful attitude made Gao Ting highly displeased. She spat with some impatience. "Can you hurry up? How can a young guy like you talk so much nonsense?" Lu Xun sighed, feeling a deep sense of helplessness toward this woman. "Can you be a bit more normal?" But Gao Ting was clearly on the verge of losing her patience, and she asked back softly, "When a normal man and woman are alone together." She even boldly caressed herself to tease Lu Xun. Only a few seconds later, the already thin garment on her body slid to the ground. What could be more direct and normal than this? Gao Ting toyed with the clothes on the floor with her toes, provocatively teasing him. "What's wrong? Are you trying to play the gentleman with me?" Lu Xun's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, yet this woman relentlessly continued to tease him, trying to provoke his desire. Gao Ting rested her chin in her hand, saying thoughtfully, "It's your luck that I've taken a liking to you today. Under normal circumstances, someone like you who is all show and no substance wouldn't even catch my eye." "Wait, that's not right." She snorted in mockery. "Could it be that you're impotent?" Lu Xun was quite annoyed by her words, but he still maintained his restraint, saying calmly, "Hurl personal attacks so casually isn't very nice, is it?" Gao Ting felt that this reverse psychology was working, so she continued to mock, "Whether you can or not, why don't you just prove yourself, brother? Don't be so bashful. Out of all those people out there, which one hasn't been slept with by me? In this convoy I'm the boss, I call the shots. Now I'm giving you a chance and you don't want it. Do you believe that with just one shout from me, there will instantly be dozens of guns pointed at you?" But Lu Xun still stood by his principles. "Even so, I won't touch you." Gao Ting flew into a rage, screaming hysterically, "What, just because you're from a high-wall city, you think I'm dirty? Do you think sleeping with me is a loss for you? Lu Xun was completely speechless. "You've said everything yourself. What is there left for me to say?" This unyielding attitude caused intent to kill to rise in both of their hearts at the same time. Almost simultaneously they drew their guns. At this moment, Gao Ting and Lu Xun aimed their muzzles at each other, their faces filled with coldness and seriousness. Gao Ting reached out to tidy her hair, letting out a self-deprecating laugh. "You actually don't have even a shred of desire for me," Lu Xun replied coldly. "Although I don't have much experience in this area, I believe that no matter what one does, it must be mutual. Don't think you can get everything in this world just because you want it. The people under you are merely terrified of you. Although it's not my place to interfere, I still want to advise you." Gao Ting cast her gun aside with a sense of boredom. After a moment of silence she said, "How disappointing. Hearing you say that has completely ruined my mood. You can go?" Lu Xun looked at her with some concern, stammering as he tried to speak. But before he could finish his words, Gao Ting roared loudly, "It's too late for regrets now, get the hell out of here." Seething with rage, she screamed hysterically and began harming herself in the room. Lu Xun, on his part, felt absolutely no attachment. "I don't regret it at all." The scene shifted. Tonight's moon was as red as blood. Lu Xun returned to the tent of the Zhou uncle and nephew, saying, "I'm back." De Chang asked curiously, "Why are you back so soon?" Lu Xun sat down slowly, saying calmly, "I've checked. She has not suffered any mental pollution. Also, although her body does look somewhat bizarre, it doesn't seem to be any sort of head swap." De Chang looked bewildered. "If it's not a head swap, why does she hate her own body so much?" Lu Xun repeated with some confusion. "Hate her own body?" Xiaomao quickly nudged De Chang. "Second uncle, let me explain. I saw it quite clearly last time." He continued, "Our boss didn't just suddenly." Just then, Shiki popped out of nowhere, calling out coyly, "Brother." Meanwhile, on the other side, Gao Ting's figure emerged, and there did indeed seem to be something wrong with her. This woman was very interesting. De Chang and Xiaomao described Gao Ting's inner insecurities to Lu Xun. She would always involuntarily harbor all kinds of negative thoughts. "Look, someone thinks you're ugly. I knew this day would come sooner or later. You are truly disgusting." These self-deprecating thoughts constantly surged in her mind. "You will become more and more disgusting until everyone hates you. What can you do to me anyway? We are one and the same." She had struggled countless times herself. "I want to see if you still want this body." "No, wait, what are you doing? What do you think I'm doing?" Then she began to harm herself frantically again. "It hurts so much. Everyone will hate you." After hearing the two men's explanation, Lu Xun finally came to a sudden realization. He had never expected such a hidden truth. He analyzed, "So your boss has always believed that this body isn't her own, and even hates this body to her very core?" Xiaomao nodded repeatedly. Yes, exactly." De Chang looked at him with pleading eyes. "Brother, I beg of you, you are so capable. Can you take a look at our boss? Although her episodes usually only happen at night, she looks truly terrifying then. For the brothers in our convoy, our physical health is one thing. More importantly, if she keeps ruinously abusing herself like this, I'm really worried she won't last much longer." Listening to De Chang's pleas, Lu Xun was still analyzing the situation in his mind. It appeared that the scars on that woman were all carved out by her own hand with a knife. Her consciousness and her body seemed to have become enemies, torturing and harming each other, even deriving pleasure from each other's pain. What on earth was causing this? It seemed he still had a massive blind spot regarding knowledge of mental pollution. Lu Xun thought for a moment and said to them, "Although it is certain that she is indeed somewhat abnormal, I can't tell where the problem lies at the moment. The methods of mental pollution are countless. While I'm relatively professional, I'm not the absolute best. Most of the pollution sources I handled in the past were directly eliminated. Your boss's situation probably requires a more professional person to conduct a meticulous investigation." Having said this, he proposed, "Do you know of Qinggong? Qinggong has many experts in this field. You can send her there. I can introduce you to a few acquaintances." De Chang let out a sigh, clearly disagreeing with this suggestion. "By the time we make it to Qinggong, who knows how long that will take?" Xiaomao also nodded along, saying with an eager face, "Yeah, Brother Lu, why don't you take another close look at her?" Lu Xun shook his head somewhat helplessly. "I already looked very carefully just now and indeed found no abnormalities." De Chang patted him on the shoulder, saying trustingly, "Brother, don't worry. We folks who make a living in the wilderness value loyalty and gratitude above all. We won't let your hard work go to waste. If you're willing to spend a bit more effort looking at our boss, regardless of whether it works out in the end, we'll cover all your food, lodging, and gas money for this entire trip. Plus, if you really can cure our boss," he pointed generously toward a truck not far away. "See that truck over there? It's filled with treasures we've salvaged from the wilderness. Once we sell these things in the central city, we'll give you a third of the cut." Lu Xun was somewhat tempted and asked tentatively, "Everyone is being this generous?" On the side, Xiaomao had a long face. Second uncle, you talk too fast. But as long as it cures the boss, I'll directly give my half of the profits to Brother Lu too. De Chang gritted his teeth and made a generous offer. Brother, how about you don't look down on the amount and we give you half? If that's not enough, we can give you all of it, Lu Xun calculated silently in his heart. Although the net profit of these goods might not be extremely high, this was the wilderness after all, not Qinggang. These were assets they had painstakingly accumulated by driving rundown trucks and risking their lives to scavenge through countless ruins and villages. Earlier, Xiao Mao had been babbling about relying on this money to go back and marry Wanzi. Ultimately, Lu Xun made his decision. I can give this a try, but I won't take all your goods, that wouldn't be right. Let's just go with what you said earlier and give me half. But let me make this clear up front. Regardless of whether I can cure her in the end, you must cover my food, lodging, and gas along the way. It's a deal. Hearing him agree, the two of them were so excited they almost cried, hastily agreeing, no problem. But just as Lu Xun turned and took a few steps, De Chang suddenly realized something, muttering in confusion, wait, didn't we say a third just now? Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Bing was wearing her headset, dialing Lu Xun's phone. Good evening, Mr. Solo. Lu Xun replied in a warm tone, hello, how have things been lately? A slightly coquettish voice came from the other end of the line. I'm doing great, just a bit worried about you. I didn't expect Mr. Solo to call me so soon. Did you run into some trouble? She asked curiously. I've already crawled out of my blanket. Mr. Solo, what happened? Lu Xun patiently explained the current situation. I took on a private job, but during the process of handling it, I realized my professional foundation is still too weak, so I wanted to ask for your help. At this moment, in Qinggang's Information Processing Center, the entire office was a bustling hub of noise and activity. The Information Analysis Department and various offices were intensely preparing reports. The remote support team had been deployed and was ready to depart at any moment. The City Defense Department had been contacted, and mid-range ballistic missiles were temporarily unneeded. Director Wan, what are you getting so excited about? A broadcast echoed in the hall, requesting relevant personnel to swiftly conduct an analysis of the situation. What kind of mental pollution could cause such extreme incoordination between a person's head and body to the point of showing a state of mutual hostility? Han Bing lowered her voice to analyze. Mr. Solo, I just searched the database. I highly suspect they have encountered a cognitive manipulation type of ability or pollution source. This kind of influence usually affects the target's mind through suggestion, hypnosis, or even surgical means. Mild influence causes the polluted individual to exhibit obvious cognitive confusion, while severe influence may directly act on the subconscious, showing absolutely no external symptoms on the surface. The voice on the other end continued to advise. Therefore, I suggest Mr. Solo investigate along this direction. Lu Xun responded happily. That's wonderful. Then in the subsequent investigation, what aspects should I focus on? Han Bing systematically listed the steps. First, observe whether there are signs of split consciousness in the target. Second, observe whether there is obvious sluggishness in the target's physical coordination and responsiveness. Third, detect whether the target's mental radiation fluctuates abnormally under specific or unique environments. Fourth, observe whether the target has entered an obvious state of mental loss of control, Lu Xun said somewhat apologetically. Well, I'm really sorry to bother you so late. Han Bing, however, seemed exceptionally pleased. If Mr. Solo keeps being this polite, I'm going to get angry. I'm truly happy to receive your call, Lu Xun coaxed gently. No, not at all, although I also really enjoy chatting with you. It has indeed cut into your rest. Han Bing dismissed it. Since you like it, how can it be called a bother? I also love listening to Mr. Solo share your experiences on the road. The scene cut back to the office where a staff member reported loudly. The level of the temporarily bridged mission has been downgraded to Class C. Those personnel who were preparing to come in for overtime can be sent back to their original posts. On Lu Xun's side, the call had already hung up. In the tent, Xiao Mao asked him curiously, Brother Lu, why do you carry a phone with you even when you're just going out? Lu Xun explained with a straight face, this is what we call professional. He secretly thanked Han Bing in his heart. She indeed knew so much. The next morning, Gao Ting stood in front of the convoy, loudly reminding the brothers under her command, this time, Old Sun's vehicle and mine will still lead the way. The Zhao brothers' vehicle will cover the rear, and everyone else will stay in the middle according to their numbers. We're less than 3 days' journey away from the central city. Everyone stay sharp. Once we arrive, we can have a good relaxation. Gao Ting shouted, Is that clear to everyone? Her crew shouted in unison. Crystal clear. Watching this, Lu Xun felt a bit intimidated. This boss lady is really something. Well, for the rest of the trip, I might as well stick to the plan and travel with them. Gao Ting barked out another order. Excellent, let's move out, clear the way. The convoy then set off. Lu Xun praised from the bottom of his heart, your sister Gao is really impressive. She doesn't look very old, yet she manages such a massive convoy so flawlessly. That's no easy feat, Xiao Mao said proudly. You bet, actually sister Gao is a wonderful person, she never skimps on our wages. And she's incredibly thorough and even more decisive than most men when crisis strikes. He began to recount Gao Ting's past. 6 months ago, we crossed paths with a band of knights who insisted on taking half of our cargo. Sister Gao just sneered, walked straight up and opened fire, gunning down 3 of them in one breath. From then on, everyone was thoroughly won over. Da Chang chimed in. I've been driving cargo trucks for over a decade, but I have to admit she's the best boss I've ever had, provided she doesn't have that episode of hers at night. Lu Xun was carefully analyzing the details about Gao Ting. For someone to lead a convoy, their willpower and mental fortitude must be exceptionally strong. Thus, even if she had suffered some pollution, her resistance should theoretically be much higher than an average person's. But why did such a drastic change occur in this convoy boss? The woman he saw last night and the rational, calm leader this morning were like night and day. Da Chang informed them that they were now less than 1,000 kilometers away from the central city. Hearing this, Lu Xun drifted back into his own thoughts. Traveling with a convoy meant having professional scouts blazing a trail ahead, helping them avoid various dangers and chart the best route, which saved him a massive amount of time. This way he would easily make it to the central city on time to visit his relatives. As for the convoy boss's problem, he could continue to observe her closely along the way. Even if he found nothing in the end, he would at least save a fortune on gas and meals. I'm saving quite a bit of money this way. I really am a genius. Xiao Mao was a bit surprised. Her brother Lu has been writing and drawing, taking notes this whole time. Ahead of them, Gao Ting was furiously chewing out her crew. Get your acts together, all of you. What is she doing now? Lu Xun scribbled it down in his notebook. Xiao Mao continued to peer over. Yep, brother Lu is still taking notes. Sister Gao is gnawing on a chicken leg now. Gao Ting mumbled with her mouth full. Not bad, tastes great, one of her lackeys asked. Boss, where are you going? Gao Ting snapped in irritation. Damn it, I'm going to use the restroom. Xiao Mao scratched his head. This time brother Lu finally stopped writing. Seeing how intensely focused Lu Xun was on taking notes, Xiao Mao leaned in close to Da Chang's ear and whispered, Second uncle, does brother Lu look normal to you? Da Chang glanced at Lu Xun. Looks perfectly normal to me. This is probably just his professional dedication. Xiao Mao offered sheepishly. Second uncle, why do I feel like he's lusting after the boss's body? Look at how his eyes are glued to her. He looked like he was about to drool just now. Da Chang frowned and hissed in a low voice. Shish, stop talking nonsense. Even if he does have some ideas, he's only doing it to study her illness. For us, as long as he can cure the boss, it's a godsend. Lu Xun quietly observed from the side, writing in his notebook. Head-swapped woman observation record. Normal during the day. Energetic, authoritative in command, and cursing with plenty of vigor. Suspect she still harbors some sort of design on me. When we crossed paths today, she even glared fiercely at me. Tonight I must protect myself well, and have my sister keep an eye on her. Da Chang called out to him, Chow time, come and get it. Xiao Mao noticed the pen in Lu Xun's hand and admired, Brother Lu, you're really a man of taste, even your fountain pen is so exquisite and beautiful. Just as they were about to start eating, Gao Ting's voice drifted over from afar, Old Joe, Little Wong, Old Sun, Old Li, any veteran driver with over 5 years of truck experience, gather at my place. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Da Chang's forehead as he thought, what is the boss going to put us through this time? Gao Ting rolled her eyes at him in irritation. What are you thinking? I called you over to discuss actual business. Half an hour later, Da Chang walked back with a grim expression. I'm back. Xiao Mao greeted him with a grin. Back already? Noticing Da Chang's grim face, Xiao Mao asked curiously, Second uncle, what happened? Da Chang spread out a map and explained to them, the boss called us over to discuss the route. Look here. The scouts rode ahead and reported back that the Hongdaopo bridge was washed out by a mudslide 6 months ago. The road is completely blocked, so we have to take a detour. The biggest issue is that if we detour to this road on the left, we'll have to make a massive detour to reach the central city. Our job is to deliver the cargo within 5 days. According to our original schedule, we had plenty of time to drive and rest. But if we take the detour, whether we can deliver on time is anyone's guess. Xiao Mao asked anxiously. Then what do we do? If we delay the delivery, not only will this trip be for nothing, but we might also have to pay a massive breach of contract penalty. Da Chang pointed to a spot on the map and continued. The boss is losing sleep over this too. If worst comes to worst, our only choice is to cut through White Tower Town and take a shortcut straight behind Hongdaopo. Once we reach that point, there will be plenty of highways, and we can make it in time no matter what. Hearing this, Xiao Mao shrank back in fear. White Tower Town, that abandoned town, isn't that place rumored to be haunted? Da Chang curled his lip, completely unfazed. Which abandoned town doesn't have a few ghost stories these days? The boss has already made the call. Tomorrow morning, she'll personally lead the scouts into the town to inspect the situation. We'll rest and wait here first, and she'll tell us to move out once she confirms it's safe. Xiao Mao's eyes darted around as he muttered to himself. I want to go with them to scout too, but scouting requires a motorcycle, and I don't have one. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Xiao Mao. He ran over to Lu Xin with a flattering grin and said, Brother Lu, do you think you could lend me your motorcycle for a spin? Lu Xin whistled boredly, pretending not to hear. Ah, what is the ultimate mystery of the universe, I wonder? Da Chang was so angry his head was steaming, and he snapped. You brat, do you actually want to scout, or do you just want a joyride on his heavy motorcycle? Get that thought out of your head right now and stop causing trouble. Lu Xin suddenly recalled something as the image of Gao Ting currying favor with him surfaced in his mind. The rosy beauty awaits the hour of return, and I warm the bed curtains for her. Oh right, tonight my sister is responsible for keeping watch. What if my sister sees something she shouldn't? No way, my sister is still a child after all. He immediately turned and sternly told the two, go to sleep early. Honestly, stop fooling around, the boss still has to go scout tomorrow. Da Chang scratched his chin in confusion. How is this possible? The boss didn't choose anyone to keep her company tonight. The sun must be rising from the west. Xiao Mao leaned in excitedly as well and asked, Brother Lu, have you already cured the boss? Lu Xin rested his chin on his hand and replied, MMH, I still need to keep observing her. The next morning, all three of them woke up with heavy dark circles. Da Chang sighed listlessly. Usually we're daily terrified of being dragged off by the boss to be tormented at night. But when she made no sound last night, we ended up on edge the entire night instead, failing to get even a single minute of sleep. Xiao Mao nodded in agreement. Me too. Lu Xin silently observed them, thinking, these two definitely have issues. Just then, the voices of Gao Ting's lackeys came shouting from outside. Get ready to move out. The boss has already led a team into the town to scout. If she confirms it's safe, we'll drive straight through. The convoy set off once more. Xiao Mao looked out the window and said excitedly, Second uncle, the resources in this town look incredibly rich. Da Chang let out a cold laugh. Of course they do. This is White Tower Town after all. Da Chang patted Xiao Mao on the shoulder and warned, You brat, don't get greedy. Despite the rich resources here, anyone who makes a living in the wilderness knows to steer clear of towns like this. Xiao Mao looked puzzled. Why is that? Da Chang explained. You young people simply haven't seen enough of the world. Everyone knows there's good loot in towns, but they come with equal dangers. Back when the whole world was overrun by madmen, the ones on the plains were easy to handle. They ran slowly and didn't know how to shoot. A few guys with guns could take them down in seconds, but towns have too many blind spots and corners. You never know which dark alley a madman might suddenly spring out of to bite you. Hearing Da Chang's description, the scene came alive in Lu Xin's mind. In a horror film, this would definitely be a classic thriller moment, wouldn't it? Xiao Mao, however, looked dismissive. I thought it was something big. It's just madmen. I've seen them in the circus and they didn't seem like much. They couldn't even beat a hound. Hearing him treat it so lightly, Da Chang immediately snapped, That's because you were born in a good era and have never seen how terrifying those madmen are when they go wild. In the years before you were born, during the absolute worst of times, do you know how many people were eaten alive by those madmen? Da Chang's expression became incredibly solemn as he drifted into memory. Back then, your aunt, your uncle, and I, that was when I met your aunt. Luckily, your second uncle has godlike marksmanship. I hit whatever I aim at. I'm really not bragging. Back then, over a dozen madmen surrounded me. I only had one gun and 4 bullets, but I stood my ground. Bang, bang, I fired off a few shots. Xiao Mao listened with rapt attention, pressing for more. And then, what happened next, but the ending Da Chang delivered made him chuckle in spite of himself. Then I scrambled and crawled for my life while screaming for help at the top of my lungs, but those screams were worth it. In the end, I walked away with a beautiful wife and a precious daughter. Lu Xin and Xiao Mao simultaneously wore speechless expressions. Da Chang peered out at the abandoned empty houses again, wondering if there were still living people inside, but on second thought, it's been so many years, how could there still be any madmen left? Still, if we could actually catch a live one, we'd strike it rich. We could sell them directly to the circus. A live specimen can fetch $100, which is way more profitable than scavenging for junk in the ruins. Hearing this, Lu Xin's eyes immediately lit up. There's actually a business opportunity like this. Suddenly, sharp sirens and honking broke the silence. Lu Xin blinked. What's going on? Da Chang was equally startled. What happened? A panicked scream suddenly came from ahead. Retreat, retreat, there are madmen ahead. The entire convoy instantly plunged into chaos. There really are madmen. Everyone watch out, reverse the cars and turn around. Damn it, don't hesitate, we're trapped. We can't back out at all. The trucks are too big and we're completely blocked in from front to back. We're stuck. The crowd was in a frenzy, but some were still shouting, "Grab your gear, where are the madmen, kill them, where are they? I'm catching them alive for that cash." Lu Xun looked out the window, his pupils shrinking as he saw several madmen frantically tearing into and biting living people. The scene was sickeningly bloody. Only now did Xiao Mao feel true terror, stammering, There really are madmen." A stray bullet grazed a madman's scalp. Lu Xun calmly held back the two panicked men. "Don't panic, everyone. Stay in the truck and don't move," Da Chang asked in shock. What are you doing?" Lu Xun had already pushed the door open and stepped out. Looking around, he muttered to himself, "I'll go see how many madmen we're dealing with first." He quietly tallied them in his mind. 1 over there, 2, 7. With gunshots and screams echoing all around, he continued counting. 15, 21. Lu Xun stroked his chin and pondered. So many? Logically speaking, if there were this many madmen in town, they should have been captured and sold for cash long ago. How are there still so many left? At this thought, his eyes lit up like light bulbs. This is worth over $2,000. Suddenly, a bullet struck the ground right by his feet, kicking up a puff of dust. Da Chang yelled from inside the truck, "Watch out!" Lu Xun glanced back at him skeptically. "Second uncle, is this that godlike marksmanship you were bragging about?" Da Chang gave an embarrassed chuckle. Cough, "My hand slipped. Just an accident." Suddenly his expression stiffened and he shrieked in terror, "Wait, watch your back!" A madman was lunging at Lu Xun from behind, baring its teeth. Da Chang screamed, "Behind you!" But Lu Xun's reflexes were lightning fast. He stepped aside in one fluid motion and clamped his hand around the madman's neck. Immediately after, he slammed the madman hard onto the pavement, looking down at it coldly. "Are you going to behave now? If not," with a sudden burst of strength, Lu Xun dislocated the madman's joints with a sickening crack. "I'll just cripple all your limbs." His tactical glasses displayed the mental radiation value, approximately 34. It seemed these madmen were indeed slightly stronger than ordinary people, but their minds were in a state of utter chaos. He stood up and dusted off his hands, analyzing the situation. Mental radiation of this level was unlikely to directly pollute others, nor would it manifest any unique abilities. However, it was just enough to greatly enhance these madmen's senses, allowing them to easily track down living people nearby. Lu Xun casually picked up a brick from the ground and muttered to himself, "The basic data is in." So, under the current circumstances, with a blank expression, he raised the brick and slammed it hard onto the madman's head. Physical neutralization was, after all, much more efficient than trying to reason with them. Lu Xun looked at the worsening chaos around him and realized the number of madmen seemed to be growing. They were lunging at the convoy crew with rabid ferocity, forcing the drivers to fire back in panic. Lu Xun's brow furrowed as he quickly analyzed the situation. Although these madmen weren't difficult to deal with individually, having so many swarm them at once was indeed a bit tricky. If he borrowed his sister's ability, he would have to handle them one by one, which was too slow. Mother's scissors didn't seem suited for this kind of crowd control either. Letting father loose would certainly wipe them out in an instant, but the collateral damage would be too great. He doubted any of the drivers would survive the aftermath. What was the best way forward? Lu Xun let out a sigh of helplessness. How can I neutralize this threat while keeping everyone else safe? Just then, the roar of engines echoed as Gao Ting arrived with her elite guards. Leading the charge, Gao Ting barked, "Get in there, everyone." She raised her gun and cleanly took down several madmen charging at the front. Amazingly, these madmen actually knew how to use cover, meaning their intelligence wasn't entirely gone. Gao Ting barked, "Go rescue them. What are the rest of you waiting for? Floor it and run them over." Gao Ting executed a perfect drift in her vehicle, sending several madmen flying through the air, while shouting, "Grab your weapons and group up in the center." Da Chang called out in a panic, "Boss, we can't back out, the trucks are too big and they're completely wedged." Gao Ting cursed in frustration, "To hell with the trucks, what is wrong with you still worrying about the cargo and vehicles at a time like this? Survival is the priority? These madmen don't want our goods. Everyone get out of your vehicles and group up on me. Grab your guns, spread out into our defensive formation, and focus on staying alive." Da Chang gritted his teeth, threw open his door and leapt down. "The boss is right, let's fight our way out." Gao Ting kept a sharp eye on the battlefield, shouting, "Steady, keep your weapons up. Just treat these madmen like rabid dogs and put them down. Watch your sectors and push outward yard by yard. You're all grown men, don't lose your spine. Anyone who pisses their pants will only drag the rest of us down." Her crew roared in unison. "Understood." Gao Ting continued to bark orders between shots. "Hold your positions, I'm going to check the rear." From the sidelines, Lu Xun silently admired her. This boss lady was incredibly decisive and possessed true grit. Da Chang also yelled, "Brothers, follow the boss's lead. Get into formation and open fire the second you see one. Don't conserve your ammo," he continued to bellow. "These bastards are still afraid of lead, but some kind of wild animal instinct seems to have completely hijacked their bodies, making them rabid." Da Chang turned to ask the others, "What's the status at the front?" Xiao Mao wiped cold sweat from his forehead, his voice shaking. A second ago, those madmen swarmed us and tore 4 or 5 of our guys to shreds. Thank God Sister Gao reacted fast and gunned down a bunch of them to cover our retreat. Damn it, that was terrifying. We didn't see a single soul when we came to scout this morning. It's like these freaks appeared out of thin air. De Cheng's mind spun and he snapped. While the defensive line is still holding. Let's get that heavy motorcycle unloaded first. Da Chang waved Xiao Mao over to help. Meanwhile, Gao Ting was still at the rear, rallying the men to hold the line. Looking at Lu Xin's heavy motorcycle, Xiao Mao couldn't help but stare in envy. Brother Lu, your ride is seriously badass. Lu Xin smiled slightly. You think so? The few of them pushed the motorcycle forward together. Let's group up with the boss. The moment Xiao Mao spotted Gao Ting, he reported, Boss, the guys at the front have formed up and everyone has been brought back safe. Gao Ting patted his shoulder approvingly. Good job, she turned and shouted to the crowd. Let's push out in one coordinated charge. Remember, no fear, no panic. Keep your heads and do not break ranks. Gao Ting scanned the battlefield and bellowed. There are only about 20 of these freaks left, and we have over 30 armed men on our side. Our chances of breaking through are highly in our favor. Suddenly, Gao Ting's pupils dilated in shock. She whipped her head up, staring at the rooftops. Who's up there? A lone figure stood perched on the edge of the roof. It was a madman, but his gaze was chillingly cold and sinister. He glared down at them, letting out a piercing manic laugh. Gao Ting's men instantly began to panic. That freak is laughing. What the hell? Since when do madmen laugh? Dozens of gun barrels immediately pivoted toward the roof. Someone cursed in frustration. Damn it, he's in a blind spot. We can't get a clean angle. Lu Xin narrowed his eyes, a trace of concern rising within him. Although he hadn't encountered many madmen in the past, he knew they were supposed to be mindless beasts who did nothing but vent raw fury. They had degenerated into beasts, yet these madmen could actually let out such hair-raising, chilling sneers. Was this some kind of mutation? Still, if they really were mutated, they would probably fetch an even higher price if sold to a circus, right? Realizing something was wrong, Gao Ting immediately ordered them to push their way out, regardless of the cost. Their smiles were incredibly eerie and terrifying. Not only that, but more and more madmen began to converge on their position. The number of madmen was rising at a visible breakneck speed, and even Gao Ting was beginning to feel afraid. They were surrounded. To calm everyone down, Gao Ting fired a shot into the air and shouted at the top of her lungs to rally their spirits. She ordered, "Damn it, fall back." Hearing the gunshot, the others turned their heads to look at Gao Ting, crying out in trembling voices, "Be boss." She rode her motorcycle to pave a path ahead, pointing forward as she commanded, "Quick, fall back into this supermarket first." Once everyone had safely retreated inside, they began using the shelves to block the doors according to her orders. Hurry up and use the shelves to barricade the door. With the doors secure and a relative sense of safety restored, Lu Xin looked at the situation outside, silently tallying them up in his mind. 50, 80. There were probably already over 100 madmen gathered out there, right? And the number was still climbing. Why were there so many madmen surrounding this place? It made no sense, especially since they were making those extremely bizarre, chilling sneers which proved that this was highly abnormal. After assessing the situation outside, he turned his head, looked at Shiki and asked, "Sister, did you spot anything?" Shiki sat on the floor looking a bit frightened as she answered, "I don't know either, but brother, there's something that feels so annoying." Hearing this, Lu Xin asked with some concern, "Annoying?" He knew his sister rarely showed such an expression, and the fact that she hadn't immediately lashed out this time made him worry. Lu Xin picked Shiki up and pressed further in confusion. "What's wrong?" Clutching the plush toy chicken tightly in both hands, his sister looked outside and replied, "I don't know either, brother. Do you hear anything?" He looked at the busy crowd around him in confusion and muttered, "Hear what? There's a very annoying sound of a violin." He tilted his head to listen carefully, realizing this might be related to the monsters outside, and couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Indeed, there was a faint sound of a violin drifting in and out, low and muffled as if coming from very far away. The sound was so weak it was almost imperceptible. He could feel that this violin music seemed to harbor some sort of connection with these madmen. Could this violin music be controlling them? Realizing where the problem lay, he asked Shiki, "Where's Mother?" His sister replied with a shiver, "Just now, Mother felt really annoyed too." Hearing this, a thought flashed through Lu Xin's mind. This was the very first time he had ever heard of Mother experiencing an emotion like annoyed. This was bad. He walked toward Gao Ting, thinking he had to share this information with the convoy crew first. At this moment, she was shouting orders to everyone. "Grab your weapons, we've definitely been ambushed." There's no way this many madmen would suddenly pop out of nowhere for no reason. Otherwise, our scouts would have spotted them this morning. So there is only one possibility. Someone deliberately let these madmen loose after we entered. Gao Ting analyzed the situation for everyone. "We fell for a trap," the man guarding the door said with a long face. "B-boss, what should we do?" She barked back at him fiercely. What do we do? Keep ourselves alive, of course. Lu Dachang, if you dare piss your pants here, I'll use my first bullet to send you on your way. Another man in the crowd reported to Gao Ting, boss, I checked when we scouted earlier. There's another main road right behind our current position. Right now the madmen are all gathered out front, so we can't break out that way. But we can take the back door and head all the way east. If we're lucky, we might be able to break through to the main road. Hearing this plan, she questioned, if we go east, we'll have to cut through too many buildings, right? I don't think that's safe. Then Gao Ting asked with a tense expression, why did these madmen suddenly learn how to smile, and they're only staring at us instead of charging in? Damn it, this is just like a dog training facility. If the master doesn't give the word, the dogs don't even dare to touch their food. Is someone commanding them? Standing behind her, Lu Xin heard her question and replied with a calm face, it's the violin music. Gao Ting spun around to look at him, asking in confusion, what violin music? Lu Xin countered. Did everyone not hear it, the sound of someone playing the violin? His words stirred up a chatter among the surrounding crowd. What violin music? I didn't hear anything, only those chilling sneers. Ignoring their murmurs, Lu Xin directly voiced his opinion to Gao Ting. I think heading east is a mistake. The number of madmen is still growing, and I have reason to suspect they have already surrounded this entire area. The east side is an old residential quarter full of windows and dark alleys. It would be too easy for madmen to pounce on you from above, and even with guns you might not escape. Seeing that no one objected and everyone was listening intently, he added solemnly, of course, directly charging out the front is also unwise. There are too many madmen outside right now, close to 200. These madmen actually possess a certain level of fear. They are afraid of guns and bullets, so if you had enough people and overwhelming firepower, there might still be hope to break out, but if you get trapped in here, your weapons and ammunition are clearly severely lacking. Hearing Lu Xin's highly reasonable words, everyone looked at him. Someone asked, then what should we do? Another asked, Brother Lu, do you know a lot about these madmen? Lu Xin replied with a smile. Not really. But just now I carefully observed and examined the madman who lunged at me. These madmen themselves aren't intelligent, nor do they possess any self-control. They are incredibly rabid and seem no different from the ones outside, but why did the madman just now only know how to roar, while the ones outside are sneering and even slowly surrounding us? Meeting the gazes of all the survivors, including their boss, Gao Ting, Lu Xin proposed a theory, which was naturally based on the influence of a mysterious power. I suspect someone is using that violin music I just heard to control and influence this horde of madmen. He is the key. I'll go find the person playing the violin and neutralize the source of that music. Hearing this, everyone asked back in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lu Xin was secretly calculating in his mind, since he can control madmen, could he make them walk into a circus of their own accord? Think of how much money that could fetch. Someone questioned loudly. Are you saying you want us to charge deeper into the town? He confirmed with a smile. Exactly. I'm definitely going to find that person, and I suggest you all come with me. Since the town is already this dangerous anyway, I'll do my absolute best to protect everyone. It's better than everyone running around like headless chickens, that fellow whispered into Gao Ting's ear. Boss, don't believe him. I think this guy is bad news. Everything was fine before he joined the convoy, and the very day after he arrived, trouble struck. At a dangerous time like this, he actually wants us to follow him deeper into the town. Lu Xin smiled and said, I'm not forcing anyone to follow me. I'm just offering a reasonable suggestion. Seeing how talkative that fellow was, a nearby crew member grabbed him by the collar and cursed him to his face. Brother Lu saved my life twice. How dare you say something like that now? When are you ever going to fix that rotten habit of blaming others whenever trouble hits? You looking for a fight? The man remained stubborn. In our entire convoy, he's the only outsider. We've obviously been set up. What's wrong with me suspecting him? If nothing else, I've seen him staring at the boss all day and constantly scribbling things down. You dare to say he's completely clean? Lu Xin didn't care much about their bickering, but the crowd had already split into two factions. Those siding with the accuser chimed in. Sun Guzi has a point. We really should be on our guard against this guy. Yeah, who knows if he has some ulterior motive in asking us to go find that violinist. Why is he secretly spying on the boss? Meanwhile, Da Chong, Xiao Mao and the others standing on Lu Xin's side roared, that's pure bullshit, making a move to beat the guy up. Seeing the rift forming, Lu Xin tried to mediate and called out to them. Then Lu Xin asked with a smile, why does everyone have such a hot temper? Gao Ting fired a shot into the air, angrily barking to silence them. Look at what time it is. How do you still have the leisure to argue and fight here? Do you think just because the madmen haven't charged in yet, we'll get to live longer? Do you honestly think that if someone wanted to set us up, they'd go through the trouble of planting an undercover agent in our convoy, All they'd need to do is blow up the bridge, and that would be more than enough to drive us into a corner. You guys watch too many action movies, don't you? Hearing her words, everyone found them highly reasonable and stopped fighting. Even the instigating fellow muttered to himself. Oh well, afterward she turned to confirm with Lucien once more. Are you sure there is violin music and that it's controlling these madmen? Lucien replied. I definitely heard it, and I felt its connection with these madmen, but I can't be 100% sure, nor do I know how to prove it. Hearing this, Gao Ting walked toward her ride, saying there was no need for proof. Standing by the vehicle, she announced loudly, I have a way. Under everyone's bewildered gazes, Gao Ting lightly honked her motorcycle's horn. Da Chang turned back and shouted to the crowd. Everyone, look, the madmen outside have gone even wilder. Their howling is terrifying. He added that they became rabid again the moment they heard the sound. Hearing this, she withdrew her hand and asked Da Chang, what about when it stops? The monsters outside began baring their teeth and sneering in a relaxed manner again, which shocked him. They went right back to how they were. Having confirmed the fact, Gao Ting turned around and apologized to Lucien. You were right. My men misunderstood you. I'm sorry. No worries, no worries. Lucien silently evaluated her in his mind. This boss lady was actually quite a decent person. The other members asked for Gao Ting's opinion. Boss, are we really going to charge out? Ignoring them, she continued to focus on Lucien, asking, where is that sound coming from? Lucien pointed in a direction, answering with certainty that it was quite a distance away. Finally, Gao Ting looked at her men and said, his proposal makes sense, but if we all charge out together, the risk is too high. Gao Ting straddled her bike, making a bold decision that caught everyone off guard. She started the motorcycle and announced, I'll go with you. The other crew members began trying to dissuade her. Boss, you can't do this, boss. We have dozens of guns. If we leave, we all leave together. She ignored them completely, barking furiously, all of you shut the hell up, we have no other choice now. If this pack of madmen rushes in together, we're all dead anyway, so we might as well take a gamble. If we all charge out together and something goes wrong, we won't even have the chance to regret it. You guys stay here and make a break for it the moment there's an opening. Gao Ting's expression was resolute as she added seriously, if you manage to escape, do whatever it takes to spread the word. There are madmen in White Tower Town. This is a major matter. Whoever is breeding these madmen definitely doesn't want this news getting out. Well, I'm going to make damn sure it spreads, if only to avenge myself and the brothers who died here. Seeing her firm resolve, her men's eyes welled with tears. Seeing her boys looking so weak-willed, Gao Ting continued to scold them. What are you grown men crying for? I'm not that easy to kill. Remember, money isn't worth more than your lives. Suddenly her tone softened. You have to survive. A massive glass window of the supermarket shattered as Gao Ting made a spectacular leap through the window on her motorcycle. Lucien, carrying Shiki, followed closely behind her. He praised, nice moves. Inside, the crowd cried out to Lucien, Brother Lu, you must bring our boss back safely. We don't want any of those treasures we scavenged from the wilderness anymore. We'll give them all to you. He comforted them. Don't worry. The bike sped away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Along the way, Lucien asked as he drove, so you weren't actually 100% sure I was right, which is why you didn't dare let them take the risk. You only used the excuse of believing me to come out. This way, even if my information was wrong, you could still use the opportunity to lead the madmen away, right? Hearing this, Gao Ting retorted, you knew that and still followed me out, she explained seriously. I didn't want to cause you too much trouble either. You can choose to take another path right now. Just tell me the approximate location of the violin music. Once I lead the madmen away, you can head over and help, he replied. No need, your plan is actually very good. I didn't even think of it earlier. Gao Ting asked with some curiosity, why are you willing to help us like this? Lucien answered, using the very words Gao Ting had once said, didn't you say so when we first met, when you're out in the wilderness? Help out whoever you can, she explained somewhat awkwardly. That was only because I wanted to sleep with you at the time. Hearing this, Lucien's face flushed red instantly, and he mumbled in embarrassment, sleep with me. Although your starting point was wrong, the words make a lot of sense. Seeing his shy and endearing expression, Gao Ting chuckled and asked, I can't believe there are still people like you in this day and age. Sun Guzi was indeed wrong to suspect you had malicious motives when you joined our convoy, but he was right about one thing, you're always secretly watching me. What is your actual goal? Hearing this, a chill ran down Lucien's spine as he recalled the two men in the convoy. He had to keep this a secret for old Joe and little Joe. She let out a sigh, a smile still gracing her face as she revved the engine and said, forget it if you won't say. I'll just assume you're lusting after my body. Gao Ting honked her horn as a test. The surrounding monsters began to go wild, but she confirmed that the sound was still not loud enough. Hearing this, Lucien asked in confusion, so what do you plan to do? She looked back and said, it's fine. With that, Gao Ting pulled out a large megaphone and continued, I came prepared. Seeing the megaphone she produced, Lucien looked utterly stunned. They sped forward at breakneck speed. Suddenly, a deafening song blasted from the megaphone. Love even in death, it's not thrilling unless it's to the absolute extreme. They continued to speed forward as the megaphone kept roaring. Only this can express how deep our love runs while riding, Lu Xun thought to himself. She actually didn't completely believe me. She only realized through the test that these madmen are indeed extremely sensitive to sound, so she immediately made a decision in her heart. Watching Gao Ting rev her throttle and speed ahead, he confirmed that her actual plan was indeed to lead the horde of madmen away. The megaphone was still incredibly loud, blasting love even in death. Watching her pull out her gun and start shooting, Lu Xun silently appraised her in his mind. This boss lady Gao truly possessed a remarkable leadership style. Moreover, her marksmanship and driving skills were definitely top tier among ordinary people. He turned his head and asked Shiki, "Sister, didn't you want a toy that can move and make sounds earlier?" the little girl asked excitedly. "Brother, are you finally agreeing to let me have one now?" Meanwhile, the megaphone was still blasting loudly. "It's not thrilling unless we cry until we smile." Lu Xun smiled and said to Shiki, "You were unhappy, and I want to cheer you up. Besides, these guys are all monsters anyway." Hearing this, his sister grinned widely, and Shiki flew happily into the air, praising him loudly. "Brother is the absolute best." At the same time, the megaphone was still roaring. "Even if the universe is destroyed. Even if the universe is destroyed, my heart remains." Little Shiki grabbed a monster, giggling happily as she yanked its hair out. She found it incredibly amusing and was having the time of her life. Suddenly, a hand slapped onto Lu Xun's shoulder. It was little Shiki's hand. As she flung the monsters away with her other hand, she laughed hysterically and shrieked, "This is so much fun." This gave Lu Xun quite a fright. Meanwhile, the megaphone continued to blast. "It's no fun unless we push to the ends of the earth. We aren't afraid of our passion heating into a sea of fire. Only when it boils does it get exciting." As he drove, he thought to himself that having his sister around indeed saved a massive amount of trouble. He didn't have to worry about a single thing and could just focus on driving. Lu Xun praised Gao Ting. "You're truly incredible." But Gao Ting was in no mood to banter, asking urgently, "Where is the violin?" Lu Xun pointed ahead. 10 o'clock direction. "See that intersection up ahead, turn left." At his words, Gao Ting's eyes narrowed. She twisted the throttle hard, roaring forward. Before charging ahead, she couldn't help but praise Lu Xun. "You've got some serious skills yourself, kid." Looking at the sight ahead, Lu Xun couldn't help but shudder. "Never mind who's skilled. We've arrived." Gao Ting was equally dumbfounded. Looming before them was a colossal mass of flesh, tightly adhered to the surrounding buildings, continuously emitting the sound of a violin. Looking closely, the mass of flesh was actually playing a violin, causing her to gasp in sheer disbelief. "What on earth?" Lu Xun could barely believe his eyes, so he turned to Gao Ting to confirm. "Can you see that?" Gao Ting snapped, clearly irritated by the question. "I'm not blind, how could I possibly miss that?" Hearing her response, Lu Xun felt reassured. Since she could see it too, it proved that the giant brain before them was indeed a physical entity, and it was actually playing the violin. Then, as he scanned the area, he suddenly spotted his mother's figure, and couldn't help but wonder, when did Mother get here? She seemed to be listening with great pleasure. Thoroughly captivated by the performance, they brought their bikes to a halt. Gao Ting asked, her voice trembling slightly, What exactly is that thing?" Lu Xun replied. "That's likely the performer we've been looking for. I suppose if we eliminate it, all our problems should be solved." Shaking all over, Gao Ting looked at Lu Xun and asked, Aren't you scared at all?" Lu Xun rubbed his neck sheepishly. "Scared? Of course I'm scared," Gao Ting snapped. "How does that look like a scared face?" Lu Xun defended himself. "I'm just keeping my fear bottled up inside, watching the horde of monsters rapidly closing in from behind." Gao Ting's expression turned incredibly anxious. "They're catching up too fast. Real or not, since we know these madmen are controlled by that violin music, we just need to take out the thing playing it, right?" With that, she whipped out her gun and snarled through gritted teeth, "To hell with it, I don't care what kind of monster it is, I refuse to believe it's bulletproof." Lu Xun muttered to himself. "This woman is way too fierce." Pulling out his weapon, he said, "In that case, I can't let myself fall behind." With that, they geared up to attack the mass of flesh, twisting their throttles and charging straight at it. As they rode, they fired a continuous volley of shots, but the bullets merely pinged and bounced off its surface. Lu Xun said grimly, "Just as I thought, this physical monster isn't going to be easy to take down. Let's switch to the special bullets." On the other side, Gao Ting cursed furiously as she threw away her empty gun, pulling out a grenade. "Damn it, standard bullets are useless. I'm going to blow you to kingdom come if it's the last thing I do." Suddenly, she felt a wave of intense dizziness crash over her. Swaying violently, she crashed to the ground along with her motorcycle. Lu Xun was thoroughly bewildered to see her suddenly wipe out. Her riding skills were clearly exceptional. How could she crash so abruptly? Then he noticed something and gasped. "No, wait." Gao Ting was now wearing the exact same twisted, sinister sneer as those mad monsters. Lu Xun's heart skipped a beat. Is this the difference between physical and non-physical monsters? Even though I didn't see it release any tangible pollution, she was infected without even realizing it. Suddenly, Lu Xun clutched his head in agony as the world began to spin. His thighs, feet, and entire body felt as if they had developed a mind of their own, completely defying his brain's commands. Lu Xun's eyes snapped wide open as a bizarre smile slowly curved up the corners of his mouth. Fighting desperately to maintain his last shred of sanity, he thought in shock, "What's going on? Why do I hear that cold sneering again? No, wait, I'm the one laughing." He stepped off his motorcycle uncontrollably, walking forward with mechanical strides, yet the rational voice deep in his mind was screaming, "Do not fall. If I go down, my precious motorcycle is going to get scratched up." Driven by this sheer obsession, he fought with everything he had to halt his own limbs. It seemed this was the monster's ability. It was attempting to hijack his brain and seize control of his body, like an external, overbearing consciousness trying to force its way into his mind and evict its rightful owner. Little Shiki called out anxiously from the side, "Brother, what's wrong?" But with his body entirely unresponsive, Lu Xun could only stand frozen, silently assessing the situation. Bizarrely, his mind had actually become incredibly sharp, even as his body grew heavier and heavier as if filled with lead. It felt as though his soul was being slowly pried away from his flesh. He glanced at Gao Ting, who was staggering nearby like a walking corpse, and realized she was already completely under its control. Just as she raised her gun to point it at him, his little sister seemed to sense the danger and unleashed her power, helping him instantly wrest back control of his body. Lu Xun barked, "No, she's trying to," but at that exact moment, Gao Ting suddenly threw her gun aside. She hauled her motorcycle back up, twisted the throttle, and rocketed forward. Lu Xun was stunned. How could she have broken free of the control faster than he did? Standing in place, his mind raced. No, she hasn't broken free at all. That was exactly where the incongruity in her body lay. Her brain and body had never been in sync. They existed in a state of mutual rejection and absolute refusal to compromise. Because of this unique disconnect, even when her mind was completely overwhelmed by the mental pollution, her physical body continued to mechanically execute the last order her brain had issued before being compromised. When Lu Xun realized what she was about to do, his eyes widened in horror. Using a wooden ramp, she launched herself into the air, heading on a collision course straight for the airborne monster with a grenade clutched tightly in her hand. Lu Xun paled with fright. A grenade? She was going to drag the monster down with her by now. Lu Xun had completely regained his mobility. Taking a deep breath, he made sure he had full control over his limbs. He slammed a button on his motorcycle console, muttering to himself, "This is the first time I've ever used this button." In an instant, a torrent of blazing fire erupted from the exhaust, launching the motorcycle forward like a rocket. Little Shiki clung to him tightly, squealing with excitement. "Brother, let me help you." Lu Xun knew that pressing that silver button would push the bike's speed past its limits, but he hadn't expected it to be this fast. However, it also meant the fuel consumption would be astronomical. "Oh God, my gas money!" Without hesitation, Lu Xun made an unbelievable move. He steered the bike straight up the adjacent wall, riding vertically at breakneck speed, thinking, "There's still time." Suspended in midair, Gao Ting had already closed her eyes in despair, accepting her fate as she pulled the grenade's pin. At that exact split second, Lu Xun launched his motorcycle off the wall, leaping off the seat with a roar. He lunged forward, grabbing her wrist and pulling her tightly into his chest. He tumbled away with her in his arms, while Shiki tacitly grabbed the ticking grenades and flung them far into the distance. A deafening explosion ripped through the air as the grenades detonated. The resulting shockwave and debris showered down, but Shiki's mental shield flared up just in time, blocking every shred of the blast. Lu Xun set Gao Ting down safely, asking with a sigh, "Is being alive so bad that you had to do something that reckless?" Just then, his mother strolled over and said to Lu Xun, "Even you were affected by it." For a full 5 seconds, Lu Xun pointed at the monster, nodding in admission. "I did experience a slight delay, but mother, what on earth is that thing?" The violent blast from a moment ago seemed to have left the monster completely unscathed. Mother studied the hideous lumbering mass and said softly, "That is the most repulsive thing in existence." She then revealed its origins to the siblings, explaining that it had been born from an extreme, utterly unprincipled experiment. Little Shiki grumbled angrily from the side, "Brother, I hate it so much I want to tear it to absolute shreds." Lu Xun pressed further. "So, this thing was artificially created?" Mother confirmed with a solemn expression. "Of course it was made by humans. Otherwise, how could such an abominable creation ever exist in this world?" Hearing this, Lu Xun's gaze hardened, and he said resolutely, "If that's the case, let's wipe it out completely." Looking at the dark, writhing swarm of hideous monsters ahead, Lu Xun actually felt a trace of fear. Their appearances were indeed deeply unsettling. Beside him, his father seemed to be losing his temper. "How dare those pests oppress me?" Lu Xun turned to his mother and said, Mother, don't be angry with me. Once we reach the central city, I'll definitely sit down and have a few drinks with Father, all right? Then he extended his hand to Shiki, calling out, "Come on, sister, let's do this," she chirped happily. "You got it." Accompanied by a burst of her bell-like laughter, the monster directly ahead was instantly sliced in two. Leading the charge at the very front was Lu Xun. His movements were swift as lightning, carrying a lethal, overwhelming force, while the manic laughter echoed from little Shiki. Gao Ting slowly opened her eyes, the throbbing pain throughout her body making her groan. "Ouch, I'm still alive." Sprawled on the ground, she watched in utter shock as Lu Xun tore through the monster horde like a hot knife through butter, effortlessly dropping them one by one, even laughing with delight as he threw his punches. The sight left her completely speechless. Is this really Xiao Lu? Lu Xun leapt forward, landing right in front of the colossal mass of flesh, and barked a command to his tactical glasses. The HUD instantly locked onto the target and indicated that something had just darted out from his motorcycle compartment. It was the mechanical puppy. Lu Xun immediately commanded, "Mechanical dog, attack." Upon receiving the command, twin heavy machine guns deployed from the mechanical puppy's back. It unleashed a devastating hail of gunfire, shredding the targeted monster into flying bits of flesh and blood. Rat-tat-tat-tat, 300 rounds fully expended. With the firing complete, the pup cleanly retracted its weapons, scrambled back into the motorcycle's storage compartment, and sent a notification. Target neutralized. Mission accomplished. Just then, the grotesque, slimy mass of flesh erupted into an earth-shattering roar of laughter, bellowing viciously, "I will grind you to dust." Gao Ting, who had struggled back onto her feet, watched the entire scene unfold in absolute disbelief. She stared blankly at Lu Xun and the entity before her, a single thought echoing in her mind. What kind of monsters are these? Lu Xun lunged forward, launching himself high into the air, and fired 3 special bullets in rapid succession at the mass of flesh. To his disappointment, the special bullets were still useless, bouncing harmlessly off its rubbery, hardened surface. Lu Xun pocketed his gun with a sigh, grumbling over the cost. What a waste of expensive ammo. At that moment, the grotesque mass of flesh began to play the violin once more, sending that grating, maddening melody rippling through the air. Lu Xun's heart skipped a beat. Again, I clearly snapped out of its trance just a moment ago. I didn't expect it to keep forcing its mental pollution on me. Standing nearby, his mother offered an elegant smile, murmuring gently, "Do not worry, dear." She slowly produced her oversized scissors. With a single, swift snip, she cut the violin to ribbons. Lu Xun landed firmly on the pavement, planting his boot squarely onto a chunk of rotten flesh. He said with relief, "The awful noise has finally stopped." Shiki pouted, complaining, "Brother, this thing is so incredibly annoying and gross." Lu Xun smiled at her. "Since you hate it so much, let's tear it to pieces." But the split second his hand brushed the mass of flesh beneath his boot, a mat of mental surge shot up his arm like a high-voltage current. Lu Xun gasped, leaping backward and launching himself high into the air. At the same time, countless ripples of psychic energy surged toward him like a closing net. He muttered grimly, a psychic shockwave, staring intently at the monster. Lu Xun's mind quickly ran a rational, scientific analysis. In essence, a psychic shockwave was a high-intensity radiation emitted by mental power, an amplification of a pollution source's spiritual energy. Depending on the scope and density of the source, its effects could vary wildly. Under normal circumstances, ability users rarely resorted to such raw shockwaves, as they could easily deplete one's mental reserves in a matter of seconds. Watching the monster recklessly vent its psychic reserves, Lu Xun shook his head. What an absolute waste of energy! The sheer force of its mental output is warping the air and deforming the surroundings. Even if it can't directly harm my physical body, it acts like an invisible wall, making it impossible to get close. Lu Xun then directed the shadow behind him. "Looks like it's time for Father to step in." The dark shadow roared with manic laughter as it lunged at the monster, raising its massive fists to smash the flesh to pulp. Lu Xun stood on the sidelines like a casual spectator, analyzing the clash. Though it's trying desperately to push Father back, Father is slowly devouring and eroding its mass. I have to admit, this brain monster's spiritual strength is indeed remarkable. He hadn't expected that even Father would take this long to tear it apart. The shadow relentlessly hammered the flesh, but Lu Xun, standing watch, noticed something peculiar. How strange. The torn areas are regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, his mother stood nearby, listening elegantly. She seemed to be using her own unique method to shield him from the monster's psychic encroachment, ensuring Lu Xun remained untouched by the pollution. He found it rather tricky. How can any creature release such high-intensity psychic shockwaves so relentlessly and without limit? This is getting troublesome. At that very moment, in a hidden laboratory deep underground, several researchers in white lab coats were staring wide-eyed at their monitors. They screamed in terror. What kind of freak is this? They watched the screen in absolute disbelief. That second-stage berserk monster was instantly vaporized by him. And even more mind-boggling, he's standing his ground against our third-stage subject 3 feet, a creation of the god's brawn, without being crushed to pieces. This was only supposed to be a basic feeding test. Just how terrifyingly powerful must this ability user be to withstand the raw energy of God's brawn head-on? An elderly scientist spoke up, his voice hard. I don't care who or what he is, we cannot let him leave here alive. With that, he slammed a lever down on the console, barking coldly. Max out the power, obliterate him. In an instant, a sinister purple aura flared up around the colossal mass of flesh. The shadow behind Lu Xun flew into a rage, roaring wildly, Damn it, mind your own business, let me go, I want to tear this useless piece of trash to shreds. Fighting through the pressure to take a step forward, Lu Xun calmly analyzed the situation. The intensity of the psychic shockwave emitted by the giant blood-red brain had surged several times over. A piercing screech tore through his mind as if an overbearing force was attempting to break into his physical body. From a distance, his mother maintained an invisible barrier, calling out gently, Don't be so hasty, child. It is merely a crude, vulgar, failed experiment. You are different from it. It is a soulless monster, but you are human. Since you are human, why resort to a monster's crude methods to fight it? Humanity has its own ways of solving problems. Having stepped back into the safety of his mother's barrier, Lu Xun organized his thoughts. So we should use rational analysis to dissect its pollution logic and then completely sever its logical chain? Mother smiled warmly in approval. Precisely. You finally see it. It tries to project negative emotions and control its targets through a monotonous looping violin melody. But because it was left incomplete in the old era, that performance is incredibly crude and primitive. Suddenly, everyone's gaze locked onto the mechanical puppy crouching at their feet, causing the little thing to shudder violently. Lu Xun mused, transmitting emotions through sound, which means they all flashed a rather mischievous grin at the puppy, causing it to tremble. Lu Xun stepped in front of the raging shadow, mapping out a plan. In that case, we'll have to wait until next time to let Father show off. Right now, we should work on our team coordination. By now, the purple psychic energy had completely encased the mass of flesh, forming a massive protective barrier. Lu Xun calculated silently. Sure enough, once I recalled Father's power, the brain monster expanded its psychic shockwave outward. But this kind of wide area field makes it much easier to spot a flaw, doesn't it? Father's energy had fully concentrated, and everything was set. The colossal shadow roared with laughter as it lunged forward. And with a thunderous impact, a crack was violently torn into the psychic barrier protecting the brain. Lu Xun grabbed the mechanical puppy by its tail and flung it forward, shouting, Go Pikachu! The puppy flew straight through the breach, landing squarely in the middle of the flesh. Sensing a feast, the mechanical pup grew wild with excitement and began to ravenously devour the surrounding tissue. To observers outside, though the giant brain was still desperately trying to play its violin, the melody had degraded into a chaotic mess. Lu Xun gloated slightly, remarking, Its logic is completely shot. As the psychic link fractured, the madmen surrounding the supermarket began acting erratically. The crew members sheltering inside screamed in shock, Oh God, those freaks are tearing into each other. This sudden turn of events left Dacheng and his men dumbfounded. What? What is going on? Why are they self-destructing? Someone yelled excitedly. They've gone completely wild. The boss and Brother Lu must have succeeded. Dacheng made a snap decision, bellowing at the top of his lungs, Move out, we're going to back them up, but listen to me. Anyone with less than 3 years in the convoy, run like hell out of this town right now and get word to the main convoy. We need someone to get the warning out about the sheer number of madmen here. The rest of you, grab your gear and follow me to rescue the boss and Brother Lu. Finding the plan highly logical, the crew roared in unison, Let's do it. Meanwhile, Lu Xun calmly observed the mass of flesh through his tactical glasses. Reviewing the updated data, he noted, Though the mental shockwave from its core has spiked again, its logical sequence is completely shot. The distorted psychic field is collapsing. The battle is practically over. When dealing with these bizarre pollution sources, finding the right approach is always key. His mother silently raised her scissors, rapidly snipping away the stray psychic tentacles surrounding the flesh. A rain of shattered bone and putrid tissue showered down. Seeing a massive glob of rotting flesh flying straight toward him, Lu Xun winced in disgust, executing a high leap backward to dodge it before steadily stepping forward once more. Little Shiki immediately pounced on the mass of flesh, screaming, I'll beat you to death. Mother instructed the two siblings, You two stay here and finish up. Mother is going to check out other areas. They chimed in unison. Okay. The little girl continued to punch and kick the flesh, chanting, I'll beat you to death, while Lu Xun laughed heartily nearby. Suddenly, the lump of flesh began to swell abnormally. Having reached its absolute limit, it exploded with a loud bang, sending splatters of blood and gore flying everywhere. Shiki walked over to a spot, bent down to look at the puppy and asked, "Are you saying it's down here?" Witnessing all this, Gao Ting could scarcely believe her eyes. "This," she gasped. Meanwhile, inside the secret laboratory, the scientific staff had plunged into utter chaos. "What on earth is happening?" one scientist shrieked. "This was supposed to be a simple enhancement experiment. How did it derail like this?" The elderly scientist remained silent, but a question gnawed at him. "Who is that young man?" He broke the distortion field of the god's brawn simply by standing there. Right after, the data indicators began to fluctuate wildly and erratically. The god's brain was the core of the entire experiment. A young scientist frantically barked out orders. All lower-level test subjects and unfinished Tier 2 subjects had suddenly fallen into cognitive chaos, tearing into one another in a rabid frenzy. "Report this now," another scientist cried out, muttering in shocked disbelief. "Who on earth is he? How could someone so terrifying be in the convoy? How are we supposed to write this report?" Just then, the elderly scientist, his face pale and grim, spoke up. "Something is wrong." He slammed his palm onto the control panel and barked, "Quick, sever all connections with the outside world immediately." On the screen, Lu Xun stared directly into the lens and flashed a massive, unsettling grin, sending a chilling shiver down the spines of the watching scientists. Then the hidden camera feed went completely dead. They cried out in panic, "What happened? Why did we lose the feed? Should we evacuate?" Suddenly, the crisp click-clack of wooden clogs echoed through the room, causing the scientists to break out in a cold sweat. What was that sound? Was someone coming? Who was it? The familiar pair of red wooden clogs slowly emerged from the shadows. A monitoring technician yelled, "The hallway cameras are still live," yet the hallway shown on the screen was completely empty. He stammered, "But there's clearly no one in the hallway." The tapping of the clogs grew clearer and closer, terrifying the scientist to the point of collapse. If there was no one there, why did the footsteps sound so close? The lead scientist, however, had no time to worry about the eerie noise. He reached for the large red self-destruct button on the console. Things had gone too far, and their only option was to. Just then, the heavy sealed doors slowly slid open on their own, prompting terrified screams from the other scientists. The doors are opening by themselves?" Before the old scientist's fingers could even touch the button, his hand was cleanly severed. The slash was so fast that he didn't even register his hand had been severed at first, only letting out a belated, agonizing shriek. Clutching his stump in pain, he watched as the other scientists around him were systematically and cleanly executed in a heartbeat. The assailant chuckled merrily while carrying out the slaughter. The elderly scientist only managed one final question, "Who?" before the afterimage of the familiar massive scissors flashed across his vision, shearing him in two. The entire facility was wiped clean of life, and the killer was none other than Lu Xun's mother. Her task complete, she stood amidst the ruins, smiling with quiet elegance. Up on the surface, a shout broke the silence. "Boss?" Gao Ting was still dazed, unable to process the sheer shock of what she had witnessed. In the distance, her crew was driving toward them, yelling, "Boss, give us a sign, we're here to help." They ran up to Gao Ting, but she sat motionless in a daze, deeply concerning her crew. "Boss, are you hurt? What happened here? Where's Brother Lu? Is he all right?" Right then, Lu Xun wheeled his motorcycle out from behind them, saying calmly, "I'm fine." He wiped down the frame with a look of heartache, sighing, "It's just that the bike got a few nasty scratches." Seeing this, Da Chang's expression grew serious. He asked Lu Xun in earnest, "Brother Lu, what exactly happened here?" Lu Xun offered a casual explanation. "It was nothing much. When your boss and I got here, we ran into a monster that looked like a giant brain. So we just took care of it on our way. But I was in a hurry and didn't park the bike properly. Uncle Da Chang, look at these scratches. It's absolutely breaking my heart." Da Chang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. By then, Gao Ting had finally snapped out of her daze. Assisted by her crew, she stood up, brushing the dirt off her clothes as she ordered, "The crisis is temporarily resolved. Quick, get to work and eliminate the remaining stray madmen, then bring the trucks out. We're pulling out." Da Chang turned to Lu Xun and suggested, "Brother Lu, how about I ride your motorcycle back? You exerted yourself so much just now, I'm worried your body might give out." Lu Xun immediately declined. No, I'm completely fine. I didn't get hurt at all." The real reason for his refusal, of course, was that he couldn't bear the thought of anyone else touching his precious ride. With that, the crew set to work clearing out the surviving monsters. As Lu Xun helped clear the area, he ran the numbers in his head. Most of the madmen had likely been wiped out during the fight with the brain monster, but it was hard to say how many were still lurking. He estimated there were at least 200 left. At this thought, he turned to Da Chang and asked, "Are you guys killing all the surviving madmen on the spot?" Da Chang replied as if it were a silly question, "Of course. Otherwise, what if they fly into another frenzy and start biting people?" Lu Xun's eyes lit up. "Wait, Didn't you say earlier that a live specimen could fetch over $100? Da Chang was momentarily speechless. Brother Lu, are you seriously planning to get into the human trafficking business? Remembering how the brain monster had self-destructed, Lu Xun quickly dismissed the idea. He supposed Da Chang was right. The safety of the convoy came first, and everything had to be done to ensure everyone's survival. For forcing the crew to capture live, rabid madmen just for a bit of extra cash was highly unrealistic. He supposed he only had himself to blame for being too heavy-handed and vaporizing the violin-playing brain monster along with everything else. After a long and perilous day, the group finally pulled out of White Tower Town and returned to their temporary camp. Outside, someone shouted at the top of their lungs, "Quick, get the wounded treated first." Stretchers hurried past the tents, carrying injured crew members. Inside one of the tents, Lu Xun sat with his head down, writing in his notebook, calculating his expenditures and profits from the excursion. Neutralized one brain-shaped monster, dealt with 2 mutated giant madmen, cleared out all ordinary madmen, expended 3 special bullets, expended 3 3mm industrial steel bearings for the mechanical pup. His estimated earnings had yet to be cleared, consisting primarily of the half-truckload of scavenged wilderness cargo old Joe had promised him. The thought of his precious motorcycle filled Lu Xun with a profound sense of grievance, prompting him to sigh and mutter, "And my custom ride got scratched. Oh, my poor motorcycle." Xiao Mao walked in and caught him mumbling. Thinking Lu Xun was unwell, he fired off a barrage of worried questions. "Brother Lu, what's wrong? Are you feeling sick? Do you need water? Are you hungry? Did you get hurt? Do you need disinfectant?" Lu Xun waved a hand in heartbreak. "No, I'm fine. Go help tend to the wounded." Xiao Mao pressed, still worried. "Brother Lu, what on earth actually happened back there in the town?" Lu Xun wiped his eye and let out a heavy sigh. "To be honest, I haven't quite figured it out myself." He thought of Mother and Shiki. Though the brain monster had been neutralized, where it came from and what was up with that entire street of madmen remained a complete mystery to him. As for why Mother detested the creature so much, and why his sister had been so unhappy, he would have to wait for Mother to return before asking. He turned back to Xiao Mao. "But we can be sure it's safe now." Xiao Mao nodded in relief. "That's good to hear. That's really good." Lu Xun smiled. "By the way, thanks for your help along the way." Just then, Gao Ting walked in unannounced. Seeing the boss lady enter, Xiao Mao immediately grew tense and awkward. "Boss, I'll leave you two to talk. I'm going to see if any of the other guys need a hand." Xiao Mao tactfully took his leave, and Lu Xun gestured for Gao Ting to sit. "No need to stand on ceremony. Come have a seat." Once seated, Gao Ting looked at Lu Xun and said, "If it weren't for you, the entire convoy would have died in that godforsaken place. You saved our lives. Out here on the wilderness we settle our debts clearly. So except for a small portion set aside as compensation for the injured brothers, I can give you the entire profit from this shipment." Lu Xun was taken aback. "What, all of it?" Gao Ting blushed slightly, mumbling in embarrassment. "We really don't have any other way to repay you for saving our lives." Hearing this, Lu Xun replied politely, "There's really no need for that." Lu Xun threw her own words back at her. "We're all out here trying to make a living in the wilderness. It's only right to help each other out." Gao Ting was momentarily stunned. This was the second time this young man had said those exact words to her. For some reason, hearing him speak in such a calm and gentle tone filled her with an unprecedented sense of security. "If you really want to thank me," Lu Xun turned to face her, speaking with a serious expression, "then I actually do have a question for you." Gao Ting looked surprised. "A question?" Lu Xun brought up the scene he had witnessed earlier. "When we faced that monster, you were incredibly brave. But some of your actions before that were completely irrational. Take facing that brain monster. You didn't even consult with me before charging right at it with 2 grenades in your hands. Rather than trying to kill the monster, it looked more like you were trying to commit suicide." Gao Ting's gaze suddenly turned cold and dangerous. She took a deep breath and replied, "You're right, that was exactly my plan. It would let me help my brothers one last time and completely destroy this disgusting body that I absolutely loathe. Why would that be bad?" Lu Xun nodded, noting that his suspicion was spot on. But before he could speak, Gao Ting stared at him and asked, "Xiao Lu, what kind of person do you think I am?" Lu Xun scratched his head shyly, mumbling awkwardly, "I think you're great." Gao Ting smiled, bending down to pull a bottle of liquor from beneath the table. "Relax, I'm not trying to seduce you in the middle of the night." Gao Ting tilted her head back and gulped down a massive swig of liquor before reiterating solemnly, "I just want to know, what kind of person am I really in your eyes?" Lu Xun thought for a moment and repeated his previous assessment. "Truly a very decent person." Gao Ting let out a cold laugh of agreement. "I think I'm pretty outstanding too. I might be a woman, but I've never backed down from a fight against any of those useless bastards, and my marksmanship is better than almost all of them. Well, except for a freak like you. Before my husband died, he held my hand and made me promise to look after the brothers in this convoy. He also told me to find a decent, honest man to settle down with while I was still young. Even though running this convoy is exhausting, I've never once thought about finding anyone else. Is there anything wrong with that? Lu Xun replied with a serious face. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. Gao Ting smiled. Right, I think I'm doing pretty well too. Then her expression dimmed with sorrow as she continued her story. When my husband first passed away, plenty of men tried to court me, and plenty of blind bastards lusted after my body, but I put every single one of them in their place. I'm just an ordinary woman, and of course I wanted someone to hold and cherish me. But except for that late husband of mine, who spent half his life playing a wilderness hero only to end up dying of some horrible illness that had him defecating to the point of absolute dehydration, I simply can't bear the thought of another man. Can you understand that feeling? Lu Xun nodded solemnly, pretending to understand completely, though in reality his brain was a complete blank when it came to romance. Gao Ting seemed to see right through his act, letting out a soft mocking laugh before continuing. Whether you understand or not doesn't actually matter. I know he wanted me to move on because he didn't want a lone woman to struggle so hard in this dog-eat-dog world. Gao Ting's eyes suddenly flared with a ball of pure fury. But I've always thought of myself as incredibly capable. I lead this convoy, running north and south, managing every detail flawlessly, making sure my brothers always have a hot meal. Everyone trusts and respects me from the bottom of their hearts. Until that delivery 2 months ago. Gao Ting hung her head, recounting the nightmare that began 2 months prior. 2 months ago, I led a few of the guys to the central city to receive a shipment, just like we always do. We did all the paperwork meticulously and paid off all the bribes, but we still got intentionally held up by a newly transferred manager. That fat pig of a manager insisted there was an issue with our truck of cargo and refused to accept it, telling us to head back empty-handed. For that shipment, the convoy had emptied our pockets. I couldn't just turn around, so I swallowed my pride, put on a fake smile, and pleaded with him to smooth things over. That fat pig handed her a hotel keycard, she recalled with gritted teeth. That disgusting creep gave me a sleazy look, handed me a card, and spelled out a condition. I had to go to his hotel room that night to find him. Hearing this, Lu Xun asked curiously, "So what did you do?" Gao Ting let out a self-deprecating laugh. My temper flared and I threw the card right in his fat face, giving him absolutely no face. Lu Xun asked with sympathy, "What happened next?" Gao Ting's shoulders slumped, her voice dropping into a despondent whisper. To retaliate, that fat bastard collaborated with the warehouse staff to intentionally sabotage us. The weather was scorching hot, and within a single day, the cargo started to spoil. Panic-stricken, I scrambled to find any connection that could help. Only later did I learn that this manager had incredibly powerful backing. His father was a big shot at the Central City Research Institute, with power reportedly exceeding even the administrative director. In short, a powerful figure like him was someone small time haulers like us couldn't hope to cross. He blacklisted us in the industry, ensuring no one dared buy our cargo, completely cutting off our livelihood. Driven into a corner with no other choice, I had to swallow my pride and go beg him for mercy. I threw away every last ounce of my dignity, begging him to let us off just this once and leave my brothers a way to survive. She looked up at Lu Xun, asking self-mockingly, "Can you guess what happened next?" Before Lu Xun could answer, she spat out the humiliating truth. He dragged me into his hotel suite, sizing me up like a piece of merchandise. He said my face was average and my skin lacked the pale softness of city women, but my body was fitter and wilder than any woman he'd ever seen. He told me that from the moment he laid eyes on me, he became obsessed with my body, the body of a woman forged by the harsh wilderness. Then that perverted fat manager subjected Gao Ting to a night of brutal abuse and torture. With tears welling in her eyes, she cried, "That beast didn't treat me like a human being. He trampled on me like a dog, a cat, a mere toy. He left disgusting marks and scars all over my body. When I cried because I couldn't bear the pain, he would slap me, choking me until I was on the verge of suffocation. Since then, this body has felt like it no longer belongs to me. It became his private plaything." Recalling the fat manager's face, Gao Ting's hands shook violently, her eyes burning with pure hatred. After that, every time the convoy went to the central city, he would force himself on me. I absolutely loathed his sickening compliments, and I couldn't stand the way he stared at me like a prized possession. Gao Ting took a deep breath, a maniacal edge creeping into her expression. The very reason she had started entering the tents of her crew members. So I thought, why should a beast like him be the only one to enjoy it? If he thinks this body is such a treasure, then I'll ruin it. I'll make it dirty, trashy, and completely worthless. If it's such a precious prize, then everyone might as well have a share. Lord knows there were already plenty of guys in the convoy who secretly lusted after me. A sick, self-mocking grin spread across Gao Ting's face, and she spat bitterly on the floor. I realized that deep down I was just a spineless coward. I acted tough and untouchable out in the wilderness, but the second I entered the city, I became a plaything. I didn't even have the courage to take a gun and blow his brains out because my brothers rely on his connections to survive. I had to keep them alive. So the only thing I could do was trash myself, using the most extreme ways to ruin this body. Suddenly, Gao Ting burst into a fit of laughter, her voice dripping with venom as she cried to Lu Xun, "The more that fat pig wanted to hoard me as his private collection, the more I wanted to turn this body into public garbage that anyone could touch. He thought he could monopolize me. I made damn sure to shatter his little fantasy. You have no idea, last month when he summoned me again and saw that I was covered in cuts, burns and scars, that fat bastard threw a fit. He pointed at my nose, screaming in a rage. That was easily the most satisfying, vindicating day of my life." Lu Xun listened in silence, feeling the crushing weight of humiliation and agony hidden beneath her manic exterior. He asked softly, Did the other guys in the convoy not know?" Gao Ting's laughter died, her expression sinking into despondency. "How could I ever tell them? Was I supposed to go tell them that the shipments they bring back and the money they earn to survive are actually paid for by me selling my body?" She stood up, preparing to leave. Before walking out, she gave Lu Xun a self-deprecating look. "I know you've been staring at me these past few days too. I didn't sense any lust in your eyes. You were just curious about my bizarre behavior, weren't you? It doesn't matter. You're a good, capable man. But I know that the kind of problem I'm facing isn't something that can be resolved with brute force. It's a shame my body is already filthy beyond recognition. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind giving it to you to repay you for saving my life." Just as Gao Ting turned to walk out of the tent, Lu Xun called out, "Wait!" Gao Ting stopped, looking back at him in confusion. "What is it?" Lu Xun looked at her calmly and said, "My investigation is complete, however, there are two things I need to tell you. First, your body has never been dirty. You only have these self-destructive thoughts because you are sick. Second, the ones who asked me to help look into your condition are actually Old Joe and Little Joe. The guys genuinely care about you. They asked me to come because they wanted to do everything they could to help you." Hearing this, Gao Ting froze, murmuring, "Sick." At the mention of the uncle and nephew, the softest part of her heart was touched and tears welled up and spilled over. She sniffed, forcing her tears back as she looked up at Lu Xun, asking hesitantly, "Then you?" Before she could finish her question, Lu Xun gave her his conclusion. "It's safe to say that you've indeed suffered from mental pollution. However, your case is unique. It's a new type of pollution that I've never dealt with before. To be exact, you have unknowingly polluted yourself. This negative energy didn't come from the outside. It stemmed from the rage and despair buried deep in your own heart." Gao Ting's expression finally softened, and she looked at him with a glimmer of hope, asking, "So how much did Old Joe and the kid pay you to help me like this? Give me an honest answer." "They covered my food, lodging, and gas. And they promised to give me half of the supplies they salvaged in the wilderness." Hearing him say this, Gao Ting explained to Lu Xun, "Do you have any idea that for a trip like this they can only make 1,800 yuan at most?" Lu Xun replied, "That's still quite a lot. Back when I worked at the company, I only made 1,000 yuan a month." Meanwhile, on the side, Da Chong and Xiao Mao were whispering to each other. Xiao Mao said to Da Chong, "Second uncle, do we really earn that little?" Da Chong replied, "I don't know. I thought it was already quite a lot." Gao Ting's expression dimmed once more, and she said, "Thank you. Although I can tell you're no ordinary person, this sort of thing isn't something others can just butt into. I don't want the brothers in the convoy to find out about this, and I don't want to cut off everyone's livelihood because of it. Besides, this isn't something that can be easily explained anyway. It was all voluntary on my part." Lu Xun advised her with a serious face, "You didn't do it voluntarily. If you had, you wouldn't have caught this illness. Although some things are indeed hard to talk about, this matter can be made clear." So he made a suggestion to Gao Ting, "How about I help you report him?" Hearing this, Gao Ting shuddered violently. "Report him?" She asked Lu Xun back. If reporting actually worked, how could there be so much trouble in this world? Lu Xun comforted her. "But reporting him is also part of the rules. Of course, if reporting doesn't solve the problem." Before Lu Xun could finish, Gao Ting turned around and said softly, "Anyway, I still want to thank you for your kindness." With that, a trace of a smile, which hadn't appeared on her beautiful face in a very long time, bloomed at the corners of her mouth. Watching Gao Ting's departing figure, Lu Xun was a bit puzzled. I already told her I would help her, so why didn't she react at all? Afterward, he sat down to continue calculating. This was a private commission, so there was no way to get the Special Clearance Department to reimburse his expenses. He would have to ask Han Bing to help find some loophole to get at least some of it covered. Oh right, the ammunition and equipment costs for the mechanical pup might be reimbursable through the Special Clearance Department. After all, it was far too wasteful. Suddenly, the tent flap rustled. It was his mother. She asked Lu Xun if he wanted to go for a walk, and Lu Xun agreed. Sure. His mother pulled Lu Xun outside, leading him to a remote open spot where they could see the city from afar. His mother said, "This is the spot." Saying this, she handed Lu Xun a blood-stained manila envelope and requested, "Take a look at this." Lu Xun tore open the sealed envelope. The document inside shockingly read, "Launch of the third phase of the God's Body Cultivation Project," causing him to gasp in surprise. "What is this?" Lu Xun's mother smiled gently and explained, "I picked this up while going for a walk in the town just now. It might be related to what you encountered today." Hearing his mother say this, Lu Xun wanted to gain a deeper understanding of that monster and pressed further. "Then what exactly was that thing we encountered today?" His mother replied, "It was something extremely enticing, yet something that should never have existed." Afterward, she mentioned what she had discovered when she slipped into that secret facility. Before this, even Mother didn't expect that someone had actually reached this stage. This proves they are indeed incredibly bold, and their technical level is also quite impressive. Furthermore, since they have already begun designing things related to the third phase, Mother believes that they have probably taken a massive step forward in certain areas of research. Lu Xun asked back with a solemn expression. "The third phase?" His mother looked at him and asked, "What do you think that thing you encountered today counts as?" Lu Xun replied, "A monster, a physical monster." It was indeed a physical reality, but Lu Xun understood in his heart that it was far more than that. That brain monster could influence not only madmen but also ordinary people, and even himself, with such powerful pollution capabilities if it were only used to control madmen. His mother offered her own conjecture. Perhaps it wasn't influencing madmen at all, but rather creating them. Hearing his mother's hypothesis, Lu Xun fell into deep thought. Those madmen were different from the skeletal mutated creatures in the wilderness that resulted from long-term starvation. Their bodies were extremely robust, they wore unified clothing, and they possessed an obvious fear of bullets. Therefore, if all of these madmen had been transformed from ordinary people, his mother asked Lu Xun curiously, "Then how do you plan to handle this?" Lu Xun said resolutely to his mother, "Of course I'm going to track them down. This kind of work that completely lacks any moral baseline must be thoroughly investigated to the very end." Hearing her son's answer, his mother smiled approvingly. "That's good. Since we've already discovered this, Mother also plans to pay a visit to some old friends. I need to find out exactly how far their research into this power has progressed, so you'll have to take care of the matters in the central city." Hearing his mother's instructions, Lu Xun asked with some surprise, "Mother, are you leaving?" His mother answered with a solemn expression, "I'm just going out for a bit and will be back in a few days." Then she gently reached out to touch Lu Xun's face, smiling with some concern. "You're already so grown up, are you still unable to leave your mother's side? Once I get a clear picture of the situation, or if you run into danger, I will return." Her expression suddenly became somewhat sorrowful and heavy. "While Mother is away, you must take good care of father and sister. After all, you are grown up now, and there aren't many people who can bully you anymore. Of course, when you encounter monsters or events related to those phases or the 13 types of spiritual entities you mentioned to Qinggong before, you still need to be extra careful." His mother's instructions made Lu Xun feel somewhat confused rather than reassured. "Careful? Careful of what?" Suddenly, his mother's face turned somewhat terrifying. "Of course, be careful to control your own temper and don't make too big of a scene." Hearing this, Lu Xun still didn't quite understand, grumbling silently in his heart. "Mother certainly isn't talking about me. My temper has always been very good." Then Lu Xun scratched his head and comforted her. "I'll take good care of the family and wait for Mother to return. However, I really am grown up now, so shouldn't Mother tell me some things too? What exactly are those 13 types of spiritual entities?" In the face of this question, his mother merely smiled noncommittally. Seeing his mother's attitude, Lu Xun continued, "They said that the power parasitic within these gaze glasses is one of the 13 types of spiritual entities originating from that painting. That painting can devour emotions, help stabilize my state, and be used to deal with those ugly monsters. It seems to deal with monsters by triggering emotional chaos. So I really want to know, what exactly is it called?" His mother only gave an ambiguous answer. Different people looking at it from different angles will get different answers. But she clearly knew this answer wouldn't satisfy Lu Xun, so she decided to speak more clearly. "It indeed possesses the ability to devour emotions. The painting it previously inhabited was called the Gaze of the Red Moon, therefore the people of Qinggong named it Gaze. But Mother feels we can understand it in a more direct way. Calling it Chaos is far more appropriate." Having received a satisfactory explanation, Lu Xun asked curiously, "What about Father? Which one does Father belong to?" To this, his mother asked back, "Shouldn't you know that better than I do?" Hearing this, Lu Xun's expression turned somewhat serious. Afterward, his next question took his mother completely by surprise. He looked at his mother and asked, "Then mother, what about you?" His mother merely smiled faintly, turned around, and answered evasively, "Oh right, if you want to find out who exactly is pulling the strings from behind the scenes." Before leaving, she stopped her pace, looked back, and offered a hint. "Perhaps you can start with this convoy." Hearing this instruction, Lu Xun pursed his lips, grumbling slightly in his heart. "Mother always treats me like a child. Of course I know that. Otherwise, why would it be such a coincidence that of all times the convoy was forced to change its route and enter White Tower Town at that exact moment?" In another place, next to a plate of strawberries, a phone was ringing incessantly. The person answering the phone was none other than Han Bing. She was currently taking a bath while eating strawberries. She put on her headset and greeted softly, "Good evening, Mr. Solo." Lu Xun faintly heard the sound of Han Bing chewing over the line and asked curiously, "Are you eating something?" She answered honestly, "I'm eating strawberries. My mother bought them. They are big and sweet. Although they aren't fully ripe and are a bit tart, they are incredibly crisp." Hearing this, Lu Xun couldn't help but salivate on the other end of the line. But he didn't forget the purpose of his call. He spoke up, "The investigation from earlier has yielded results." Hearing him say this, Han Bing was incredibly surprised and delighted. "Really? How did you investigate it, Mr. Solo?" Lu Xun replied with some pride. "The target of the investigation confessed directly to me." Han Bing chuckled and said, "That certainly sounds very much like your style, Mr. Solo." Lu Xun smiled and replied modestly, "You flatter me. However, some other things happened too. We encountered some madmen, as well as a highly bizarre brain that could control them." Han Bing was utterly shocked and hastily pressed, "What? Can you tell me in detail exactly what happened?" 5 minutes later, Lu Xun told her the entire sequence of events from beginning to end. The toy yellow duck in the bathtub bobbed gently with the rippling water. Lu Xun finally summarized, "In short, those madmen and that terrifying brain monster have all been dealt with now. Oh right, I also picked up a document that seems quite important, so I wanted to let you know." Having heard the whole story, Han Bing warned on the other end of the line, her voice trembling, "THTH, this matter is far more than just serious." At this moment, in the Qinggong Special Clearance Department, a series of urgent alarms blared frantically. "Urgent notice, urgent notice, urgent notice, urgent notice. Solo has discovered a forbidden laboratory in White Tower Town. Preliminary suspicions suggest it is related to the creation of the Phase 3 God's Body. Report to Captain Chen immediately and activate the emergency response plan following the broadcast of the urgent notice. Get back here, take a cab to come in for overtime." Someone was absolutely shocked by this sudden notification. "What? How did he do it? He's only been out for 2 days and he already stumbled upon such an earth-shattering case." Over the phone, Han Bing said loudly to Lu Xun with an anxious expression, "Mr. Solo, this matter is extremely urgent. Please lead the convoy out of White Tower Town immediately. The further, the better. Head toward the central city at maximum speed." Hearing Han Bing's anxious tone, Lu Xun was a bit puzzled. "Why?" Han Bing explained to him while drying herself off. "These types of forbidden laboratories are strictly outlawed under the explicit regulations of the Alliance. No matter how powerful the faction backing this experiment is, they absolutely do not want this matter exposed. I suspect a nuclear strike could drop directly on your heads at any moment." Hearing Han Bing's warning, Lu Xun whipped his head up, just in time to see a dark shadow flash across the sky. He was instantly stunned. "What?" But he quickly snapped back to his senses, racing toward Gao Ting's tent, shouting to her, "Organize the convoy to move out right now, head to the central city at maximum speed." Gao Ting was somewhat surprised and puzzled. "What do you mean?" The moment she realized the severity of the situation, she rushed out of the tent and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Everyone assemble immediately," under Gao Ting's command. The convoy quickly started up and sped away. Shortly after they left, a helicopter roared down to land, and a group of heavily armed men who looked like soldiers quickly stepped out. An officer-like figure bellowed orders, "Go check out the scene immediately." Meanwhile, on the other side, Minister Shen, Su Shen and Professor Bai were gathered together. Minister Shen slammed his hand on the table in a rage. "Absurd, even if such a laboratory truly existed. Didn't those fools know how to keep it a secret? How could it be discovered so easily?" Su Shen also found it rather strange. "It indeed doesn't make much sense." Professor Bai calmly addressed their doubts. "Perhaps it's not that the other side wasn't careful enough, but rather that, given Solo's identity, stumbling into these matters is not at all unreasonable from a certain metaphysical logic." He smiled slightly and continued, "The priority right now is to have Solo and the convoy that witnessed this head to the central city as quickly as possible. While having them retreat to Qinggong for protection would normally be the best choice, they are currently closer to the central city." Entering a densely populated area faster will make the forces behind the scenes hesitate to take drastic action out of fear of collateral damage. Minister Shen's temper cooled slightly as he noted, "The problem is that the personnel at the central city office might not be enough to handle such a large-scale situation." Su Shin smiled and suggested, "That's easy. We can consider organizing a support team to rush over." Meanwhile, back with the convoy, everyone was still hurtling forward at high speed. A voice crackled over the radio, urging them on. "Orders from the chief. Everyone speed up. We must enter Satellite City number 7 before the drawbridge is lowered at 8 o'clock. Stay sharp, everyone. Once we're in the city, good food, fine liquor, and hot showers await you all. Don't slip up at the final stretch." Lu Xin let out a sigh as he drove the truck. After driving continuously for a day and a night, they were finally nearing the central city. In the cab, Da Chang and Xiao Mao were sitting right beside him. Xiao Mao patted Da Chang's face to wake him up. "Second uncle, wake up. We're almost there," Da Chang muttered groggily. "Ha, we're there? I've only been asleep for 10 minutes, right?" Xiao Mao grumbled. "You've been asleep for over 3 hours. You've left Brother Lu driving this whole time." To keep them from arguing, Lu Xin quickly smoothed things over. "It's fine, really." But in his heart, he was silently grumbling, "Although I've only been driving for over 3 hours, I had to borrow my sister's ability several times along the way just to pull through. Still, it seems I really do have a knack for driving big rigs." He smiled, thinking that if the Special Clearance Department ever had no use for him in the future, he could always go drive cargo trucks. By now, they had swapped drivers. Lu Xin pulled out his notebook and said to the two beside him, "Once we enter the city, it should be safe, right?" Resting his chin in his hand, he calculated silently. "Once we're in the city, I can get in touch with the people at the central city office. The mastermind behind this definitely won't let it go. Even if we enter the central city, they will surely make a move. However, once we're inside the city, they absolutely won't dare use weapons of mass destruction to silence us. But if they dispatch ability users, the situation might become even more dangerous." An hour later, they arrived at Satellite City number 7 of the central city. The soldiers guarding the city stepped forward and ordered the convoy, "Please cooperate with the inspection. Firearms are prohibited inside the city. Please send your weapons to the designated deposit point." The group lined up to enter the security clearance lane. Gao Ting urged with an impatient look, "Everyone move faster." Once inside the city, she said to the crew, "We'll stay here tonight." The other crew members collapsed onto the ground, complaining, "I can't do this anymore. I can barely keep my eyes open, I'm so exhausted." Da Chang laughed triumphantly. "You young folks have such soft bones. It's only been 2 days without sleep. Look at me, a 50-year-old, and my energy is still this good." Lu Xin cast a contemptuous glance at him from the side. "If I hadn't driven for over 3 hours in your place, how could you possibly have this much energy?" Lu Xin pushed open the door to his room. He said to Da Chang and Xiao Mao, "I'll squeeze in with you guys tonight." He figured since the other drivers were sleeping in bunkhouses, if he didn't sleep with these two, he would have to go sleep with the chief, which meant staying with them was definitely much safer. Xiao Mao, however, pinched his nose in disgust and said to Da Chang, "Second uncle, I don't want to share a bed with you. Squeezing in with you makes it impossible to sleep. Not only do you snore and grind your teeth at night, but you also never wash your feet." Da Chang was somewhat speechless. "You brat." Xiao Mao then pleaded with Lu Xin, "Brother Lu, can I share a bed with you then?" Lu Xin flatly refused no. Being rejected, Da Chang awkwardly lifted his foot and sniffed it. Seeing Lu Xin's refusal, Xiao Mao felt like crying but had no tears. Before they knew it, the night had grown very deep. Da Chang had a foot planted squarely on Xiao Mao's face, his mouth smacking, clearly dreaming of being surrounded by a crowd of beauties. Meanwhile, with his face being stepped on and suffocated by the smelly foot, Xiao Mao was having a nightmare, dreaming of being frantically chased by a pile of rotten flesh. Lu Xin was still awake. Looking at the two sleeping soundly, he smiled slightly, thinking, "It looks like they really are completely exhausted." Afterward, he pulled out his phone and dialed, saying to the other end, "Hello, is this the Qingyuan pet shop?" Meanwhile, back in White Tower Town, the soldiers and officers who had entered the town stared at the ruins and severed limbs scattering the streets, completely dumbfounded. Who on earth had done this? Next, they arrived at the underground laboratory in White Tower Town. Looking at the scene before him, the leader thought to himself, just what kind of person or monster could have slaughtered everyone in the entire laboratory in such a short time, without even giving them a chance to send out a single message? After completing his inspection, a soldier reported, "The security defense system is completely intact, and the alarm system is operating normally." The leader said angrily, "Which means there are absolutely no signs of an outsider forcing their way in." He then ordered the other soldiers, "Follow me." Upon entering the inner chamber, and seeing that the safe had been opened, the leader was not particularly surprised. As expected, the secret had been leaked. Immediately after, in a certain location, a phone rang. A man wearing glasses picked up the phone, and the leader's voice came through the receiver. The caller reported, "I have arrived at the White Tower Town experimental base. It is confirmed that the base has been completely destroyed. The intruders' identities and methods are unknown, and there are no survivors. Furthermore, there wasn't just one person present, but 4 masked individuals," he continued to report. "It has been confirmed that the core secrets are missing. The hard drives of the surveillance cameras are damaged and cannot be directly accessed, but the technicians are working on a recovery. Currently, the only certainty is that this matter is very likely related to the documents prepared beforehand. Tracking marks outside the city confirm that the person carrying the documents moved overnight and has already arrived at the central city." A masked person spoke up. "Who should we send to handle this? For them to destroy the entire laboratory without us noticing or having time to react, their strength is definitely not to be underestimated. We suspect they are at least a Tier 2 ability user in a stable state, or perhaps even an S-class ability user." So, the man picked up the phone and said, "Then send the D group over," the person on the other end asked. "The Hell group? Should the entire Hell group go, or just a specific member?" the man told them. "Hide and Seek and Inner Demon, send the entire group over. We must ensure this mission is absolutely foolproof. Give them no time to prepare. It doesn't matter even if the base is destroyed. But we absolutely cannot allow any further complications." That sounded reasonable enough, and the other 3 all agreed. "I think that works as long as nothing goes wrong." Following unanimous agreement, one of them announced, "Today's meeting is adjourned, dismissed." The remaining person watched the other 3 depart. Once they were gone, he lit a candle, removed his mask, and muttered, "It's him." Meanwhile, on the other side, a beautiful green-haired girl answered a phone call. "Hello, this is the Qingyuan pet shop." Lu Xin was on the other end asking, "Do you have any cats, the kind that doesn't shed?" The girl asked back, puzzled. "How can a normal cat not shed?" Lu Xin replied calmly. "What normal person would raise a cat that sheds?" the girl tried to explain. "The more normal a cat is, the more it sheds." Hearing this, he countered, "So you're saying I'm not normal?" At the sound of his voice, the girl gasped. "Are you Mr. Solo?" Knowing she had recognized him, Lu Xin replied, "Yes, it's me." Upon learning his identity, she said with a slight tremor, "Qinggong already gave me your contact info. Also, I am just a regular grassroots worker stationed in the central city, not a spy. This kind of code is only used in emergencies." Lu Xin scratched his head and replied sheepishly, "It's just that I've never tried using a secret code on a call before." The girl said, "Well, now you have." She then asked, "Mr. Solo, you have safely arrived in the central city, correct?" Lu Xin replied, "Yes, I'm currently staying at a hotel in Satellite City number 7, the girl told him. "Understood. Qinggong has already notified me. I will be in charge of coordinating your itinerary and affairs in the central city, including taking the documents you retrieved along the way and conducting a preliminary evaluation of them regarding the forbidden laboratory you encountered. However, the light rail in the city has stopped running for the night, so I won't be able to meet you until tomorrow. Please be extra careful tonight." Lu Xin was slightly surprised. "Will dangerous people really come looking for me?" the girl explained to him. "It's hard to say for sure. However, regarding the White Tower Town experimental base you reported to Qinggong, when our task force rushed there to gather evidence, we found that the entire town had already been reduced to ashes by a massive fire. All evidence was completely wiped out." Hearing this, Lu Xin was instantly taken aback. From the moment the convoy left White Tower Town to their arrival at the central city, it had only been about 24 hours. For the other party to clean up the entire town so thoroughly in such a short time, their efficiency and the sheer scale of the power behind them was truly formidable. He assured the girl, "I understand, I'll be careful." After hanging up, Lu Xin stared out the window, musing. The original design of this liaison office's secret code system was actually the exact opposite of what it was meant for, wasn't it? That girl was indeed not as warm and enthusiastic as Han Bing. Meanwhile, the green-haired girl he was silently grumbling about suddenly let out a violent sneeze. Lu Xin walked a few steps down the corridor and stopped, looking up to find Shiki hanging upside down from the ceiling. Lu Xin asked her, "Oh, you're still up here? Thanks for your hard work." His talking to himself gave the patrolling guard nearby quite a shock. Ignoring him, Lu Xin continued to say to Shiki, "Keep a close eye on things tonight. Something might happen. With you keeping watch, I can rest easy." Hearing this, Shiki puffed out her cheeks and turned her head away. Meanwhile, the guard was completely bewildered, wondering, but then he was actually so deeply moved he almost burst into tears. "Brother Lu, don't you worry, with me keeping watch here, everyone can absolutely sleep in peace." This left Lu Xin completely dumbfounded. He whispered, "Sister, what is he babbling about?" Hanging from the ceiling, Shiki didn't even spare the guard a glance, replying flatly, "Men are just so prone to wishful thinking." The next morning, in the dining hall of the Central City Hotel, the convoy drivers were having breakfast. Lu Xun walked in and greeted everyone. "You're all up so early." The moment Xiao Mao saw him, he eagerly called out, "Brother Lu, sit here." As Lu Xun sat down, Xiao Mao brought over a steaming bowl of porridge, saying with a grin, "Brother Lu, I saved this breakfast specifically for you." Da Chang asked with concern from the side, "How did you sleep last night?" Lu Xun replied, "I slept all right during the first half of the night." In reality, however, Lu Xun was gritting his teeth, thinking, "How do you even have the nerve to ask? The two of you snored like absolute thunder last night. One snoring rose and fell like waves crashing on the shore, while the other drooled all over the place like a burst dam, making the scene utterly catastrophic. Both of them slept incredibly soundly, neck and neck, and in the end they woke up fully rested, while he was the unlucky one who hadn't slept a wink all night." Hearing Lu Xun's reply, Xiao Mao asked curiously while chewing on a bun, "And the second half of the night, did you sleep well?" Da Chang tapped his bowl, urging, "All right, hurry up and eat. We still have to deliver the goods in a bit." Lu Xun proposed, "Then I'll go with you in a bit." Munching on his steamed bun, he silently pondered, although so much had happened. Safely delivering this batch of goods as quickly as possible was still the convoy's top priority. After all, successfully completing this delivery and receiving the final payment was what mattered most to them. They risked their lives running through the wilderness, relying entirely on this hard-earned money to support their families. And the families of the brothers who had tragically died also desperately needed this compensation. Everyone viewed the world differently. After breakfast, they began unloading the cargo. Gao Ting directed from the side, "Careful, everyone, don't bump anything." She then turned to ask Lu Xun, "So, you think the person breeding those madmen behind the scenes might come looking for trouble at any moment?" Lu Xun replied with absolute certainty, "Without a doubt. By the way, which company are you collaborating with for this shipment?" It appeared this place was not their headquarters, but merely a temporary unloading warehouse. Gao Ting told Lu Xun, "Daddy Construction Group is a highly powerful and massive conglomerate in the central city. Their business scope is very broad, mainly covering heavy machinery manufacturing, public infrastructure maintenance, and so on. I heard from the older generation that they already existed and were deeply involved back when the high walls of the central city were being built." Looking at Lu Xun, she continued, "They have always maintained a very close partnership with several large mining companies, and our convoy is just one of many providing transport services for them." Lu Xun was lost in thought, asking, "Daddy Construction Group, in that case could this company have sold your convoy out?" While taking notes in his book, he thought to himself, logically speaking, those capable of creating such mad monsters should be biotech companies, but it was entirely possible they were just using construction as a front. Just then a luxury car slowly drove up and stopped in front of them. The door opened and a fat man stepped out, the very same manager who had previously made things so difficult for Gao Ting. Several lower-level managers nearby rushed over to greet him respectfully, calling out, "Manager Zhao, you've arrived." Looking at his ride, Lu Xun couldn't help but admire, "That sports car looks incredibly luxurious." The moment Gao Ting saw him, her face turned pale. She turned around in a fluster, muttering, "I'm going to check over there," trying to avoid him. But the fat man glared at her with an extremely unsettling gaze, sneering, Well, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Come to my office." This was the first time Lu Xun had ever seen this heroic female leader look so resistant and terrified. Gao Ting tried to excuse herself, "I'm busy right now." But the fat bastard sneered and threatened, "I'm busy too, stop wasting my time." With no other choice, Gao Ting hung her head and silently followed him, looking utterly humiliated under his smug gaze. Watching this from the side, Shiki eagerly tugged at Lu Xun's hand, whispering, "Brother, should we?" Lu Xun pondered for a moment, replying in a low voice, "Let's check out the situation first." He reasoned that if he let his sister kill the man right away, it would make it very difficult for the convoy to establish a foothold inside the high-wall city. Best to assess the situation first. They arrived deep inside a rather grand-looking office building. Lu Xun pushed open the door and walked inside, glancing at the employee display board on the wall. He muttered to himself, "So that fat manager is named Zhao Wei." Looking at the repulsive face on the photo, he thought to himself that he didn't look like much. After all, he was a mid-level manager in Qinggang himself. Just then, Shiki, hanging from the ceiling, whispered to him, Brother, they're fighting inside." Lu Xun was surprised. "Fighting? What's going on?" Shiki hopped down and snitched in a low voice. The moment they entered the room, that man started getting handsy. She pushed him away, which made him furious. He started screaming at her, pulling her hair and demanding to know if she was hooking up with other men outside. He even threatened her, saying that no matter what she does, she'll never escape his grasp. After hearing Shiki's explanation, Lu Xun patiently corrected her. That's not a fight, that's one-sided abuse and bullying. Shiki looked at Lu Xun coyly, suggesting, then let's go tear him to shreds, okay? Lu Xun picked her up, gently stroking her hair as he declined. No way, that's breaking the law. Shiki pouted, feeling a bit aggrieved. But he's clearly a big bad guy. Hearing his sister say this, Lu Xun scratched his head helplessly, thinking, why does hearing the word bad guy from my sister's mouth always sound so bizarre? Still, he smiled and comforted her. Actually, I have a much more fun way. Want to hear it? Shiki blinked her eyes and clapped her hands in excitement, asking, really? Then Lu Xun walked to the end of the corridor and knocked on the general manager's office door. A steady voice came from within. Come in. Lu Xun pushed the door open, stepped inside, and greeted with a smile. Hello. The middle-aged man sitting behind the desk looked up, asking with some confusion, who are you? Is there something I can do for you? Before entering, Lu Xun had glanced at the display board, recognizing that the man before him was General Manager Wang Yang, the head of Daddy Construction Group's operations here. Lu Xun was delighted. Bingo, this was indeed the fat manager's direct superior. He cleared his throat, putting on a righteous expression, and said, General Manager Wang, hello. I've come to report a situation to you. There is someone within your company engaging in extremely severe bribery and extortion. General Manager Wang Yang was taken aback, asking in surprise, bribery? What bribery? Lu Xun wore a meaningful smile and continued, General Manager, I am formally reporting that Zhao Wei, the manager of your quality inspection department, has been privately extorting massive kickbacks from the cooperative transport convoys under him, and has even subjected the convoy leader to personal humiliation. This not only damages the interests of the convoys, but also has an extremely negative impact on your group's reputation. Lu Xun explained the situation to Wang Yang with a straight face, adding, what's worse, that guy shows absolutely no remorse. Instead, he is currently physically assaulting Leader Gao in his office downstairs, committing an irreversible and grave mistake. Wang Yang dismissively took a sip of his coffee, saying coldly, young man, watch your tongue. Who exactly are you? I suggest you state your identity first. Our manager Zhao is quite a prominent figure in the industry. What you just said requires evidence, otherwise you're just making things up and slandering him maliciously. Lu Xun felt somewhat helpless, thinking, since you want evidence, I might as well just take you to the scene to see for yourself. So he grabbed Wang Yang's wrist and dragged him out by force, saying as they walked, you're absolutely right, evidence is key. Lu Xun's grip was incredibly powerful. No matter how much Wang Yang struggled and resisted, he was dragged along. Wang Yang screamed in a panic, what are you doing? Why are you dragging me? Let me go, security. Where the hell is security? Lu Xun replied calmly. Don't worry, I'm taking you to see the evidence with your own eyes. Along the way, Wang Yang's pig-like squeals echoed through the entire office building, attracting the attention of many employees, yet they were too terrified to intervene. Wang Yang shrieked at the top of his lungs, somebody get this lunatic out of here. Meanwhile, in the office downstairs, Zhao Wei was choking Gao Ting, snarling with a distorted face, a cheap wilderness slut like you. There's nothing but a dog in my eyes. Your life isn't worth a single cent. Suddenly, Shiki appeared behind him, giggling, scaring Zhao Wei half to death. What was that? Before he could react, Shiki gave him a violent shove. The massive force sent Zhao Wei stumbling forward, crashing awkwardly into the office desk. At that exact moment, Lu Xun dragged Wang Yang and violently pushed the door open, stepping inside as he said, this is the place. Stunned by the sudden intrusion, Zhao Wei turned around to look at them in bewilderment. Lu Xun said with a trace of pride to Wang Yang, General Manager Wang, see for yourself, I didn't lie to you, did I? Looking at the scene, Wang Yang was also frozen in place, shouting sternly, Xiao Zhao, what on earth are you doing? But Zhao Wei remained incredibly arrogant, roaring in a gruff voice, Old man Wang, mind your own business, what are you even doing here? Intimidated by his brazen attitude, Wang Yang shivered, glanced at Lu Xun beside him, and nervously shifted the blame, stammering to Zhao Wei, Manager Zhao, this isn't my fault. It's this guy who dragged me over here by force, insisting on reporting you. General Manager Wang, despite being 2 ranks senior to Zhao Wei, actually appeared far more nervous than the manager himself. This absurd scene left Lu Xun completely speechless. Zhao Wei was furious, pointing right at Lu Xun's nose as he cursed, Who the fuck do you think you are? Lu Xun politely introduced himself, Hello, my name is Lu Xun and I'm from Qinggang. Hearing this, Zhao Wei was so enraged he raised his hand to slap Lu Xun's face. How dare you report me behind my back? However, the moment he met Lu Xun's cold, menacing gaze, which carried a faint, eerie grin, his hand froze in midair. Zhao Wei felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Shaken but trying to act tough, he barked, Fine, you've got guts. I'll remember you. With that, he awkwardly stormed out of the room. At this moment, Dachang, who had been waiting outside, rushed over and asked with concern, Brother Lu, what happened inside? Lu Xun explained calmly, It's fine now. Your quality inspection manager, Zhao Wei, just attempted to assault your leader in his office. I'm sure you all saw what was happening. Hearing this, the driver brothers nearby immediately exploded in rage. What? That son of a bitch. Everyone's eyes turned red with anger, and they spun around to settle the score with Zhao Wei. Da Chong rolled up his sleeves, cursing, "I'm going to beat him to a pulp." Xiao Mao was also calling out to the others, preparing to corner Zhao Wei. However, looking out the window, they saw that Zhao Wei had already bolted to the courtyard and was driving away at high speed. Xiao Mao spat in anger. "The bastard slipped away fast," Lu Xin advised. "Everyone calm down. Fighting is wrong after all, but justice will prevail." He turned his head, smiling at the trembling General Manager Wang Yang, and asked, "General Manager Wang, I assume your company will provide a reasonable resolution for this?" Facing the fierce, murderous glares of the sturdy convoy men, Wang Yang broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly promising, "We will definitely handle it. We will deal with it strictly." Seeing his response, the crowd finally dispersed while cursing, preparing to start up the trucks. Lu Xin walked over to Gao Ting's side to comfort her. "The issue is resolved. Let's wait and see what kind of punishment their company hands down to him first." Gao Ting got into her vehicle with a complex expression. As she started the engine, she thanked Lu Xin sincerely, but with a trace of despondency. "Thank you," Lu Xin replied with a smile. "It was nothing, don't mention it." But Gao Ting's mind was not at ease. She couldn't quite figure out this young man. Was he truly that innocent, or was he playing dumb? Did he really naively think Daddy Group would punish Zhao Wei for a bunch of low-life haulers from the wilderness? And wouldn't the convoy face Zhao Hui's crazy retaliation afterward? On the road, Gao Ting shared her concerns with Lu Xin while driving. "Actually, I also wanted to test him earlier. I've always suspected that our convoy being intentionally rerouted to White Tower Town was orchestrated by someone behind the scenes, and that fellow Zhao Wei must know some of the inside details. That's why I purposely provoked him earlier to see his reaction. Although he was highly guarded and didn't reveal anything substantial, some of his overreactions were indeed extremely abnormal. For instance, when I mentioned harming and destroying my own body, he appeared exceptionally furious. Yet this was clearly not the first time he had seen the scars on me," Lu Xin sighed, analyzing. "So, because you ruined yourself like that and angered him, he intentionally sent your convoy into the fiery pit of White Tower Town to retaliate? For him, he only needed to change the delivery time on the central city side, and you would have no choice but to take the shortcut to get the money." Gao Ting frowned, muttering to herself, "Logically speaking, it shouldn't have escalated to letting personal feelings interfere with public duty to this extent. Perhaps there is some other reason behind all this." Lu Xin stroked his chin, thoughtfully raising a question. "Could it be related to the cargo you are delivering this time? For example, could someone have meticulously planned everything from the very beginning, and even the cargo you hauled along the way was a raw material desperately needed by the experimental base in White Tower Town?" After hearing this, Gao Ting thought for a moment and replied, "That should be highly unlikely, but anyway, the cargo has already been successfully delivered to them. And logically speaking, what we delivered this trip was just some very ordinary conventional mineral raw materials from Hongling. But just to be safe, I secretly kept a small sample. Although I can't see any connection between these minerals and White Tower Town at the moment, I feel it might come in handy in the future. When I have some free time, I plan to find an expert who knows the industry to appraise it for us." Lu Xin pulled a shiny object from his pocket to show off to Gao Ting, saying, "Awesome. To be honest, I also secretly grabbed one on the way here. Look, what a coincidence, right?" Suddenly, something on the road caught Gao Ting by surprise. There was a faint silhouette of a person in the distance. As she was wondering what it was, she took a closer look. It looked like a goblin. He was short, with pointed ears, and his arms were so long they almost reached the ground. Gao Ting shook her head, unable to believe her eyes. Was it a hallucination? Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory somewhere in Satellite City number 7 of the central city, the fat man Zhao Wei drove up in his sports car. He got out of the car in a rage, muttering under his breath, utterly convinced that there was definitely something wrong with that woman. Zhao Wei walked inside and said to a masked person, "I can feel it. She's different from before." I tried probing her indirectly, asking what happened on the road, but she wouldn't say a thing. I was worried that asking too much would expose me, so I had to let her go first. "What on earth happened at the laboratory? And what is the Black Table's decision?" the mysterious man said to the fat man. "It's nothing. The Black Table has no plans to punish you." The masked man's figure flickered, instantly appearing behind Zhao Wei as he continued, "However, your request for physical enhancement will probably have to be postponed for a bit. After all, the mission failed this time, and caused such severe consequences." The fat man's heart skipped a beat, but he still stubbornly insisted, "I'll find a way to make up for it." The mysterious man, unfazed, replied, "As well you should. The primary task right now is to eliminate all the potential follow-up impacts of this incident. Moreover, the person who reported your vile behavior is highly likely the culprit behind this mission's failure. The Black Table was extremely interested in this individual, and the top priority was to get him under control. The fat man nervously suggested, "Do you want me to send some gunmen to deal with him? Those cargo haulers aren't allowed to bring firearms into the city anyway." The masked man implied to Zhao Wei that his desire to redeem himself was commendable. "But that is not what we need you to do. As for blockading the news and cleaning up the battlefield, the Earth Group will handle it. What you need to do is something else." The fat man was no fool, and caught his drift. "The Earth Group," Zhao Wei said, trembling. "I know what you want me to do, but this isn't right. That old fellow won't let me off. We clearly agreed before that I'd only need to provide a little assistance within a specific range." The masked man activated some kind of ability and said to Zhao Wei, "As for blockading the news and cleaning up the mess, the Earth Group will take over." Then he gently patted the fat man's shoulder, and Zhao Hui's eyes instantly turned blood red. He said, "What you need to do is something else." The fear in Zhao Hui's eyes receded, and he let out a cold snort. "Is that so? I've been wanting to do this for a long time anyway." Zhao Wei declared with a maniacal laugh. "I'm going to show those bastards what I'm capable of," the masked man praised. "Very good, go prepare." Meanwhile, the convoy crew had already driven back to the hotel. Gao Ting forced herself to maintain an imposing air, roaring, "Damn it, tomorrow we'll go back to the warehouse and settle the score." Someone else chimed in, "If those bastards don't give us a satisfying explanation, we'll just gun them down once we're out of the city." Afterward, they walked into the hotel. Another guy suggested, "Guns aren't that easy to bring in. Let's just chop them with knives instead. Making a scene at the warehouse is useless. We have to go straight to their headquarters." Hearing him say this, Gao Ting barked a sharp command, "All of you shut up, get some good rest today. Nobody is allowed to leave the hotel without my permission." Gao Ting told the crowd, "I'm going back to my room to rest first." As the convoy members returned to their rooms to rest, Lu Xin hid in a corner and pulled out his phone. "Strange, why can't I get through? It's already dark. Why hasn't the liaison arrived yet? Forget it, I'll go back to my room and wait too." Suddenly, a man ran over with a panicked expression. "This is bad, this is bad." Lu Xin asked him, "What happened?" The man explained that it was old Li. Old Li had just disappeared in an extremely bizarre way. The other brothers asked in surprise, "Missing? How could he have gone missing?" He recounted in terror. "Just now, old Li and I went to the restroom together. I finished first, so I came out first. The smell inside was too strong, and he said he wanted to take a dump, so he stayed behind. I waited outside for a bit, thinking of borrowing some money from him, but after waiting a long time and not seeing him come out, I went in to look for him. Who knew that a grown man as big as old Li would just disappear like that?" Da Chang guessed mindlessly. "How could he disappear? Could he have fallen into the pit? Did you fish him out?" These words made the man angrily retort, "Bullshit, he really vanished into thin air. Old Li is so heavily built and the pit is so shallow. How could I not see him if he fell in?" Lu Xin calmed everyone down and suggested, "Let's check out the restroom first." After inspecting the inside, Da Chang walked out and reported, "It's completely empty. There's indeed no one there. How could a living, breathing person just vanish?" Lu Xin was also utterly baffled. This was indeed quite bizarre. He reconfirmed with the reporting man, "Are you sure that while you weren't paying attention, old Li didn't leave from somewhere else?" he asserted loudly. "Absolutely not. I really didn't see him come out of here. If he wanted to take another way, climbing over that wall over there is possible. But what would old Li gain from that? It was just a trip to the restroom. Why would he need to climb a wall to run away, right?" Xiao Mao also chimed in. "Brother Lu, I just went to check. It's absolutely impossible for old Li to have climbed the wall. There's a thick layer of wet cement slurry on it. Anyone climbing over would get covered in mud." Lu Xin also admitted that the possibility of leaving by climbing over the wall was indeed very low. Before they could reach a conclusion, the commotion was so loud that it woke Gao Ting, and she walked out of her room. She ordered angrily, "Stop shouting and don't go off looking for people individually. Count heads immediately." She ordered them in a deep voice to check if anyone else was missing. Arriving in the courtyard, Gao Ting began to call the roll. Lu Dacheng, Meng Tuzi, Zhang Sangquang, those whose names were called, answered loudly, "Present." After finishing the roll call, she was shocked to the core. There were clearly 37 survivors when they left White Tower Town, but now upon recounting there were actually only 33 left. Where did the other 4 go? Someone in the group reported to Gao Ting with a trembling voice. "Big boss Tien Niuzi slipped out to get his hair washed while you were resting in your room." Gao Ting barked in anger. "Didn't I tell you guys that you must stay here?" The man tried to explain. "I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. He said he'd be right back, 30 minutes tops." Although Gao Ting was furious, she forced herself to calm everyone down. "Damn it, don't panic yet. Listen to my commands later, we'll group up to search for them. Now try to think, when exactly did those missing people start disappearing? Think carefully, all of you, Lu Xun spoke up, trying to calm her down. I haven't encountered this exact situation either, but I've handled many similar cases back in Qinggong. So don't worry, I'll do my best to help you find them. Gao Ting was deeply grateful. I'm not good at fancy words, but I owe you a favor this time. Hearing her say this, Lu Xun joked, as long as you don't repay me with your body. Just as the atmosphere eased up, Da Chang suddenly ran over to report, Boss, they remembered. These guys were probably the last ones to see those 2 missing people, another person added. It's like this. Bai Hua said he wanted to go back to his room to sleep for a bit after eating, and no one saw him after that. Chen Laotong lost money playing cards, said he was going to wash his hands to get rid of his bad luck and would be back to play in a bit. But he never returned either. We thought he was just trying to dodge his debt at the time. And then, Gao Ting looked extremely suspicious. How can it be so bizarre? They were just here a moment ago, and then they're gone. On the side, Lu Xun pondered calmly. If these people really vanished into thin air, what kind of ability user is the opponent? And what methods did they use? Gao Ting ordered the crowd, go to the hotel front desk to check the surveillance footage first, then send someone to bring Tian Niuzi back. Go in pairs so you can look out for each other. The crew shouted in agreement. Some split up to search, and along the way someone pointed ahead and shouted, Is anyone here? Another group went to check the surveillance. One person pointed at the screen and said, Slow this part down. After checking the footage, everyone gathered in the courtyard, and hurriedly reported that they had already checked the front desk's cameras. But those cameras were all designed to prevent tire theft, so they only shot the parking lot and couldn't see anyone. They also checked the gate's camera, which only captured Tian Niuzi sneaking out alone, with not even a shadow of old Li in the others. This meant they had never left the hotel at all. Gao Ting was utterly baffled. How on earth? Suddenly, someone shouted in panic. Liang de Weiba is gone. He was clearly right here a second ago. Hearing this, Gao Ting shouted in anger. What? She rushed forward, grabbing the man and demanding, When did he disappear? The man answered in panic. Just now, I was literally just talking to him, and the second I turned my head he was gone. Lu Xun was deeply puzzled. Strangely, his tactical glasses didn't detect any abnormalities. Neither mental radiation nor mental monsters were found. He looked up at the ceiling and asked Shiki, Sister, did you spot anything unusual? The little girl also shook her head in bewilderment. Nothing at all, brother. Lu Xun suggested to Gao Ting, It seems we can confirm that we have indeed run into an extremely unusual, bizarre event. Let's gather everyone first. I think the most important thing right now is to ensure the remaining people don't disappear right under our noses. Gao Ting thought it made sense and agreed. You're right, Gao Ting proposed. I have an idea. Let's have everyone move to the room with the large communal bed, and the 2 of us will guard the door. That way they can't just vanish into thin air, can they? Lu Xun also agreed. That works. Let's do as you say. In the spacious empty room there was only a solitary light bulb hanging overhead. They immediately gathered in one room, and everyone discussed in fear. Could there be some highly skilled assassin who snuck in wanting to eliminate us? If it's an assassin, that's actually fine. Please don't let it be a ghost snatching our souls. Gao Ting was also a bit scared, her voice beginning to tremble slightly. Xiao Lu, what do you think about this? Lu Xun suggested calmly. He hadn't figured out the reason for those people's disappearances yet, so he could only offer her one piece of advice. Report it to the police. Gao Ting was somewhat surprised. Lu Xun explained to Gao Ting, reporting it is the most reliable way. We have a department specializing in handling this type of event in Qinggong, and the central city must have one too, if you report it. Maybe you can alert the central city's special clearance department. Perhaps they can solve this problem. Gao Ting thought it was feasible. That's a good idea. Gao Ting said loudly. Old Joe, the 2 of you come with me. Let's go to the front desk to call the police. 3 hours after reporting it, Da Chang began to grow anxious. What's going on? There hasn't been any movement for so long. Didn't the operator who took the call say they'd deal with it immediately? Call and press them again. Xiao Mao, who was also very scared, said, I already called, but no one picked up at all afterward. Gao Ting could only let out a deep sigh, while Lu Xun was very puzzled. Is the efficiency in the central city actually this low? Our Qinggong is never like this. Then, with his chin in his hand, he thought of the stack of documents his mother had given him. It wasn't convenient for him to directly contact the Central City Special Clearance Department. If he walked away, the safety of the convoy crew could not be guaranteed. Furthermore, Qinggong had specifically instructed him beforehand to avoid taking the initiative to contact the Central City's Special Clearance Department if possible. Not to mention he was still carrying a highly classified document regarding God's brain that must absolutely not be exposed. It seemed he had to prepare to handle all of this himself. Afterward, Lu Xun warned everyone, "Everyone stay vigilant and lock the door tightly." But the convoy crew replied in a somewhat disheartened manner. "Will locking the door even do anything?" Hearing this, Lu Xun was also a bit speechless. "It should at least do something, unless the opponent really is a ghost," then Lu Xun suggested. "In addition, just to be safe, we can also take some defensive measures. First, tie everyone's hands together with a rope to connect everyone. Second, we can get some dirt from outside and spread it on the surrounding floor to check for footprints." Hearing this, everyone's panic eased slightly, and they agreed in unison. "Okay, we'll listen to Brother Lu." Having said this, he turned to Gao Ting and said, "You guys stay here first. I'm going out for a bit. I need some quiet space to think this over carefully." Hearing him say this, Gao Ting was somewhat surprised. "Quiet space?" Lu Xun comforted her. "It's fine, don't worry. If something really comes for me, it'll also be easier for me to deal with it." Gao Ting agreed. "Okay." So he opened the door and walked out. Arriving at a quiet, deserted spot, Lu Xun pulled out his phone to make a call. But he couldn't help complaining that he still couldn't get through to that liaison girl's phone. Had she gone missing too? Han Bing had warned him before to be careful of the other side trying to silence people. He looked up at the ceiling and asked Shiki, "Sister, did you really not sense anything just now?" The little girl replied somewhat gloomily, "If I had seen it, I would have already been holding my toy and talking to you. But this matter is indeed quite interesting. Several times along the way I felt like I saw something, but when I looked closely, there was nothing again, so I don't know if I actually saw it or not." Lu Xun was completely bewildered. "Are you speaking in tongue twisters with me?" He let out a sigh. "If only Mother were here." The little girl jumped down from the ceiling in a huff. Afterward, Lu Xun asked the dark shadow, "Did you find anything?" The shadow declared with a grin. "Vaporizing this hotel would be as easy as turning over my hand," he said somewhat helplessly. "In other words, you didn't sense anything either, right?" Lu Xun let out another sigh. If only Mother were here. This made Shiki very angry, and she slammed the doll in her hand hard onto the ground. Xiao Mao suddenly ran over in a hurry to report, "This is bad, Brother Lu. Someone went missing again just now." Lu Xun was shocked. "What?" He hurriedly followed Xiao Mao back. The moment he entered the room, Lu Xun asked Gao Ting anxiously, "What happened?" Gao Ting was so terrified her words were somewhat incoherent. "Just now we were sitting here the whole time and nothing happened, but I suddenly felt a bit uneasy. So I had Sun Guzi count heads. It turns out we're missing 3 more people. And nobody has any idea when they went missing. The brothers in the convoy are all terrified right now. How could living people just vanish like that? It must be a ghost. We must have run into a ghost snatching souls." Lu Xun, however, remained calm, scrutinizing the rope on the ground and the dirt on the floor, reconstructing the scene in his mind. People disappearing for no reason, with everyone completely oblivious to when their companions went missing, and even the ropes being useless. If there really was a mental monster that even he couldn't detect, it meant it had actually been right beside them all along, right inside this room. Then he muttered to himself, "But if that's the case, there should have been some struggle or trace left behind when they were taken, in this room. With so many people and companions disappearing one after another right next to them, did everyone really not notice anything at all?" Gao Ting blamed herself in panic. "Yes, it's all my fault," Lu Xun said to her. "No," he asked the crowd loudly for confirmation. "My point is, did everyone really not notice anything at all?" Gao Ting also nodded tremblingly. "Yes, indeed," yet a smile suddenly appeared on Lu Xun's face as he reached a firm conclusion. "I think I have found the rule of that monster." Gao Ting couldn't quite understand and pressed. "Ah, I mean that monster only targets people who are currently in an unwatched state." Then he made a proposal to everyone. "Everyone sit face to face and keep your eyes locked on the person opposite you. Whatever you do, do not blink." Gao Ting barked out, reinforcing the command. "Quick, everyone do as he says." The crowd immediately began staring wide-eyed at each other, including Da Chong and Xiao Mao. Shivering all over, Da Chong yelled at Xiao Mao, "Quick, keep your eyes on your second uncle." Meanwhile, Gao Ting also stared intently at Lu Xun with wide eyes. Lu Xun told her, "Staring at me is useless. Look at someone else." Lu Xun looked around, analyzing the situation in his mind. Just discovering this rule isn't enough. The most critical part is how to solve it. We can't actually sit here staring at each other forever. What are we going to do when everyone gets tired later? Theoretically, the moment your partner blinks, you could vanish instantly. Suddenly, a deafening crash outside shattered Lu Xun's train of thought. Panic gripped the crowd. What was that sound outside the window? Xiao Mao dashed over, stole a quick glance and said, "Nothing's there. We're fine." But he failed to notice that at some point Da Chong had let go of his hand. The moment he turned around, he realized something was terribly wrong. "This is bad, Brother Lu," Xiao Mao wailed in sheer terror. My second uncle is gone, Lu Xun also announced in shock. The convoy leader has vanished too. The convoy crew erupted into absolute chaos, running around in a panicked frenzy looking as though they had lost their very souls. Damn it, where is this monster? Show yourself, you bastard. Get out here so I can chop you to pieces. I can't take this anymore. We can't wait any longer. I need to get out of here right now. Lu Xun stepped in to block the door, advising in a deep voice, everyone calm down. But they had already lost all reason. Calm down, how can we calm down? If we stay here any longer, we're all going to be snatched away by ghosts. Get out of my way. I'm leaving. Xiao Mao and another burly man in the convoy glared furiously at those trying to flee. Anyone who dares to run out right now will have to fight me first. Now that the boss and second uncle are both gone, if we want to save them, we're relying entirely on Brother Lu. Didn't you hear Brother Lu tell you not to panic? The boss trusted him so much and you guys refuse to listen to him now. Though Xiao Mao was putting on a tough front, he couldn't help but choke back tears of self-reproach. Brother Lu, the moment I turned my head just now, second uncle was gone. It's all my fault. As soon as I heard that noise outside, I couldn't resist looking back. In just the blink of an eye, second uncle vanished. He's gone, but I'm still here, which means he must have been keeping his eyes on me the entire time, Lu Xun asked calmly. How many people are missing this time? The man beside him answered in a trembling voice. 8 people have vanished. Lu Xun silently calculated in his mind, from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, from 4 to 8. This was highly reminiscent of Qin Ran from before. There was indeed a pattern. Lu Xun clenched his fists in irritation, thinking to himself, I waited for it in the room for so long earlier, yet it never came for me. Does it think I'm too tough to handle, so it plans to leave me for last? That monster must be feeling incredibly smug right now, watching greedily as I stand by helplessly. This is becoming an absolute joke, and it's honestly a bit infuriating. Lu Xun took a deep breath and began shouting to the empty air, the words I'm about to say are meant for you. Ability user, I know you are in this room right now, and I know you can hear me. A faint cold grin played on his lips. Someone once taught me a lesson. When facing the bizarre, rationality is humanity's only advantage. Right now I want to play a battle of wits with you. Under the utterly bewildered stares of the convoy members, Lu Xun continued to speak to the empty air. First, based on my previous analysis, you can indeed only take away those who are currently unwatched. This proves that you have been hiding in this very room, observing everyone. Second, logically speaking, since you wanted to target the convoy, you should have started with the boss, but you didn't. That's because she had locked her door from the inside and you couldn't get in. Therefore, you must possess a physical body. Third, you've been hovering around since the afternoon all the way into the night, acting like a total coward. This only proves that you are actually terrified of me, doesn't it? Lu Xun grinned, announcing in a loud voice, Father, this makes things simple. I just need to lock down the exit and block any chance of escape. No matter which corner of the room you try to slip out from, I will spot you. At that split second, I will make you regret ever coming into this world. After he finished speaking, the room plunged into dead silence. Suddenly, a raspy cough echoed from outside. Pushing the door open, they found a woman standing there. She began cursing at the people inside with irritation. What are you staring at? I could hear your pathetic wailing from a mile away, Xiao Mao gasped in surprise. Proprietress, what are you doing here? The man who had defended Lu Xun earlier chimed in. At a time like this, you really gave us a massive fright. Lu Xun stared at the proprietress, noticing that her expressions and movements were incredibly stiff. Suspecting that she was under the control of an ability user, he stared at her, asking in a deep voice, You are in cahoots with the monster in this room, aren't you? The proprietress continued to play dumb. What do you mean in cahoots? I have a husband and children, Lu Xun sneered, demanding sharply. If you have a husband, why did you try to seduce old Joe earlier? The proprietress argued. I did no such thing. Lu Xun summoned his shadow, preparing for battle as he coldly laid bare his deduction. You didn't. With old Joe's scrawny frame, no one would fall for him. Besides, you've completely given yourself away. The real proprietress would have instantly erupted into a barrage of curses. The shadow's razor-sharp claws lunged forward, but the proprietress unexpectedly leaped backward with incredible agility, narrowly dodging the blow. As she retreated, she let out a giggling laugh, praising, An ability user indeed, and quite powerful too. Oh my, resorting to violence without even chatting first, she leaped high into the air, executing an agile flip. Lu Xun was caught slightly off guard, not expecting her to be able to anticipate and dodge his father's shadow. Black mist erupted frantically from his body as he muttered in a deep voice, In that case, the shadow violently bound her legs, causing her to trip and face-plant onto the floor. She lay sprawled on the ground, foaming at the mouth, trembling violently in cold sweat. Just as the shadow prepared to tear her to pieces, Lu Xun was astonished to see the silhouette of a well-dressed man in a suit separate from her body. A voice spoke up, You are a kind-hearted person who hates harming the innocent. I like people like you. His clothes were neat and tidy, but a colossal, grotesque single eye grew on his head, he suggested. How about we both take a step back and sit down for a chat? Lu Xun sneered, mocking. Talk about what? Though you certainly have quite a unique look. The man was overjoyed, clasping his hands together like a gentleman to thank Lu Xun. Thank you. I hope we can have a pleasant chat. We have always harbored immense goodwill toward all ability users. Lu Xun sized him up and asked. So your ghostly shadow is a physical entity too. Speak then, what do you want to talk about? He explained. What you did to us before, including killing our subordinates, we are willing to believe it was just a misunderstanding, but the most critical point is that you took a highly classified document. He began proposing a deal to Lu Xun. As long as you return that item to us and keep your mouth shut, we will reward you handsomely. Otherwise, his voice suddenly turned icy as he threatened, there is another path. An ability user like you. Red mist began to drift around his body as he offered the second option. If you would consider joining us and becoming one of our members, we would place even greater trust in you. Lu Xun stroked his chin and asked, Join you? How much is the monthly salary? Surprised by the question, the man felt a surge of secret joy and explained, Money is merely a number to us. We don't even need you to do much work. As long as we can help you achieve your dreams, we can make any dream of yours come true. Lu Xun continued to tease him. Still, if you want me to join, $1 million annual salary is the bare minimum, right? Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. To be honest, you sound exactly like one of those pyramid scheme scam groups. Hearing this, the man said to Lu Xun with some irritation, Your vision is far too narrow. Lu Xun sighed, continuing to play along. What do you know? I have no choice. I have a large family to feed. I am sincerely inviting you to join. Can you show at least a sliver of sincerity? Lu Xun pulled back his smile, speaking with a serious expression. Actually, I am being extremely sincere. Honestly, this sketchy organization of yours is not only non-compliant, but it's also clearly illegal and criminal. I am formally notifying you now. Release the convoy members immediately and cooperate to secure lenient treatment. Otherwise, once we actually start fighting, you might lose your life. It seems you are indeed rejecting me very seriously, but you seem to have misunderstood one thing. Your people are all in my hands and you are completely surrounded. Where do you get the confidence to speak like that? Lu Xun pointed at the room, replying in a leisurely manner. Indeed, my friends are in your hands. But similarly, I have trapped all of you inside this room, the opponent sneered. Is that so? Unwilling to waste any more words, he raised his hand and fired 2 consecutive shots at Lu Xun. Lu Xun tilted his head to dodge the bullets, silently making an assessment. This guy is exceptionally skilled at exploiting openings, capable of firing decisively the instant someone's attention wavers. Meanwhile, the opponent was equally astonished. A spider-type ability user, Lu Xun gave his shadow a quiet command to attack. This guy was indeed a bit troublesome. Leveraging his momentum, he stepped onto the fallen proprietress's body, leaping high into the air and firing multiple shots at Lu Xun. Lu Xun dodged to the side, silently weighing his options. Damn, I can't let father attack the proprietress. Right after, he was astonished to find another bullet accurately tracking the exact spot he was about to dodge to. This guy could actually predict where he would land. Fortunately, the shadow stepped in just in time to block the bullet for him. Lu Xun's opinion of this sharply suited man in a suit shifted. The opponent had clearly deduced that he didn't want to harm the innocent, which was why he used the proprietress's body as a stepping stone to evade the shadow's bites and used heavy fire to force the shadow back. Being on the defensive was indeed a deeply unpleasant feeling. The shadow also grew exceptionally violent. Suddenly, a pungent odor wafted into his nose. What was that smell? Before he could identify it, he was suddenly bound tightly by countless incoming tentacles. Lu Xun gasped in astonishment. What is this feeling? His vision blurred instantly. As he was bound securely, a warning message popped up on his tactical glasses. He cried out, "Something is wrong." Looking closely, this was the exact same tentacled monster Gao Ting had encountered on the road earlier, now binding him tightly with its slimy tentacles. Even more shocking to Lu Xun, in the dark corner behind the monster, the missing convoy members were lined up, hands on each other's shoulders, shuffling along like walking corpses. The one-eyed man in the suit leapt onto the roof of a car, looking down with a cold sneer. I must admit, your ability is highly uncommon, and your strength is unfathomable. The harsh words you barked earlier about locking down the exit did scare my companion, and accidentally struck its weak spot. Unfortunately, even the most meticulous plans have a flaw. As the monster squeezed tighter and tighter, he sneered. When you focus all your attention on blocking the door, you are also handing over your undefended back to it. The suited man jumped down, drawing his gun and walking forward unhurriedly. Currently bound by layers of tentacles, Lu Xin's breath was faint to the point of being imperceptible. Pressing the cold muzzle of his gun against Lu Xin's forehead, the man murmured, "But what I should consider now is whether to kill you outright or leave you with a breath of life. Why don't you choose a path yourself and tell us everything you know?" Suddenly, Lu Xin's head spun 180 degrees, his gaze locking directly onto the man's single eye as he said calmly, "Don't be so hasty." This bizarre sight made the one-eyed man in the suit gasp in sheer terror. "What the hell?" Lu Xin then said to Shiki, who was clinging to his back. "Sister, you can let go of brother now." The little girl grinned mischievously. In an instant all the tentacles retracted obediently. Lu Xin stretched his neck, explaining to the dazed one-eyed man, "So your partner's ability isn't actually making people invisible. It's not even cloaking, it just triggers a form of perception that causes people to subconsciously overlook its presence. You can only pollute others under the prerequisite of direct contact, and only when the target is completely unwatched. When playing hide-and-seek with those who don't know your bag of tricks, have you ever lost? Unfortunately, you've stumbled hard this time." Little Shiki had already flown over in a flash, straddling the monster's neck. Letting out a bell-like laugh, she waved happily at Lu Xin from atop the monster's head. Lu Xin got the message and cautioned her. "Sister, you can play, but mind your manners, don't be too rough." Suddenly, Shiki grabbed the monster's head with both hands, preparing to twist it off. To Lu Xin's shock, the heads of the mind-controlled convoy members shuffling in line also began to twist in sync. This startled him. "Something is wrong. If my sister uses too much force, the heads of these convoy members might be snapped off along with it." At this thought, he hastily barked a command. "Stop." Lu Xin softened his tone, coaxing the little girl gently. "Be a good girl. Watch it for brother first, and I'll play with you in a bit." "Okay." Meanwhile, the inner demon stood nearby, watching him with a bizarre expression, and asked out of curiosity, "Who were you just talking to?" Lu Xin turned around to glare at him coldly. Since the culprit lurking in the dark had been pinned down, it was now his turn. The inner demon muttered to himself and suddenly lunged, firing a bullet at him. Although Lu Xin reacted quickly to dodge, his brow furrowed, sensing that something was off. When the bullet struck the wall, it instantly rippled with a wave of psychic energy, leaving Lu Xin deeply puzzled. This bullet was actually specially made too. Furthermore, when facing this guy, he seemed to constantly find himself on the defensive. The opponent was clearly not a spider-type ability user, nor was his speed particularly shocking, yet how could he anticipate and dodge even his father's shadow attacks? In his mind, his father was roaring and cursing in extreme fury. Lu Xin could only placate him helplessly. "Dad, don't lose your temper yet. Anger won't solve the problem. Let me think, and I'll definitely find a way to deal with him." The inner demon stared at Lu Xin, also feeling extremely suspicious, although he knew before coming here that this was a powerful ability user who had demolished the White Tower Town experimental base in a heartbeat. He had never expected this formidable ability user to talk to himself like a total lunatic. Suddenly, Lu Xin tilted his head and smiled, as if realizing something. "So that's how it is. Your movement speed isn't actually fast, yet you can easily dodge every single one of my counterattacks. In fact, even the trajectory of your bullets lines up perfectly with the exact path I'm about to take to dodge. It feels as though you know my movements beforehand." Lu Xin didn't rush to attack, instead analyzing calmly. "Your ability is mind-reading, isn't it? If I purposely trigger the opposite mental suggestion," before he could finish his sentence, the inner demon's figure began to blur and fade from his vision. Lu Xin froze. Immediately after, the inner demon's eerie voice drifted from another direction. "Oh, you actually managed to figure that out. I've encountered many powerful opponents, and you are indeed the slowest among them to realize my ability." The inner demon materialized behind Lu Xin like a ghost. Lu Xin spun around in a hurry, only to hear him sneer. "Besides, just like those self-proclaimed geniuses before you, you've missed the mark entirely." The inner demon's figure shifted rapidly like a phantom, leaving Lu Xin completely unable to keep up with his rhythm. "Friend, I really think we should sit down and talk. Since my ability is rather unique, I've gathered plenty of experience in dealing with perceivers. Once they think they've figured out my ability, they not only fail to land a single hit on me, but they also expose their true inner thoughts to me even more easily." Lu Xin held his ground, calmly deducing the situation in his mind, while the opponent vanished into thin air again, abruptly reappearing in a nearby corner. Since his sister had pinned down the hidden threat, there was no longer any need for him to guard the door. "It would be a pity for a talent like you to die here." The inner demon aimed his gun at Lu Xin, feeling the thrill of the hunt in his voice. "I originally planned to eliminate you directly, but your bizarre nature has piqued my curiosity." With that, he pulled the trigger decisively once more. Lu Xin swiftly dodged the brunt of the attack, attempting to close the distance to subdue him, but the inner demon somehow materialized behind his flank again, grazing his shoulder with a shot. Witnessing her brother get hurt, little Shiki gritted her teeth in fury, and his father's shadow also let out an angry low growl. "How dare you hurt my brother?" Lu Xun hastily looked back to soothe his two family members who were on the verge of going berserk. "Stay calm. The more mystical and unpredictable an ability seems, the more fragile it tends to be at its core, because they must overcomplicate simple matters to defeat their opponents." With that, Lu Xun suddenly squatted on the floor, closely examining the spot where the inner demon had just stood, muttering in a low voice. This ghostly shadow moved very quickly, yet it left absolutely no footprints behind. "It seems you aren't the real body at all, but merely a projected mental phantom." The inner demon was slightly startled but laughed wildly to save face, his figure shifting frantically across the room as he rained down bullets. "Do you really think these futile tricks can harm me in the slightest?" Lu Xun slowly rose to his feet, staring at him coldly, having clearly seen through all of the inner demon's tricks. "Found you." His head was pressed against a nearby truck right there. The inner demon was staring dead at him. But as Lu Xun looked closer, he realized the man wasn't just there. Countless eyes began to materialize in the surroundings, locking him in a heavy encirclement. Those grotesque eyes had actually sprouted all around. Turning to the inner demon who was marching toward him, Lu Xun deduced, "So your ability isn't mind-reading at all. It's observation. It's far more than just observation." Squinting, the inner demon revealed his true ability as he began to exert control over Lu Xun. "Observation allows me to see through your every action and intention, and when that observation is pushed to its absolute limit, it births the power of complete control." "Wait, what should I do? I feel like I've forgotten something." The inner demon slowly approached, coaxing him. "So, are you planning to give up resisting now and return what is ours?" Lu Xun fell into the illusion. "So, am I really about to give up resisting and give their things back? Is this just my imagination?" But what he says makes perfect sense. The inner demon intensified his psychic manipulation, trying to guide Lu Xun's thoughts along his own narrative. "You have already decided to surrender and return the files." Lu Xun lowered his head in silence for a moment, then spoke up. "You're right, that is indeed the right thing to do." But then his brow furrowed, and he decided to summon his father to fight. "However, I'll have to discuss it with my family first." The moment Lu Xun's father manifested, he lunged at the inner demon like a wild beast. The inner demon could barely believe his eyes, staggering back several steps in shock. "I can clearly see through this kid's thoughts. He had absolutely no intention of attacking me just now." Yet this shadow, almost before the inner demon's feet could settle, he was tightly bound by the father's shadow, which struck with a speed even faster than before. The father effortlessly hoisted the inner demon into the air. While leaving his opponent in utter disbelief, the father didn't forget to look back and snap at Lu Xun, "Useless trash. How is this possible? How can this be?" Lu Xun ignored his father's scolding, his mind entirely focused on analyzing the inner demon's ability. He must have used this exact method when he first controlled the proprietress. The core of his power relies on observation to achieve an effect similar to mind-reading or prophecy. At a higher stage, he can project mental influence to distort his opponent's visual perception, preventing them from seeing his true position. Thus, the ultimate form of this power is absolute control, making his targets completely forget to attack and turning them into docile prey. At this thought, Lu Xun couldn't help but marvel. This guy's ability was indeed terrifying. On the other side, his father was still violently tearing into the inner demon, though in Lu Xun's eyes it looked more like a playful romp. This was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre ability, and he had clearly been affected by it. However, the opponent's attempt to influence him had actually backfired, and helped his father. The deeper the mental influence on Lu Xun, the weaker his subconscious suppression of his father became. His father was probably quite grateful to the guy in the suit. Look at how much fun they were having. Realizing he was on the verge of collapse, the inner demon shrieked at the top of his lungs, "Baby, save me!" Lu Xun was caught off guard. There's actually a third one? A powerful acoustic wave instantly blasted toward them. Leaving both of their heads spinning, he pressed his hands tightly against his ears, struggling to withstand the assault. The grotesque screech triggered an indescribable wave of nausea in his chest. Wild illusions began to flash before his eyes as a crushing pressure rampaged through his body, making him feel as if all his blood was rushing to his brain. A massive rift suddenly split open, on the verge of swallowing the inner demon before slowly sealing shut. The combination of the sonic screech and this spatial force caused his father to lose his grip, letting the monster slip away. As the screaming grew increasingly deafening, countless glass panes shattered and rained down. The inner demon scrambled out from the shadows, yelling frantically to his accomplice, "Run!" They bolted into a spatial crack and vanished, leaving a highly bewildered Lu Xun behind. What on earth was that crying sound? It actually managed to temporarily rival Father's power and snatch away that half-dead one-eyed freak. If it had that kind of power, why didn't it strike alongside them from the beginning? Right then his father began to roar in fury. "I can't believe you let one escape. No, both of them got away. And it's all because of you, you useless trash. If you had let me out earlier, not a single one of them would have escaped. You wouldn't have been injured, and they wouldn't have even dared to cross you in the first place. Shifting blame is a terrible habit, Dad." Lu Xun righteously tossed the accusation back, leaving his father speechless with rage. "You were clearly the one fighting just now. I always thought you were incredibly powerful, but you couldn't even clean up that cute one-eyed little freak in one go. And the moment that screech rang out, I saw with my own eyes that you got blown back instantly." His father instantly went ballistic, manifesting behind him as he roared, "You dare!" Lu Xun wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Instead, he calmly placated him. "Thank you, Father. With Mother away, we're relying entirely on you to protect my sister and me." Sure enough, his words worked like magic, and his father quieted down. Lu Xun continued, "You have a short fuse and everyone is terrified of you and worries you'll hurt others, but Mother was right. Family should look out for each other like we just did. Don't worry, I'll make an effort to understand you more from now on, I promised you before. And now is indeed the time," his father snorted, pretending not to care. But Lu Xun didn't mind. "Do you have any idea how incredibly hypocritical you sound right now?" "Oh, really? I've never been very good at sweet-talking." The two eased back into their usual dynamic. Truth be told, letting them escape was because the third inner demon lurking in the shadows possessed a power that to some extent countered his father's brute force. "Do you know what it's like to have a mouthful of rotting flesh? Probably tastes a lot like fermented bean curd, right?" Lu Xun grinned. In any case, it didn't matter. Even though two of them had escaped, he still had one left. He turned and walked toward hide-and-seek. "After all, isn't there still one left right here?" The scene cut to Chen Shuan's hideout. He sat behind his desk, propping his chin on his hands as he demanded, "So the three of you went in together, and not only did you fail to eliminate that ability user, but you even let one of your own get captured?" The inner demon stood respectfully before Chen Shuan, answering nervously, "We didn't dare bring hide-and-seek back with us. We suspect he has already been corrupted. That baby didn't make a move at all. It was only at the very end when I shrieked for help that it stepped in to temporarily break us free from that man's terrifying spiritual force." Recalling the encounter, the inner demon trembled like a leaf. That spiritual pressure was simply too horrifying, but why didn't the baby attack? He shuddered as he explained, "Because the baby was terrified. It feared that if it dared to intervene, even the two of us wouldn't have made it back alive." Meanwhile, back with Lu Xun, he was busy counting the mind-controlled victims while his sister happily played with the captive monster nearby. "This is so much fun. 1, 3, 7, 38. Huh? Why is there an extra person?" Scanning the lineup of drivers, Lu Xun was stunned to find Miss Li standing among them. "Isn't she the staff member from our Qinggong liaison office in the central city?" This left him completely speechless. So she hadn't stood him up after all. She had actually arrived ahead of schedule, but Han Bing had assured him that the liaison staff were exceptionally professional. And this is what professional looks like? Lu Xun sighed, shifting his gaze to hide-and-seek, who instantly began to shiver violently. "Are you going to release them yourself, or do you want me to help you make up your mind?" Hide-and-seek nervously squeaked, trying to negotiate. "I'm currently linked with them. If you hurt me, they'll die too. I can let them go, but you have to promise to let me leave. Is that a deal?" Lu Xun's brow furrowed and he let out an icy, displeased snort. "Are you trying to negotiate with me?" Crouched on its back, Shiki happily pleaded. "Brother, I really want this toy. Can you give it to me? I just got you a toy last time. Are you already tired of it?" Resting his chin on his hand, he let out a heavy sigh, wishing his mother were here. So the tricky thing about this monster is that once it infects people, it assimilates them into a collective entity where any harm to it translates to harm to the victims. To neutralize it safely, I have to isolate it first, essentially cutting its logical chain. If Mother were here, she could have solved this instantly with a single snip of her scissors. Lu Xun asked Shiki to try pulling them apart, but the little girl shook her head, unable to budge them even with her strength. "Sister, can you separate them? They're stuck too tight. I don't know if tearing them apart would kill them." He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her suggestion. "Well, theoretically, they have already fused into one body. If you rip its body apart, you'll be ripping those people apart too. But I can sew them back together." Lu Xun sighed, firmly vetoing her idea, which left Shiki looking rather pouted. "That would leave nasty scars on them." He tried asking his father, but the response was equally unhelpful. "Father, do you have any ideas? I'm only good at hacking off their arms and legs." Looking down at the mechanical pup wagging its tail innocently at his feet, Lu Xun felt even more helpless. "You little thing, Sigh, if only Mother were here. In the end, he had to resort to a verbal offensive against hide-and-seek. Forget it, let me try to talk some sense into it first. Tell me, were you originally a human, or are you a monster they fabricated? And have you always looked this charming from the very start? The monster stared at Lu Xun, listening intently. If you were indeed a human once and ended up like this, you must be seriously ill. To be honest, I actually feel quite sorry for you. I know you crave attention, but you possess a natural talent for being completely ignored. And now that you've degenerated into this hideous state, I imagine it'll be next to impossible for you to fit into society. How are you ever going to date, let alone get married? Lu Xun's relentless mocking actually brought tears to the monster's eyes. Looking like this, I doubt any girl would ever look at you twice, right? Every word Lu Xun uttered was like a dagger to its heart. Didn't you have 2 companions with you just now? Oh, my bad, I didn't mean to rub salt in the wound. I was just thinking, since those 2 bolted so quickly, could they have already abandoned you? Seeing his psychological warfare working, Lu Xun grabbed the monster's head, whispering threateningly, "All right, stop crying and face reality. Look, at least we haven't forgotten about you. So make your choice quickly. Be a good boy and don't make me lose my temper." The scene cut back to Chen Xuan, who was asking the inner demon in disbelief if even the baby was terrified. He calmly pressed for details. If that's the case, our opponent's strength is likely far beyond a basic Tier 2. They might be a mature Tier 2 or even a stable S-class. It is highly improbable for such an individual to have emerged from the wild. They must have the backing of a powerful organization and professional research teams. Inner demon, can you describe his appearance? As he spoke, the image of Lu Xun gradually materialized in the inner demon's mind. Observing this, Chen Xuan calmly pressed on. How old is he? Is his ability classified under the spider type, about 20 to 25 years old? Very ordinary looking. I made the mistake of thinking he was a spider type at first, but I soon realized I was dead wrong. Armed with this new information, Chen Xuan let out an amused chuckle. The fact that you made it back alive is already a miracle. He has fully matured. With that, he snapped his fingers, ordering the startled inner demon to instruct Zhao Wei to deploy Plan B immediately. The inner demon looked hesitant. Isn't that a bit premature? Since our project has reached this stage, closing the net was always just a matter of time. Besides, now that he has arrived, if we don't wrap things up quickly, how are we supposed to welcome him? Chen Xuan picked up his transceiver and summoned 19. 19 marched in with an excited grin, taking the order. I'll start the preparations immediately. Once freed from the mental hijack, the convoy members erupted into a flurry of excited chatter. Lu Xun stood on the sidelines, giving them a friendly warning. What on earth is that freak? That was terrifying. Should we just beat it to death? I doubt bullets can kill a phantom like that. Let's just build a fire and stew the bastard. As long as everyone is safe, quick, check if you're missing any fingers or toes. Meanwhile, Lu Xun was reviewing the confession he had squeezed out of hide-and-seek. The monster claimed its codename was hide-and-seek, a moniker given by the Black Table. It belonged to the Hell Squad, and its assignment was to eliminate whoever had raided the White Tower Town facility and retrieve the stolen documents. Just then, Miss Li stepped forward to greet him with an enthusiastic smile, drawing Lu Xun's attention. So you are? Hello there. My last name is Li, and I'm a staff member at the Qinggang Liaison Office here in the Central City. That was a close call. Thankfully, you had the foresight to leave that secret code to warn me. Otherwise, the convoy and I would have been completely doomed by that inner demon. Lu Xun blinked, utterly bewildered. Hello, but what secret code are you referring to? Did you not see it? She recalled the note she had found in the hotel room right before hide-and-seek ambushed her. I arrived a bit early, but you had already gone out with the convoy. I spotted a note in your room, but before I could make heads or tails of it, the inner demon struck, with no time to run. I had to quickly fold the note to leave a critical message for you. As she proudly explained her ingenuity, Lu Xun could only manage a stiff, polite smile. I folded down one corner of the page. According to standard protocol in our line of work, a folded corner indicates immediate danger. Furthermore, the fold pointed directly to the illustration of a grilled octopus, which was meant to tip you off that the hostile was an inner demon with tentacle-like appendages. Ah, I guess I just didn't think that deeply into it. Embarrassed, he quickly changed the subject to compliment her. Miss Li gave a modest wave of her hand. To be able to decipher so many clues in such a tight frame, you're truly remarkable. Oh, it was nothing. Back when I graduated from the elite training program, I only ranked second in my class. And who was first? Have you heard of Captain Chen? Ah, Captain Chen. Yes, he's indeed a force to be reckoned with. I was second only to him. Lu Xun quickly steered the conversation back to the task at hand. In any case, their ambush has been neutralized. What's our next move? I can't believe they deployed such a formidable inner demon, or rather ability user. I've never even heard of someone with a mutation like that. This proves they are absolutely desperate to keep this under wraps, which means the files we hold are a massive threat to them. Our priority now must be securing this evidence. Hearing this, Lu Xin's eyes lit up. The evidence is all with me. I can just hand it over to you directly, right? Hand it over to me. As he spoke, he reached into his coat and produced a thick manila envelope. Exactly. I actually only came to the central city to visit relatives, but I stumbled upon this mess along the way. Out of professional habit, I cleaned up the pollution source and gathered some evidence. I don't have the time or energy to deal with the aftermath, and since you are the chief representative of Qinggong here, I'll feel much better leaving it in your hands. Miss Li stared blankly at the stuffed envelope. What exactly is in here? A classified file I salvaged from the White Tower Town facility, which details the experiments they were conducting. Then we have these truck drivers who survived the incident. They'll serve as material witnesses. Oh, and of course that monster huddled in the corner. Miss Li looked incredibly hesitant, her hands trembling as she stared at the files. Lu Xin offered some reassurance. These assets are absolutely vital. With them, exposing the masterminds behind these illicit experiments will be a walk in the park. Are you absolutely certain you want to hand over all of this evidence and the witnesses to me? Of course. Aren't you the highest-ranking Qinggong official in the central city? Without giving her a chance to refuse, Lu Xin firmly pressed the documents into her hands. But I'm currently the only active agent here. Sensing her anxiety, Lu Xin turned his gaze toward the cowering monster. His words made the creature jump in fright. So, would you be interested in turning state's witness? Under the combined terrifying pressure of Lu Xin, Shiki, and the mechanical pup, the monster could only nod its head in frantic agreement. Lu Xin then casually introduced the creature to Miss Li, leaving her mind in a state of absolute chaotic disbelief. I've secured a fantastic assistant for you. He's exceptionally good at hide-and-seek, so he should be more than enough to help you hold down the fort until the Qinggong backup team arrives. Now, is there anything else you need me to handle? This is a catastrophic entity that could theoretically make half a city vanish into thin air without a trace, so why does it feel like he's treating it like a piece of useless garbage? Suddenly, a police car pulled up and stopped in front of them. Officers filed out in rapid succession, aiming their guns at the group. Keep your hands where we can see them. Everyone get out into the courtyard. While Miss Li looked utterly bewildered, Lu Xin offered a simple explanation from the side. Police? Why would the police be here? Who called them? I did, Lu Xin replied. I called them as soon as trouble broke out earlier. I just didn't expect them to take this long to get here. Just as they reached the entrance, the police captain picked up a megaphone and barked, "Nobody move. Anyone caught reaching into their pockets will be shot on the spot. Who is Gao Ting?" Hearing her name called, Gao Ting raised her hand and replied, "I am. We were the ones who called you earlier, but the issue has already been resolved," Gao Ting said. "Resolved?" the captain barked, pointing at her. "We received a report from the Daddy Group stating that you are suspected of stealing their classified documents. You must come back with us for investigation immediately. As for the rest of these people, they are all accomplices. Take them all in," Zhao Wei sneered maliciously from the back of the crowd. Seeing him, Lu Xin knit his brows in displeasure. This Zhao Wei was the manager from earlier. The moment the officer announced the charges, an argument erupted. "How is that possible? This must be a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? The man accusing you is standing right here. Tell it to him. Arrest them all." Seeing that things were going south, Lu Xin turned to Miss Li. Since this now involved official authorities, he asked if it was her turn to step in. Miss Li sighed inwardly. With the lines between friend and foe still blurred, she really didn't want to deal with the central city authorities so soon. However, if the convoy crew were hauled away, things would become far more complicated. With this in mind, Miss Li held her credentials high and spoke up to negotiate. "Wait a moment, officers. I am a staff member of the Qinggong Liaison Office in the central city. This convoy is connected to a case we in Qinggong are currently investigating. I came here today specifically for this investigation. Please put their arrest on hold. We can make a decision after further discussion. I am also willing to personally visit the mayor of the satellite city's administrative office to provide a more detailed report." Hearing this, the captain seemed somewhat hesitant, but Zhao Wei pulled a long face and hissed under his breath, "HMPH, what are you afraid of?" At his words, the captain's hesitation vanished. He picked up his megaphone again and flatly rejected her intervention. "Even if you are from the Qinggong Liaison Office, you cannot interfere with standard law enforcement. If you have any issues, you can take them up with our superiors later. Right now, we must investigate the theft of Daddy Group's classified documents. We have to take these people in first, to avoid any unnecessary conflict." With that, he ordered his subordinates to move in and make the arrests. leaving Miss Li momentarily stunned in place. Handcuff all of them. If anyone resists, you have permission to shoot them on the spot. Gao Ting had finally reached her breaking point. She rushed forward and confronted the man face to face. Zhao Wei, what exactly do you want? She hissed in rage, cursing him to his face. You call yourself a man even if you can't get it up down there? You still have a gun in your hand, don't you? Using such underhanded dirty tricks against us truck drivers, have you no shame? While the two sides were arguing fiercely, Shiki suddenly poked her head out from the side, happily offering a suggestion. Meanwhile, the police officer bellowed, "Get back all of you, everyone else stay where you are, don't move a muscle." "Don't move, brother. How about I help you listen to what they're saying?" Gao Ting and Zhao Wei continued to argue relentlessly. Gao Ting grit her teeth and hissed in a low voice, "I agreed to all of your demands. Why can't you just let us go?" "You think that counts as agreeing to my demands?" Zhao Wei sneered. "Your body was what I set my eyes on from the very beginning. I told you a long time ago. It's fucking mine. I even went to all that trouble to give you such a massive modification, yet you wanted to turn it into filthy garbage. You must find it disgusting that I managed to survive and escape, right? But did you really think that by bringing in some ability user who crawled out of nowhere, you could escape from the palm of my hand? What kind of garbage ability user? In front of the central city and in front of me, he's absolutely nothing. Why, just because I harmed my own body to avoid being your private toy, you hate me this much? You even want to destroy our entire convoy?" Hearing her words, Zhao Wei wore a look of absolute disdain. "Toy, you think too highly of yourself. If I wanted a toy, what kind couldn't I get? What I set my eyes on is your body. I want to make it mine." He grit his teeth, emphasizing his intent once more, leaving Gao Ting completely frozen in place. "What you damaged was my fucking body. That was the body I planned to transfer my consciousness into in the future." Recalling everything she had suffered and realizing Zhao Hui's true purpose, Gao Ting couldn't help but feel a wave of intense dread. She never expected it to be like this. Zhao Wei, a grown man, actually wanted to take over her body. No wonder he used so many bizarre instruments every time, staring at her with obsession while muttering "mine." Ever since she was targeted by him, her body had begun to develop strange sensations. Seeing her fall silent, Zhao Wei threatened, "Since you don't want to live anyway, come with me quietly and hand over your body. Otherwise, once the gunfire starts, all of your people will die, including that ability user. And if he dares to resist, the central city will never let him off. The snipers in ambush and the tactical squads will deploy, and he'll only end up dying a much more miserable death. Do you understand?" Zhao Wei grinned with a cold, mocking sneer. Standing to the side, Lu Xun felt a slight jolt in his heart as he heard this. Zhao Wei continued to clamor, "In front of me, you don't have a choice, so that was how it was." Lu Xun fell into deep thought again, recalling the previous events. Gao Ting didn't just hate her body. Her body had indeed undergone some physical changes. Back in White Tower Town when facing the brain monster, even though she could control her body, she preferred to drag it down with her. This was likely the reason why, at this moment, Gao Ting made her decision, throwing the convoy crew into immediate panic and worry. "I'll go with him," Gao Ting said. "What, boss? Damn it, brothers, let's fight him to the death." Gao Ting's expression was calm as she tried to give her final instructions, while the convoy crew sobbed in grief and reluctance. "Don't cause trouble, everyone. I'm going with him of my own free will. Just cooperate with the investigation, it has nothing to do with you. You all have to make it back alive. Your wives and children are waiting for you at home, and so are the families of the brothers we lost, boss. If you don't come back, who's going to look after us?" Gao Ting chided gently, somewhat helplessly. "Dachang, you're a grown man, why do you speak with so little spine? Everyone can just choose a new boss in the future." With that, Gao Ting turned around, leaving Lu Xun and the others immersed in an atmosphere of deep sorrow and reluctance. "Since you've made your decision, do you plan to go with Zhao Wei first and then find an opportunity to drag him down with you?" Lu Xun decided to stop standing idly by. He stepped forward, which startled Gao Ting. "What are you doing? Don't take risks." But Lu Xun said calmly, "I also have something to add. I'm really curious. I clearly reported you earlier for abusing your authority to bully Gao Ting," Lu Xun continued, which made Zhao Wei point at his nose and curse in a rage. "And I even brought your company's general manager over as a witness. So why are you still completely fine right now? Fuck, are you fucking done?" Zhao Wei spat. "Holy shit, in all my years, this is the first time I've ever seen someone brave enough to report me. You really think that stuff works? You're just a naive idiot. It's absolutely hilarious. It's fine. When I get back, I'll issue a notice to the company." At this moment, Wang Yang stepped forward, and with a single sentence he completely shattered any hope of saving Gao Ting. "There was no bribery whatsoever. It's just that this convoy group has malicious intentions and is framing our company's manager." Seeing that reasoning was useless, Lu Xun reached out and snatched a service weapon from a police officer beside him. So reporting really is useless. Fine, since that doesn't work, let's solve this another way. Seeing this, the police officer immediately ordered, "What are you doing with that gun? All units, defensive positions." Following his command, a hail of bullets flew toward Lu Xun, but he casually deflected every single one of them. Shoot him dead, however. Seeing that after so many shots they hadn't even harmed a hair on Lu Xun's head, the officers present immediately plunged into panic. What's going on? Bullets are completely useless against him. Braving the hail of bullets, Lu Xun aimed his gun at Zhao Wei with an expressionless face, leaving the manager frozen in terror. "Why you dare?" With a loud bang, the bullet instantly pierced his body. Zhao Wei shrieked as he tumbled backward onto the ground. The moment he fell, Lu Xun stepped forward and slammed his foot squarely onto the wound. Despite the police shouting in an attempt to stop him, Lu Xun fired several more shots into Zhao Wei. The convoy crew and the police were completely dumbfounded. They hadn't expected him to be this ruthless. The officer, pale-faced, screamed at Lu Xun, but Lu Xun merely offered a calm reassurance. "Even if you are an ability user, you cannot run amok in the central city. You actually dare to shoot and kill someone in front of the city defense force? I didn't kill him. He's not dead yet. I have excellent control and avoided his vital organs. Since reporting didn't work, he has to be punished another way. However, killing is illegal, so I won't easily kill anyone." With that, Lu Xun turned to look at Wang Yang beside him and gave a gentle warning, making Wang Yang shrink back in fear. "Now, I'd like to report you for shielding your subordinate, distorting the truth, and framing an innocent person. I hope you can handle this with a fair and candid attitude. Otherwise—" Yes, I shielded Zhao Wei. He threatened me. He has a very powerful background. I confess to everything." Wang Yang scrambled to his feet, confessing to everything on the spot, which caused the officer's expression to change dramatically. Wang Yang continued to babble. "It was Zhao Wei who insisted on dragging me along, making me use my status as general manager to call the police and arrest the convoy so it would be easier for him to take this woman away. He even said he had already bribed the security force. Nonsense, I know nothing about this. I only came to handle the scene after receiving a dispatch." The officer denied it vehemently, glaring at Lu Xun, but Lu Xun remained perfectly composed. "You actually dare to openly injure someone right in front of us? This is the central city, and such lawlessness will absolutely not be tolerated. I understand. Although I didn't kill him, I did cause bodily harm, which is indeed illegal." Lu Xun casually tossed the gun onto the ground, raising his hands cooperatively and grinning. "I surrender." He practically squatted down, holding his hands behind his head, and asked the officer, "I indeed broke the law, but one thing at a time. Since the Daddy Group has already admitted to making a false accusation, then even if you are the law enforcement of the central city, you shouldn't have any reason to take the convoy crew away, right?" At this moment, Miss Li also stepped forward to back Lu Xun up. "Exactly. If you forcibly take the convoy away, I will certainly file a lawsuit with the administrative hall." Lu Xun squatted cooperatively on the side, waiting for Miss Li to bail him out. Miss Li continued her stern negotiation. "In addition, there is one thing that must be made clear to you. This gentleman is a special investigator from our Qinggong Special Clearance Department, and on paper, he holds equivalent status to a specially appointed member of the Central City's Special Clearance Department. Given the emergency situation just now, he had full authority to take unconventional emergency measures, which cannot be defined as a criminal offense. I request that he be transferred to the Qinggong Liaison Office in the Central City for temporary custody, with our assistance in the subsequent investigation." Another officer was completely dumbfounded after hearing this, while the captain trembled with rage, cursing furiously in his heart. "What the fuck is this? Your guy ran over here, injured our informant, and in the end, not only can we not arrest him, but we also have to go through all this trouble to send him to your office to protect him." With no other choice, the officer walked to the side to call his superiors for instructions. While over there, Lu Xun and Miss Li secretly high-fived to celebrate. After a while, the officer walked back with a dark face, conveying his superior's instructions. Miss Li listened. Showing no weakness, the officer said in a deep voice, "I have received instructions from above agreeing to temporary custody for this individual. However, if there are indeed hidden details, the higher-ups require you to submit a written explanation immediately. Of course, this is only a temporary detention. Once the approval from above arrives, you can take him away. In that case, I need to know exactly where you plan to detain him, and what level of security he will be under. In addition, I also need to check his wounds first." This demand made the officer completely lose his temper, but Miss Li glared right back at him, making Lu Xun nod in agreement from the side. Are you fucking done? Please watch your attitude. I have reason to believe your words just now constituted a personal threat against me and were malicious. Lu Xun secretly admired her in his heart. This liaison office worker was indeed highly professional when it came to her job. The two of them argued back and forth. Seeing that Lu Xun was about to be taken away, the convoy crew gathered around, expressing their worry. The officer said with some impatience, "He will be held at the detention center on Shuiqing Road in Satellite City No. 7. You can visit him anytime. We guarantee he won't face any unfair treatment inside. Produce your police ID. I need to record your badge number. If anything happens to our employee during his detention, I will file a direct complaint. Brother Lu, are you really okay? How about I go with you? Don't worry, I'm fine." Before the car door closed, Lu Xun didn't forget to look back and remind everyone, leaving the deeply moved convoy crew momentarily stuck between tears and laughter. "I've successfully completed your commission, but don't forget the half-truckload of cargo you promised to share with me. Make sure to settle the score clearly later, Brother Lu. You really are a good man." Gao Ting looked at him, her eyes filled with gratitude. The siren wailed, and the police car slowly drove off. Lu Xun sat in the back row, flanked by an officer on each side. Suddenly, Lu Xun began talking to himself, leaving the two officers beside him staring in absolute shock. "Don't move. You too, sister. No attacking. Listen to me on this." It turned out that his father and Shiki felt highly displeased and wanted to casually dispose of the police in the car, but Lu Xun stopped them just in time. "Don't be angry. If someone breaks the law, how can they not accept punishment? Besides, they're only following orders. Why do the two of you always want to gouge out people's eyeballs at every turn?" Lu Xun smiled and conversed with the empty air somewhat helplessly, scaring the two officers beside him out of their wits as they instinctively shrank back as far as they could. Lu Xun continued to talk to himself. "They might not even know, of course, if they really are in cahoots with that Zhao Wei. It won't be too late to make a move then. If only Mother were here. Mother is the most reasonable. Look, you've gone and scared them. Just because I have to communicate with you, others must think I'm a complete psychopath now." With that, Lu Xun turned to look at the trembling officers beside him, offering reassurance. "It's fine. I've already reasoned with them." "Don't be afraid," the officer asked tremblingly. Who exactly are you talking to?" Lu Xun let out a sigh and told them the truth. "My father and sister. They don't quite understand the situation. Right now my sister is hanging upside down from the ceiling of the car, staring dead at the two of you, planning on twisting you into pretzels. Meanwhile, my dad wants to flip this police car over, head back to find Zhao Wei to put another bullet in his head and kill General Manager Wang while he's at it. Oh right, he also wants to take out your police captain while he's at it." Lu Xun continued in a leisurely manner, while the faces of the two officers beside him had already turned paper white. "But don't worry, I went to great lengths to hold them back. As long as you don't pick any fights along the way, nothing will go wrong. Although I could have hidden this from you, I really don't like lying in front of law enforcement. I really have to thank you for your honesty," one of the officers cried out in his heart, on the verge of tears. The police car pulled into the second detention center of Satellite City No. 7 in the central city. Lu Xun curiously surveyed the surrounding cells and asked, "Will I be locked up with them too?" "No. You will be held in a private cell." The officer unlocked his handcuffs, speaking in a professional, businesslike tone. "I know you are an ability user, but even ability users must follow the rules in the central city. I didn't know you were an ability user when we went over earlier, but I didn't exactly offend you along the way. Now we're just doing things by the book, and I hope you understand. If someone really comes to pick you up later, you can leave at any time. If you have any requests while you're held here, feel free to ask." "Really?" Hearing this, Lu Xun patted his empty stomach and hastily asked, "Does this place provide dinner? I haven't eaten yet." The officer let out a sigh, having no choice but to turn and instruct his subordinate, "Go outside and buy him a boxed meal." Seeing this, Lu Xun continued to test his luck. Although the officer was somewhat impatient, he still indulged him. "I'm also a bit thirsty. Is there any water?" "Buy him a bottle of mineral water too." Lu Xun raised his hand again. "All right, also." The officer finally couldn't hold back his temper anymore and bellowed, giving Lu Xun a start. "Are you fucking done? I just wanted to say thank you." Hearing this, the officer slammed the iron door shut and turned to leave. "Don't mention it." Lu Xun surveyed the empty cell, falling into deep thought. "Sigh, I wonder if being held here will leave a criminal record on my file? And would a record in the central city affect my future work and promotion in Qinggang? Honestly, I've always been an honest, law-abiding, hard-working citizen. I never actively cause trouble, let alone break the law." He smiled self-deprecatingly, reaching up to loosen the tie around his neck. Meanwhile, the scene shifted. In the intensive care unit of the Central City Hospital, standing before Zhao Hui's hospital bed, Ximing knit his brows and demanded coldly, How did you end up in this pathetic state? An ability user did this. All 24 bullets hit him, yet perfectly avoided every vital organ, without even nicking a single potentially fatal artery. He asked about the ability user's whereabouts, and the informant replied, "At the second detention center of Satellite City number 7. The culprit isn't one of our Central City ability users. They seem to have ties to Qinggong." Hearing this, a trace of pity and a sigh appeared on Siming's face. "Qinggong, this son of mine is foolish, arrogant, ignorant, and insatiably greedy, with some rather embarrassing psychological issues. But no matter what, he is still my son. I know him well. Though he is a failure, he is a coward at heart who would never dare to commit any major offenses." On the hospital bed, Zhao Wei lay unconscious, his body riddled with holes. So how did he end up beaten into this state? Apparently, it was because he tried to coerce a female driver into sleeping with him. A woman? How could someone like him ever bother trying to coerce a mere female truck driver? He exhaled a cloud of smoke from his pipe and ordered, "Get me a gun and 4 magazines. I failed to discipline him properly in the past because I was always shut away in the laboratory, busy working for the sake of our Central City." Siming turned around. "Now that my son has been beaten into this state, if I still do nothing, how can I face his late mother?" He turned and left, his eyes filled with rage and hatred. "Once I empty all 4 magazines into that ability user, you can start investigating what actually happened. If he is indeed an ability user, he won't die so easily." Behind the iron bars that cut them off from the outside world, a blonde prisoner glared mockingly at Lu Xin. "Yo, putting on quite a show, aren't we? Ordering food, buying water. Tell me, how did a soft-skinned kid like you end up in here?" Seeing Lu Xin let out a sigh, he became even more infuriated and bellowed, "Damn it, I'm talking to you, you're locked up in here, so stop putting on the airs of a young master." Lu Xin clenched his fists tightly, desperately trying to suppress his emotions, telling himself to stay calm and not get too excited. Along with an angry shout from the side, a shoe flew through the air, which Lu Xin perfectly dodged. "Do you even know the rules of this place?" The surrounding prisoners burst into a fit of laughter. Mocking voices erupted from the crowd. "Oh, getting anxious. Come on, step over here, let me teach you the rules of this place." Lu Xin merely thought calmly that since he was already in here anyway, why not? He activated his ability, walking straight through the iron bars, and then flashed an incredibly brilliant smile at the prisoners. "Hello, everyone." Seeing Lu Xin pass through the iron bars out of thin air, the prisoners stammered in sheer shock. You, Lu Xin tilted his head and asked gently, "Who threw that shoe just now?" The guard walking over heard a piercing shriek coming from the inner cell and rushed over to investigate. "What happened?" Staring at the chaotic and brutal scene inside, the guard hurriedly banged on the iron gate to stop them. "Why did you start beating people?" "No, wait, how did you even get over to this side?" Walking back through the iron bars, Lu Xin explained patiently. "Officer, you can't blame me for this. I was sitting peacefully in my room when this guy started cursing at me nonstop. At first I thought I'd just ignore him, but he wouldn't stop. He actually took off his shoe and threw it at my head. How could I tolerate that? Of course, I had to come over and teach him a lesson." Seeing this, the guard had no choice but to mediate. All right, go back to your cell first. Here's your dinner." Then, pointing nervously at the man lying motionless on the floor, he asked, "Is that guy still alive?" Lu Xin very politely accepted the boxed meal and said, "Thank you, officer." Still a bit shaken, the guard warned. "It's fine. If anything else happens, just call the guards." Lu Xin opened the steaming boxed meal and praised from the bottom of his heart. "Smells amazing." He began to reflect on what had just happened, thinking that his father's actions today had truly touched him. To repay him, should he place more trust in his father in the future? Back in the hotel courtyard, his trust level in his father seemed to have risen to around 70, much higher than before. If one day this trust approached or even reached 100, what would happen? As Lu Xin chewed his food, he muttered to himself, "Actually, I really want to truly reconcile with father, but it's not that easy. After all, our personalities and preferences are completely different. Father likes to cook while I only like to eat. Father is always throwing tantrums and is narrow-minded, whereas I..." Biting his chopsticks, he looked out the window and sighed. "It's starting to rain outside. How nice. This way I can eat in peace. The world is so beautiful, I really love it." Outside, a car was speeding through the pouring rain. The blonde woman inside was whispering a warning. Since this matter involved Qinggong, various factions hoped they wouldn't act rashly for now. Sitting next to her, Siming said with a dark face, "But if we wait for more and more people to get involved, will I still have the chance to shoot those bullets into that kid's body?" Outside the window was the bustling city streetscape in the storm. Suddenly, an extremely disheveled and battered figure lunged at the car. Startled, the blonde woman quickly asked, "What happened?" While the sudden break, the driver's explanation immediately came through the walkie-talkie. The lead car reported that a little girl had suddenly appeared ahead. The woman coldly ordered directly through the radio. "Don't worry about it. Drive straight through and run her over." However, the moment the lead car charged forward at full throttle, 19's ability suddenly erupted. Accompanied by the screeching sound of tires tearing against the pavement, the entire vehicle was actually hoisted into the air by an invisible force. Staring at the bizarre footage on the monitor, the woman asked in terror, "What on earth is going on?" The subsequent scene completely stunned her. A purple steel rebar instantly pierced through the roof of the lead car, followed by a blood-stained hand reaching out from the ceiling. 19 agilely leapt onto the roof, while the driver inside had already breathed his last. Immediately after, panicked voices crackled through the walkie-talkies of the other vehicles. "All units, stay alert." 19 stood on the roof looking down coldly at them, a cruel and twisted smile on her face as her small arm suddenly elongated in a bizarre fashion. Everyone shot at her frantically. "How is this possible? Stop talking, keep aiming and fire." However, with only a dagger, 19 slaughtered the guards in front of her like slicing vegetables. Someone in the crowd wailed in terror. "This is bad." A burst of blue energy instantly enveloped and bound 19. Seeing this, the blonde woman quickly ordered, "That girl is temporarily trapped. Let's go now." Suddenly, she sensed something was off. What is that sound? Outside the car window, the guards were being tightly wrapped by writhing, slimy clumps of flesh. The woman screamed in panic. "Oh no, these corpses have completely blocked our retreat. Activate the emergency defense system immediately." "Mr. Zhao, you go first." However, the countless red snakes that suddenly swarmed outside the vehicle were completely beyond her control. Before she could figure out what was happening within a few minutes, the red snakes completely consumed her. Witnessing all this, Zhao Siming could only let out a deep sigh. He clenched his gun tightly and asked in a deep voice, "To cause such a massive scene, what exactly is your goal?" Accompanied by steady footsteps, a pair of shoes came to a halt in front of the car. Chen Shuan greeted with a gentle smile. "Dr. Zhao, right? I'm truly sorry I had to use such a crude method to meet you. I've always deeply admired your research on madman data reinforcement at the Research Institute. So I am now officially inviting you to join our black table." Zhao Siming looked at the brutal scene before him and asked coldly, "Was all of this prepared just to welcome me?" Chen Shuan smiled frankly and replied, "Not entirely. I didn't plan on using such an extreme method to invite you, but plans change. I have a perfect project in my hands that requires your immediate assistance to launch tonight." Their eyes met, and Zhao Siming warned, "The security and confidentiality of the Research Institute are flawless. Even if you kidnap me, it's useless." Chen Shuan smiled warmly in response. "Of course I know that. That's why, before coming to get you, my insider planted in your secret research project had already quietly smuggled out the core equipment and key parasites required for the research. And it was your precious son who personally helped my men sneak in. He has always harbored a strong urge to rebel and retaliate against you. Besides, a terrifying mental pollution is about to break out in the central city." Chen Shuan continued calmly. "The Special Operations Team of Satellite City No. 7 has its hands full right now and has no time for us. And they certainly won't be able to catch up anytime soon. So we have plenty of time to take you away. Pleasure doing business with you." Zhao Siming looked at the writhing, slimy flesh on the ground and couldn't help but sigh. "Your research in the field of biology has actually reached such heights, it truly exceeds my imagination." He stepped out of the car, asking the question on his mind. "So, you are indeed the Chen Shuan who escaped from the rogue laboratory, the one the diver has been looking for all this time?" Chen Shuan answered frankly, "Indeed, Dr. Zhao Siming. I think we have plenty in common since our research fields and directions are so strikingly aligned. This is why I hope you can personally come and take a look at our ongoing project." Chen Shuan took off his glasses and advised earnestly, "Of course I am also saving your life. If you really go to the detention center, you will undoubtedly die, and the central city will suffer an immeasurable loss because of it. I fully understand your anger, and if you truly want revenge, only I can help you." Zhao Siming turned his head to look at him and made his decision. "I'll go with you." Chen Shuan smiled and replied, "Then we can pick up your son along the way. Although his injuries are indeed severe, I believe with my skills I can cure him completely." Zhao Siming declined flatly without hesitation. "No need. God knows if he would still be my son after your treatment. Are we just going to walk away like this? This kind of mental pollution has an extremely terrifying lethality. Leaving these things here, aren't you afraid of causing a massive disaster and threat to the central city?" Chen Shuan comforted him. "It's fine. Only in this way can we ensure that we leave here smoothly." He flashed a sinister, cold smile. "Furthermore, I want to take this opportunity to let those old geezers at the Research Institute open their eyes and witness my current research results." The streets ravaged by the storm gradually returned to silence. Shiki, who was looking down at the flowers, suddenly turned her head in confusion and whispered to Lu Xin beside her. Lu Xin blinked in confusion. "What's wrong?" Lu Xin replied. "I don't know either." Shiki's small face fell slightly, her gaze searching the distant darkness in confusion. Faintly sensing 19's aura, she muttered in a low voice, "There seems to be something over there that feels very familiar to me." Hearing this, Lu Xin was a bit puzzled. "Familiar? Why don't you just go over and take a look?" The little girl pouted and replied, "I can't go that far away. Besides, brother, you keep insisting that you broke the law and refuse to leave this place." "Oh well, that aura has already vanished now." Lu Xin was about to say, "So fast?" but he suddenly sniffed, his expression changing drastically. "Wait, no, why is there suddenly a faint smell of blood?" He held his breath and listened carefully. From deep in the corridor, an eerie sound like a baby's crying faintly drifted over. "What's going on? Why is there a baby crying in here?" Another prisoner nearby muttered in confusion. Eerie wisps of red smoke silently drifted toward them, accompanied by a cacophony of harsh, jarring noises. A prisoner suddenly cursed in terror. "Holy crap, why are people shooting outside?" Another echoed in a trembling voice. "It sounds like someone was scared into crying out loud." Lu Xin immediately sensed a strong sense of dissonance, murmuring, "It looks like something really has happened." With a swift movement he sprinted toward the source of the sound. "I have to go check it out." Passing through a ruined, collapsed wall, he quickly navigated the detention wing and arrived at the scene. The sight before him made him freeze. 2 terrified guards were scrambling on all fours, screaming for help, while several hideous monsters were frantically chasing them. Lu Xin was surprised. "What kind of monsters are these? They feel a bit like the madmen we met in White Tower Town, but they seem even more unstable." The monster split open its mouth full of fangs, dripping disgusting slime, and lunged aggressively. Lu Xin stepped forward, blocking the 2 guards, and said calmly, "Don't panic." He quickly drew his gun and fired several shots at the monster. But the result surprised him slightly. It seemed ordinary guns couldn't cause any substantial harm to these guys. Moreover, Father had always hated these foul-smelling monsters the most, and at this moment he clearly had no intention of showing up to help. At this thought, Lu Xin couldn't help but sigh. He dodged, accurately avoiding the monster's bite, and landed steadily in a safe spot nearby. Scanning the office desk next to him, his eyes lit up, and he flashed a satisfied smile. Fortunately, there were some useful items here. Lu Xin ripped down a nearby curtain, grabbed a beer bottle and a lighter from the desk, and wrapped the lunging monster from head to toe with the large piece of fabric. He bit open the beer bottle cap with his teeth, pouring the entire bottle over the curtain wrapping the monster. Then Lu Xin flicked the lighter, throwing the flame directly onto the alcohol-soaked bundle. A raging fire instantly erupted. He turned to comfort the 2 shivering guards. "Officers, just stay here. You'll be fine. I'll protect you." After cleanly dealing with the creature in front of him, Lu Xin also handled 2 other monsters attempting to ambush him. Although these mutated monsters looked exceptionally hideous and terrifying, once he figured out their patterns, they weren't that hard to deal with. Arriving at the front hall of the detention center, Lu Xin looked at the sticky, writhing mass of flesh on the ground, feeling somewhat puzzled. Was this the 3rd monster that had been hiding and refusing to show itself back at the hotel? What was it trying to do? And why did it keep emitting that irritating sound of a baby crying? Suddenly, a piercing, echoing alarm rang out from outside. Hearing this, Lu Xin thought to himself, "Since the alarm has been sounded, it means the professional cleanup crew of the central city has begun to intervene. Since there are specialists taking over the job, then as a law-abiding, honest citizen, he should head back to his cell and continue fulfilling his duty of being detained." Meanwhile, the prisoners in the cell block had already descended into chaos, discussing what was happening outside. Someone yelled excitedly, "God knows, there are explosions everywhere outside. Maybe there's a good show to watch. Let me go check it out." A guard also ran over nervously to ask the newly returned Lu Xin, "Brother, what on earth is happening outside?" Lu Xin replied calmly, "Madmen have broken in." Another guard shook his head. "Madmen? No, I've seen those madmen in the circus before. They didn't have this kind of momentum." Lu Xin explained, "It's simple, because they mutated." The prisoners immediately went wild again, screaming, "Holy crap! Madmen can mutate too? We're doomed." Another chimed in with a trembling voice, "Is a massive chaos about to break out inside the High Wall City too?" Lu Xin very patiently comforted them. "Don't worry, everyone. Nowadays, all the major High Wall cities have accumulated rich experience in dealing with these matters, and there are specialized ability users protecting everyone's safety. What's more, many targeted high-tech weapons have been developed, such as the newly designed high-frequency vibration cannons. One blast can wipe out a huge area." A guard couldn't help but ask curiously, "I say, brother, what exactly is your job? How do you know so much?" Lu Xin immediately smiled and replied, "I work at a trading company in Qinggang. I haven't been there very long and was just lucky enough to be promoted to department supervisor recently. The guard was sincerely amazed. Impressive, truly young and promising. A prisoner nearby couldn't help but chime in. Then department supervisor, brother, what crime did you commit to get locked up here? Lu Xun shrugged very honestly and replied, oh, I snatched a gun from the city defense force and wounded someone right in front of them. I heard the guy that first shot seems to have quite a background in the city. The prisoner was instantly dumbfounded and blurted out, holy crap, brother, you really are insanely wild, another prisoner added with a serious face. Brother, your trouble this time is really no joke. Snatching a gun and severely injuring someone with a powerful background, if the big shots in their family put pressure on the administrative hall, you'll probably, he lowered his voice and sighed, even if you get lucky, you'll probably be exiled to the borderlands to clear the wilderness for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Lu Xun was momentarily dumbfounded. Holy crap, will it really be like that? Just as they were talking, a squad of fully armed guards strode over, calling out authoritatively, who is Lu Xun? Lu Xun quickly raised his hand. Ah, that's me. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he thought, oh no, why are they looking for me so quickly? Could they really be taking me to clear the wilderness right now? Just then, Chen Jing, surrounded by a crowd, walked slowly toward him and asked gently, did you get used to staying here last night? As soon as Lu Xun saw Chen Jing, he was both surprised and delighted, stammering slightly, Leader Chen, it's so wonderful to see a familiar face from my hometown Qinggang, here in the central city, especially my direct superior. It's just that meeting in a detention center is a bit embarrassing. Chen Jing turned to the guard beside her and ordered, open the door and return his belongings to him. Then she looked at Lu Xun, come on out, there's a highly important matter we need to handle. Lu Xun asked back in confusion, can I just walk away like this? But I was locked up for snatching a gun and shooting someone. Is it really appropriate to just leave like this? A guard nearby didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What, brother, did you actually grow fond of staying here? Chen Jing showed an official document stamped with a bright red seal, saying seriously, Comrade Lu Xun, we have fully investigated everything that happened last night. Zhao Wei, the quality inspection manager of the Daddy Group's warehousing department, is suspected of being involved in the leak of information from a certain secret experimental base. Although your actions during the process involved serious violations of discipline and regulations, considering your proactive confession and good attitude, you can be given a lighter sentence or exempted from prosecution. Currently, the Qinggang Liaison Office in the Central City has formally submitted an application to the Central City Administrative Bureau, granting an exception to temporarily bail you out to assist us in resolving an extremely urgent sudden mental pollution event. Your criminal penalty will be commuted to an administrative fine, Lu Xun asked in surprise. Ah, I still have to pay a fine? Chen Jing leaned in and whispered in his ear. Of course, but on behalf of the Qinggang Special Clearance Department, I have already advanced the fine for you. Lu Xun was instantly moved to tears, sobbing, Leader Chen, you are simply too good to me. Not long after, they walked out of the detention center together and got into a black off-road vehicle parked outside the gate. Gecko in the passenger seat greeted him excitedly, and Lu Xun replied with a smile, Yo Gecko, Chen Jing reminded them from the back seat. Everyone get in the car first. The situation is extremely severe. We must hurry. We can talk on the road. As soon as he got in, Gecko teased with a grin, My dear Vice Captain, it's been so long. Come give your buddy a warm hug. Lu Xun pushed him away with a look of disgust. Get lost, stay away from me. Then, looking curiously at Sha Chong sitting on one side of the back seat, he whispered to Chen Jing, Who is this young lady? I don't think I've ever seen her before. Chen Jing stepped in to explain, dispelling his doubts. This is Ms. Sha Chong. She is the captain of the 7th Special Operations Team of the Central City Department of Health, and is currently ordered to take full charge of investigating this highly unusual malicious mental pollution event. Lu Xun, the fact that you could be bailed out so quickly is thanks to Ms. Sha Chong's active pushing and full support behind the scenes. Hearing this, Lu Xun suddenly realized, so this cold-looking girl was the great savior who had rescued him from the miserable fate of clearing the wilderness for the rest of his life. He warmly reached out his hand to greet her. Hello, I'm Solo. Thank you so much for your help. Sha Chong kept her eyes closed, her expression calm and focused. However, when their hands clasped together, Lu Xun's heart jolted slightly. Why is her hand so ice-cold, carrying a deathly chill completely devoid of human warmth? Gecko started shouting again, talking nonsense with a sigh. Brother, I really missed you so much on the way here. But then again, my dear Vice Captain, last night, did you actually spend the entire night in that cell? He nodded in agreement. Yes, this guy was just stirring up trouble. My God, with so much going on here, everything has already turned into a complete mess, yet there you were sitting comfortably in your cell. You had so much patience all night, not in any rush to get out at all. Lu Xun glanced at him and retorted, I was locked up. How was I supposed to get out? Gecko quickly covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. Peeved. No, everyone thinks it's actually pretty good. At these words, 3 pairs of eyes instantly shot glares in his direction, forcing him to plead for mercy. I'll shut up. Looking at the absolute mess outside, someone remarked. It seems last night's commotion was truly no small matter. Sha Chong rested her chin in her hand and said, it's actually not that bad. Though the commotion was loud, the actual threat wasn't very high. Chen Jing turned her head to remind him, perfect. Before we talk about your situation, let's have Sha Chong tell you what happened last night. Sha Chong began her explanation. Last night, a special contamination codenamed 1021, Flesh Monster, broke out across 3 areas in Satellite City No. 7. Preliminary investigations confirmed that this was a deliberate man-made release. This contamination event resulted in hundreds of people being contaminated and killed. However, the contamination phenomenon automatically vanished after an hour. She paused, then continued. In addition, at the same time the contamination broke out, a chemical plant in Satellite City No. 7 was also attacked. Several security guards and staff members were injured and 7 lost their lives. A portion of Class A classified data and Class B parasitic items were stolen. At the same time, the head of the chemical plant, Zhao Siming, was kidnapped and is currently missing. Lu Xin fell into deep thought. There were many suspicious details in this. The contamination codenamed Flesh Monster was actually cleaned up automatically after an hour. Furthermore, listening to this girl's narrative, it felt as though the attack on the chemical plant was even more important than the contamination event itself. As if reading his mind, Sha Chong explained, that chemical plant was merely a front. After the attack, the Special Operations Team intervened to investigate and discovered that it was actually a hidden experimental base conducting a certain Class A experiment. However, this chemical plant is not our target for this mission. What we need to investigate and deal with now is the experimental research conducted on Phase 2 madmen, that is, those demented individuals, at the secret experimental base in White Tower Town. She concluded, we suspect this is related to a mysterious organization operating within the Alliance. This organization is called the Black Table, and it originated in the medical field. After the Red Moon incident, several doctors of medicine established a group, attempting to treat those madmen, also known as the demented, through surgery and medication. The organization was banned and disbanded by the Alliance 10 years ago, but it appears they have actually been secretly continuing their experiments. Hearing this, Lu Xin immediately pressed, what can they achieve by studying madmen? Creating a god, Sha Chong replied. Research and treatment of the demented had actually been ongoing. Currently there were 2 main schools of thought. One was to treat them as normal people, and the other was to eliminate them physically. But disappointingly, there are far too many institutions or organizations specializing in how to control these demented individuals, or even weaponizing them. At this point, she added, when it comes down to it, these demented individuals were the earliest mutants to appear. Their physical strength, pain tolerance, and even wound recovery speed far exceed those of ordinary people. If they can be made to obey and use weapons, they will become the ultimate soldiers. Lu Xin repeated, the ultimate soldiers. Only then did Chen Jing offer her input. All experiments conducted by related organizations and individuals aimed at utilizing and enhancing these subjects, which cross the absolute line of what humanity can accept, are targets we must eliminate. Our principle in Qinggang is to strongly demand a thorough investigation into the truth behind the forbidden experiments in White Tower Town, and to completely eradicate them. Now, can you share your preliminary investigation results? Sha Chong handed over a stack of documents. The Black Table is utilizing a unique spiritual power to convert the demented, attempting to create powerful biological entities. They have already achieved certain results and have gained support from many factions behind the scenes. Next, I will share the investigation results regarding those lurking in the central city. Please ensure absolute confidentiality. Gecko eagerly replied, no problem. Sha Chong began. First, the investigation shows that the chemical plant they occupied was also conducting secret experiments, the content of which relates to plans to modify the human body using special spiritual power. The Black Table's kidnapping of Dr. Zhao Siming might be because his research project has a major impact on them. She put forward a theory. Previously, the Black Table's operations had always been highly covert and cautious. Even the lurkers found nothing unusual. But last night they attacked the chemical plant, kidnapped Zhao Siming, and released a contamination source to infiltrate the plant. We can interpret this as some external factor causing them anxiety, prompting them to accelerate their plans. Lu Xin immediately asked, What could that external factor be? After listening to all of this, Chen Jing offered her own view. Last night's contamination event was highly bizarre. It happened suddenly and ended just as abruptly, therefore the black table might be sending a signal of some kind to some people. For contamination of this level, those guys have already achieved complete control and manipulation, Lu Xin asked. What's the point of that? Sha Chong speculated. The purpose is to build trust in their research among others, while also demonstrating that the biological weapons they are researching have achieved great success. Perhaps many people will develop a huge interest in them after learning this news. Only then did Gecko interject. It's probably time to tell him the investigation results regarding the black table, Sha Chong replied. Starting from a year ago, we discovered traces of the black table's covert activities. Through our investigation, we identified a key figure of the black table and attempted to capture him. Unfortunately, that operation failed. However, through the documents they didn't have time to destroy, we confirmed his identity. You can open the files I gave you to take a look. Looking at the photo, Lu Xin immediately recognized the man, Chen Xuan. An exceptionally excited gleam flashed in his eyes. It was actually him again, the director's assistant, the lead surgeon who had performed the dissection on his sister back then, and also the target of his trip to visit family in the central city. He hadn't expected this matter to be connected to him. This was fantastic. Now he didn't have to worry about not being able to find him. He had finally secured a lead on that surviving family member from the orphanage. It was absolutely wonderful. Seeing him like this, Gecko couldn't help but speak up. Vice Captain, what's wrong? Are you happy about something? Why are you smiling like that? He quickly explained. Oh, sorry, I just suddenly thought of something happy. Sha Chong turned to ask Chen Jing, is this the Class B, Spider-type ability user you mentioned who is highly stable and has never had a single violation record before? Chen Jing immediately fired back at Sha Chong. Is there a problem? Why do you ask? Sha Chong simply replied, no problem. She then continued. Lu Xin, 23 years old, recruited into the Qinggong Special Clearance Department 8 months ago with abilities suspected to be Spider-type. When Sha Chong brought him up, we originally thought last night that he might try to break out of jail or have some other scheme, and even suspected the outbreak of that contamination was related to him. But my subordinate who watched him all night said he is the most honest and law-abiding ability user he has ever seen, Chen Jing replied. You see, it's exactly as I said, however. Although those of us involved in handling special contamination usually deal with the administrative hall and the city defense force, we still focus primarily on our core duties after all. Don't act like some secret agent, going as far as to dig up his personal profile, Sha Chong interjected. The central city has 2 city lords and 10 satellite cities. Preliminary estimates suggest that the number of wild ability users living in the wilderness is more than 10 times the manpower we have recruited. Therefore, we don't pay special attention to every ability user entering the central city, even if they are Class S. But the central city has more than enough power to make anyone who dares to stir up trouble here pay the price, whether they are a monster or some so-called god. Their helicopter landed in the south of Satellite City number 7, the attacked chemical plant. Chen Jing recounted the events to him. After you were taken away by the police car last night, the people from our office took over Gao Ting's convoy and handed over the documents you had given her. Fortunately, the black table seemed to have changed their minds and didn't continue to attack them, allowing them to pass the night in peace. After I arrived with my team, we met up with them and also negotiated with the central city authorities. Lu Xin looked at the crowd, surprised. Huh? Even he came? Staring at the balding man, he asked. Isn't that the wig-wearing professor from the 6 Freaks of Qinggong? She replied. Yes, that's him. After receiving your message, the Qinggong leadership attached great importance to it. I led the team here, accompanied by 2 ability users, a researcher, 2 investigation squads, and we even brought along 4 lawyers. After arriving in the central city early this morning, everyone started getting busy with their respective tasks. She looked at the crowd in the distance and asked Sha Chong, Qinggong, along with many corporations and organizations that already know about the forbidden experiments in White Tower Town, are highly focused on this matter now. When do you plan to handle it? Sha Chong replied, I am currently waiting for notifications from my superiors, while also preparing to write a report to submit to them. Does Qinggong really distrust the central city that much? Not only did so many people come, but even the physical evidence was only handed over to us after you arrived. Chen Jing countered. The central city has too many eyes and ears. With more people, there are more complications. Our request from Qinggong is very simple. We just want to ensure that this forbidden experiment receives the punishment it deserves. Sha Chong replied. There will be an outcome on this matter very soon. For now you can go rest and take some time to think if there is any missing information you haven't shared with us. Sha Chong pointed at Lu Xun. Especially you. You've clashed with the Black Table before. What exactly are their ability users' capabilities, what are their logical chains, and so on. All of this information needs to be compiled. If everyone's goal is the same, I hope there won't be any more instances of withholding information. This couldn't help but make Lu Xun sigh slightly. The group walked into Qinggang's temporary office. A man walked over to greet them. Welcome, everyone. This is the lawyer who traveled all the way from Qinggang specifically to handle your case. Lu Xun said very politely, Thank you, everyone. In any case, I did shoot and injure someone in the central city. I'll inevitably have to trouble you all with what comes next. The lawyer pointed at him, reminding him to watch his words. You were merely handling an emergency mental contamination event at the time. What does that have to do with shooting someone? Don't speak nonsense. He scratched his head and replied. But I fired over 20 shots back then. Your line of work is of a special nature. Sometimes even using weapons of mass destruction is permitted, let alone a gun. He also encouraged him. You just need to focus on doing your job and leave the legal matters to us. I will do my absolute best to help you secure a Good Samaritan medal. Lu Xun cupped his hands and said, Got it, thank you. Just then, someone rushed into the room. The preliminary examination results for the girl named Gao Ting are out, and I am currently analyzing them. Chen Jing immediately asked about the results. The man replied, It is confirmed that her body has undergone a series of modifications, including the injection of enhancement serums, and the influence of a certain parasitic entity. Currently, both her physical functions and coordination have reached an almost perfect level. However, the purpose of this modification was not to make her perfect. Having reached the analytical conclusion, he continued, True perfection should be the state most suited to oneself. Therefore, normal enhancement must go through precise calculations to allow the physical qualities to reach a stable balance. He continued, but she merely enhanced her physical body while neglecting the connection between her body and her own brain. This has caused her physical functions to grow stronger and stronger, but on a cognitive level, she can easily develop a sense of alienation toward her own body. Chen Jing asked, What is the purpose of modifying her? He replied, The currently available data is very limited, but I speculate that this secret base hidden beneath the chemical plant is conducting research on a perfect physical body. The reason she was targeted, we believe, is precisely because her innate conditions are extremely close to the concept of a perfect physical body, to some extent. He explained in detail that ever since the mental mutation occurred, people had constantly proposed hypotheses. If there really is a god in this world, what would a god look like? I would say that a god must tend toward perfection in every sense. So for this secret base, they are actually researching the body of a god. Gecko, Lu Xun, and Chen Jing exclaimed in unison, The body of a god. He thought about the research findings. If a god tends toward perfection in all aspects, then to some extent, wouldn't a puppet already be close to a god? Hearing his words, Lu Xun recalled a few things. The body of a god, the brain monster they saw earlier in White Tower Town, seemed to be a sample of God's brawn at a certain stage. So in addition to the brain, had those people already begun researching other parts? For instance, the eyes that excel at observation, the monsters that control flesh and blood, and the body that could host all of these. Chen Jing followed up, So what we need to prevent now is the birth of a god. He replied, Although it is just my speculation, there is an extremely high probability that this is indeed the case. Of course, this is only a direction. After all, my clearance is limited, and the data I can access, especially the information they possess, is simply too scarce. The three of them discussed for a moment, and Chen Jing spoke up, Now we can basically infer that aside from White Tower Town, the Black Table definitely has other larger laboratories conducting god-making experiments, and they have already entered a critical stage. Right now we have three things to do. First, obtain detailed files on this subterranean secret laboratory at the chemical plant, including the investigation of Zhao Siming. Second, locate the Black Table's other secret experimental bases. Third, prepare sufficient manpower to continue tracking the leads. Hearing this, Lu Xun immediately questioned, Then what are we still waiting for? Chen Jing replied, We are waiting for the central city's approval. Whether it is obtaining core detailed files or investigating the Black Table's secret laboratories, we need permission from the central city. To some extent we can only cooperate. He responded, Oh, so that's how it is. When Sha Chong walked over, Chen Jing said, This is the report from our side that you needed. I believe this operation must be carried out as quickly as possible. She also added a question. Do you think it would be better for Qinggang to officially raise this request, or should your operations team apply for it directly? Sha Chong replied, I've just submitted the application and am currently waiting for my superior's approval. As for this mission, we will notify you immediately once there are any results. For now, you can head back to the hotel to rest." Gecko was utterly bewildered and immediately asked. "Just like that?" Sha Chong replied. "You are guests of the central city, as well as the ones who reported the case. Protecting your safety is the most critical priority. Furthermore, the central city is fully capable of resolving this matter, so please rest assured." Chen Jing fell into deep thought for a long while before finally making a decision. "Very well then, we shall await your good news." After returning to their room, Gecko questioned Lu Xin. "Something's not right. Do you think the central city is playing some kind of trick?" Lu Xin replied casually. "What tricks could they play?" Sighed, "This tea is actually quite nice." Gecko was highly dissatisfied. With the situation being so pressing, they had actually been arranged to rest in a hotel. He began to ramble. "My dear Vice Captain, do you really not get it, or are you just pretending? The central city is trying to push us aside. The group leader brought us here indeed to ensure that the central city would handle this matter seriously rather than sweeping it under the rug, but who would have thought that all they planned to do was leave us out in the cold?" Seeing Lu Xin still leisurely sipping his tea, he was utterly speechless. "Why are they hiding this? According to the rules, isn't this supposed to be handled by them anyway?" Lu Xin turned his head and retorted, "Then think about it. Why wouldn't the central city want us to participate in solving it together?" Gecko said, spittle flying. "There are plenty of reasons. Either there's some dirty secret between the central city and the Black Table, or the central city has taken a liking to the Black Table's classified data and wants to keep it all to themselves, refusing to share it with us in Qinggang, or perhaps they are waiting for the experiment to succeed." He grew more excited as he spoke. "The Black Table's actions last night couldn't have been more obvious. They were using this method to showcase their technology to others. How was that an attack? It was clearly a product launch event. Tell me, do you think the central city might already be a little tempted, hoping that once the research succeeds they can become a client of the Black Table?" He replied, "That seems highly unlikely." Gecko noticed that Lu Xin didn't seem worried at all. Lu Xin retorted, "Why should I be worried? The group leader said this mission is led by the central city's operations team. They naturally have the right to choose not to bring us along, and we can't exactly force our way in. Besides, isn't the hotel they arranged pretty good? Furthermore, I have my own things I want to do right now." Gecko asked. "You aren't planning on acting alone, are you?" He explained. "How is that possible? I just want to visit some family." Gecko's jaw dropped in shock. "Visit family? Chen Shuan is my family member, and my main purpose for coming this time was to find him. So it doesn't matter if the central city doesn't include us in their operations. Me visiting my own relative has nothing to do with them, right?" Hearing this, Gecko was extremely surprised, and immediately asked, "Family, can I meet this relative?" Lu Xin smiled and replied, "You won't be able to." Just then, a woman's voice came from outside the door. "If you plan to visit this relative, would Chen Jing wearing this tight suit mind taking your 2 colleagues along with you?" Gecko's eyes instantly turned into hearts, while Lu Xin offered a slight smile. "Hello, group leader." Chen Jing ruthlessly poked at Gecko's eyes. "There's no need to gouge out your own eyeballs. How about I help you?" This made him shriek in pain. Then she turned her head to ask Lu Xin. Lu Xin pondered for a moment and immediately replied, "That's right, I'm just going to visit a relative. This was decided beforehand, so it shouldn't count as a violation, right?" Chen Jing answered him, "It doesn't. We are only members of the Special Contamination Task Force, and we need vacations outside of work. Since you are currently on leave, this is of course your personal freedom. However, if the person you are looking for happens to align with the central city's target, you might very well run into some unnecessary conflicts with their action team. What do you plan to do then?" Thinking of Sha Chong, Lu Xin scratched his head. "I honestly haven't thought about that. I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. The ability users in the central city should be quite reasonable, right? I think that captain named Sha Chong is a pretty decent person." Chen Jing said bluntly, "One listen and I can tell you don't know how to handle these things. I'd better accompany you." She explained that they were all colleagues, and her purpose in coming this time was to help Lu Xin resolve the troubles he encountered on the road. Now that the laboratory mission had been taken over by the central city, protecting Lu Xin, an important witness, had become their top priority. Was there any issue with her accompanying him to visit his relative? Lu Xin replied casually, "There's indeed no problem." Gecko immediately objected. "There's a huge problem," he asked cautiously, probing. "Didn't group leader Chen just ask Solo if he minded bringing 2 colleagues along to visit relatives? I'd like to ask, who is that other colleague?" Chen Jing smiled slightly and asked back, "Who do you think?" Upon hearing this, Gecko instantly petrified, then backed away repeatedly as if escaping a demon, shrieking, "I'm not going." Trembling in terror, he cried, Group leader Chen, please don't bring me along when you asked me to come here. You never mentioned this part. The place you're going to has a forbidden laboratory that's currently manufacturing the god's body. Besides, if we sneak over like this, wouldn't we be openly going against the central city? No matter how much he shivered, Chen Jing merely reminded them calmly. Logically speaking, although visiting relatives is a private matter, we still need to hurry, Lu Xun replied. Indeed. This immediately made Gecko blow his top. I am fighting for my legitimate rights here, and you two just ignore me like this. He jumped down from above shouting, the central city has already made its attitude clear. They don't want us interfering in this matter. Beside him, Chen Jing explained, we don't plan to interfere either. We're just accompanying Solo to visit his relative and incidentally protecting him. Besides, the central city has no right to order us around, nor have they decreed that we must stay in the hotel at all times. We are free individuals. So what rule is violated by accompanying a colleague to visit relatives during our free vacation? Even if there's really an issue, our 4 accompanying lawyers will handle it for us. Gecko was still a bit hesitant. What if our vice captain's relative doesn't particularly welcome us? Lu Xun chimed in. That won't happen. Then he added a few more words, instantly turning Gecko's face deathly pale. During our last collaboration, my family really liked you, and even said they wanted to invite you over to our home as a guest. Beside them, Chen Jing chuckled. Although I am leading the team for this mission, our current action is indeed outside of the plan. You can choose not to go. Gecko's eyes lit up. Really, Chen Jing replied warmly. Of course. Then her face darkened, and she threatened. It's just that I'm a bit worried about you. If you miss this opportunity, your hopes of promoting to a Tier 5 special talent will probably be quite slim. Of course I won't force you. I'll just feel sorry for you. Gecko immediately began to stutter. Go, I'm going. Chen Jing turned toward the door. Then it's settled. We depart in 10 minutes. You two get ready. I'll wait for you at the entrance. Only then did Lu Xun whisper to him. Actually, you really didn't have to go. Gecko replied firmly. No, I trust Group Leader Chen. Lu Xun pressed. You believe she will definitely help you promote to a Tier 5 talent? With a pale face, Gecko answered. No, I believe she will absolutely give me tight shoes to wear, making me completely lose any chance of promotion. Lu Xun's face was covered in dark lines. Hearing this, he asked Gecko, is promotion really that important to you? Gecko replied with a serious face. Of course, you don't know, but during the last meeting in the main city, Linda and I got along incredibly well. She said if I can meet the standard of a Tier 5 talent, she will agree to date me. Do you think old Chen would agree to share such a massive credit with me if I didn't make a fuss? Thinking of that woman, Lu Xun asked with some surprise. Tai Kui agreed to date you. Gecko's mouth drooled as he replied. Yeah, that's Tai Kui. He boasted with a proud face. I'm already a Tier 3 talent now, not far off from Tier 5. Hearing this, Lu Xun couldn't help but make a helpless calculation in his heart. Given Gecko's current rate of mission completion, he indeed had hope of marrying Tai Kui within about 20 years. When the two walked out of the room, they saw Chen Jing already waiting there. All set, let's go? Then they began to crawl forward through the ventilation ducts. Gecko, watching her elegant figure from behind, couldn't handle the stimulation and had a nosebleed. Chen Jing, without even turning her head, threw a backhand punch, punching him so hard he cried out that he really must be tired of living. Arriving at the hotel's back door, Chen Jing continued to lead the way. She reminded them, although what we are doing now isn't illegal, the central city is naturally suspicious and has already planted eyes around the hotel to monitor us. That's why I brought you two to slip out from the back door. Those sent to watch us are just ordinary agents. They are easy to deal with. They won't go through the massive trouble of deploying ability users just to keep tabs on the few of us. At this point, Gecko asked the doubt in his mind. Just leaving the hotel probably isn't enough, right? Group leader, do you know the exact location of that laboratory? And have you thought about how to get there in the shortest possible time? All our current means of transportation are under the central city's strict surveillance. How are we going to leave the city in a bit? To take a step back, we can't even get out without gate passes. Chen Jing looked ahead with confidence and answered calmly, it's already been arranged. In the distance, little Joe was frantically waving at them. Brother Lu, hurry and get in my car. Seeing this, Lu Xun was pleasantly surprised. Hey, little Joe, as expected of Group Leader Chen, this is incredibly thoughtful. Inside the car, old Joe and little Joe were moved to tears upon seeing him. Brother Lu, you've really suffered. We never expected that for our sake you almost ruined your own future. Lu Xun quickly waved his hands, replying, not at all. I haven't broken the law once up to this point. The uncle and nephew wept even harder. Yes, you didn't do anything wrong at all. What's wrong is this absolute garbage of a world. Since the red moon descended, the night sky had always seemed exceptionally gloomy. Several cars slowly passed through the city gates, and a few hours later, they finally arrived at their destination. Looking at the crates before him, Lu Xun asked with some confusion, "What are these?" When the crates were opened, they were packed to the brim with weapons, prompting an appreciative gasp from him. "Whoa, look at that." Chen Jing smiled slightly and said, "It was an emergency, so the weapons we brought to support the central city this time were limited. We'll have to make do for now. Fortunately, old Joe's convoy came through for us. Their weapon inventory is quite impressive." Gecko chimed in with agreement, teasing, "Indeed, there's enough here to open a wilderness weapon museum." Chen Jing turned to Lu Xun and said, "Now we need to share information. Since you had already decided to visit your relative when we returned to the hotel, meaning you now know the exact location of your relative, correct?" Rubbing his chin, Lu Xun recalled the information he had obtained earlier and replied, "As for the exact location, I heard them whispering about it back at the chemical plant. It's a place called Buffalo City." Gecko listened with a bewildered face. "When did that happen? How come I didn't hear it?" Ignoring Gecko, Chen Jing said to Lu Xun, "If you had known earlier, we wouldn't have had to go to all this trouble." She then told Lu Xun that Buffalo City was actually not very far from the central city, only a little over 300 kilometers away, and was a large wilderness settlement. Currently, at least 100,000 people gathered there. Because of this, the central city had to dispatch ability users to resolve the issue instead of directly using long-range weapons of mass destruction. She continued with a serious expression, "After confirming the location, there is one more crucial matter. The essence of the experiments conducted by the Black Table is the research, development, and utilization of a special spiritual entity. It is one of the 13 ultimate spiritual entities." Lu Xun was somewhat shocked to hear this, as he knew exactly what it meant. The code name for that power was life. Chen Jing's words reminded Lu Xun of his mother. Before leaving, his mother had specially warned him to be extra careful if he encountered any monsters or events related to those 13 spiritual entities. This proved they were indeed extremely dangerous. Chen Jing spoke to remind him, "The research that Dr. Zhao Siming was in charge of is precisely a project related to this life spiritual entity. I believe the Black Table must have this power in their hands as well. Moreover, we can roughly deduce when they obtained this power." She began to connect the pieces of the puzzle. When the Red Moon incident first erupted, the Eclipse Research Institute gathered samples of these 13 ultimate spiritual entities. However, the world was in utter chaos back then, and the Institute's research was heavily hindered. Later, the Institute went through a series of transitions, betrayals, and experimental failures. In particular, the Forbidden Laboratory escape incident back then dealt the heaviest blow to the Eclipse Research Institute, directly impacting the subsequent research progress. She handed a document to Lu Xun and continued, "The primary effect of the spiritual power codenamed life is that it acts directly on the human body, granting anything an extremely tenacious yet completely uncontrollable vitality. Simply put, it's like a piece of fresh red flesh carved from a body. This piece of flesh itself can possess life characteristics. Furthermore, the carrier hosting this spiritual power is often real flesh and blood." Lu Xun muttered to himself, "The flesh and blood of an unknown organism." He couldn't help but associate this with the brain-shaped monster and the squirming monster in the detention center. Clearly, though they lacked human form, they were by no means the kind of spiritual monsters that only he could see, but actual physical entities of flesh and blood. Did they all come into existence because of this spiritual entity codenamed life? Beside him, Gecko spoke up. "If manufacturing the god's body sounds like a joke, then the research on the life spiritual entity might actually turn this joke into reality." Chen Jing replied calmly, "This is all the information we currently have." After a brief pause, she continued, "As for how far the Black Table's research on life has progressed and what their true purpose is this time, we don't know much more than you do. One of our objectives for this operation is indeed to investigate the truth behind this. You can take a look at these files first." Lu Xun flipped open the folder. The documents clearly recorded that flesh and blood hosting the life spiritual entity exhibited abnormal activity, even remaining active and fresh at temperatures up to 300 degrees Celsius. This contaminated flesh also had a certain probability of assimilating normal, lifeless meat and transforming it into vital, mutated flesh. Most of the contaminated flesh has no distinct cognitive characteristics. The time required for an ordinary person to fully mutate into a monster is approximately 34 minutes. In terms of weaknesses, high temperatures can destroy it, and high-intensity spiritual weapons or highly toxic mental attacks can also damage it. However, because it possesses an extremely strong self-regeneration capability, none of these weaknesses can be considered fatal. After reading the files, Gecko's face turned slightly pale as he mumbled, "This feels a bit terrifying." Lu Xun, however, remarked from the side, "It's more like it's a bit disgusting. It sounds a lot like rotten shredded meat, Gecko asked back innocently. Have you eaten it before? Lu Xun smiled awkwardly and replied, just guessing. Chen Jing interrupted their banter, bringing the topic back. At our convoy's maximum speed, we should arrive at Buffalo City in about 3 hours. Once we reach our destination, we will form a special action team and sneak into the city while doing our best to avoid any conflict with the central city. It's an abandoned ancient city teeming with thugs and villains. We need to secretly locate the laboratory there. She turned to Lu Xun and asked, once you find your relative, what do you plan to do? Lu Xun answered very honestly, this relative of mine normally enjoys live dissections, and without anesthesia at that. He's also particularly fond of studying this disgusting flesh and blood, even torturing living people into madness. Then Lu Xun smiled slightly and added, so of course, I'm going to persuade him to mend his ways and ensure he doesn't walk the path of illegal crimes in the future. When they were 10 kilometers away from Buffalo City, Chen Jing ordered, pull over here. She stepped out of the car, unable to help but sigh. The central city certainly knows how to put on a grand show. Gecko also smacked his lips and agreed. This military camp must belong to the central city garrison, even if they departed immediately upon receiving the news. Only a few hours have passed at most, yet they've already built such a massive temporary base outside Buffalo City. Chen Jing replied, this is the central city's usual way of doing things. Although she spoke casually as if she were just a spectator, she would never underestimate her opponent. After all, the Black Table openly interfering with the Institute's research this time had completely crossed their line. However, because the central city made such a massive spectacle of every deployment, their operational speed was bound to be somewhat sluggish. We still had time. Let's go. Before they completely seal the perimeter, let's slip in first. At that moment, the uncle and nephew hugged each other and started weeping again. Brother Lu Xun asked, exasperated. What are you two crying for? The two continued to sob, saying, take good care of yourself along the way. Lu Xun was somewhat speechless. You make it sound like I'm never coming back. Though they won't take this chance to slip away, right? After all, they still owe me half a truckload of cargo. Chen Jing reminded them. The central city's camp is stationed in the east. We'll bypass them and quietly slip in through the west city wall. Gecko immediately chimed in. What if they've occupied the west wall too? He was met with a sharp glare from Chen Jing. Shut up, however, when they arrived. They found the west side had also been sealed off. Chen Jing sighed, we're still a step too late. From the side, Gecko offered a bad idea. How about we just force our way through? Lu Xun immediately objected. That's way too brute force. What if we walk up and tell them we're going in to visit a relative? I wonder if they'll let us through. Chen Jing chimed in. Whether we force our way in or go negotiate, revealing ourselves to the central city will invite a mountain of trouble and put them on guard. It won't do us any favors for our next move. Gecko wanted to say more, but Chen Jing cut him off directly. It seems we've already reported all our intelligence and discoveries to the central city. However, have you two forgotten something? With that, she turned to look at a large boulder nearby and called out, come on out. This left Gecko completely baffled. What thing? A small monster sheepishly nudged its way out from behind the boulder. What kind of monster is this? Lu Xun asked with some excitement. No wonder I kept feeling like we left something behind on the road. Turns out we forgot this crucial piece of physical evidence. Chen Jing patted the little monster's head and explained, as long as the surrounding people shift their attention at the same time, it enters a state of being subconsciously overlooked. Only those who touch it directly or keep their eyes locked onto it can see it. However, my power doesn't require me to constantly watch or touch it. It's enough just to let it see me, she then coaxed the little creature. Lead us into the city. If you do well, I might consider taking you back to Qinggong with us when we return, and maybe even arrange a job for you. After successfully entering the city, Gecko couldn't help but marvel. That was surprisingly smooth. He was immediately silenced by Chen Jing's low bark. Shut up. Gecko still couldn't fix his talkative habit. He said to the little monster, hey there, little bro. Strangely enough, I felt an instant connection with you the moment I laid eyes on you. Once we're back in Qinggong, Big Brother here will show you around. His words grew increasingly inappropriate. You probably don't know, but the bathhouses in our Qinggong are incredibly grand, hee. The scene cut to the other side, where a finger clicked a light switch on. Chen Shuan made a gesture of invitation, saying politely, Dr. Zhao, this way, please. Beholding the scene before him, Zhao Siming was deeply shocked. 3 hours ago, inside the secret laboratory of Buffalo City, Chen Shuan had said somewhat modestly, the conditions here are slightly rudimentary, so please don't mind them too much, Dr. Zhao. Meanwhile, at the camp east of Buffalo City, Captain Li stepped forward with a solemn expression to announce, now I will brief everyone on the latest intelligence. To finalize the action plan, the ability users of the Central City Special Action Team listened with rapt attention. Captain Lee said in a heavy voice. Of the 7 undercover agents sent to gather intelligence in Buffalo City last night, not a single one has made it out alive. Monitoring equipment shows they still have vital signs, but they have completely lost contact. Clutching a stack of documents, he announced the plan with tightly furrowed brows. Our primary objective is to locate the exact position of the laboratory and immediately relay the intelligence back. Our second objective is to rescue the kidnapped Dr. Zhao Siming. Our third objective is to stop the Black Table's experiment from succeeding. And our fourth objective is to clear out all contamination sources we encounter along the way. Hearing this, 2 ability users in the squad asked with some hesitation and confusion. Split up, Captain Lee, have you been watching too many horror movies? In horror movies, the moment people split up, they all die one after another in increasingly miserable ways. Exactly, when dealing with this kind of bizarre situation, the absolute worst thing you can do is divide your forces. It makes us easy pickings for the enemy to eliminate us one by one. A commander like you wouldn't survive more than 2 minutes in a horror flick. Facing their complaints, Captain Lee slapped his forehead, letting out an exasperated roar. Shut up! Suppressing his fury, he slammed his hand hard onto the table to analyze the current situation. To increase the success rate of this mission, we can only split into small teams to infiltrate Buffalo City and search for the laboratory. By concentrating our strength to strike their weak points one by one, we will break them down. This way, even if a few teams fail, it's merely a few lives lost. From a scientific perspective, in this world, people are dying every single second. So what is there to make a big fuss about over a few deaths? At this point, he dangled a carrot to soothe them. Besides, this is an S-class mission. Upon completion, there is not only a handsome bounty, but in the unfortunate event that you die in the line of duty, your family will receive an extremely substantial compensation package. The moment they heard there was money to be made, their eyes lit up. There's compensation. Well, then we are completely at ease. Are we starting the roll call to set out right now? Captain Lee pressed his hands together, gesturing for everyone to quiet down. All right, the mission must still be taken seriously. Everyone, focus your attention. This time, we must face one of the craziest, most unscrupulous, mysterious organizations. They not only wield one of the most powerful spiritual forces, but they have also stolen CJ-numbered parasitic items from among the top 100, and bred all kinds of bizarre creatures. Every single one of us must go all out. As soon as the captain finished speaking, the team members chimed in unison, "No problem." The scene shifted to Buffalo City, where Lu Xin's group was moving forward while scanning their surroundings. "This city looks a bit terrifying," Chen Jing, who was beside him, consoled him. "All right, you don't need to participate in the battle, but you must protect yourself well." The figure of hide and seek was gradually becoming blurred. Looking at it, Lu Xin silently pondered to himself, "If Sister stays right by this little monster's side and holds on to it, wouldn't I be able to see it all the time?" Nearby, Gecko paced back and forth, teasing Chen Jing a few times and leaving her thoroughly annoyed. "Group leader, in a city this massive, where do you think we should start looking?" "Group leader, do you think the central city's ability users have entered yet?" "Group leader, a big boss like you, I really didn't expect you to come out on field duty with us." Annoyed, she barked, "Shut up!" Hearing Gecko's endless babbling, she had to explain, "I started out in the field, so there's nothing to make a big fuss about. This time, we're just accompanying a colleague to visit relatives. There's no need to overthink irrelevant matters. Of course, we should still do our best to avoid running into the people from the central city." Gecko continued to tease with a mischievous grin. "Group leader, you're actually eyeing the data in the forbidden laboratory, aren't you? That poker-faced girl from the central city is definitely thinking the exact same thing." He circled behind her, asking with a smug face, "The central city mobilized so many people all at once just to ensure that the data lands securely in their hands, right?" She furrowed her brows and threatened, "Half of your bounty for this mission is docked." This single mention of money instantly rendered Gecko speechless. His spirits collapsed, and he grit his teeth stubbornly, protesting, "I protest." However, his protest was immediately shut down by Chen Jing with logic, and she warned him that if he protested again, she would dock another half. "Furthermore, if you dare to look at me like that while talking again, not only will your bounty be halved, but your legs will be broken right here." Chen Jing looked at them calmly, hypothesizing the worst-case scenario. "If conditions permit, we must do our absolute best to secure the classified documents or special parasitic items from the forbidden laboratory. We absolutely cannot let the central city hoard them all. Do you two understand?" Gecko and Lu Xin gave half-hearted replies. "Got it, got it. Looting spoils can be converted into bonuses, right?" "Oh, I understand too." Hearing this, Lu Xun was so thrilled he almost leapt with joy. In his spare time while preparing a gift for his relative, he could actually make a tidy profit on the side. The group gradually approached the ruined city. Gecko looked around and gasped, "My God, this is way too creepy." Following from behind, he couldn't help but call out to the two in front, "Are those kids kicking a human head?" "No, those kids are just kicking a crumpled ball of paper." Lu Xun replied to Gecko's stupid question. "How do you know? I looked through my tactical glasses, how else?" Lu Xun suddenly sensed something and turned to look at Shiki, who was currently clinging to the wall. "Sister, do you feel anything?" "Brother, it feels a bit special." The little girl closed her eyes tight, pointing a finger to give her judgment. "In this place." At that moment, two men walked into the laboratory, and the staff member leading the way asked, "This is our laboratory. Dr. Zhao, would you like some coffee?" "No, thank you." Dr. Zhao walked over to a large pool, staring intently at the biological entity inside for a long time before asking, slightly perplexed, "What percentage of progress have we made?" The researcher beside him quickly explained, 92. I've mentioned the final hurdle to you before. If we can overcome this obstacle, then you and I might become the first people in the world to complete this experiment. I believe I don't need to spell out the significance of this." Dr. Zhao closed his eyes in deep thought for a moment, then sighed in amazement. "I truly didn't expect you to have progressed even faster than me. The reason you took such a huge risk to bring me here is because I am one of the few special-tier researchers from the Research Institute who directs research outside the city, right?" Pausing for a few seconds, he emphasized with a trace of suspicion. Or perhaps is it because, thinking of this, he seemed somewhat surprised by the project he was about to take over. It indeed went through precise calculations, suggesting that my research project can truly resolve this bottleneck. Chen Xuan chimed in smugly, saying with certainty, "With your knowledge and status, Dr. Zhao, you could have easily stayed safely in the main city, yet you chose to volunteer to come to the satellite city. Can I understand this as you also waiting for an opportunity yourself?" Dr. Zhao shot him a disgruntled look, and warned in a low voice, "I must remind you of one thing. The central city has definitely begun to act. Although I am certain that there are probably many people in the Central City Administrative Hall who support you, they absolutely cannot stop the Central City's iron-fisted methods. I'm afraid that by now the Special Action Team has already arrived outside the city." Zhao Siming flashed a cold, mocking smile, and asked, "Are you certain we can completely resolve this puzzle before they break in?" Chen Xuan answered without a hint of hesitation, "I know they've arrived, and they have already established outposts within 10 miles east of the city. However, that is of no consequence." He rose from his seat, squinting his eyes as he explained while pacing, "There are simply too many people in the central city, so over time bureaucracy inevitably creeps in, and they always prefer to rely on human wave tactics. Regrettably, this current war is no longer something that can be swayed by sheer numbers alone." Pulling back the curtain, the hidden objects behind were revealed as Chen Xuan continued, "If Dr. Zhao still harbors some concerns, I might as well show you the fate of those fellows once they break in here, and then you can decide whether or not to do me this favor." Staring at what was revealed behind the curtain, Zhao Siming's eyes filled with shock and anxiety. "Could it be, these things are?" Chen Xuan laughed, reassuring him. "There's really no need for Dr. Zhao to be so surprised." He then stepped to the center of the control console and pressed the start button. A series of monitoring feeds popped up and he said with immense pride, "Take a look." Upon seeing this, Zhao Siming grew increasingly worried, staring at the screens with tightly furrowed brows. "Just how many monsters have you hidden in this city?" Chen Xuan behaved with abnormal composure, explaining briefly, "In truth, only one." Dr. Zhao was virtually terrified into submission. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Fine, I agree to help you, but I need you to promise me if your plan succeeds, my name must be included on the list of lead researchers for this experiment." Staring at Chen Xuan, he hypothesized, "If the plan fails, then I." Chen Xuan's reply was cold and resolute. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xuan laid down his terms, forcing him to agree. "Of course, this is the basic etiquette of the Black Table. Pleasure doing business with you." Meanwhile, on the other side, Shiki was pressing her ear tightly against the wall, whispering in a low voice, "It feels weird here." The little girl straightened up and turned to her brother. She hadn't sensed anything. Lu Xun stroked his chin and replied, "I see." Chen Jing walked over with a worried face and asked him, "How is it? Did you find anything?" "No." She looked at Lu Xun with some skepticism, confirming, "It seems you aren't very familiar with that relative, and you haven't been in touch for a very long time." Chen Jing pinched her chin thoughtfully and suggested, "In that case, it seems we can only resort to some crude methods. Finding a concealed laboratory amidst the vast ruins without the support of an intelligence department or data analysts was indeed extremely difficult." Looking at a few children playing not far away, she murmured softly, "So we can only rely on?" Chen Jing's eyes lit up and she waved to the group of children. Come here for a second." Under the guidance of her mental ability, the children excitedly swarmed over, surrounding Chen Jing. She gently guided them. "Big Sister is looking for a place here, a place that's a bit different from its surroundings. I think there should be a continuous supply of electricity there. Also, the surrounding ground should be swept very clean. Cars should be going in and out frequently, and you might even see some neatly dressed people." The children were deeply captivated by her profound gaze and gentle words, to the point that their nosebleeds began to flow uncontrollably. "Do you all really want to help Big Sister out now? The method is very simple. Go ask around with people who are familiar with this place, and see if anyone knows of such a spot or has any related clues. If anyone knows, have them come tell Big Sister right away. Big Sister will be very grateful to you." Chen Jing patiently explained word by word until she was sure they all understood. Standing to the side, Lu Xun couldn't help but marvel in silence. Her tone was gentle to the extreme, as if she were speaking the most natural truths in the world, making people want to obey her involuntarily. This method was truly formidable. With a gentle point of her finger, the children obediently scattered, loudly calling out to their friends to help ask around. She folded her arms, quite proud of her capability as a top-tier professional. No matter the situation, intelligence gathering was always the top priority. The crowd from the black table behaved with extreme cunning and insidiousness. Choosing to establish their laboratory here is no different from using the entire population of this city as human shields, or even as backup raw materials for their experiments. However, doing so comes with a price. It is extremely difficult to maintain complete secrecy. No matter how deeply they hide, they will always leave clues that get noticed by the people around them. She confidently emphasized once more. "And what I excel at most is gathering intelligence." Chen Jing explained her ability to Lu Xun. As long as she exerted her mental ability, everyone would willingly pour out all the information they knew to her. Before long, a massive crowd gathered on the street ahead. Leaving Lu Xun highly surprised, he stared at the scene ahead thoughtfully. The street suddenly became exceptionally lively. People were like a swarm of busy ants, transmitting information through various interactions and exchanges. Lu Xun never expected that Chen Jing's mental ability could be utilized in this manner. Chen Jing folded her arms, walking in front of them with a trace of pride as she said, "Let's keep moving. This area is safe. If we want to find that laboratory, it definitely cannot function without a power supply. Therefore, places with electricity are highly likely to be where the laboratory is located." Faster than expected, someone ran over to report loudly, "Electricity, there are electric lights shining over there." Nearby, Gecko shouted in surprise. "We found it that fast?" Chen Jing hastily pressed. "Where is it?" The person immediately gestured frantically and reported, "Big trucks. There are many big trucks parked there." At the same time, the movements of Lu Xun and his group had already been locked onto by Chen Xuan on the monitoring screen. Staring at the persistent group on the screen, Chen Xuan picked up a bizarre object nearby, flashing a cruel, cold smile. "It seems it's time to use this little baby." The child pointed toward an abandoned high-rise building not far away and shouted, "It's that tall building. It's right inside that tall building." Chen Jing offered a gentle smile of gratitude. "Thank you, you can go home now. And then forget everything that just happened." Staring at the departing figures of the children, she said with certainty, "It is basically confirmed now that the laboratory is absolutely here. There's ample power and frequent vehicle traffic, and there is even a site for helicopters to land and take off. Let's go. We are already very close to our target." The tall building they pointed to was indeed the target building. No mistake, this was it. They had finally found it. After walking forward a bit, Chen Jing suddenly came to a halt. Finally sensing something amiss, she gasped, "Something is wrong." What appeared before them was actually a prosperous and bustling scene, a place where there shouldn't be this many people at all. The drastically different sight left all three of them stunned. Not only was it crowded with people everywhere, but even if there was ample power here, it absolutely should not be squandered so luxuriously on these meaningless neon streetscapes. The streets were teeming with people, bustling with activity which was completely inconsistent with the ruins in their minds. What on earth was going on? Lu Xun was also observing closely from the side. His sensations and perception indicated that these were indeed living, breathing people, and by no means a hallucination. Chen Jing pulled out a mental radiation detector. The screen showed they were currently in an extremely intense mental radiation field, yet the entire street before them didn't show a single flaw. Meanwhile, Gecko was staring fixedly at the passing beauties, clicking his tongue in admiration. Tisk tisk, even these details are rendered so realistically. For instance, those young girls walking on the street, I can even clearly see the outline of their underwear through their thin shirts. I can even smell the perfume on them, which is sweet to the point of being cloying. If it weren't for someone like me who has deeply studied the old civilization, who could create such a realistic illusion? Who else could it be but that gang? They stopped and discussed in low tones. Lu Xun spoke up to confirm. Strange, no mental monsters have been detected here either. Chen Jing said with a solemn expression, "It is confirmed that we are currently suffering from severe mental pollution. Everything we see around us is in some strange spiritual distortion, making it impossible to distinguish truth from falsehood purely by sight. The source of pollution is unknown, the pollution logic is unknown, and we don't even know if there are other potential dangers." Group leader, what should we do now? Chen Jing furrowed her brows and then calmly issued her orders. There are two ways. One is to keep moving forward. The second is to completely wipe this place out. However, every single person on this street is highly likely a severely mentally polluted individual. And perhaps these living people before our eyes are, in essence, all monsters. Or, just as we see now, they might be smiling as they raise their guns at us, Gecko asked with some concern. Can we just solve this with brute force? Since you said everything we see is fake, if we make a move to kill these people, Chen Jing mercilessly pointed out the worst-case scenario, throwing him into embarrassment. How can you guarantee that the ones you kill aren't ordinary people trapped inside, beside them? Lu Xun was silently speculating. Combining the previous scenes with the current situation, this meant that amidst these ruins before their eyes, there were actually still many living people, namely wilderness drifters. If they were currently controlled by illusions and began to slaughter indiscriminately, it was highly likely that once they snapped back to reality, they would be greeted by a floor covered in the corpses of innocent people. Staring at this eerie scene, Lu Xun also felt somewhat conflicted. What on earth is the best course of action right now? Meanwhile, to the east of the city, in the East Squad of the Central City Special Action Team, an ability user shrugged and said, "What on earth is this place? If anything comes up, let's just ask the captain." The doctor or researcher leading the way pulled out his walkie-talkie to call headquarters. Headquarters, do you copy?" He reported his observations in a serious tone. "Damn it, the signal is blocked. The mental radiation here is exceptionally severe. The people passing by don't match the characteristics of this era at all, creating a jarring sense of dissonance with the surrounding streetscape. Based on these details, we can conclude that we are currently inside an illusory dreamscape." Resenting his lecture, his two teammates shot back irritably. "Do you really need to explain that? Anyone with a brain can see it." Meanwhile, to the north of the city, Captain Lee of the Central City North Squad couldn't help but curse loudly after making his observations. "Damn it, there's absolutely no way to establish contact with the other squads." The teammate beside him looked at him and asked, "What should we do next?" And at the same time, to the south of the city, Xiao Chang's squad was currently surrounded by a crowd of people with varying expressions, placing them in a rather precarious situation. With her arms folded, Xia Chang stared at the crowd of indistinguishable figures in annoyance, secretly worrying. The signal was completely severed, leaving her with no idea about the status of the other squads, and this place was simply too bizarre. Without hesitation, she leapt onto the roof of a parked car on the roadside, observing her surroundings from a high vantage point. She reasoned that these illusions should react similarly to real people when faced with abnormal behavior, yet the reactions of the crowd around her were exceptionally indifferent. If this were reality, that guy would have stared back by now and barked, "What are you looking at?" At this thought, she pulled out a portable control panel to begin analyzing the current level of pollution. Xia Chang quickly browsed through the analysis data regarding the Red Moon incident, and then heavily pressed the confirmation button. A notification indicating a failed transmission popped up on the screen, leaving her somewhat helpless. With the signal completely cut off, she couldn't transmit any messages to the outside. It seemed she could only focus on her own team for now. Facing a Tier 2 special parasitic item for the first time, it would be manageable if they could figure out its rules, but if they couldn't, it would be a massive headache. As for whether the others can figure it out on their own, I can only wish them luck. She immediately ordered the two guards beside her, "You two, get close to me." Xia Chang had already found a way to escape this eerie illusion. "I'm taking you out." She swiftly grabbed both of them and ran forward at top speed, finally stopping in front of an automatic retractable gate. "This is it." She pressed her palm against the seemingly empty space ahead, her gaze incredibly solemn. The dimensional passage to the real world was instantly opened. Without any hesitation, the three of them swiftly passed through the passage, and the gate gradually faded away. Meanwhile, to the north of the city, the atmosphere grew even heavier and more tense. Within the Central City North Squad, the members of the Joker Squad, walking at the rear, kept babbling along the way. "Captain, this must be an illusion intentionally created by the laboratory just to slow down our progress. Even our various detection devices have been severely affected. But there's no need to panic. As long as we remain calm, it can't harm us. Since we can't break this illusion by force, we might as well not waste our energy. Captain Lee didn't say much, only reassuring his team members, we just need to continue our mission. If some bizarre thing really dares to launch a sneak attack, the 2 members of his squad turned pale and grew doubtful upon hearing his words. Right then, an identical afterimage of Captain Lee materialized behind him, even speaking up in a threatening tone, "It will definitely die before me." The outline of the figure grew clearer and clearer. Its purpose was obviously to copy him. Meanwhile, on Lu Xin's side, Chen Jing asked, "Solo, did you find anything?" He replied without hesitation. "Well, I'll have to ask my sister first." Shiki ran back to report after patrolling the surroundings. Lu Xin asked her, "Did you find anything?" "These are all fake, I can tell at a single glance. But I don't know where they are fake. I only know they are alive and exist in reality." Clutching a screaming chicken in her hand, the little girl said happily, "If they could be made into toys, it would definitely be a lot of fun." Lu Xin stopped his pace, reporting the information to his leader. "I can only confirm that these people are still alive, or rather they exist in reality. It's like, in short, they are alive." Hearing this, Chen Jing turned to ask hide-and-seek beside them, "Did you find anything?" "Oh right, we still have it." She stared at hide-and-seek for a long time but yielded nothing. It seemed it didn't know either. "It has never been to this city before either. It was modified in another laboratory." After connecting the logic, observing with her own eyes, and grasping the situation on the ground, Chen Jing suggested, "We cannot stay here for too long. If the Black Table has tampered with this place, their purpose is highly likely to stall for time." Gecko understood this as well. But the most critical question was, "Group leader, then how do we get out?" She answered briefly, "Walk out." Meanwhile, she also explained why the situation before them couldn't be the influence of a dream-type ability user. Even if we encountered a fantasy-type ability similar to drunkards, it wouldn't be able to achieve this, to construct every single detail of this world. It is simply too easy to expose flaws. This is also why most of the time, she transforms her spiritual space into a manga style. Caressing her chin, Chen Jing voiced her deduction thoughtfully. "Drunkard once cooperated with us for very detailed testing, so I have grasped most of her ability profile. The scene before us is distinctly different from her ability. Drunkard can distort a person's 5 senses, so the illusions she creates are incredibly realistic. Whether it's smell, hearing, or touch, they are all exceptionally real." They held their breath, listening to her explanation. "She can even make someone taste delicacies they have never eaten before." Hearing this, Lu Xin thought to himself, "That is indeed impressive, but what of it if you already know it's fake?" NSFW images instantly flashed in Gecko's mind, and his nose bled uncontrollably with excitement. If only a beautiful woman could come over. Just then, Chen Jing's voice shattered his fantasy. She let out a soft sigh and continued, "However, compared to Drunkard's ability, you'll find some strange things about this world." In a serious tone, she commanded them to follow her lead. "Close your eyes first and feel carefully. Did you find anything?" Lu Xin closed his eyes as told, and a mixture of foul odors instantly assaulted his nostrils. A musty smell, grassy smell, rusty smell, and a faint stench of rotting flesh. Beside him, Gecko was still thoroughly enchanted by the perfume of the passing beauties, giggling endlessly. "That's the youthful scent of young girls," Chen Jing incisively pointed out her current thoughts. "This is precisely the flaw and key to this world. In reality, it didn't precisely distort your 5 senses. It's just that what it shows you is so incredibly real that your 5 senses automatically auto-adjust to adapt to it. It's like when you see a cake. Even if you're just looking at it without smelling it, you'll feel as though you can smell the cream." Glaring at the idiot Gecko, she criticized him mercilessly. "Gecko is just a brainless fool." He was completely captivated by the young girls in the city, so his mind automatically filled in their scent and colors. Solo's performance is much better. Lu Xin was somewhat surprised and delighted to receive the praise. Why did his leader's compliment come so suddenly? Hearing this, Gecko looked at them in some dejection and asked, "So you're saying those girls were actually completely made up by my own brain? Then why are they still wearing clothes?" This wasn't hard to understand. Their leader, Chen Jing, spoke up again to explain to them. "I have a hypothesis. What we are currently facing is actually a force that influences consciousness. You can think of it not as someone specially creating an illusion for us, but rather as some force dragging us into a memory. Only inside a memory would we feel everything is so reasonable. No matter how many irrationalities there are, you will subconsciously fill them in yourself." Lu Xin listened quietly on the side as Chen Jing finished. If they wanted to resolve the pollution, there was actually another simpler way, and that was reverse pollution. Lu Xin thought to himself, reverse pollution. Indeed, when my sister gets angry, she can use her ability to pollute those spiritual monsters, but other things are hard to say. Gecko looked at Chen Jing and asked softly, "Group leader, how does one reach such a high-end level?" she replied. "The source of pollution can pollute the people or animals around us, and ability users like us can, to some extent, do the same. The opponent's setup has already pointed out the direction for us. As long as we can leave this scene, we should be very close to the laboratory's location. But if we want to leave, the only clue we can confirm right now is the one Solo just provided." What did I provide? Chen Jing clearly agreed with his previous view. The reason he hadn't directly used the words living people was precisely because it couldn't be confirmed. Time was pressing. Chen Jing no longer hesitated, closing her eyes as she began to unleash her ability. "That is enough. Since the opponent sent these creatures to stop us, why can't we use them to protect ourselves? As long as these things are alive and conscious, I can use my ability to influence them. This is advanced training content for Tier 4 talents, which you two haven't encountered yet." Hearing this, Lu Xun and Gecko were deeply shocked, only able to let out a gasp of admiration. Chen Jing opened her crimson eyes, beginning to perceive and search for movement in the surroundings. In this process, it would be fine if the opponent is just a single entity. But if they also possess a powerful spiritual magnitude, they will clash with me and deplete my spiritual energy, which will drain very quickly. Form a defensive array immediately. Standing at the center, Chen Jing commanded, "So you must protect my flanks." Yes, they stood ready below. Floating in the air, Shiki looked somewhat puzzled, the mischievous little girl studying Lu Xun's current appearance. "Brother, why do you look so weird right now?" Below, Lu Xun highly concentrated his attention, fully prepared. Chen Jing's spiritual energy gradually rippled outward. The surrounding crowd, indistinguishably real or fake and long having lost their minds, charged toward them the moment they sensed the anomaly. Just as Lu Xun expected, he said with a serious expression, "The bystanders are starting to gather here." Beside him, Gecko also noticed this. "Yeah, and there are more and more of them." This group of eerie figures rapidly surrounded them in layers, and their numbers kept growing, making the scene resemble a massive military encampment. Chen Jing's spiritual output was nearing its limit. The surrounding spiritual energy gradually dispersed, and her breathing became rapid and unstable. Standing behind her, Gecko hurriedly reached out to support her swaying body. "Hang in there, boss, let me support you." As it turned out, she rejected his kind offer, leaning directly toward Lu Xun instead while barking at Gecko. "Get away, Lu Xun, you come here." "Oh, all right, what kind of play was this?" Supporting her, Lu Xun asked with concern about her current state. "Can you still hold on?" "I'm fine, look around us." The scene ahead began to warp and flicker, like a mirage. This seemingly prosperous and beautiful city was actually like a massive realistic curtain. When we were inside this curtain, everything around us seemed orderly and reasonable. Exhausted, she exposed the illusion before them. However, as we go deeper, it's as if an external force is acting on this curtain, stretching it by force. This proves that this fake city, or rather, this fake image we are perceiving, has reached its limit. If this fake city has a boundary, we are currently crossing it step by step. At this, Gecko let out a sigh of relief, looking ahead and exclaiming, "Fortunately, we are almost out. And luckily, we didn't keep trying to trace things to their source in this bizarre place. The longer I stay in this city, the more reluctant I am to leave. Just now I was truly enchanted by the young girls here. Turns out it was all memories playing tricks." Hearing this, Chen Jing analyzed understandingly. "If I'm not wrong, the deeper you sink here, the more severe the pollution becomes until eventually you completely drown in your memories, unable to free yourself." Lu Xun chimed in from the side. "I can also see this city, which proves this pollution source affects me as well, but I don't seem to have any desire to stay here." The eerie crowd still relentlessly trailed behind Lu Xun's group. Chen Jing said in a firm tone, "I can feel that deep within this bustling fake streetscape there seems to be an extremely formidable thing hidden. It must still be spying on us from the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The moment when we are about to leave and our mental guard relaxes is often the most dangerous time. I suspect it is highly likely to make a move on us now." Following closely behind, Gecko reassured her. "Don't worry, group leader, I understand." Muttering in his heart, "How could anyone relax at a time like this?" Lu Xun did some self-reflection with a slightly guilty conscience, thinking that he had indeed completely let his guard down just now. Meanwhile, Chen Jing continued to strive to maintain mental control, guiding everyone to stay awake. "The most terrifying thing in this city is actually flesh and blood pollution, so you must be extremely careful. All right, get ready." Chen Jing quickly issued the order, leading the charge toward the eerie crowd. Guarding the rear, Gecko suddenly spotted a bizarre tentacle-covered object hurtling toward them. Without hesitation, he drew his sidearm and shouted smugly, "Leave the air to me." It seemed they were indeed getting closer and closer to the real world. Gecko didn't waste words. calmly dealing with the threat by firing multiple shots into the air. On Lu Xin's side, he also cooperated fully, shouting to his sister, "Sister, charge out with the crowd." "Got it," Shiki answered excitedly, tearing a rift in the void to forge a path back to the real world for them. Leaning exhaustedly on Lu Xin's shoulder, Chen Jing let out a sigh of relief. "We are finally out." Helping to cover them from behind, Gecko also took the opportunity to dispatch many mutated creatures. Wow, were these the things protecting us just now? Recalling the alluring young girls from earlier, he bared his teeth with lingering fear. Then that little sister wearing the skirt earlier couldn't have been transformed from this thing, right? Lu Xin followed closely. Chen Jing comforted him with a few words. They seemed to be out of danger now. "I say," Chen Jing spoke up somewhat helplessly to remind him, "you can let go of me now." Finally, the sight of the ruined city unfolded before them once more. The Black Table probably wished nothing more than for them to chase after these monsters, but our goal on this trip is to stop the experiment, so there was no need to waste time on them. As they stepped onto the path ahead, Chen Jing was certain they were very close to the laboratory. Meanwhile, in the north of the city, the North City Special Action Team was fighting fiercely, wiping out wave after wave of monsters. "So many monsters, I'm absolutely exhausted. Captain, aren't you tired at all?" Seeing his captain leading the charge, a team member couldn't help but complain with admiration. He then praised and encouraged him. "Way to go, Captain, you actually wiped out so many monsters with just your fists, without relying on your ability at all. I'm truly impressed." Captain Lee burst into laughter. "This is what strength looks like." They paused slightly to observe the situation, thinking that these cheap parlor tricks were nothing special. Fake was fake after all, and trying to stop us with this was nothing but a pipe dream. Captain Lee looked up, seemingly noticing something. "Wait, what is that up there?" A young girl's figure suddenly materialized high above, causing everyone to exclaim in unison, "Who is that?" 19 had been secretly watching their every move from the shadows. The young girl gently licked her blade, revealing a creepy sneer as her eyes gradually grew deep and dark. Meanwhile, in the east of the city, the South City squad responsible for scouting was gathered at a ruin. Big Sword, the leader, looked at the data fed back by the analysis device. Feeling a bit puzzled, "What is he doing?" one of the team members replied. "He is trying to find a data loophole in this illusory world to lead us out." After a brief search, Big Sword finally found success. "Found it." He swung his steel blade, slicing through the void to tear open a massive rift. "This is it, let's go." They swiftly passed through the rift and returned to the real world. "We are out. It really is this ruined district." From the corner of Big Sword's eye, a blood-red eyeball suddenly burst into his field of vision. Seeing this creepy eyeball, a blonde female team member exclaimed nervously, "No, the world we are in is still an illusion." Countless blood-red eyeballs began to materialize all around them, densely packed, filling their vision. Inner Demon materialized eerily from the void, walking slowly toward them as he spoke. "You all actually harbor deep hatred for each other in your hearts, don't you?" The three of them shuddered, feeling slightly guilty, but still stubbornly defended themselves. "We do not." Reading the turmoil in their hearts, the opponent activated his ability, further instigating them. "Then why not seize this perfect opportunity?" Inner Demon calmly set a trap, trying to entice them to eliminate the person they hated most in their hearts. From the corner of a building's basement, Sha Chong and her two bodyguards stepped out quickly. "We are finally out." Recalling what had just happened, she connected the clues. It was indeed possible to leave the area covered by the illusory city through this ability. However, as they drew closer to the city center, she couldn't predict what they would face once they opened the door before them. Fortunately, no accidents happened during this time. She and her companions warily scanned their surroundings, analyzing the situation. "We should be very close to the city center now. We need to find an exit first, confirm our exact current location, and then find a way to pinpoint the laboratory's precise coordinates." A team member behind her reported with some hesitation, "Did you guys hear any noise? It sounds a lot like a child crying." The moment the words left his mouth, countless viscous fleshy tentacles abruptly burst from the ground, sweeping toward them frantically. Reacting with lightning speed, the three of them leapt aside. "Oh no!" Sha Chong swiftly drew her energy gun, firing multiple shots at the creepy bloody tentacles. She stared fixedly at them, her brow furrowed in deep thought. The metallic stench of blood in the air grew increasingly heavy. The team member covering the rear suddenly cried out, pointing upward. Above us, on the ceiling, a mutated infant covered in hard spikes and tentacles was crawling silently high above, staring dead at them. It parted its gaping maw filled with terrifying fangs, letting out a sharp, ferocious screech at Sha Chong's group. Letting out waves of eerie, ear-piercing cries, it scurried rapidly across the ceiling. What exactly did it want to do? Sha Chong stared at it for a long while, finally realizing the horrific intent behind its bizarre movements. "No, we've been surrounded by these damn tentacles all along. We are trapped in a cage of flesh. Meanwhile, Lu Xin's group successfully arrived at the building suspected to be the laboratory. This is it. Next, it's time for you spider-type ability users to shine. One will lead the way to scout ahead, while the other stays behind to protect me. With absolute confidence, Gecko took the lead, scaling the outer wall with exceptional ease. I'll scout the path ahead. Seeing Gecko's signal, Chen Jing suggested they follow. Let's go up too. Move. The two moved swiftly, one exerting physical force from below while the other utilized mental ability, quickly catching up to Gecko. Be careful. Staring at the massive horde of human-like mutated monsters ahead, Chen Jing couldn't help but feel startled. What on earth is going on? Lu Xin's mind was also filled with confusion, asking his teammates for confirmation. Are these actually all corpses? With a wary expression, Chen Jing drew her energy gun, gripping it tightly. Facing this sudden bizarre scene, she instructed the two beside her with a cold face. Stay alert. Walking ahead, Gecko quickly made a gesture for silence. Shish, I'll scout the situation up ahead first. Hunching his back, he crept forward and gently tapped the shoulder of a bizarre figure nearby. The figure slowly turned its head, but in Gecko's eyes its facial features were a complete blur, completely devoid of any detail. Gecko's eyes widened instantly as he cursed under his breath, muttering, "What on earth is this damn thing?" Right after, the eerie figure completely transformed into an exact replica of Gecko within seconds, throwing him into an absolute panic. What the hell? How did this guy turn into me? Gecko didn't dare waste words. He instantly aimed his energy gun dead at the fake face and fired. Though you did turn out handsome, looks don't mean a thing in front of me. The moment the replica collapsed to the ground, countless bizarre-looking figures cropped up all around, staring dead at them, making Gecko's skin crawl. Realizing things were going south, he decided to make a run for it. He scrambled back, shouting to Lu Xin and the others, "Oh my god, why are there so many people who look exactly like me?" Lu Xin had been keeping his eyes locked on the front. Reacting with lightning speed, they slipped behind a nearby ruin. "Let's find a place to hide first." Then he turned to Chen Jing, voicing his confusion. Something is wrong. Regardless of why these monsters want to transform into Gecko, why can they even copy his clothes perfectly? The eerie duplicates clearly had no intention of letting Gecko off easily, pursuing him relentlessly. Even worse, their appearance and details were becoming more and more identical to the real Gecko. If this continued, it would be impossible to tell which one was the real one. Frowning and stroking his chin, Lu Xin discussed their strategy with Chen Jing. "We can't keep stalling like this." Chen Jing also agreed that the bizarre situation before them was indeed highly unexpected. A figure of Chen Jing gradually materialized beside Lu Xin. He backed away to open up some distance. A strange cackle came from his right as another Gecko emerged. It pointed an energy gun and shot a bolt of electricity at him. Before it could succeed, Lu Xin slipped behind the fake Gecko like a phantom and clamped down on its shoulder. With a single move, he pinned the imposter to the ground, leaving it completely immobilized. The fake clone possessed incredible strength, violently twisting its body in a bid to counterattack. Sensing its intent, Lu Xin immediately leaped into the air. An invisible field of force surged around his body before he landed steadily back on the ground. This split-second reaction speed and explosive counterforce were classic hallmarks of a spider-type ability user. Although Chen Jing was not a spider type, she was just as agile. Lu Xin's eyes glowed faintly red as he silently pondered, among the Geckos and Chen Jing's in front of him, which was real and which was fake. Suddenly a cold wind brushed the back of his neck as a sharp dagger lunged toward his spine. Lu Xin ducked, narrowly dodging the blow. In an instant, a swarm of armed imposter Geckos surged from all directions, launching a frenzied assault. The scene was completely chaotic. It was impossible to tell who the real Chen Jing was. A continuous barrage of energy bullets rained down toward his head, but Lu Xin dodged them effortlessly. Strolling through the crossfire using his extraordinary perception, he silently calculated that simply dodging wasn't a long-term solution. Without his sister's help, he could only maintain a passive defense for now. He quickly sorted through everything that had just happened in his mind. Lu Xin searched for answers. Why did everyone turn into Gecko? Why had even the Chen Jing beside him suddenly become Gecko? While he was lost in thought, Shiki gently tugged at the hem of his shirt, interrupting his train of thought. Was the one contaminated Gecko, Chen Jing, or himself? He looked at the little girl in slight surprise. Shiki blinked and asked, "Brother, do you need my help?" Clinging to his arm, she excitedly suggested turning them all into toys. Within him, Lu Xin could feel his father's shadow bursting into a maniacal laugh. Lu Xin shook his head, declining his sister's offer. "No, you don't need to step in this time." He calmed his mind once more to analyze the situation before him. The most troublesome part of this contamination was that it precisely suppressed the contaminated target's core counterattack methods. Not only was his father unable to easily make a move, but even his sister couldn't play to her heart's content. Lucian absolutely did not want to see Chen Jing and Gecko die by his own hands, so how could he break this deadlock and rescue them safely? Bullets from the energy guns still whistled toward him. Even if the enemy could perfectly copy his companion's appearances, there had to be some immutable fundamental differences. Otherwise, these clones would have swarmed him long ago instead of fighting among themselves like this. This was clearly a carefully designed trap. Some of these clones were even intentionally killing each other to confuse his judgment. Suddenly, a gecko wielding a short dagger lunged at him from behind. As Lucian parried, he thought, is this gecko's strength when he goes all out? His fighting style was indeed very different from Shiki's. This was what it looked like to unleash the spider-type ability to its absolute limit. Shiki stood not far away, watching her brother look a bit helpless in the chaotic battle. Fortunately, the only saving grace was that while this contamination could corrupt his companions, it was powerless against his family. As he dealt with the relentless onslaught of these clones, Lucian suddenly noticed an anomaly. No, the leg of this clone felt ice-cold and lifeless, just like a dead object. When he pinned a clone to the ground, this strange sensation became even clearer. This was not a living human body at all. Instead, it felt like a corpse granted the ability to move, which was incredibly eerie. Although this subtle difference was extremely difficult to detect, Lucian immediately turned to signal Shiki. Sister, you can use a bit of force this time. Hearing this, the little girl burst into a cheerful laugh. Can I play to my heart's content now? Lucian took Shiki's hand, their minds perfectly in sync. Their cooperation was seamless, unleashing astonishing power. Lucian smiled slightly. Yes, in an instant the two turned into twin afterimages, charging into the crowd of clones with unstoppable force, tearing through them. This is so much fun. Shiki followed him like a shadow, excitedly coordinating her attacks with her brother's onslaught. Lucian's hands were like lightning. He clamped onto two gecko clones and cleanly ripped their arms off. Based on the tactile feedback from the clash, he was finally certain. The guys swarming him were all fakes, not the real Gecko and Chen Jing at all. Thus the brother and sister zipped across the battlefield, continuously crushing the clones as they tried to locate their true companions. Countless fake Gecko corpses lay strewn about, blood pooling across the floor. Lucian's eyes glowed with the crimson light of the red moon as he carefully scanned the area. A thick stench of blood hung in the air, but these mangled corpses offered no valuable clues. Still can't find them? Shiki put her arms around her brother's shoulders, pointing forward. Lucian looked in the direction of her finger, calculating silently. There were currently 3 geckos left on the field, and at least one of them had to be fake. Of course, this was after ruling out 2 other extreme scenarios. Observing the eye contact and subtle movements between the 3 figures, he keenly caught some unusual signals. The first possibility was that Chen Jing or Gecko had already been brutally killed by the heavily contaminated horde during the earlier chaos, meaning only clones had survived. The second possibility was that Lucian had accidentally killed his own companions when he lost control of his emotions while clearing out the contaminated entities. Though this was highly unlikely, at this point the 3 geckos were indistinguishable, and even they themselves couldn't confirm each other's identities. Lucian flashed forward, snatching an energy gun as Shiki giggled behind him. He grabbed the wrist of one of the figures. Feeling that cold, lifeless chill, he sneered. It seems you aren't the real Gecko either. Only 2 figures with Gecko's appearance remained on the field, and one of them suddenly raised his gun, pointing it at the other. With a gunshot, another clone fell. Based on the situation before him, Lucian made a firm judgment. Of the 2 survivors, one had to be the real Gecko, and the other should be Captain Chen. Suddenly, the fallen clone struggled in its death throes, brandishing a dagger and lunging directly at the remaining Gecko. What? Lucian was quick on his feet, instantly grabbing the wrist holding the knife. Upon contact, a cold, lifeless sensation made his gaze turn icy. You're a fake too. The 2 struck swiftly, neutralizing it in a single move. Immediately after, an unknown object slipped out of the corpse's chest pocket. Lucian looked closely, surprised. What is this? It was actually a Rubik's Cube. Lucian turned to the final survivor, saying with certainty, "It seems you are the real Gecko." The man patted the dirt off his clothes and replied resentfully, "Who else could it be but me?" Hearing Gecko's words, Lucian froze slightly. Wait, where was Group Leader Chen? Looking at the corpses on the ground, he felt a bit worried. Could Group Leader Chen have been? By me. Meanwhile, on the east side of the ruined city, members of the Central City Special Action Team on patrol suddenly began infighting and slaughtering one another without warning. I've hated you for a long time. I've been wanting to gouge out those eyeballs of yours and reposition them properly. You disgust me. Keep your hands off me. Nearby, a blonde female team member clung tightly to Big Sword, cooing coquettishly. Handsome, you're so handsome, I want you. Standing to the side and watching this show play out with cold eyes, Inner Demon wore an excited and satisfied smile. What a marvelous feast of torture. He elegantly whispered to the eerie eyes sprouting beside him. The 3 of you don't actually want to kill each other. yet you insist on using the most brutal methods to torture one another. How truly elegant. Suddenly, as he stared at the chaotic brawl ahead, he sensed something was off. No, this feeling, the surrounding scenery began to warp and blur, shocking him to the core. Oh no, it's an illusion, and invisible and massive mental pressure instantly locked onto him. By the time he realized what was happening, Big Sword had appeared before him like a phantom, a sharp dagger pressed directly against Inner Demon's chest. What, feeling uncomfortable? Big Sword let out a disdainful sneer, mocking him bluntly. Did you think that diving into the deep consciousness of a mental patient or a psychopath doesn't require any experience? Before Inner Demon could understand what was happening, Inner Demon opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Big Sword violently withdrew the blade, bringing with it a large splatter of blood. Big Sword looked at him with absolute confidence, sneering mockingly. Don't worry, I deliberately avoided your vitals. Didn't you know that through precise calculation, I can easily see through your actual location? Covered in blood, Inner Demon was terrified. Big Sword slowly approached step by step, saying coldly, After all, you've already peered into our minds. His words were filled with unvarnished murderous intent. To keep this secret, I absolutely cannot leave you alive. And besides, I am no Big Sword. Witnessing all this, the other two teammates looked at each other and asked in trembling voices, Do you feel like the boss is a bit different from before? Indeed, his illness seems to be getting worse. Meanwhile, in the basement of the chemical plant, Sha Chong, who was commanding the operation, couldn't help but gasp. The disgusting slime had already corroded the back of her hand, and her expression changed. Oh no! Behind her, the situation of her two companions was equally grim as they groaned in pain. Based on the situation before her, Sha Chong quickly made a judgment. This was a mutated monster codenamed Flesh, whose source was identical to the previous 1021 contamination source. To eliminate this kind of monster, the most effective method was large-scale fire. Quick and decisive, Sha Chong picked up a military knife dropped on the ground, grit her teeth, and sliced off the layer of skin corroded by the slime on the back of her hand. Then, with a determined expression, she stepped forward and turned to instruct her groaning companions. You two are ability users after all. You should be able to use your spiritual power to suppress and delay this contamination. But the prerequisite is that you must absolutely not panic. Once your emotions collapse, you will give the spiritual monster an opening. Above them, the mutated monster let out a piercing roar. Seeing Sha Chong trying to dodge, it frantically waved its countless tentacles, whipping toward her like a torrential storm. The solid wall was instantly blasted to pieces. When the dust cleared, the monster was shocked to find that Sha Chong was nowhere to be seen, causing it to let out an angry and puzzled roar. Just then, along with a ripple in the void, Sha Chong calmly opened an illusory door and stepped out from behind the monster. She gripped her specialized weapon, a confident sneer playing on her lips. She quickly raised her energy flamethrower, spraying a roaring dragon of fire at the disgusting mutated shell. Turned to ash in the dim underground garage, Sha Chong mounted her heavy energy gun, frantically pouring firepower into the advancing mutated monster. The monster was pushed back repeatedly by the violent barrage, filled with terror. Why could this woman vanish behind one door and instantly emerge from another, and even have an endless supply of weapons? Seeing that the situation was dire, it hastily turned to flee. Armed with her heavy weapon, Sha Chong pursued relentlessly. Trying to run? Desperate, the monster crashed through a wall and fled madly toward the upper floor. Upon reaching the upper floor, Sha Chong used her spatial ability to open another door, instantly stepping in front of it. The monster was scared out of its wits. Why could she catch up instantly? Expressionless, Sha Chong aimed her muzzle at it again and continued to fire violently. Under the extreme heat, the monster's body quickly melted and disintegrated. It let out a miserable wail like a crying infant, stumbling as it tried to flee back to the basement while engulfed in flames. As expected, Sha Chong opened another spatial door on the wall and slowly walked out. The monster fell into despair. Is this woman a ghost? Why does she always appear on my retreat route without a sound? Is this her spatial teleportation ability? Sha Chong let out a crisp laugh, her eyes flashing with a victor's pride. Her firepower grew increasingly intense, completely forcing the monster into a corner, burning it into a pile of ash. Meanwhile, in the north of the city, 19 let out a giggling laugh and leaped down from high above, landing steadily in front of the Central City Special Action Team. Everyone was shocked, quickly raising their weapons to fire at her frantically. The bullets hit her body without causing any damage. Instead, 19's body elongated strangely like rubber, swinging her long arms to sweep directly at them. What on earth is this thing? Faced with this fierce attack, Captain Lee responded calmly, grabbing her incredibly elastic arm and shouting to his companions, "Leave this to me." He exerted massive force, letting out a loud shout as he swung 19 and threw her away. 19 flipped nimbly in midair, landing steadily back on the ground at the rear. An auxiliary member screamed wildly, "Everyone get out of the way, I'm activating my ability." A violent pulse of energy instantly crept toward 19, which she nimbly dodged. Taste this. Although her clothes were somewhat shredded in the clash, 19 wore a bizarre smile. Immediately after, another wave of fierce mental attacks rained down, but she dodged them effortlessly, strolling through them as if taking a leisure walk. "Captain, I'll draw her attention and pin her down, the rest is up to you." "Great, watch this punch." Captain Lee took a deep breath, stamped his foot violently and lunged forward like a cannonball, preparing for hand-to-hand combat. 19's eyes flashed with a bizarre light. The scene cut back to Lu Xin's side, looking at the scene before him. Lu Xin muttered to himself, "I absolutely will not." Before he could finish, Chen Jing slowly walked out of the shadows, interrupting. "What are you two dazing off for?" Chen Jing wore a gentle and clear smile on her face. Beside him, Gecko quickly stepped forward, asking with a mix of nervousness and concern, "Group leader Chen, where did you go just now?" Chen Jing smiled and replied, "I was watching a good show here. The close combat exchange between spider-type ability users is indeed very interesting to watch." Lu Xin looked at Gecko suspiciously, as if seeking confirmation. Just then, the little monster hide-and-seek slowly materialized, tightly hugging Chen Jing's leg. Chen Jing explained calmly, "Did you forget about it?" Hearing this, Gecko couldn't help but complain. "So while the two of us were fighting for our lives just now, you had this little monster contaminate you so you could hide in the dark and leisurely watch us fight? Boss, that's really not cool. Why didn't you just hide us too?" Chen Jing replied calmly. "In that sudden emergency, both of you turned into extremely unpleasant forms. I couldn't bring you along." Gecko turned to Lu Xin, grumbling as he repeated Chen Jing's words. "Unpleasant form? Who could she mean? Feels like she was talking about you." Then he approached Chen Jing with a face full of grievance. "But as long as you're fine, Group Leader Chen. You gave me quite a scare just now. Stop right there. After seeing so many of your disgusting faces just now, I find you even more annoying." Staring at the cold glint of the blade in Chen Jing's hand, Gecko shrank his neck back and immediately shut his mouth. To ease the awkwardness, he picked up the little monster hide-and-seek, thanking it with a beaming smile. "Thanks, little bro, it's really thanks to you that our great leader Chen was saved." Lu Xin stepped forward, handing the mysterious spoils of the battle to Chen Jing. "Group leader Chen, take a look. The chaos just now seemed to be caused by this Rubik's Cube-like thing." Chen Jing examined it for a moment, deducing, "This should be a high-grade parasitic item." Holding the Rubik's Cube, which emitted a strange faint glow, Lu Xin thought, "This thing seems to be able to change a person's appearance at will. It can even mimic some of an ability user's supernatural powers." The countless geckos just now were clearly the masterpiece of this parasitic item. Chen Jing nodded in agreement. "And based on past battlefield salvage and reward systems," she said, "this thing is of high research value." Hearing this, Lu Xin's eyes instantly sparkled with the gleam of money, thinking excitedly, "High research value. If I bring this back to Qinggang, it will definitely fetch a huge bonus." Chen Jing looked at the two of them, asking with concern, "How do you feel right now? Have you suffered any severe mental pollution?" Gecko ruffled his hair and replied, "I'm fine, doing great. But speaking of which, this little guy is actually quite useful. Since its invisibility is so powerful, why don't we just have it contaminate us so we can slip into the building completely unnoticed?" Chen Jing turned around, her expression serious as she explained to him in detail. "Although it can make us invisible, this ability comes with extremely strong negative emotions. It causes those in the invisible state to feel extreme sadness and negativity. One's consciousness becomes exceptionally depressed, even to the point of losing all desire to communicate with the outside world or seek help. Even if you consciously try to avoid it, you can only temporarily delay it. This negative emotion is ultimately irresistible." Hearing this, Gecko subconsciously stuck out his tongue. "In other words, if we rely on this method to slip in, we'll probably end up as 3 salty fish who have completely lost their fighting spirit, just waiting to be slaughtered." "Exactly." The group didn't delay any further, taking a breath as they continued forward. In any case, they had finally reached the home base. "Let's go." Lu Xin had only walked a few steps when he suddenly stopped, finding Shiki lying motionless on the ground. "Sister, what's wrong?" The little girl slowly turned her head toward her brother, her eyes filled with a rare sadness and depression. "Brother, I feel that feeling of being locked in the laboratory again." Meanwhile, on the other side in the north of the city, 19 had already wiped out the members of the North City squad, letting out a bizarre triumphant giggle. That person, Lu Xin's heart shuddered slightly. Feeling a bit puzzled, what on earth could make his usually carefree sister, who only liked toys and scaring people, show such abnormal behavior? Did his sister have an old acquaintance in the central city? Seeing that Lu Xin's expression was off, Chen Jing asked with concern, "Solo, what's wrong?" "Nothing, let's go." Lu Xin walked forward, muttering in his heart, no matter who the opponent was. Since they were already so close, they would eventually meet anyway. Better to head over first and find out what was going on. Walking in front, Chen Jing and Gecko were discussing in low voices. Chen Jing instructed Gecko, "That secret laboratory is highly likely hidden deep inside this building. Our top priority right now is to find a safe route to slip in." Understood. Lu Xun listened quietly from behind, unable to help but grumble in his heart. This relative he was about to meet lived in a place that was far too shabby, completely incomparable to the dilapidated old building of his hometown. Just then, footsteps came from the distance, growing clearer and clearer, heading straight toward their position. Their expressions sharpened as they turned to stand on guard. Gecko was the first to draw his energy gun, aiming it squarely at the dark corner. "Who's there?" Out from the shadows ahead, Sha Chong emerged, supporting an injured city guard, walking with faltering, agonizingly difficult steps. Gecko's eyes widened in surprise. He slowly lowered his gun, saying sheepishly, "Oh, it's you." Chen Jing quickly went up to meet her, asking with a solemn face, "What happened?" Sha Chong gave her a weak roll of her eyes, mocking in a frail voice, "You really did sneak in after all." She carefully helped her injured companion sit on the hood of a scrapped abandoned vehicle nearby, and scolded Chen Jing testily, "Don't you know this is already a severe violation?" Chen Jing countered with a composed face, "Cut the nonsense. I'm just accompanying my colleague to visit a relative and happened to pass by." Seeing this, Lu Xun silently pulled out the military first aid kit Gao Ting had left him from his pocket, offering it to the injured guard. "I have antitoxins, hemostatic bandages, and anti-inflammatory painkillers here. Which one do you need?" The guard waved his hand weakly. "Thank you, but I've already used all of those." Sha Chong's expression dimmed slightly as she whispered to Chen Jing, "To break out earlier, I severely overextended my spatial mental energy. Now I really have no way to safely get my injured teammate out of the city. We can only wait here for our teammates to arrive." Sha Chong frowned, staring at Chen Jing with deep annoyance. Sizing her up, she snapped, "Do you take me for a fool? First you conveniently pick up classified data, then you coincidentally go visit a relative. Are you going to show some charity next and conveniently destroy that laboratory for us too?" Chen Jing crossed her arms, her expression perfectly calm, trading words with her without yielding an inch. "Some things might sound hard to believe, but that is indeed the truth." Lu Xun chimed in somewhat awkwardly at this point, looking at Sha Chong and saying, Hello. Actually, I also feel like this is a bit inappropriate." But the two women clearly had no intention of stopping, trading barbs back and forth, instantly driving the tension to a peak. "We really did come to visit a relative, encountering these things along the way. Aren't they all just coincidences? Besides, we have been extremely cooperative in completing all the work required to coordinate with the central city. Furthermore, whatever we do in our private time doesn't violate any of your regulations, does it?" Sha Chong fired back relentlessly. "We have already blockaded this city." Chen Jing immediately refuted without a shred of politeness. "You never publicly announced any blockade. You just parked a dozen cars at the intersections. Who knew what you were doing? You say all roads are blocked, but then how did we get in? When we entered, absolutely no one stopped us, let alone told us that entry was forbidden." Hearing this, Sha Chong trembled with rage, glaring at her with gritted teeth. "I hate you," Chen Jing smiled slightly, "but I actually quite like you, you stubborn little girl." Standing nearby, Lu Xun looked at Gecko's sleazy, grinning face and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you making that face?" "You don't understand. Getting to watch two stunning beauties bicker face to face is simply the best," Gecko snickered. Chen Jing looked at the injured Sha Chong and asked, both with concern and seizing the opportunity, "What exactly did you encounter to end up so badly injured?" "A monster capable of manipulating flesh and blood. One member of our squad was sacrificed, and another was injured. But the wounds on my body were self-inflicted," Sha Chong explained. Gecko bit his finger, lamenting with a heart-pained look. "What? Such gorgeous long legs, what an absolute waste. You're way too ruthless on yourself." Just then a voice echoed from behind. "Good evening." Chen Jing spun around in surprise, and Sha Chong introduced, "This is the special squad in charge of the southern sector. They are ability users from our central city." The blonde member of the South City squad leaned close to Chen Jing, sizing her up with an incredibly curious gaze. "Too thin, she doesn't have any feminine charm at all." On the side, Lu Xun mumbled to himself, "Not at all, although group leader Chen is beautiful, she has an incredible heroic air about her." Another member of the South City squad stepped closer, radiating a gloomy aura that startled Lu Xun and Gecko. Gecko asked, stuttering slightly, What do you want?" The man suddenly grabbed Lu Xun's hand and grinned widely. "It's nothing, you just look exactly like my second uncle. I definitely didn't get it wrong, though he's currently in a mental hospital." "Hello there, hello," Lu Xun responded somewhat awkwardly, muttering in his heart. "This guy's eyes look a bit off. It seems our counterparts from the central city are all a bit abnormal." Sha Chong turned her head, looked at Big Sword and asked, "Big Sword, you guys actually all survived? We almost got wiped out on our side. Did something happen over there? Chen Jing joined the conversation and asked. How many of you entered this time in total? Sha Chong sighed and told the truth. The outpost dispatched 7 squads in total. 1 stayed behind, 2 are mobile on the perimeter, and the remaining 4 entered Buffalo City from 4 different directions. Counting your Qinggong team, there are 8 squads here in total. Chen Jing stroked her chin, looked at Big Sword and asked, which means at least 2 more squads will be arriving soon. Do you plan to wait until you group up to act, or will you scout ahead first? Big Sword replied without any hesitation. At least we have to wait for Captain Lee and the others to arrive. It is now confirmed that the Black Table definitely exists. The monsters developed by this mysterious organization really need to be cured more and more. To think they actually have their own exclusive squad of ability users, and their strength is not inferior to our own ability users at all. Hearing this, Lu Xun couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed, thinking to himself, the one doing bad things is actually my own relative. This is honestly a bit embarrassing. His gaze was suddenly drawn to a strange balloon floating in the sky. Huh, what is that? Sha Chong followed his gaze and was equally shocked. That is the communication balloon of Captain Lee's squad, the Joker Squad. Looking at the communication balloon printed with a clown's face, Sha Chong's face changed dramatically, realizing an extremely terrible signal. Captain Lee's team has been completely wiped out. Big Sword was filled with panic, unable to believe the reality before his eyes. How is this possible? How could Captain Lee and the others? Sha Chong's face was dark, her body trembling uncontrollably. What kind of terrifying monster could completely wipe out Captain Lee's squad? Shiki walked up to Lu Xun with a worried expression, cradling her doll. Brother, I found her. Who? Lu Xun turned around, looking behind him warily. What was that sound? A pair of small feet landed softly on the ground, accompanied by a sly, cold sneer. 19's figure flickered in the mist, her laughter echoing in the air. Clutching a sharp, short dagger in her hand, she marched toward them, her face filled with provocation. Lu Xun was deeply shocked to see 19 suddenly appear. This girl gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity, instinctively reminding him of his sister, whom he always kept by his side. Could it be her? Shiki lost her grip and the doll in her hand clattered to the ground with a thud. Standing beside her, Lu Xun asked nervously, Sister, what's wrong? I don't know. Shiki shook her head. Lu Xun took a deep breath, taking the initiative to walk toward 19. He asked hesitantly, Have we met somewhere before? You two know each other, don't you? 19 stared at him intently. A sly grin playing on her lips, without a word she raised the sharp short dagger in her hand and assumed an attacking stance. In the blink of an eye she bent her knees slightly and leapt into the air, lunging straight at Lu Xun. The onlookers instantly shouted in panic, Watch out! At that moment 19 suddenly widened her eyes, staring at Lu Xun, who was within arm's reach, a faint trace of hesitation flickering in her eyes. Lu Xun raised his hand, attempting to touch her to reconfirm. You, however. 19 executed an agile twist in midair, using the momentum to raise her sharp blade once more. At the critical moment, Shiki rushed forward from behind, blocking 19's heavy blow barehanded. The two girls instantly locked in a fierce brawl, their powerful spiritual energies clashing violently in midair, bursting with brilliant light. Shiki refused to yield an inch, absolutely refusing to let anyone bully her brother. 19 struggled to break free from Shiki's grip, using the counter-force to leap high into the air. She landed incredibly steadily on a nearby broken wall, an earth-shattering, terrifying, murderous aura erupting from her entire body. The shock and complex emotions in Lu Xun's eyes lingered for a long time, his gaze tightly following 19's figure. This familiar feeling was simply too overwhelming. Meanwhile, the members of the newly reorganized Special Action Squad also began to close in from all sides. They stood side by side, shouting in deep voices, Everyone ready! Sha Chong stared at the battle before her with a solemn expression, her brow furrowed as she assessed, This girl is too terrifying. If she had targeted me directly just now, I'm afraid I would have lost my life long ago. Seeing this, the crowd unleashed a dense barrage of energy bullets from behind, launching a fierce assault. 19 let out a bizarre cold laugh, her figure shifting to easily dodge all the attacks. She executed an elegant flip in midair, landing abruptly in front of everyone. Sha Chong cried out in surprise. She's so fast, in that case, taste this. She immediately cast her ability, summoning a spiritual beast from a spatial rift. However, 19 merely let out a cold snort, easily swinging her sharp blade to instantly slice the 9 insects summoned by Sha Chong in half. Unwilling to back down, Sha Chong gritted her teeth and cast her ability again, summoning a swarm of 9 insects that blanketed the sky to attack 19. But she wasn't done yet. 19's movements were exceptionally agile. The air around her warped instantly, and her physical structure seemed to undergo a bizarre qualitative change. Her body became highly elastic, like rubber, and her movements grew even more eerie and fluid than before. Beside them, a squad member stared gloomily at the Joker balloon floating in the sky. That balloon was the final distress signal sent by Captain Lee and his team before they sacrificed themselves, and it undoubtedly contained an urgent last message left by Captain Lee. He reached out to grab the balloon's tether, but several strands of creepy pale purple silk wound tightly around his arm along the string. Overjoyed, the squad member yanked the string and silk, turning around to run excitedly toward Big Sword. This balloon? Before he could finish his sentence, the purple silk threads instantly snapped tight, slicing his body into countless fragments in a split second. Watching their companion's bloody corpse crash to the ground, everyone was gripped with terror. How is this possible? Even the injured guard sitting on the hood of the off-road vehicle could not escape. Several strands of purple silk silently wound around his neck. No, in just the blink of an eye he completely stopped breathing. A suffocating shadow of death loomed over the scene. The remaining squad members froze in place, scanning their surroundings in terror and high alert. Gecko's skin crawled as he whispered under his breath, marveling in his heart, "What on earth is this girl's background? How could she claim 2 lives in a row before I could even get a clear look?" Having witnessed this tragic scene with his own eyes, Lu Xin's gaze gradually turned dark, and he barked in an icy tone, "No more killing." Nantine burst into a wild maniacal laugh. With a flash of her body she lunged like lightning toward Chen Jing and Gecko. Chen Jing reacted with extreme speed, instantly activating her Eye of the Red Moon ability. But 19 didn't seem affected in the slightest. 19 glared at her viciously, then pointed her sharp dagger directly at Gecko nearby, causing Gecko to scream in terror. "Holy crap, why are you coming for me? This isn't right. I was hiding perfectly just now." Facing the rapidly approaching threat of death, Gecko broke into a cold sweat, screaming inwardly that he was doomed. The icy blade flashed right before his eyes. At this critical moment, Lu Xin closed the distance instantly, firmly blocking the fatal strike. He clamped his hand tightly around 19's neck, warning her in a tone devoid of any warmth. "I said no more killing." A terrifying, chilling light flared in his eyes. "Did you not hear me clearly?" Lu Xin tightened his grip further, repeating word by word, "No more killing." An intense struggle also surged deep within his heart. He couldn't even understand why he felt such bizarre anger. His mind was a chaotic mess, only feeling that the scene before him was inexplicably familiar. In his mind, a fragment of a shattered memory flashed rapidly. A blurry image of a young girl having her throat choked tightly, struggling for air, a scene that seemed to have happened a long time ago. Having her neck clamped, 19 let out a wild low growl. She struggled frantically, then once again utilized her bizarre flexibility to forcibly elongate her body, breaking free from Lu Xin's grip. She landed steadily on the ground, glaring at Lu Xin with an incredibly disdainful and cold gaze. After letting out a creepy chuckle, her body returned to its normal form. Seeing this, Shiki didn't hesitate to flash forward, firmly shielding her brother. Shiki glared viciously at the opponent, barking sharply, "You, back off!" The battle had reached a fever pitch, leaving the watching members of the special squad unable to even blink. "What on earth is that monster?" Big Sword calmly analyzed the situation from the side, clearly sensing 2 exceptionally powerful spiritual forces clashing violently. With time pressing, Big Sword hurriedly took the Joker communication balloon and said to Sha Chong, "No time to lose, quick, see what intelligence Captain Lee and his team left behind." Sha Chong attempted to read the spiritual residue contained within the balloon but gritted her teeth with exertion. "No, the information inside is too complex. I can't process it in a short amount of time." Seeing this, Chen Jing offered to assist. "I'll help you." With that, she once again unleashed her Eye of the Red Moon power, forcibly intervening to analyze the spiritual message. By analyzing the spiritual images left by Captain Lee, Chen Jing said with a grim expression, "Ordinary physical attacks cannot cause fatal damage to this girl at all. She is too fast, making her almost impossible to dodge. However, the Joker's control abilities worked on her, and spiritual impacts can also cause some interference. Only control-type abilities can suppress her." Sha Chong gritted her teeth. "But Captain Lee's squad, the only one with strong control abilities, has already been wiped out." Furthermore, through further analysis of the battlefield images, Big Sword pondered, "I noticed that Captain Lee previously used an extremely powerful spiritual magnitude to forcibly suppress this girl, almost gaining the upper hand. In that case, this girl is likely a puppet-type ability user." Connecting the clues based on the intelligence, he analyzed, "Generally speaking, only puppet-type abilities can exhibit such startling, blade-like high speed under specific circumstances. But clearly this girl is not just a simple puppet. It's highly likely that she has forcibly solidified and distorted her own ability through some powerful spiritual force." A thought flashed in Sha Chong's mind, and she turned to Chen Jing. "If that's the case, I can use my spatial door ability to forcibly sever the blood-red threads controlling her. I can even try to control her, but I must look directly into her eyes." Sha Chong looked at Lu Xin's somewhat manic back with a complex expression. This was currently the only breakthrough. but seeing that Lu Xun was on the verge of losing control, she was highly uncertain. What class of ability user is he anyway? At this moment, Lu Xun was deeply trapped in a fragmented, unfinished memory. His emotions in complete disarray, he felt as if he were in another bizarre mental space, staring blankly at the sky. In this space he saw a young girl crouching on the ground with a look of grievance and frustration. Not far away, two happily playing children ran over in a flash to greet her. "Sister, why are you hiding here all by yourself? Come play with us?" Yeah, the frustrated girl nodded gently. Was this his sister? He tried to walk over, but only felt a wave of dizzying, splitting headache hit him. A towering cold wall abruptly materialized in front of him, with only a tiny locked iron window at the very top. What on earth was this place? He could see a pair of small, helpless hands clutching the iron bars of the window tightly, as if she were locked securely inside. In his mind, the image of Shiki screaming in agonizing pain suddenly flashed. Blood flowed uncontrollably from her eyes as she cried out for help in near despair. Watching this scene play out, Lu Xun's eyes were bloodshot, his heart racked with pain. No, by the time he finally broke free from the illusion and returned to reality, he still felt a lingering sense of unease. What exactly did those images represent? Looking at the battlefield where Shiki and 19 were clashing fiercely, he could clearly see that 19 held the upper hand in their direct collisions. In his mind, Lu Xun silently compared and evaluated the details of their abilities. Although his sister and that girl were extremely similar in terms of direct sensory impressions, they were fundamentally different. Both of their movements were incredibly fast, and they even possessed the ability to restructure their bodies to a certain extent. However, his sister's body had absolutely none of those creepy, wicked blood-red threads. Although Shiki's attacks were swift, they were far less abrupt and bizarre than her opponents. Gradually, Shiki fell into a passive position, taking hits. At her core, his sister was just a playful child with no cruel intent to kill. Nor did she actually want to put that girl to death. Right now, his sister was merely doing her best to protect herself, clearly unable to bring herself to strike 19 with a heavy hand. Seizing the opportunity, the violent instinct in Lu Xun's heart surged, and he hurriedly sought help from his father in his mind. "Father, why don't you help her?" But his father responded with extreme coldness. "I'm not getting involved in this mess. This is between you kids." Having been heartlessly rejected by his father, Lu Xun could only grit his teeth and let out a loud roar. However, right at the center of where the two young girls were fighting, a roaring, raging fire suddenly swept in out of nowhere. 19's attention was drawn by this sudden flame, and she spat in annoyance. Sha Chong mounted her heavy flamethrower, pouring a torrential downpour of fire toward her. "Taste this," 19 reacted with lightning speed, pulling up a physical-spiritual shield in front of herself to firmly block Sha Chong's fiery assault. Sha Chong stared at her, silently calculating her plan. First, she had to find a way to anger and completely draw the girl's attention. Every step of the plan had been precisely calculated. Then she used her spatial door ability to instantly retreat from her spot. At this point, Chen Jing, who was hiding on the side, could seize the opportunity to suddenly appear, look directly into her eyes, and apply a fatal control. Suddenly, countless pale purple threads shot out from 19's body, her physical form contorting with incredible elasticity in midair. One of the deadly steel wires shot out violently like a venomous snake, aiming precisely at Chen Jing, who was hiding nearby. Chen Jing reacted swiftly, executing a side flip to narrowly dodge this fatal strike. This girl actually didn't fall for it and charge over. Not good. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Chen Jing immediately bellowed to warn Sha Chong, "Get out of the way." What? Those pale purple threads wove frantically in midair, instantly forming a massive web that tightly trapped Lu Xun and his group inside. Big Sword retreated rapidly, pressing his back tightly against Lu Xun's, warning nervously, "Don't move, we are completely surrounded by razor-sharp steel wires. Just a slight touch will slice you to pieces." 19 burst into a wild laugh in midair, her fingers moving like lightning as she manipulated the wires to contract. The group was cornered into a dead end, and several squad members began to show signs of despair and panic. "Watch out, these wires are closing in on us. We are doomed, we'll all be sliced into pieces." Lu Xun took a deep breath. To everyone's shock, he proactively reached out his hand and wiped the air, forcibly erasing several of the closest threads out of thin air, tearing open a gap in the dense web. This sight completely dumbfounded Sha Chong, who stammered in shock, Is this an O-type ability?" In her mind, she instinctively recalled Captain Li's previous explanation. The previous combat analysis showed that the ones who could most effectively suppress that girl were Captain Li and his squad. And Captain Li himself was an exceptionally powerful O-type ability user. This class of ability users could often obtain a super strong spiritual magnitude, far exceeding ordinary people through special enhancement experiments. In other words, O-type ability users could directly use spiritual impacts and warp fields to a large extent. This ability was extremely tyrannical and unreasonable. Its effectiveness depended entirely on the user's own spiritual magnitude, allowing them to forcibly distort and destroy any domain with terrifying force. Under Sha Chang's utterly shocked gaze, Lu Xun once again unleashed an overwhelming aura, actually managing to forcibly suppress 19 in midair all by himself. 19 was slammed hard onto the ground by this invisible colossal pressure, writhing in pain and reluctance, as a low, furious growl rumbled in her throat. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from the distance. A brand new squad slowly marched out from behind 19. It was the backup team urgently dispatched by the central city. The leader was a woman. Mi Wong smiled and said, "We finally made it." She waved the special videotape in her hand with a smug look. The illusion created by this tape is indeed remarkable. Even I was almost fooled by it. 19 suddenly broke free from the suppression, turning around and charging fearlessly straight toward the backup team. The female squad leader's face darkened as she barked, "All units on alert, do not move." Hearing her command, her teammates looked completely bewildered. What's going on? The scene before them indeed left them pale with shock. 19 once again forcibly elongated her body in midair, utilizing those bizarre, deadly methods as she lunged straight toward them. What on earth was this creepy fighting style? Lu Xun took a deep breath and finally barked to stop her. "Stop!" As if carrying some irresistible magic, 19's movements instantly froze in midair. She seemed heavily affected by Lu Xun's words. Lu Xun softened his tone, speaking to 19 with some gentleness. "Be a good girl. Don't fight anymore." 19's eyes gradually lost their bloodthirsty crimson, and she seemed to slowly calm down. The backup team leader stared at Lu Xun suspiciously, demanding warily, "Who exactly are you? Are you in cahoots with this witch?" Sha Chang quickly ran over, hurriedly stepping in to defuse the situation. "Don't shoot, he's one of us." And at this moment 19 actually behaved with exceptional docility. Falling to her knees, the little girl shut her eyes tightly, as though she were enduring some kind of agony. Letting out a few stifled groans of pain, Lu Xun rushed over anxiously. Seeing her curled up on the ground in torment, repeatedly whispering apologies, he reached out and pulled the little girl tightly into his embrace, gently comforting her. "I can't believe I forgot you." The little girl opened her bright, sparkling eyes, a look of confusion and innocence washing over her face. Little 19, the others watched in deep concern, slowly walking toward him. "I'm sorry." Sha Chang wanted an explanation, looking at Chen Jing beside her and asking, "What exactly is wrong with him?" Chen Jing silently observed the scene ahead, her mind locked in deep thought. Even though she had already guessed Lu Xun's true purpose for visiting family this time, she still ultimately treated it as a mission. But under the current circumstances, Lu Xun's so-called family visit was not entirely a lie. In the distance, a monstrous dog appeared, having hid behind a car and observed them for a long time. Lu Xun leaned in to listen to 19's stammering words. "Mon," although a massive, eerie aura still emanated from her, her emotions had clearly stabilized significantly. "Big monster." Hearing the little girl's words, Lu Xun's eyes widened and he asked in return, "You think I'm a monster?" He pulled his hand back, and the gloomy aura surrounding his body began to recede. After all these years, was this really the only impression he had left on his youngest sibling? Lu Xun's expression darkened as he muttered quietly to himself. Why does it hurt so much? He kept questioning himself in his heart. If only all the pain in this world were just physical wounds. Why does it feel like I have permanently lost something instead? From the outside, Sha Chang stared fixedly at this scene, evaluating the situation. The intense and profound grief radiating from him felt as though it would completely swallow them all, shaken by the violent, eerie aura rolling off Lu Xun. 19 staggered. "Can't you stand steady?" He quickly reached out and pulled the little girl into his arms. At that moment, the monstrous dog lunged from the distance, viciously biting Lu Xun's leg. Shiki walked over to Lu Xun, clutching her wound, and said, "Brother, she's already gone." 19's figure began to gradually shift. Lu Xun recognized this as the ability to merge into walls. Just like Gecko had demonstrated before, the little girl's body gradually dissolved into the air. Lu Xun wondered to himself, "Is she really that afraid of me?" He stood up abruptly and moved forward quickly. "I don't blame her." The support team leader approached Sha Chang, his voice laced with suspicion. Who on earth is he? He's practically a mental pollution bomb of unknown scale." "Qinggong is here too." Hearing this, Sha Chang looked at Lu Xun and his companions, warning them, "I can't believe Qinggong sent people as well. Since this place is so terrifying, what are you even doing here?" Chen Jing replied with composure. "We only accompanied him here to visit a relative." Crossing her arms, she began to explain in detail what had just unfolded. "From the look of things, the Black Table isn't as easy to deal with as you think. These casualties weren't part of your plan, were they?" If you continue pushing toward the laboratory, you're bound to face even greater danger. Shouldn't we consider joining forces first? After all, waiting until we're cornered into a dead end before teaming up would be the height of stupidity. Looking at Sha Chang's expression, the support team leader could guess what had happened. Captain Li really didn't make it. He sacrificed himself along with 2 other team members and one of De Chang's men. Out of the 12 elites we handpicked, 6 have died so far and more than half are injured. Hearing this, Sha Chang whipped the ground furiously in frustration, her face masked with rage and regret. I can't believe he actually sacrificed himself. Every time that guy set out to clean up a major contamination source, he always made sure to arrange his compensation package first. The support team leader suggested to Sha Chang, since Captain Li is gone according to our respective ranks, you should assume the role of temporary commander-in-chief. Can you hold up with your injuries? I'm fine. Sha Chang stood up and announced to the crowd, I am temporarily taking over as commander-in-chief. It is confirmed that the laboratory is nearby. We no longer need to search individually. Assemble the survivors into a single task force. Our colleagues from Qinggong, from this moment on, please cooperate with our actions and share intelligence. Hearing this, Chen Jing looked slightly displeased. Sha Chang looked at Chen Jing and proudly reiterated the demand for information sharing. Even if you really did come here to visit a relative, I am officially requisitioning you on a temporary basis. Due to the emergency, regulations grant us the authority to temporarily draft the Qinggong action team. After a brief consideration, Chen Jing agreed, sensing that Sha Chang was willing to take full responsibility for the fallout, and that it might play to their advantage. Very well, Captain Sha Chang. A look of determination swept across Sha Chang's face. Since there were no objections just then, Lu Xin's weary voice drifted from behind. Wait a moment, I need to request leave. He raised his hand and said, I am currently on vacation and have some very important personal matters to attend to, so I cannot join your operation. Sha Chang anxiously stepped forward to stop him. Acting alone is incredibly dangerous, Lu Xin cut her off. But if you all tag along with me, he raised his hand, channeling a subtle power into his right eye as he warned her, it will be just as incredibly dangerous for you. Trusting Lu Xin implicitly, Chen Jing stepped in to reassure Sha Chang, he is trustworthy and the data does not lie. Lu Xin turned back to Sha Chang, but before he could speak she demanded, Where are you planning to go? Lu Xin instantly smoothed over his serious expression, flashing a reassuring smile. To visit my relative. You all be careful too. With that, he turned and strode toward the laboratory building without looking back. Suspicion eating at her, Sha Chang kept pointing at Lu Xin's retreating figure, questioning Chen Jing. Who on earth is he? Just letting him run wild like that. Aren't you afraid he'll compromise our mission? We should definitely take a different route. Once again, the 2 women locked horns. Sha Chang met Chen Jing's gaze head-on, demanding, and why was he holding that monster? Why are his mental fluctuations so terrifying? Besides, O-type ability users are the Research Institute's latest classified project. Is he one too? I can clearly sense how unstable he is. You owe me a proper explanation. Chen Jing cut her off, suggesting that with the situation so critical, they shouldn't obsess over his identity. Looking at Sha Chang, she brushed it aside. I cannot disclose his files to you. I can only tell you that he wasn't bred by the Qinggong Research Institute. He is merely an ordinary wild mutant. This made Sha Chang flare up and she spat back. Do you take me for an idiot? Of course not. And you need not worry about him compromising the mission. He has successfully cleaned up numerous contamination events of all scales in Qinggong and still maintains a flawless record. As for his track record, in all of Qinggong, his highest score is an A. Only my evaluation reports look slightly more impressive than his. Hearing this, Sha Chang was finally swayed, her temper cooling. Fine, let's get moving. She looked at the building housing the eerie laboratory and ordered everyone to set out. Meanwhile, inside a secure wing pulsing with flashing warning lights, a grotesque eyeball was suspended in a liquid-filled cylinder twitching slightly. Dr. Zhao, who was analyzing cell cultures nearby, was distracted by the vibration. Wondering what the noise was, Chen Xuan strolled in with a box of specimens, explaining with a faint smile that this was the power of the Tyrant. Dr. Zhao asked in bewilderment, This vibration, is it coming from the Tyrant you took? Yes, though it is incomplete. Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow with a sinister smile. But of course it remains just as terrifying. The echoes of their technical discussions drifted through the laboratory, with the current progress already at 97. Will there be enough time? Chen Xuan picked up a weathered artifact, studying it. I will buy us enough time. Dr. Zhao stepped forward from behind, looking puzzled. Is it worth it? Dr. Zhao, asking me that at this stage, don't you think you're insulting my resolve? Unable to fully read Chen Xuan's mind, Zhao Siming asked, Then tell me, what exactly are you doing all of this for? Chen Xuan didn't shy away from the question, answering directly. To deliver a satisfactory result to my mentor, of course. A trace of skepticism lingered in Zhao Siming's eyes, and he casually murmured, I see. Chen Shuan's tone suddenly sharpened as he turned the question on Zhao Siming. For you to waste time over such trivia when we've come this far, is it worth it? Dr. Zhao extended his hand to shake Chen Shuan's, offering a single word. Yes, he smiled triumphantly, satisfied with their cooperation. As Chen Shuan prepared to step out, Zhao Siming watched his back and asked, Are you leaving already? Yes. He politely tipped his hat, offering a slight bow to thank everyone for their contribution. Lu Xin strode in, spotting a faint silhouette sitting in a chair ahead. Clearly having waited a long time, he squinted and studied the figure before saying hesitantly, You are Chen Shuan. Holding a candle, the man wore a superficial smile. You've arrived. On the table sat a bottle of alcohol and 4 cups. The shameless Chen Shuan actually made small talk, saying, Sit down. Do you still remember me? Vaguely. I only just remembered, Lu Xin replied, eyeing him warily. But I know you were also at our orphanage. He raised his glass, chuckling dryly. It's only natural that you don't have much of an impression of me. After all, I was in charge of other departments back then, so I didn't have much direct contact with you kids. Only a handful of people in the entire orphanage ever saw me. Besides, so many years have passed and you have transformed into this state. Lu Xin cut straight to the chase, demanding, What is the deal with that little girl? Chen Shuan gently swirled his glass, answering mildly, Have you forgotten? Her code name is 19. Staring absent-mindedly at the liquor, he added, I used to indulge in this quite a bit, but to keep my mind sharp and my hands steady during surgeries, I gave it up years ago. Smelling it again now, the aroma is as rich as ever, though I seem to have grown more cowardly. Losing his patience, Lu Xin grabbed his collar and yanked him forward. What did you do to her? He pulled out the weathered artifact from before, dodging the question entirely to pivot the subject. This is the parasitic item catalogued as CJ-231. The countdown wish. As the timer began to tick, he added, As long as you make a wish when starting this timer, the moment it hits 0, your wish will come true. Sounds fascinating, doesn't it? In truth, it's nothing but an illusion. This Tier 2 parasitic item has no power to alter reality. The only thing it can change is itself. Chen Shuan flashed a fake smile at Lu Xin as he babbled on. Nonetheless, under certain conditions it can still be quite useful. For instance, if my wish is to wipe all my memories, stop my own heart, or trigger a psychic overload to destroy my own brain, if you try to make a move on me right now, or if you destroy this timer, any of those outcomes will trigger instantly. Looking exceptionally composed, he stared back at Lu Xin. So I plan to use these 10 minutes to have a chat. Go ahead, what is it you want to ask? Clenching his fists in sheer frustration, Lu Xin suppressed his rage and demanded once more, What did you do to her? 19. The little girl. Propping his chin on his hand, Chen Shuan turned slightly to look at his glass, echoing Lu Xin's words. I only wanted her to survive. Directing a mild gaze at Lu Xin, he continued, And isn't that far better than what you did? When you faced that little girl just now, did it feel deeply familiar? After all, this isn't the first time you've killed her. I've always been curious. How could you slaughter everyone in that laboratory so mercilessly back then? Lu Xin stared at him in silence, his eyes burning with a dark, freezing, murderous intent, as if he wanted to skin the degenerate alive. Chen Shuan let out a mocking chuckle, murmuring casually, Are you feeling weighed down too? Lu Xin shut his eyes, trying to piece together the events Chen Shuan mentioned. The orphanage laboratory fragments of memory actually began to surface in his mind. The image of a dilapidated building emerged. The orphanage was a 3-story compound, ringed by high walls and barbed wire. Inside, children clustered around the old director. The children were laughing and playing joyfully. I still remember dozens of orphans studying and playing together, listening to the staff tell stories of the old civilization. Back then, shouts, gunshots, and wails always seemed to echo from beyond the high walls, yet the orphanage remained incredibly safe. The chaos outside never reached this place. There was an old director with a warm face and a bright smile. I recalled the gentle, loving old man. I remember that besides him there were other caretakers at the orphanage, but suddenly, the memory shifted, warping into a blood-splattered corridor and the sheer terror in 19's eyes right before she died. My head, it hurts. Chen Shuan squinted with a smile, offering a handkerchief to Lu Xin. Here, clean yourself up. Shiki approached Lu Xin with a worried face, trying to stop him. Brother, ignore him. He's lying to you. His father also materialized, aggressively egging Lu Xin on to end this quickly. Why haven't you killed this piece of trash yet? Didn't you wait all this time just to rip him apart? The voices kept echoing in his ears. Brother, don't believe him. He let out a sigh, feeling lost. This is so annoying. Who am I really? As if peering straight into Lu Xin's thoughts, Chen Shuan remarked casually, You were a severely contaminated host when we first found you. To everyone else, you were too far gone to ever be cured. but fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, we managed to cure you. Except, just when we thought you were completely recovered, the subsequent trials revealed that you possessed massive potential." He removed his glasses, gently wiping the dust off the lenses with his handkerchief. "For a time we even believed you were the ultimate candidate." Chen Shuan continued using that incredibly serene tone, manipulating Lu Xin sentence by sentence, leading up to the moment Lu Xin destroyed everything with his own hands. Lu Xin stood there, wavering back and forth between his father's bloody prompts and Shiki's warnings. His father's voice pressed him. "What are you waiting for? You're always hesitating. Just kill him, brother, kill him. Don't you hate him? Shouldn't we turn him into a toy? Don't you want to carve him into a plaything while he's still breathing?" Shiki kept tugging at Lu Xin's sleeve, pleading, until Lu Xin finally snapped and blurted out. The gloomy aura around his body flared violently. Lu Xin glared at Chen Shuan and demanded, "Back then, what were you doing all of this for?" He finally voiced the burning question in his heart. "We tried to make you understand back then, but you were far too young. We were simply trying to comprehend and control these forces." Chen Shuan picked up the oil lamp on the table, saying, "When the red moon hung in the sky, we knew that a great mutation was underway, something humanity could not deny, and this force could easily lay waste to everything we built. Too many people surrendered to it, submissively accepting their fate. But there are always those who refuse to bow, like us. You can think of us as Prometheus trying to steal the fire." He gestured to the candle flame in his hand. "No matter what we face, we are convinced that one day we will thoroughly comprehend and master it. When plunged into darkness, we don't just sit and wait for the sun to rise. We proactively light a candle to push back the dark." Staring at Chen Shuan's absolute confidence, Lu Xin stammered in disbelief. "So that gives you the right to throw away your humanity?" Sizing Lu Xin up, Chen Shuan replied, "Are you about to lecture me that even in the pursuit of truth, no matter how noble the goal, one must maintain a moral baseline? I'm sorry, but I have absolutely no interest in discussing such juvenile philosophy." Understanding the subtext, Lu Xin cut straight to the chase. "Let's get to the point. I have questions for you. Where are the others? Where did everyone go? I only know of 19 and myself, but there were so many other children who were never rescued." Chen Shuan's tone carried a hint of resentment for Lu Xin's past actions. "You were far too ruthless back then, causing us catastrophic losses. To be honest, I never favored your project from the start. But the director insisted that you possessed extraordinary potential. Even after you caused that horrific tragedy, he stubbornly stood by his thesis, refusing to admit that you were ultimately just a failed defect." As he listened, Lu Xin began to piece things together. It turned out that when the Church of Technology hit Qinggong with that psychic bomb, the weeping he heard was not a hallucination. The shattered fragments made him dazed. As the image of a sobbing little boy surfaced in his mind, he had assumed it was an illusion spun by a contamination source, never imagining it was his own repressed memory. He slammed his palm onto the table, roaring in fury. "What did you people do to me?" It was simply treatment and enhancement. Because that project belonged to the director, there are many details even I am in the dark about. Of course, even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. A blinding crimson light flared in Lu Xin's eyes, as he pinned Chen Shuan with an icy glare, his voice dropping to a low, commanding growl. "Your mentor, our old director, is he still alive? Answer me." Frowning, he looked at Lu Xin with slight displeasure. "You can take my life at any moment or ask me questions. I'm willing to answer some of them. But if you're looking for some cheap thrill by seeing fear or regret on my face, then I'm sorry to disappoint you. Given another chance, I would still make the exact same choice." Chen Shuan stood up and set down his wine glass, breaking the tense atmosphere. Laughing maniacally, he revealed his true objective. "My goal is simple. Perhaps the Central City and the Eclipse Research Institute believe I'm trying to create a god, but they underestimate my mentor and me. We have no interest in creating a deity to be worshipped. What I am trying to create is merely a tool that can be controlled. Can you imagine? Can you imagine how magnificent it would be to fully harness the 13 ultimate spiritual forces and bring them down into this world?" But I changed the sequence. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, envisioning the future in his mind. "Let the god descend first, but under strict control. I am the first person to make a god bow its head before humanity." Hearing this, Lu Xin lost his patience. He unleashed his psychic pressure, shattering the wine bottles on the table. Without a word, he picked up a shard of broken glass and drove it ruthlessly into Chen Shuan's hand, catching him completely off guard. Lu Xin stood up, the chilling aura around him growing heavier by the second as he warned in a low voice, "Drinking too much is indeed bad for your health. You'd better quit. Now wait here like a good boy. I will first go prove to you exactly where you went wrong." The scene shifted. Lu Xin stepped into the corridor, with Shiki crawling along the walls behind him. Sorry, I'm starting to understand you two more and more now. Just now I also thought about killing him or keeping him alive to turn him into a toy, but in the end I decided to do things my way," he muttered to himself. After all, as the old director used to say, education requires the right approach. Shiki leapt down, looking at her brother with admiration. "Brother is the best, I love your way of doing things." The father residing within Lu Xun burst into a wild laugh. "I thought you were slipping into your old habits again, but this time I'll barely let you pass. Of course, it's still far from satisfying, but compared to before, it's a bit of an improvement." Hearing this, Lu Xun skeptically reassessed things. Well, father actually praised me? Is it because my trust in him has gone up?" They stepped out of the elevator, and a powerful pressure instantly jolted Lu Xun's perception. He thought to himself, "I can feel that terrifying thing hiding right beneath this office." After assessing the surroundings, Lu Xun analyzed aloud. "There are no lights in this building and the elevator is broken. How do we get down? The passages branch off in all directions." A smile played on the corner of his lips, as if he had discovered something. "I see, it's right here." Harnessing the power of his resident father, Lu Xun unleashed shadows to shroud his body. Exactly, since there was no elevator, they would simply use raw power to corrode their way through. Beneath his feet, the solid concrete floor began to dissolve. They quickly sank through the floor to the next level, with Shiki's soul temporarily attached to his back. Maintaining this active state, his eyes flashing with an eerie crimson, he continued to seep down to the lower levels. Meanwhile, on Gecko's side, he kicked open a set of heavy doors and charged inside, aiming his gun at the personnel in the laboratory as he threatened loudly, "Nobody move, anyone who moves gets shot." Leading the way, Chen Jing walked in, looked at them, and declared, "It's already over." Clutching a whip, the support team leader barked a harsh order. "Everyone on your knees." Those whose minds had been ensnared by the psychic force instantly and obediently fell to their knees before her. Having easily subdued them, the support team leader cooed, "Good boys." On the other side, Gecko muttered under his breath while staying on guard, "No way, I can't let myself be affected, but I really want to kneel too." He actually had the mind to fantasize, "Oh man, I really want her to step on me." Chen Jing slapped him hard on the back of his head, her face twisted in utter disgust. "Get a grip." Inside a reinforced glass enclosure, Sha Chong yelled at the top of her lungs. "Dr. Zhao Siming, I am Sha Chong, the temporary commander for the Major Contamination Event 1021. We are here to rescue you." Even now, she still trusted Dr. Zhao. Her tone was pleading. "You can leave with us. Why did you all arrive so fast? If only you had been a bit later, even just a little bit." His voice drifted from the other side of the glass. Sha Chong stared intently at his back. "Did the black table hurt you? Come back with us. The medical team is already stationed outside the city." Zhao Siming replied flatly. "No." He kept his eyes locked on the computer monitor, fingers flying across the keyboard in a frantic blur. "You arrived so quickly, how am I supposed to stay out of this? How am I supposed to explain to the outside world that I was actually forced into doing all of this?" Sha Chong suddenly drew her gun and pointed it at him, barking a stern warning. "Whatever you are doing, stop right now." The bullet struck the glass, instantly shattering into fragments that scattered onto the floor. It was bulletproof glass. Obsessed with his experiments and completely detached from the world, Zhao Siming knit his brows and spoke solemnly. "I'm sorry, but in the face of such temptation, no one can stop." Gecko surged forward to assist, firing several shots in quick succession. "Let me try my special rounds." Seeing cracked spiderweb across the glass, he shouted in delight, "It's working!" Seizing the opportunity, the support team leader swung her whip and charged forward. "Leave the rest to me." However, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from the other side of the glass wall, forcibly blasting them back several meters. Inside, Dr. Zhao pulled down a control lever and spoke flatly, "You are a step too late." A notification popped up on the control screen, showing that the progress was 100 complete. He burst into a satisfied laugh. "Success!" From the experimental incubation pool, 2 slimy tentacles suddenly emerged. Gecko and the others looked deeply worried, while Sha Chong stammered, What is that?" A massive deformed aberration loomed before them, sporting 4 gigantic round eyes and disgusting tentacles. "This is the first god we have created and brought into this world." Staring at his crowning achievement, Zhao Siming yelled at the top of his lungs as if announcing it to the entire world. "Do you see? This is God." An invisible force instantly rippled outward, causing a sharp, searing pain in everyone's eyes. Blood streamed uncontrollably from their eyes. "What on earth is this? My eyes hurt so much I can't see anything." A chaotic psychic wave flooded their minds, rendering them completely unable to think. Even though the researchers were wearing protective suits, they could not escape the horrific influence, clutching their heads and screaming in agony. Gripping his heavy blade, Big Sword drove his weapon deep into his own thigh, using the intense pain to force himself to stay conscious. Only this way could he barely sense his surroundings. Captain Sha Chong, like everyone else, was desperately pulling in her spiritual energy. The blonde team member produced a powerful parasitic item and shoved it to Big Sword. "Try this." A blinding green light instantly erupted, charging straight toward the newly awakened monster. Clutching the wound on her arm, she struggled to suggest to Sha Chong that they must do everything they could to escape and report back to the outpost immediately. Things had completely spiraled out of control. They had to elevate the threat level. "You are the one who should leave," the support team leader yelled. "None of our abilities are enough to get us out. You are our only hope of survival." Hearing this, Sha Chong said helplessly, "I don't have the energy to open a spatial door anymore. And do you guys really have absolutely nothing left either?" Forcing her ability, Sha Chong tore open a massive black void in midair, from which several 9 insects wriggled out. She hurled them toward her teammates, intending to use them as meat shields for cover. She urged loudly, "Go now." Chen Jing was thoroughly amazed. She had no idea Sha Chong was an Abyss-type ability user. Assessing the situation quickly, Chen Jing called for coordination. "No more hesitating. We need to leave, now." Putting on his remote control gear, Zhao Siming wore a bizarre smug grin. "Why the sudden rush to leave? Are you planning to run to the research institute?" His consciousness had long been completely warped and polluted, and he laughed with fanatical zeal. "I will tell them myself right now. But none of you can leave. Otherwise everyone will know I wasn't actually forced to do these experiments." On the current battlefield, only Sha Chong dared to stand up and face the monster head-on. The monster unleashed a spiritual shockwave. A series of green lights flared, and the devastating impact instantly knocked Sha Chong off her feet. Zhao Siming pointed at her, yelling in condemnation, "You are nothing but a bunch of lunatics." Under Zhao Siming's command, the monster surged forward, raising its hand to release a massive burst of energy. As Dr. Zhao spoke, a swarm of smaller mutated aberrations materialized in the air, tightly surrounding those trying to flee. They were complete maniacs. These aberrations poured out of the laboratory building, seemingly unable to fully control their own raw power yet. Zhao Siming unleashed countless monsters into the city all at once. "What is the point of resisting?" Chen Jing quickly ran over to pull Sha Chong up. "Go, why did you come back?" Chen Jing explained firmly. "With such a massive commotion, the outpost must have noticed by now. There's no need to risk our lives to report." The other team members were also gripped by anxiety. Of course, the reality was that they couldn't escape even if they tried. Their retreat path was entirely cut off. All the dead things had reanimated, rendering any rearguard action pointless. On the other side, Zhao Siming was in a state of extreme manic excitement as he began to perform a self-assessment. "I seem to have unknowingly succumbed to some kind of influence. Physical symptoms include dizziness, itchy skin, and emotional instability." The expression on his face was impossibly deranged. He pounded on the keyboard frantically. His entire body was itching uncontrollably, as if countless insects were burrowing out of his pores, yet he forced himself to endure. While continuing to issue combat commands, he had the monster repeatedly release spiritual shockwaves to test its physical parameters. The blonde team member pointed toward the previously opened spatial door and screamed, "Is there anyone left who can handle this? Now is not the time for small talk. If you want to chat, wait until we're dead and do it in the afterlife. This is my last mental bomb. If that monster attacks again, we won't stand a chance." Behind them, the support team leader nodded in agreement. Currently, Captain Sha Chong was their only hope. "Now only you have a chance of opening the spatial door again to get out. Trading all of our lives for your final chance of escape is the most logical decision." Sha Chong shook her head in refusal, her face grim. "It's useless. I can't open it. Forcing it open now will only plunge us into the abyss of nothingness. If I try to take all of you, we will all get swallowed up inside." Gecko rubbed his chin, his mind racing. "Wait, maybe there's another way." Everyone looked at him in surprise, unable to comprehend his actions. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Help, Vice Captain." Sha Chong was momentarily speechless, thinking that simply crying for help was unlikely to work. Right then, a massive hole split open in the ceiling, positioned directly above the monster's head. Lu Xin plummeted from midair, prompting an excited shriek from Gecko. "It's you." Landing steadily, Lu Xin joked with a smug smile, "Were you calling for me?" Seeing Lu Xin drop in, Gecko's eyes widened in absolute shock. "It actually worked? You can do that?" Carrying his sister on his back, Lu Xin stood calmly on top of the monster's head. Controlling the self-proclaimed god, Dr. Zhao roared in fury, "Get the hell off me!" Standing atop the monster, Lu Xin thought to himself with a sigh, "So even a god is nothing but something to be stepped on." Under Zhao Siming's remote control, the monster abruptly swung its hand to strike at the siblings. The two nimbly dodged, landing lightly back on the ground. Lu Xin remarked, "It is indeed a bit terrifying." Standing nearby, Sha Chong asked with deep concern, "Aren't you affected by its spiritual influence?" "Of course I am. Just looking at it makes my head spin, blurs my vision, rings my ears, and turns my brain into a complete mess. And this is your idea of being affected? Chen Jing observed from the side, then stepped forward and whispered, "Are you sure you can handle this?" Lu Xun paused, turning his head in silence, his expression laced with doubt. He was slightly surprised by her subtle shift in emotion. This leader, who was always so confident and rational, was actually showing the kind of panic typical of an ordinary girl. The chaotic spiritual energy had already disrupted the minds of the people around them. Yet Lu Xun remained clear-headed and composed, reassuring everyone, "It's fine, leave it to me." Nearby, Sha Chong suddenly grew anxious, letting out a sudden shout that startled everyone. "Handle this?" She spun to bark at Chen Jing, promising to settle the score later, and demanded to know how they were supposed to coordinate with Lu Xun. While they were arguing, the monster launched a ferocious assault. It unleashed countless thick tentacles, sealing off all escape routes and trapping them. "Our retreat path is cut off." Finally, holding nothing back, Lu Xun fully unleashed his spiritual power. "Don't panic." Like lightning, his psychic force surged outward, instantly slicing through the blocking tentacles. Witnessing this with her own eyes, Sha Chong stepped forward and asked in shock, "How on earth did you deal with these things?" Channeling his spiritual power, Lu Xun replied briefly, "That doesn't matter, but I do need your cooperation." He turned around, his eyes signaling them with a heavy, distinct intent. "Leave this place. Do not peek, do not get close, and do not interfere." Slightly taken aback, Sha Chong asked, "Are you sure?" Seeing this, Gecko took the initiative, shouting from the front, "I get it, follow me quick." He ushered everyone to evacuate, yelling, "Keep moving, follow me, what are you all waiting for?" The crowd quickly lined up and filed out. Sha Chong couldn't help but ask Chen Jing repeatedly, "Is this the one you were talking about? That extremely stable Class B, Spider-type ability user with a flawless record, based on the current data?" "Theoretically, yes." They sprinted forward with everything they had. "Theoretically speaking, are your evaluation standards the same as ours?" "Theoretically, yes." Meanwhile, Lu Xun stood locked in a gaze with the monster, speaking directly to Zhao Siming to confirm, "So, you're the so-called god?" After sizing it up, Lu Xun let out a cold laugh, mocking its appearance. "You are far from it. I heard that a god should tend toward perfection, but look at the hideous state you're in." Zhao Siming instantly erupted into a hysterical manic roar. "What do you know? With your level of cognition, how could you ever comprehend the true ascension of life? Viewing it through mortal eyes, how could you ever understand a higher form of life?" Lu Xun's expression turned solemn, and he retorted righteously, "I indeed cannot understand your aesthetics, but I do know that what you have done is illegal and has utterly trampled over the baseline of humanity." At this, he clearly laid out his intentions. "Chen Xuan is my family member. He did wrong, and I will handle him myself. But as his accomplice, you must also face the law. So do you plan to surrender or what? Just a fair warning. If we have to resolve this by force, I might not be able to control my own strength. And anyone present here will likely find it difficult to survive long enough for me to." However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Siming violently shook his fist, cursing in rage. "You lunatic!" The monster's colossal, devastating fist slammed toward the siblings, shattering the ground beneath them and thoroughly sparking Lu Xun's fury. He swiftly drew his gun and aimed it at the monster. "I wasn't finished speaking." He fired a shot straight at Zhao Siming, the bullet tearing through the air in the blink of an eye. "People will die, you know." Lu Xun stumbled back a few steps from the heavy recoil of the gun. Obviously, this so-called god was being remotely controlled by Zhao Siming. It didn't matter. To deal with this monster, the first step was to sever the logical link between them. It was a pity Mother wasn't here. He had to do it himself. Though he had no scissors on hand, putting an end to him directly would count as a form of cutting. He unleashed a crimson spiritual energy that swept across the floor, marking out an area, before manipulating his power to launch a relentless torrential assault on the monster ahead. Lu Xun closed his eyes with a satisfied smile, announcing, "Time to clock out." Before Zhao Siming could even process what was happening, he realized things had gone horribly wrong. Lu Xun's blood-condensed ability seeped into the monster's tentacles, completely dissolving them within seconds. Massive chunks of the monster's flesh began to rapidly rot and decay. Zhao Siming shrieked in absolute disbelieving despair, "How is this possible?" And just like that, our bloody yet bizarrely hilarious journey with Lu Xun officially comes to a close. Looking back at the entire story, it has been an absolute roller coaster. From a weak office worker who only cared about saving money to buy a house, Lu Xun unleashed the terrifying power of the Tyrant, teaming up with his SSS-Rank psycho family to crush every source of pollution and completely shatter the Black Table's pathetic attempt at creating a god. It was the absolute perfect blend of psychological horror, explosive badass action, and chillingly heartwarming family moments. Our story today wraps up right here at chapter 185. This milestone also officially marks the end of the current season of the original comic. But hey, even though our adventure under the Red Moon is taking a breather, the comic universe on our channel is packed with countless other hidden and epic masterpieces waiting for you to discover. If you enjoyed today's video, please don't forget to smash that like button, hit subscribe, and turn on the notification bell to support BALA Manhua Recaps. Your support is our absolute biggest motivation to keep grinding and bringing you tons of other incredibly engaging series in the future. Thank you guys so much for watching until the very end. Stay awesome, and we'll see you in the next epic series.